Episode 16, Lovely But Lethal, first aired September 23rd, 1973. It was written by Jackson Gillis, who we know very well from his previous writing for Suitable for Framing, Short Fuse, Dagger of the Mind, Requiem for a Falling Star, The Most Dangerous Match, and Double Shock. There's a second writing credit from Myrna Berkovici. I couldn't find a picture of her to show you, and the only other credit to her name is for the book she wrote called Prophecy, an interpretation about the end of the earth. And it was directed by Jeannot Srock, born 1939 in Paris, France. He directed several episodes of Night Gallery, Kojak, The Practice, Jag, Without a Trace, Smallville, Bones, and Grey's Anatomy. We have a new producer now, Douglas Benton, the writer and producer of Heck Ramsey. Dean Hargrove, the producer for all of Season 2, wanted to move on from Columbo. Our Season 3 opening episode begins very strangely, and I might even use the word awkwardly, with a lady's face and a man hovering over her with his mouth hanging open and his hands weirdly closing in on her to poke her cheeks. Then a camera gets shoved into her face, and another super close and awkward view of this man now holding a scalpel, mouth still open, and he gathers some scrapings from her cheek this time, and looking like he hasn't eaten in weeks. Then he applies the scraping to a slide while continuing to lean over the woman's face. Another man in the room says, "Next victim, please," as this mouth-gaping, white-coated man wrings his hands together like a mad scientist. This room we are filming in is the same room as a Stitching Crimes operating room.
Oh, shut up, Carl. Take courage, sir. Just think how many years Dr. Frankenstein must have spent on his research.
Supposedly, this line referencing Frankenstein gave producer Benton the idea to have this entire episode pay homage to the Universal monster movies. Let's see how well this idea shines through as we watch. Although I guess his choice in director is our first hint at the theme. Being a horror film veteran with a few other works I didn't mention, like Night of Terror, The Devil's Daughter, Bug, Jaws 2, and The Murders in the Rue Morgue. And the music is composed by Dick DeBenedictis. He was specifically instructed by Benton to compose an eerie score. So the spooky scientist man is named Dr. Murchison, played by Fred Draper, born 1923 in Chester, Pennsylvania. And we already know him from his previous appearance as the cab driver in Lady in Waiting. Now remember, I do not repeat actors' resumes every time they show up in an episode. You love to tell me how disappointed you are that I completely skipped so-and-so's credits, but I didn't. Go back to their first Columbo appearance, which I always share with you what it is. Anyway, now that Dr. Murchison is going to take a second scraping, he suddenly has never held a scalpel before and is so shaky that he nicks the poor woman's cheek. I'm not sure what happened between now and the 20 seconds earlier when your hands were steady, but the young doctor steps in and giving him a pat on the shoulder and takes over. By the way, if you notice while this strange scene takes place, every time you see Dr. Murchison, he has gloves on, but when we see the lady's face, he is no longer wearing gloves. Well, Dr. Murchison leaves the operating room or whatever and enters his office all hunched over and violently tears off one of his gloves. Sitting at his desk, he takes out of the drawer of essential supplies a bottle of Valley Tavern whiskey to calm himself. Then he glances over to a little red jar and shakily reaches for it, saying,
"A miracle. That's all I want. That's all we've ever wanted. Right, Your Majesty?"
Scene change to a fluffy collared turban woman observing a fashion show.
This one flowing and soft in a soft print and with its sparkle and glamour.
The fashion show moderator is played by Lane Mathis. This moment is her one and only acting credit.
Vivica, darling, what are you doing here? Peddling false eyelashes, huh?
Whoa, Vincent Price? Oh, wow. Well, this is exciting. Vincent Price was born 1911 in St. Louis, Missouri. He began his career on stage and radio, very successful in both. But if you know his name, then you likely know him from his many starring roles in horror films. That means having Vincent Price in this episode is another check mark for Benton's goal of having this episode shrouded in horror. Vincent Price had a very full acting career. Some of his film essentials are House of Wax, The Fly, House on Haunted Hill, The Abominable Dr. Phibes, Last Man on Earth, Witchfinder General, The Tingler, Theater of Blood, and the entire Edgar Allan Poe series, which includes Tales of Terror, The Haunted Palace, The Mask of the Red Death, The Tomb of Ligeia, The Raven, The Pit and the Pendulum, and House of Usher. You might also recognize him as Egghead in the Batman TV series, and appearing in several episodes of the Red Skelton Hour, as well as the narrator for every episode of the hilarious House of Frightenstein, and famously the voice for Michael Jackson's Thriller. His final film role was the inventor in Edward Scissorhands.
I suppose you all know how to use one of these things, but in case you don't, you just press down on this lever with your thumb and then pull the trigger. You see, they're loaded.
Boy, I can't wait to see how his character, David Lang, plays out in this episode of Columbo. I wonder who he will murder. Probably the turban lady.
David, love, where did you get the new hairpiece? Surely you don't make anything that clever.
Still my lover, huh?
These two do a little bit of friendly bantering with each other about how each of the other's cosmetic business is doing poorly and that someday one or the other is going to end up working for the other. Hopefully that sentence made sense.
But if things do get too bad, if you ever do need to get out of this crazy roller coaster business.
Oh, David, are you in for a surprise?
The little tune playing in the background is Girl from Ipanema. It's a Brazilian bossa nova and jazz song that became a worldwide hit in the 1960s. This piece can be heard in so many movie and television productions. Oftentimes it is used during an elevator scene or quietly in the background of a party or gathering. Can you share a reference where it is played? Anyway, David Lang introduces his secretary here.
What a sweet little dress.
Don't waste your ammunition, honey. My secretary, that's all. Shirley Blaine.
I think you dropped your program.
Oh, yes, how silly of me. Of course I did.
And we see she did not drop her program. This woman is named Vivica Scott, played by Vera Miles, born 1929 in Boise City, Oklahoma. She's probably best known for her role in Psycho as the sister of Janet Leigh's character, but she was also in The Man Who Shot Liberty Valance, The Fugitive, and Psycho 2.
Look, if you two are in this thing together, I don't care. It's none of my business. But I want to talk to Marion, and I want her to tell me it's none of my business, and then I'll go.
So Vivica says she'll send flowers to David's funeral and leaves. Scene change to a man presenting some concept boards to Vivica. And then suddenly Vivica realizes how much she likes the sun.
The sun. I love the sun.
So these boards are design and name ideas for a new formula that Vivica's company called Beauty Mark is about to produce.
Imagine a harmless cream that can actually make wrinkles disappear. It's what women have longed for since ancient Egypt.
Then, stumbling into the room is Dr. Murchison after finishing off his Valley Tavern bottle. Vivica is surprisingly excited to see him despite his condition.
Come in. We were just talking.
Yes, yes. The fruits of a whole year's labor. The dream to save all our skins.
He says he performed a secret testing of the elixir, he calls it, and that makes Vivica very upset because she never gave him permission to do any more testing. She's worried one of the models will gossip about what they've been working on. Oh yeah, and before we forget, this man is named Jerry, and he is played by Colby Chester, born 1941 in Greenwich, Connecticut. No, you silly, untraveled individual. How could you not know it's pronounced Greenwich? But I get it. I really do. If you're from the area or just know how it's supposed to be pronounced and someone comes along pronouncing it as it's spelled, why, it's difficult not to make a face. I've experienced this myself with the capital of my state, Iowa. If anyone around here shows up saying Des Moines or Des Moines or anything with the S, we're probably not going to correct you to your face right away, but we will certainly be laughing at you from within. It's Des Moines for your own future reference. But this was just one of those many lessons for me to learn to never assume a pronunciation of anything, ever. Also, I wanted to quickly mention that 99% of you were super sweet about correcting me. So thank you for that. It helped alleviate my embarrassment just a little bit. Anyway, back to Colby Chester, born in Greenwich, Connecticut. He was in 129 episodes of The Young and the Restless. Murchison reveals some devastating news.
It was a fluke. One little sample that broke down. I tried combination after combination since.
Now we are outside restaurant, which I suppose is a restaurant. They serve cocktails there, if I'm not mistaken. But then I get confused by what we see next because it sure doesn't look like a restaurant.
I got your note on the back of the program, dear, but I really haven't time to talk right now.
Maybe we're in one of those overly fancy bathrooms or powder rooms. Why in the world would they meet here, though? Anyway, we learn this girl, Shirley, is Vivica's pipeline to the goings-on of David Lang and his business.
What have you made a photocopy of now? A check. I'm happy that David Lang has $200,000 to give anyone. Who's Harry Smith, his bookie?
No, that's not his real name.
Turns out this Mr. Smith has a formula he's trying to sell to David Lang, and Shirley witnessed them test it on the skin of an older friend of Shirley's she was asked to bring in. Then, instead of finishing her story, she grabs an elderly maid walking by.
Oh, sweetheart, you've got a smudge right there by your eye.
I do?
Yes, but I'll rub it off for you. Here, come sit down.
Yeah, this is pretty standard practice when someone alerts you to a smudge on your face. We sit down and wait for them to remove the smudge for us.
Now, close your eyes.
Oh yeah, we also close our eyes. Shirley rubs some of the formula on this lady's face that she swiped from the meeting David Lang and Harry Smith had together the other day. We watch in anticipation.
There.
Thank you, ma'am.
Well, I guess some of her wrinkles smoothed out, sorta. But this very trusting cleaning lady is played by Virginia Sale, born 1899 in Urbana, Illinois. She was in a couple episodes of The Andy Griffith Show and Petticoat Junction.
Wrinkles just disappear, and it lasts all day.
Shirley, what does Harry Smith look like?
He's about medium height, thick brown hair, not more than 35 years old.
Well, that really narrows it down. Vivica realizes Mr. Smith has her miracle wrinkle-removing cream that is supposed to save her company, and is trying to secretly sell it to David Lang. Scene change to Vivica trying to get a hold of her lawyer, but he's not home right now.
I do not pay my lawyers to play squash!
She shoves the file back into the cabinet, and we are now overlooking the ocean and some beach houses. A man arrives home whistling with his mail and walks over to his microscope, which I suppose he left on all day because if I remember right, microscopes need power in order to shine light from below to see what is on the slide. But I was told by many of my very experienced viewers that this isn't always the case at all. Oftentimes there is a mirror inside that reflects the light from the room onto whatever specimen you are observing, which seems way cooler than requiring electricity to function. Then he hears a small noise. Hey, wait a minute. Is that Martin Sheen? Holy apocalypse, now it is! He was born in 1940 in Dayton, Ohio. At this point, Martin Sheen wasn't a superstar yet, but he will be very soon. His resume is very full, and yes, as with every actor, I'm probably going to end up leaving a reference out that you are going to tell me I forgot. But I have to leave stuff out to keep the video moving. Keep in mind though, I do really appreciate when you share references I did not include, because that must mean it's pretty good and I should check it out if I didn't already know about it. You will find Martin Sheen in the films The Subject Was Roses, Badlands, Apocalypse Now, Gettysburg, The Departed, and the TV series The West Wing, and Grace and Frankie.
You, I don't know, want to take a walk with me?
What for?
Oh, I got some stuff to say. Guess I'm kind of lucky that way. Most people don't have anything on their minds, do they?
Boy, I can't wait to see how his character, Carl Lessing, plays out in this episode of Columbo. I wonder who he's going to kill. Probably whoever made that little noise in his house a moment ago. He notices someone has been looking through his cupboards and all over his house, searching for something. Then he remembers a particular something that better not be gone as he rushes to the kitchen and opens the flour tin.
So that's where it was.
How did you get in here?
Still keep it in the flower pot.
I like that he has multiple uses for both his flower pot and his flower pot. Vivica asks what he is going to do with that jar of formula, and Carl asks, "Don't you know?"
Someone who mixed up the ingredients, falsified the formula, stole it, and is now going to sell it to the highest bidder?
Yeah, something like that, I guess.
Vivica says she won't have it and stomps over to the phone to call the chief of police.
This is Vivica Scott. I'm a personal friend of the chief's. I want to be put through to him right away. Yes, I'll wait.
You still like those tequila cocktails with the organic cactus juice, right?
While Vivica remains on hold, Carl brings her the organic cactus juice cocktail and taunts her by asking if the police are closed tonight for inventory.
You slimy little snake.
Oh, no, Vivi. I'm your hairy little teddy bear. Remember me?
So Vivica changes the subject and asks what he wants for the jar.
You can have the jar. It isn't worth very much without the formula.
Where is it? It's not written down anywhere. You stole it.
Prove it.
Vivica tries a sympathy tactic, talking sadly about how her company's sales are down and they've lost some exclusive outlets, as well as David Lang closing in on her. She needs a miracle. Carl says to make him an offer. Vivica grabs a TV magazine to write on, and boy, look at the messy Greeking on that ad. What the prop guy was trying to cover up before heading home for the day is an ad for Parliament cigarettes with a recessed filter. It works like a cigarette holder works. She scribbles down some dollar figures and shows Carl with a proud look on her face.
I never knew you had a sense of humor.
Well, he shut her down quick there. And this has got to be a wig. Her hair is so big and unmoving. I don't know why they give so much time and focus on this magazine writing, because it literally looks like scribbles with some dollar signs. Before she shows him the next offer, she includes the fact that if he is called the inventor, he'll get 10% royalties. Without even looking at the second offer she wrote down, Carl tells her it's not nearly enough for a miracle. Vivica gets impatient and angrily asks, "What do you want?" Carl stares at her unblinkingly.
You want me?
Mm-hmm.
And Vivica's like, "Oh, well, no problem. You can have me. Here, I'll get closer." Then Carl gets up and walks away from her as she persists in asking for the formula. Carl then asks what else she'll offer him, and now Vivica's really getting fed up, asking, "What do you mean, what else?"
Now, that's no way to speak to your new partner.
Partner? Never in a million years.
He says, "Well, it's either that or you go work for David Lang. So what do you say?" Vivica's response looks like it is terribly painful for her to say with a smile.
Partner, you have no idea how long I've waited for this moment. And now, no thank you, darling. You're not gonna make a sucker out of me like you did Murchison.
Her reaction to Carl's rejection and humiliation is to grab the nearest thing and whack him in the back of the head. She gets scared and realizes what she's done as she looks down at her hand with glass and blood on her fingers. She shakily starts wiping her fingerprints off the microscope and the telephone, but forgot she searched his house earlier, so her fingerprints should really be speckled throughout the whole place. She grabs the jar, hears a sound, and hustles out the back door. Next morning, we see Columbo walking up the hill, taking a hard-boiled egg from his pocket and cracking it open on the mailbox.
Morning, Lieutenant. Would you like to see the corpse?
I like how casually he asks that. It's like, "Morning, Lieutenant. Want to see my record collection?"
No thanks, no.
Columbo walks into the house and is given the rundown by a sergeant.
The kid looked through the window there and spotted the body right here, just after daylight.
Look at this outline of Carl's body. Man, Vivica hit his head so hard that it switched places with his shoulder. The sergeant says Carl was a chemist working for Beauty Mark Cosmetics. They found his bank book and a magazine with dollar amounts written on the back. Columbo shows that he is listening by asking,
"What is that, a microscope?" You know, I haven't seen one of these things since high school.
And here's a blood stain. The doc seems to think this will match up as a murder weapon. However, I haven't found any prints.
This fingerprint technician is played by Mark Hannibal, born 1931 in St. Louis, Missouri. He was in a few episodes of Adam 12. Columbo stands up and tells them to be careful.
Feels like there's some broken glass on the floor.
Anyway, Lieutenant, it's all in here. He died from a fractured skull.
Columbo excuses himself to go to the kitchen, searching for salt for his egg.
Yeah, here's salt. It's just flour.
Maybe once, not now. Something else was in there. 8-sided bottom, octagonal.
Yeah, it looks that way. It looks octagonal.
I can't figure out how that jar would leave a mark like this. The flour is so perfectly dusted around the bottom, and it's clean and shiny where it was sitting. How? Then we see a dartboard with Vivica's face on it. Carl did not like her at all, did he?
We haven't really checked on who that is yet.
You don't know? She is Beauty Mark. Every time I go to the bathroom, there she is. On the lotion, on the cream.
The sergeant is played by John Finnegan, born 1926 in New York City, New York. We have already met him on the construction site in Blueprint for Murder, and then later as one of the garbage guys in The Most Dangerous Match. Then another policeman comes in.
The kid's boss is outside.
The cop is played by David Toma, born 1933 in Newark, New Jersey. No, not Newark. What's the matter with you? It's Newark. Anyway, back to David Toma. It's so interesting he shows up real quick in this episode, as he was an active narcotics detective in Newark until 1977. There is even a TV series called Toma based on his life from 1973 to 74 that he would make a cameo in 8 times. The man outside to talk to the detectives is a travel agent man that Carl placed reservations and plane tickets with yesterday. But when he wanted to confirm all reservations with Carl, he couldn't get a hold of him by phone.
I sent the boy over here to snoop while I started canceling reservations.
These are tickets to where?
Paris, George Cinq, then a week on the Riviera, all deluxe accommodations.
This travel agency man, I think you could say, is a returning character from The Most Crucial Game. Remember him? The credits for this episode name him Burton for some reason, and he is played by Richard Stahl, born 1932 in Detroit, Michigan. Then we learn that Carl only had $300 in his bank account. Burton, the travel agent, says Carl Lessing was supposed to arrive in his office early this morning with a check for more than $3,000. Sergeant figures the doodling on the back of the magazine might suggest money coming in. Columbo has another look at the writing on the back of the magazine.
It's a funny kind of pencil to doodle with.
Scene change to Vivica arriving to her beauty mark business in a 1970 Cadillac DeVille convertible and entering a photo shoot.
All right, Adele, enjoy it.
This is her enjoying it face. Columbo wanders into the photo shoot, and the photographer is immediately annoyed.
Can I help you, sir?
I guess I came in the wrong door, sorry.
The photographer is named Ferdy and is played by Gino Conforti, born 1932 in Chicago, Illinois. He was in a few episodes of That Girl, Mary Hartman, Three's Company, and Galaxy High School. Do you see what I see? What do we have hidden in the fog back there? That same wooden statue that first showed up in Murder by the Book and Ken and Jim's office, and then we find it again at Beau's house in Blueprint for Murder. That must have been a real popular statue to have in the 70s. Then Columbo realizes Vivica Scott is sitting over there.
Miss Scott, right?
Yes. Do I know you?
You don't know me, ma'am, but I sure know you. Every time I shave. My name's Lieutenant Columbo. I'm from the LAPD.
Columbo lets Vivica know that Carl Lessing has been murdered since he was an employee of her company.
What'd you say his name was? Lessing? Oh, not that nice young man in Dr. Murchison's department. Poor boy.
Columbo says he was on another floor and nobody would let him in anywhere.
Like Fort Knox around here.
I'm sure about everyone knows what Fort Knox is, but I'll say a sentence about it anyway because I want to. Fort Knox is the fortified vault building in Fort Knox, Kentucky, holding most of the United States gold reserves, so they say. And saying something is like Fort Knox is clearly a metaphor for safety and tight security.
Boy, it sounds like a bang ball. Huh? Yeah.
Fort Knox is featured in the film Goldfinger. Remember who was in that movie?
You can turn off the charm. I'm immune.
Then Columbo tells Vivica that it feels like he has known her for 100 years.
I feel you're like a member of the family. I mean, you're like Lydia E. Pinkham.
Lydia E. Pinkham was an American inventor from the 1800s who is known for creating an herbal alcoholic woman's tonic for menstrual and menopausal problems. The reason it became so incredibly popular, and her name still kind of exists today, is because she had some intense marketing for her product despite medical experts saying it was a quack remedy. Just a few of the claims she promoted her product with were that it would encourage reproduction and restore a woman's pep so that she may prove to be a better wife and mother, and would deliver relief from menstrual cramps and menopausal hot flashes and ailments. By the early 1900s, her tonic was in most household medicine cabinets. So, now that we know that, it seems kind of strange Columbo would compare her to Lydia E. Pinkham, but I think he more is referring to the fact that every woman's medicine cabinet had Lydia's tonic, and now there are also Beauty Mark products in there.
Oh, well. Thank you.
Vivica says he can talk to her personnel director to learn more about Mr. Lessing if he'd like, but Columbo says he's already spoken to him and he showed him Mr. Lessing's file. But there was something funny about it.
It was the only file folder in the whole cabinet that had been shoved in backwards.
Oh, I don't understand.
Oh, I'm sure it don't mean anything.
But of course, Columbo is sure it means something because he goes on to casually mention that personnel files are confidential and the files are usually locked up. So he was curious who might have a key.
I have one, and probably a dozen other people. I could get your list if you like.
No, that won't be necessary.
He won't bother her anymore, and then starts to walk away as Vivica picks up the floating phone to let employees know he is here. But then Columbo suddenly returns with another thing he needs to bring up.
There is something maybe I ought to tell you right now, because it might not have been a murder. I think it was a woman that killed him.
That's sort of a strange sentence, saying it might not have been a murderer, but was a woman, because the word murderer isn't specific to men. A murderer is just a person who kills another person. I suppose he was suggesting it wasn't a murderer, but a murderess, which is, of course, specific to a woman. Anyway, the reason he says that is because he mentions the TV magazine with black numbers and dollar signs written on the back with a black eyebrow pencil.
I spotted it right away because that's what my wife always uses when she makes out a grocery list. When she goes into her purse, that's the only kind of pencil she can ever find.
That's probably because she is always giving the regular pencils to Columbo.
Gee, you don't have a pencil, do you? Thanks. You know, my wife, she gives me one every morning, and I just can't seem to hold on to it.
Vivica says Columbo's wasting his time talking to a redhead about black eyebrow pencils because only brunettes use black eyebrow pencils. The scene fades into Columbo questioning a janitor about Carl.
Do you know if he had any girlfriends?
Now, how would I know if he had any girlfriends?
The janitor says Carl had a lot of ambition and then says something that I could use a little help from all of you to understand.
I guess he figured if you can't bed the mother hen, why waste time with the chickens?
I think that means why bother with the little things when you could go for the big one? The janitor is listed in the credits as Lab Attendant Doug, and he is played by Bruce Kirby, born 1925 in New York City, New York. He was in the films The Muppet Movie, Stand By Me, and Throw Mama from the Train, as well as several episodes of Car 54, Where Are You?, Shannon, L.A. Law, and 8 future episodes of Columbo.
Ain't you done any chances, brother?
Yes, sir.
Shame what happened to him. Bible says in the midst of life we are in death.
Producer Benton hired John Finnegan, Bruce Kirby, and Fred Draper for this episode to keep Peter Falk happy, because they are all good friends of his. Did you notice we're back in that Stitching Crime operating room and the strange shaky scrapings intro to the episode?
What was that project Mr. Lessing was working on anyway?
Who knows? They never tell anybody anything. Just her nibs and a few top executives.
There's that word again, nibs, that we first learned from Mike in Etude in Black.
That's gotta be his nibs again.
He says whatever it was they were working on, it didn't work because everyone in this section got fired. I think it's funny the one tool they decided to hang on this janitor cart is a toilet brush. Then Columbo asks about the jars in the trash.
You gonna throw this out?
He says yes, of course he's throwing them out, but first explains that every test product has a special container for coating. Cool camera framing with the furnace fire, by the way.
You mind if I keep this? It's sort of nice, you keep things in it. Kind of like the bottom. What do they call that, octagonal?
I like that our special octagonal shape is just hot glued on the bottom. Oh look, a floating ashtray.
Oh, Miss Scott, your phone's been ringing and ringing.
I know, Dora. Never mind. I don't want to be bothered yet. Don't let anyone in to see me for a little while. Scott!
Columbo always shows up at the perfect times. He tells Vivica how shocked he is with the Beauty Mark products.
And the third floor, they don't do anything up there but cook up perfume for men. Am I right?
Right.
What's the world coming to?
I ask that question every day. Vivica makes the typical mistake of telling Columbo he can come back to visit any time. Columbo looks at the picture of Vivica on the wall and says he's seen that picture every day for the past 12 years. And then he has a question about it because she always has a beauty mark in her pictures.
Only this morning you don't have it on.
It's just one of those things I never do before lunchtime, darling.
Columbo wants to know how she puts it on.
I mean, do you stick them on or do you paint them on or don't worry about it, I'll ask somebody else.
Oh, no, Lieutenant, I don't mind telling you. I use an eyebrow pencil, of course. A black one.
Then she tries to act all natural and innocent as she shuts the door to her office. And then she scuttles along the floor to her desk. It looks like a snowman decorated her office. And this deadly-looking piece of modern art was at the elevator, too. Sitting at her desk, she takes out the Miracle Cream and smells it. I wonder what it smells like. Maybe wrinkles. She rubs some between her fingers and is just intensely satisfied by the experience. Then she locks it away in her safe. She picks up the phone and uses her Man Who Shot Liberty Valance voice.
Hello, I'd like to speak with Miss Shirley Blaine. I'll call back. Thank you.
And now her finger itches. Next we see a phone ringing and Columbo answers.
Hello.
Shirley walks in the room and Columbo explains the phone was ringing every few minutes, so he went ahead and answered it. Shirley asks what she can do for Columbo as she takes out a cigarette. Columbo offers to light it for her and then asks if all the cigarettes in the ashtray are hers.
Yes.
Why did Columbo put his cigar in the ashtray backwards?
Whenever I see a pretty young girl like you doing all that smoking, I say to myself, why does she take the chance?
Thank you.
She must get that a lot. As she takes the ashtray away to dump all her cigarette butts, Columbo stops her because he needs his cigar. While Columbo introduces himself, he comments on the newspaper article on her desk.
Isn't that a shame? Good-looking young guy like that.
Let's have a little look at this newspaper, shall we? Of course, our main headline, Young Scientist Murdered, Carl Lessing Found Slain in His Home. Police Searching for Assailant. Then we have, She's Third Brightest but Hard Gal to See. Board waives hearing for 2 university teachers. I wonder what they did. Exciting Cosmic Reach. President proposes plan to extend space launch. The current president in 73 was Richard Nixon. Traffic safety plan outlined by city road authorities. Firemen praised for heroic deeds at annual dinner. State backs tax resale in Creek County. Well, these headlines aren't very interesting, but I did want to share that the paragraphs are repeated again and again. Now I know the poor prop guy who made this paper never would have thought there would be some overly observant person nitpicking at his awesome newspaper, but here we are. Anyway, Columbo's here to see David Lang.
Sorry, Lieutenant. Carl Lessing. I never heard of the man.
Here is a much clearer example of repeated paragraphs. On the left is all our in this for disputes further, and was the of the from without. On the right is future plans will have great bearings as it now stands.
Well, I never met him either, as far as I can remember. Now, why would I?
Columbo says he was a chemist at Beauty Mark, and David Lang says Vivica is one of his oldest and dearest friends. It's possible he may have run into this Carl Lessing sometime or another. See this little statue? Do you remember the big version that Beth hid the spare key behind in Lady in Waiting? There are a lot of statues in this episode. This one looks like it's in pain.
There are literally thousands of chemists in cosmetics. Now, why you should come here and question me about some unknown, I just don't understand.
Mm-hmm. See, I gotta pay that.
Columbo eventually finds in his pocket a phone record showing that Carl Lessing has called David Lang's private number here in the office. So we have some confirmation here that there are phone records from Carl's phone. Now here's a question. Why is no one talking about the fact that Vivica used Carl Lessing's phone to call the chief of police and gave her name about 30 seconds before killing Lessing?
This is Vivica Scott. I'm a personal friend of the chief's. I want to be put through to him right away.
Well, that's because she was bluffing and I was too gullible to catch it. But Carl knew right away that she was bluffing, which is why he asks her if they are closed tonight. Then David Lang takes out his reading glasses to take a closer look at Carl's photo. Vincent Price makes David Lang a very convincing actor because we know he and Carl met up only a few days ago to discuss the wrinkle-removing cream. Shirley told us. But the way David Lang acts is extremely believable that he simply does not recall ever meeting Carl Lessing. So he summons Shirley, and Columbo mentions Carl was expecting some money coming in very soon, but David tells him to slow down because he hasn't offered anyone a job for months. He then asks Shirley to have a look at the picture of Carl and asks if she remembers seeing him.
Doesn't look familiar. Lessing? I'm very sorry, sir, but you see, I'm so busy, I don't have time to notice everyone who comes into the office.
Sorry I couldn't be of more help.
Columbo walks out of the elevator, itching his hand as an instrument that I would love your help identifying plays. That wind-up toy sound. We hear it throughout the episode, and I can't find any answers with my attempts to describe the sound in the Google search bar. And you, my dear audience, came to my rescue again. It seems like almost the whole world knew what this instrument was. I probably got over 100 comments informing me that it is a guiro. I've also found some pronounce it guiro. And I'll also throw in there that I was kinda picked at for saying Columbo was itching his hand when I should be saying he was scratching his hand. Abrupt scene change to
$10 raise. Did you ever hear of anything so insufferably male?
No, a $10 raise is probably the most male thing I've ever heard. I don't know what she's complaining about, though. $10 in 1973 is worth almost $70 today. It certainly can't be per hour, though. That's a whole lot of money per hour. Is it an extra $10 a day? Or week? I don't know. Either way, that's a lot of money, in my opinion. Well, Shirley and Vivica are here trying to act natural in this fancy thrift shop, talking about if David Lang killed Carl.
You think that Mr. Lang killed him? No way. I saw that picture in the newspaper first. When Mr. Lang came in and noticed it, I thought for a moment he was going to faint.
Oh, dear, may I see that? I'm sure it's not your size anyway.
Well, that was weird, Vivica. The only thing that dress would fit is a table.
We can't stay here all day.
Shirley continues and says David Lang then went to the bank and deposited that $200,000 check back into his bank account.
$450. I wonder if I could afford that.
Wait a minute, Shirley. Are we blackmailing here?
Surely you can't be serious.
If Mr. Lang didn't kill that nice young man, then who do you suppose did?
Uh-oh.
They said he was killed in his office. He couldn't have actually been killed in an office because he was somewhere else.
How much?
$15,000.
And tomorrow you release that statement to the press. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll have to show her all this.
You really would, wouldn't you?
I would.
I don't like being a secret mistress. Do we have to go into the same arguments again?
Well, it's a marvelous choice you've given me. Divorce my wife or you'll make a scandal out of our love affair.
You'll tell him?
Yes, what choice do I have? All right.
Your concern about a certain umbrella hasn't been mentioned to a single soul. But I do hope that certain other umbrellas have been properly disposed of in the river.
After you.
Get in there!
Shirley, dear, why don't you come out to the farm this afternoon? There's something I want to talk to you about.
3 o'clock?
Shirley Blaine is played by Sean Barbara Allen, born 1946 in Reading, Pennsylvania. She was in the film You'll Like My Mother and a few episodes of Gunsmoke and Ironside.
Everything's fine.
Oh, great.
Now, if you'll excuse me, it's a bit chilly.
Listen, as long as I'm here, do you mind if I just maybe stop in and say hello to...
Then Shirley longingly looks at this pajama top that is certainly not $450, but maybe $4.50. Vivica is taking out a cigarette to modify. I don't know what she is lacing it with, but it must be some serious business. Then she hears a car horn honking outside as Columbo drives through a whole bunch of red jumpsuit-wearing people. Where are we? Oh look, it's Diane Travis again from Etude in Black and Requiem for a Falling Star. Columbo gets out of his car and we hear a man counting to 4 again and again. Columbo looks embarrassed for the people. This looks like some kind of prison. All Columbo can do is shake his head looking at this group. He looks down at his hand and itches it again. I wonder what's wrong. Then Vivica comes outside and yells to Columbo.
Lieutenant! What on earth are you doing here?
Say, what kind of place is this anyway? When they said you were up on your farm, I thought, well, maybe you're raising avocados.
Don't tell me you've never heard of a fat farm.
Columbo's so funny. Raising avocados.
I thought, well, maybe you're raising avocados. Oh, this is a fat farm. So this is a place where people come to reduce.
Vivica says they have a whole program including hair and beauty, but the emphasis is on reducing, which is a new way to say losing weight to me.
This would be a terrific thing for my wife to see. You know, she's got a little problem in that area.
Well, we'll put her on the list. It's only $200 a day.
I think we ought to forget about that waiting list.
Columbo says he met David Lang today.
He had some very nice things to say about you.
I can imagine.
Columbo keeps following Vivica, but Vivica needs to leave because it's almost 3 o'clock, and that is when she is meeting up with Shirley. And here's Shirley on the beach, looking like she's never smoked a cigarette before. Vivica figures maybe she can show him some naked people and he'll go away.
I certainly don't want to interfere with anything.
Nude sunbathing, Lieutenant.
Columbo quickly gets out of here. He does not want to look at the naked people. Vivica tells Columbo where he can find Dr. Murchison since he wanted to talk to him. As Columbo leaves, she glances at her watch and it's going on 3:15, so she better get going. Shirley and Vivica finally meet up.
Listen, love, we can't talk now anyway. Oh, let me get it. Goodness.
Be a little more discreet with that, Vera. Try again.
Oh, let me get it. Goodness.
Oh, that was good.
Shirley just looks up and off into the distance as Vivica stuffs her purse back together. I wouldn't be near as passive. But it looks like all she keeps her purse for is to contain a load of tissues, a lighter, some makeup, and her precious Valiant King cigarettes. Vivica hands Shirley her purse while holding back the cigarettes. Check out Vivica's shoes. going for that subtle two-faced look. Or maybe she just saw that Tom Hanks movie, The Man with One Red Shoe. As they walk away, Vivica drops Shirley's cigarettes on the ground. Then the scene cuts to Columbo finding Dr. Murchison getting weirdly massaged and yelling,
Whoever you are, come liberate me.
Pretty much every scene with Murchison is a little awkward and weird.
I'm a policeman, and I'm here to see a Dr. Murchison.
Murchison finally stops yelling about being massaged so roughly and tells the ladies to leave.
Oh, you're a naughty boy.
But the one flapping her hands on Murchison's back is played by Ann Ramsey, born 1929 in Omaha, Nebraska. She was in the films The Sporting Club, starring opposite her husband, The Goonies, Deadly Friend, and one of my favorites, Throw Mama from the Train.
Who the hell are you?
I'm Owen's friend.
Owen doesn't have a friend.
That's because he's shy.
No, he's not. He's fat and he's stupid. Get out of my house. Where is Owen?
Owen went bowling.
Columbo introduces himself, and Murchison has ants in the pants the whole time he sits here.
Poor kid. Well, as a matter of fact, I am looking at the murder, but I wanted to ask you something, man. You know, I'm surprised to find you here. I thought that she was angry at you.
Murchison rambles on about his love for Vivica, as he does in every scene he's in.
Because she knows I'll always love her. The goddess of beauty, sir, never changes. That's why she is what she is.
And Columbo realizes this conversation isn't going to go anywhere. I suppose now is as good of a time as ever to talk about this location. We're at the Casablanca Pool House, located in Carpinteria, California. I'm sure you Californians will let me know if I pronounced that correctly. But anyway, it was built in the 1920s by an overly rich playboy named Albert Keep Isham. This place was a magnet for Hollywood stars and wild parties. The pool area seems to be the only untouched portion of the grounds, and that is because it has been submitted as a historical landmark. The rest of the property was divided into 7 pieces and converted into 7 home sites. Back to Vivica and Shirley on the beach. Shirley is frustratedly looking through her purse.
What are you looking for? Did you lose something?
Oh, my cigarettes. I must have dropped them.
Oh, no, wait.
Then Vivica very happily offers Shirley a cigarette.
Thanks. I didn't even know that you smoked.
There's a lot we have to learn about each other. Whew. Taste terrible? I'm not surprised with the amount of cigarettes you smoke.
I've never been able to figure out why she says that. I mean, I understand why the cigarette tastes terrible because it's poisoned, but I don't understand why Vivica says she's not surprised with the amount Shirley smokes. I'd love to hear your input on that, too. In general, the answer to my question here was that when you're a heavy smoker of one particular brand and suddenly smoke a different brand, the taste is very different, and often it tastes terrible, as Vivica says. Well, Vivica promises Shirley a brand new office on the top floor right next to hers.
Thank you, Vivica.
So, Sean Barbara Allen's character was written to be rather odd, with some uncomfortable tendencies. The kiss on the cheek was written in, but the Voldemort hug was improvised by Sean.
I won't ever tell anybody anything.
That's right, you won't, Vivica thinks, as she looks at her with disgust. Shirley drives off the beach, and Vivica throws down her I'm pretending to smoke cigarette, walking back to her Fatty Farm office, but surprise, Columbo's here waiting for her.
Oh, couldn't you find Murchison?
Oh, yes, ma'am, I found him, but I guess he doesn't know very much or he can't remember very much, one or the other.
That's for sure. Columbo says he'd really like to talk to her.
Do you have a moment?
Go on.
Throat.
This is the 3rd time Columbo coughs or clears his throat and says, throat.
Oh, yeah, that. Throat. Excuse me. Throat.
Well, Columbo tries to get a little questioning in, but Vivica is reaching her limits.
You don't mind if I just tag along, do you?
No. I'm sorry, I really am. But you've taken up enough of my day.
Well, next here comes Shirley in her 1971 Plymouth Cricket. These cars are exceptionally rare in the United States. They were only sold from 1971 to 1973 and were meant to be a more reasonably priced little vehicle. But it sounds like this car was another example of you get what you pay for. Shirley is just smoking away on the Vivica cigarette and looking high as a kite. Scene again changes to Vivica's incredible encouragement skills to help these women lose weight.
Remember your goal. Now, come on. Harder. Come on. That's the girl. That's it, Mary. Pay attention now.
Then she notices Columbo is still here.
Charlie, pick up the tempo a little. I'll be right back.
Charlie is played by Ed Fury, born 1928 in Long Island, New York. He was in The Seven Revenges and a whole bunch of poorly rated movies, as well as in the background of an upcoming Columbo episode.
You really are a very stubborn man, aren't you, Lieutenant?
Miss Scott, are you aware that Carl Lessing had a photograph of yours which he put in his dartboard and which he used as a target?
What?
Columbo tells her not to get excited because a lot of people want to throw darts at their bosses. He even shares a fantasy that he has about a captain of detectives that he didn't get along with.
I always had my hands around his throat.
You belong in a museum.
Why at that particular moment does she say he belongs in a museum? I have so many questions during this episode. I got many comments about the "you belong in a museum" line, but not a single comment had the same answer, so I guess it's up for your own speculation why she said that. Well, she stomps away with her itchy fingers, and Columbo slowly follows her. Back to Shirley, feeling the effects of that dirty old poisoned cigarette. Her vision has gone blurry, and she's feeling faint, and we're led to believe she has crashed. Back to evil, annoyed Vivica doing her daily routine of walking on the treadmill in high heels. Columbo asks if Vivica has ever been to Carl's house. She says, "Don't be ridiculous." He goes on to say a young guy like Lessing probably had girlfriends that he had given a key to and wondered why one of them would be interested in one of those little red jars.
A what? One of those red jars. You know, the kind that you used in your last research projects?
Hey, look what's in the background. One of those Walton roller massagers that we found in Double Shock. He says there's no doubt that's what was in Lessing's flower tin with the 8-sided bottom.
Look, I don't want to interfere with your exercise, and you go back and do what you're doing.
Then Columbo says what he really wants to do is clear up some gossip he's been hearing. He compliments Vivica's beauty and says when a handsome single young man comes to work for you.
And you heard that I might have dated him a couple of times, is that it? Do you know how long ago that was? That was 2 years ago, and there have been hundreds since then. I like young men, Lieutenant, lots of them.
Boy, she's not kidding. Hundreds of other young men since 2 years ago? At minimum, that would be 100 a year, so that would be a new young fella every 3 to 4 days.
And if that shocks your ancient masculine double standard, I'm sorry.
Well, I'm shocked. I'm not sure what ancient category she would put me in, but most likely I'd be getting belittled for having traditional female values.
Sorry, ma'am, I didn't mean to upset you. I better run along.
As Columbo pretends to leave, he turns around to ask Vivica one more question.
You wouldn't know what poison ivy looks like, would you? I mean, when you get it?
I'm afraid I don't.
Well, you're just like the devil.
Columbo says he's got a nephew out at UCLA who is a resident dermatologist, and he says it sounds like poison ivy.
And it must be poison ivy.
Yeah.
And then he says, but Sergeant Keister,
German guy,
his hobby is horticulture.
You know plants?
Well, he says there is no poison ivy in Southern California because there isn't enough moisture.
Then maybe it isn't poison ivy.
Columbo continues this extra drawn-out story by saying he went to UCLA to show his nephew, and he confirmed that it is poison ivy. Vivica finally just says,
Lieutenant, I did not kill Carl Lessing. I couldn't kill a fly.
Here's a little trivia that about everyone likes to bring up, that Vivica saying she couldn't kill a fly is a direct reference to the final line in Psycho, which she is in, of Mother saying she wouldn't even hurt a fly. Anyway, Columbo finally leaves as Vivica glances down at her itchy fingers. Jackson Gillis had originally written this scene to take place with Vivica riding a horse while Columbo hustles along next to her. I'm not sure why she would be on a horse at all, though. The awkward walking on the treadmill in heels scene makes way more sense. I've been using the word awkward a lot. I need a different word to describe all the awkwardness in this episode. How about discomfiture? Scene change to Vivica arriving back to her office, and probably the best acting in the episode, Dora the secretary, tries to warn Vivica of something.
I just couldn't stop him. The cleaning girl had the door open.
It's all right, Dora.
Gotta throw somebody under the bus, and I can't identify this girl. Columbo compliments Vivica's office, saying it's very impressive. Vivica asks what she can do for him, and Columbo says he wanted to apologize for upsetting her yesterday. Then he asks if she has seen the paper. Having a glance at this newspaper, there is a repeated article about the praised fireman at the annual dinner, and again, repeated paragraphs copied from the Carl Lessing paper. Columbo asks if he knew her, since she was David Lang's secretary. Vivica says they met for the first time just the other day. She was with David Lang at a fashion show. Columbo mentions that the doctor says Shirley's eyes were sort of dilated.
Well, what does that mean?
Could be drugs. quick-acting poison. Found out that they actually use poisons when they make cosmetics. Belladonna, aconite.
Apparently, way back in the day, like the Renaissance period, belladonna was used to dilate women's pupils on purpose to make their eyes look bigger, which was considered more beautiful. Belladonna, or maybe I should say belladonna, means beautiful woman in Italian. I couldn't find, though, how aconite was used for beauty in the past. It is definitely a poisonous plant and used to be used in animal bait or on arrows when hunting wolves, which is why aconite also became known as wolfsbane. Maybe you can enlighten me on why Columbo mentioned aconite. Vivica says they don't use those in cosmetics anymore.
Not anymore.
Then Columbo mentions they found a copy of an enormous check from David Lang to a guy named Harry Smith. And the bank says that Lang drew the check the morning before Lessing was murdered and put it back in his account the afternoon after he was murdered.
Well, what does David say?
What does the clam say?
His closet is rather full of snakes.
Vivica mentions David Lang was once a chemist himself, but he certainly wouldn't do anything as horrible as murder.
He was a chemist. Well, that might be very helpful to me. I'm going to get out of your hair, Miss Scott. I see you have other things to do.
Then we hear the door open and close, figuring Columbo has finally left.
Say, I was going to show you something funny. Didn't that look awful? But I tell you, it sure stops the itching.
Columbo's hand is just covered with some kind of itching relief powder. He says his nephew just got the report back and confirmed that he does indeed have poison ivy. He wonders where in the world he got it, since there isn't any in California, except maybe in one place.
Lessing's place. Hard to believe.
Columbo takes out some pictures that were taken at the crime scene and shows Vivica a picture of Carl's chalkboard.
But you know what that means?
Not poison ivy.
Exactly. That's the extract of poison ivy. That's called urushiol.
This does seem to be the correct chemical formula for urushiol. Columbo says there must have been a jar or something that he touched, and there is a whole crew of guys combing the place to find where that poison ivy is. Then Columbo checks the time and suddenly is in a hurry to leave.
Oh, dear.
When Columbo is gone, Vivica takes off her glove and looks at her itchy finger, suddenly wondering if the cream she got from Carl contains poison ivy and is worried about it, but has to be sure, so she goes to find Dr. Murchison, who is still in the pool area all by himself on an exercise bike for some reason.
I wasn't going to bother you with this for a while, but I'm curious about something and I just have to know the answer.
I love you. What else?
Murchison is staying consistent with his display of discomfiture. Vivica asks him if he will analyze something for her right away, and of course he will, because he's obsessed with the woman. She then goes into an office of some sort to put a little of the cream in a test tube for Murchison to analyze when she hears a car horn outside. As she looks outside, there are 2 police cruisers parking in the middle of the area. Where are the normal parking spots at this place? Vivica looks at the jar, not exactly sure if she should hide it or maybe destroy it. She looks out the window at the rocky shore, looks at the jar, and reluctantly throws it outside where it shatters and washes into the ocean. She goes to answer the knock at the door.
Sorry to disturb you, ma'am, but I have a court order here to search these premises.
This is outrageous. Who's responsible for this?
Columbo enters the room with a huge bag in hand. He first showed up with a bag in Prescription Murder and again in The Most Crucial Game.
Damnedest case I've ever seen.
Really? Columbo confirms there was poison ivy at Lessing's place.
I know at Lessing's, but where?
It was in the bottom drawer of a file cabinet. The drawer was locked.
Columbo says he never opened that drawer, so he was still wondering where he got his poison ivy.
Poor thing. Still worried about your itch.
You worried about yours?
No.
Columbo says he noticed she has been scratching her hand and wearing gloves and asks if she's been out of the state recently.
No.
Neither have I.
Vivica tries to argue, saying he doesn't know if she has poison ivy, and Columbo responds, well, the doctor will answer that. She then says even if she did have it, it has nothing to do with Carl Lessing because she never touched that vial.
You're under arrest for murder.
Whoa. I like it when Columbo sometimes blurts out, "You're under arrest for murder." That line isn't usually included during the gotcha because it's just implied. Columbo asks the other officers to step out for a moment. He goes over to the bag and takes out the microscope Vivica used to kill Carl. He then takes a very long time to get to the point. He starts with asking if she has ever had the feeling when she's about to go on a trip that she's forgotten something. Like just before you get in the cab, you get anxious because you feel like you forgot something, that something is missing. That is the feeling he had when he first saw the microscope. He felt like something was missing when he looked at the microscope.
Run into George. He's my brother-in-law, just back from Mexico today.
Oh, brother-in-law George from Requiem for a Falling Star?
Hello, George.
George knows Columbo loves family pictures, so he handed him some to look at.
He handed them to me and he said, "These are the best slides I've ever taken." Slides. That's when it hit me. Where there's a microscope, there's always a slide.
Maybe I am misremembering science class, but I thought you weren't supposed to leave a slide on the microscope when you're not using it. Columbo tells Vivica that they got their poison ivy from the same place. They both touched the slide.
You touched it when you picked up the microscope and hit him. That's when the slide broke. I got it when I put my hand on the floor and it touched a piece of glass.
Very good, Lieutenant.
Then Vivica calls for the officer to come and get her.
Officer? Give your brother-in-law a message for me. Something appropriate.
The end. I really quick want to know, why does it seem like the second murder never really matters to Columbo in the takedown of the villain? Lily Lasanka's murder was eventually forgotten about. Tracy's death was mentioned in a passing. Quincy's death was just a fact, but the death that was investigated was Uncle David Buckner's. Tanner the butler was just deemed a suicide, even though Columbo was skeptical. Harry Alexander was also just mentioned in passing. And Lisa Chambers was completely forgotten about. That is every second murder so far. And now Shirley Blaine's death is just like, what a shame. So young. Anyway, it just really seems like that second murder should also be regarded as extremely important, and not just a strange coincidence to the first murder. It should help cement the catching of that evil villain. Anyway, I'm going to rate this episode, and then I guess I have a whole bunch of more stuff to say. So I knew what I was going to rate this episode before I started working on it, and my rating did not change after working on it. I give Lovely But Lethal 3 Columbo cigars out of 5. This is my second 3-cigar rating, the first being Dagger of the Mind. And if I'm going to be completely honest with you, I'd rather watch Dagger of the Mind.
Hook, line, and sinker.
I think the only thing really interesting about this episode was the fact that Vincent Price and Martin Sheen were in it. I think about anyone who is familiar with Vincent Price feels a bit gypped by how little he appeared on the screen. But apparently, there were a few more scenes with him that were cut, of all things. There was a short scene where he gives his secretary Shirley the $10 raise for covering for him in front of Columbo, confirming that Carl Lessing was not here to visit him. Another scene cut, we actually hear it approaching. After Vivica kills Carl and wipes away fingerprints, listen. Guess who is coming to the door? It is David Lang, about to knock on the door with the $200,000 check for the Miracle Cream. But what we get are 2 scenes with Vincent Price that could have been played by anybody. Here's a nice little quote from Vincent Price about being on Columbo. I loved the show, so I was very pleased to be asked to be on it. The only reason Lovely But Lethal was chosen as Season 3's opening episode is for the Vincent Price name to encourage viewers to tune in. And that is still the case today. If you look up Lovely But Lethal, what do you see? Vincent Price. And then you'll see Martin Sheen. And then you might see Vera Miles. This episode has the 1960s Little Shop of Horrors syndrome, where all you see is Jack Nicholson's face when you look it up, even though he was just a small cameo. It's because of this episode, seeing both Vincent Price and Martin Sheen in basically cameo roles, rather than murderous roles, that made me start thinking about other stars that would have made a very interesting murderer for Columbo to catch. Keeping the parameters of the individual being alive and active during the 70s, here are a few names that came to my mind. Elvis Presley, Robert Mitchum, Jack Nicholson, Toshiro Mifune, Kirk Douglas, Al Pacino, Robert De Niro, Christopher Walken, Dennis Hopper, David Tomlinson, Sean Connery, William Dafoe, Betty Davis, Orson Welles, Jimmy Stewart, Desi Arnaz, and Fred McMurray. And you know, I would love to hear anyone else you think would be a blast to watch trying to outwit the great Columbo. We'll have to do this list again when we enter the 90s era of Columbo episodes. Yes, I do plan to go there. Martin Sheen agreed to accept this small role for 2 reasons. One was he really liked Richard Levinson and William Link, the creators of Columbo. Here is a quote from Martin Sheen when asked about Levinson and Link. "They're just such good and decent and bright and funny guys. I laugh around them all the time. They're very humane. I would work for them wherever, whatever." The second reason was that he just really wanted to meet Vincent Price. Another quote, Even though I knew I had no scenes with him, I knew I'd get to meet him. That was my thrill. He's one of my favorite actors. We had great fun together. That's my favorite memory of that whole show. Mine too, Martin Sheen. Originally, Columbo was written to be as infatuated with Vivica as he was with Nora Chandler, but it just didn't flow that way.
Every time I shave, there you are. It's a pleasure. I feel like a member of the family. I mean, you're like Lydia Pinkham. Gee, I've seen this picture every day for 12 years. You're a beautiful woman. At any rate,
Vera played Vivica much colder than what was written, which led Peter Falk to play Columbo less distracted by her beauty and more just constantly hinting at things that makes her stare at him wide-eyed with worry. There is even a line cut after Vivica gives up from the gotcha where Columbo says, "So I guess you know how badly I feel, Miss Scott. You've been like one of the family for so many years." Giving off that same kind of vibe as Columbo telling Nora Chandler he's been in love with her all his life. I guess everyone does a good job acting in this episode though, but I also find these well-acted roles to be pretty bland overall. It seems to me maybe the deepest character might have been Carl Lessing. He's got a pretty heavy grudge against Vivica from 2 years ago. He remembers her favorite drink. He brings up the weird pet name of Hairy Little Teddy Bear, but pet names are often kind of weird. He doesn't give in to the, I would think, pretty good deal with Vivica and Beauty Mark that he extorts out of her, and instead throws it back in her face as a chance to humiliate her and make her feel as useless to him as she made him feel to her. And the case resolution centers on the fact that the murderer has a rash from poison ivy, and that since there is no poison ivy in Southern California, she only could have gotten it from the victim's home. While it is true that poison ivy is not found there as the climate is too dry, poison oak is very common in Southern California and could easily have been the source of the rash. This discrepancy was not addressed, and Columbo would not have had probable cause to arrest her if it was brought up. Also, I haven't forgotten, Vera Miles stood 5'3", which surprises me because she looks tall. But she is always wearing big platform heels and has a huge wig on. And I noticed that our horror theme that was supposed to take over the whole episode really only stuck with the intro. And once again, Columbo never lit his cigar in this episode. And finally, the working title for this episode was Beauty Is as Beauty Dies. That's an interesting one, but I think I prefer Lovely But Lethal. France titled this episode Adorable But Dangerous. And Finland titled it Death in the World of Beauty. Please share if your country had a different title for this episode because I have so much fun reading them. And coming up next is Any Old Port in a Storm.
Imitation dairy products in my cooking? Horrors. But how do you tell real dairy foods from imitations? Check the ingredient list or check for the real seal. It tells you at a glance it's a real dairy food. The American Dairy Association assures it. So, to get the taste of real cheese, real cream, read this or see the real seal. Frightfully simple.
You know it's real when you see the real seal.
Episode 17, Any Old Port in a Storm, first aired October 7th, 1973. It was written by Stanley Ralph Ross, also responsible for several episodes of the Batman TV series, That's My Mama, Monster Squad, and every episode of Wonder Woman. He also did tons of voice acting for the shows The Fonz and the Happy Days Gang, The Incredible Hulk, Super Friends, and Paw Paws. Also included in the writing credits is Larry Cohen, responsible for creating the TV series Branded, Blue Light, The Invaders, and Griff. He also wrote and directed the films God Told Me To, The Stuff, and The Ambulance. This episode was scheduled to start filming March 7th, but it turns out March 6th was the beginning of the Writers Guild strike, and because both producer Doug Benton and writer Jackson Gillis were guild members, they had to participate in the strike, which meant they could not work on Columbo. Universal had no patience for this strike nonsense and fired both of them. Hiring on as new producer for this episode is Robert O'Neill. Robert O'Neill was an associate producer for all of Columbo Season 1, working alongside the main producers at the time, Richard Levinson and William Link. He also produced 154 episodes of Murder, She Wrote. And finally, the episode was directed by Leo Penn, who also was busy directing the shows Ben Casey, Bonanza, Marcus Welby, MD, and Matlock. Our episode begins with an outdoor shot of a building labeled as Carcini Wineries. This location really was a winery by the name of Brookside Winery, which dates back to 1832 in Guasti, California. But in 1986, the doors were closed on the winery and the land returning to California's Ontario International Airport. Filming also took place at Mirasu Vineyards in San Jose, California. Sad news, though, the Mirasu company was bought by the Gallo wine industry, and the Mirasu family sold their winery's property in 2005, of course leading to the fate of being torn down to build new houses. At least they were thoughtful enough to name one tiny little street after the Mirasu winery. Just to give you a better visual of how big the winery was, it spanned 650 acres, and the border of the property went all the way around here. As we slowly zoom in towards the building, we hear a mandolin playing, giving off a bit of an Italian vibe, and cut to some beautiful glasses of wine. This is probably the prettiest title screen visual of any episode so far, I think. But you know me, we're gonna go back and check. You know, for fun. Prescription Murder is pretty cool, but that one is kind of on its own because the rest of the episodes use live footage in the opening for the title. Ransom for a Dead Man is pretty plain. Murder by the Book is pretty plain. Death Lends a Hand is plain. Dead Weight is slightly interesting. Suitable for Framing is slightly interesting. Lady in Waiting is very boring. Short Fuse is very plain. Blueprint for Murder is kind of interesting. Etude in Black is pretty plain and black. The Greenhouse Jungle is plain. The Most Crucial Game is boring. Dagger of the Mind is slightly interesting. Requiem for a Falling Star is pretty plain. The Stitching Crime is interesting. The Most Dangerous Match is weird. Double Shock is plain. And Lovely But Lethal is weird.
Titian would have gone mad trying to mix so beautiful a red, and he would have failed dismally in the attempt.
Titian was one of the most versatile of the Italian Renaissance painters, creating portraits, landscapes, and mythological as well as religious scenes. I'm sure the reason he was referenced here about being unable to mix a red this beautiful is because Titian was very interested in colors, particularly red it seems, and often had very vividly colored pieces.
Color like this was born 100 years ago in Italy, suffered through decades of the Piemonte winter.
Piemonte is located in northwest Italy and is apparently famous for their high-class wine, cuisine, and truffles. Is that popcorn or little marshmallows on the table? Or a pile of cheese cubes, maybe? Sorry, you were saying about the wine?
Survived a steerage ocean voyage to America and lived to bloom afresh under the rich Californian sun.
California is the 31st of 50 United States, and it...
Drink, gentlemen.
And why are they holding their glasses like that, I ask myself. Why? To keep the warmth of their hands away from the wine, of course. Nobody wants hand-warmed wine. And this guy really likes the wine. They ask if he's bottling it for sale.
Oh, Lord, no.
This man is named Adrian Carsini, and he is played by Donald Pleasence. Donald Pleasence was born 1919 in Worksop, Nottinghamshire, England. He is mainly a movie star, appearing in films like The Great Escape, The Night of the Generals, You Only Live Twice, Wake in Fright, Escape to Witch Mountain, Escape from New York, and of course, Halloween.
I am about to inaugurate a little war. In a matter of hours, when America and Russia have annihilated each other, we shall see a new power dominating the world.
I'd rather serve it to my friends and watch their faces than sell it to some Texan bumpkin who'll stick it in the freezer and bring it out with a homemade chili.
I'm from Texas.
Yes, but you, my dear Falcon, are a connoisseur.
Well, there's some slick advice if you get carried away on your opinion while stereotyping a particular people, and soon learning one happens to be in the room with you. Let's think of an example.
Oh, Lord, no.
Actually, I'd probably get in trouble for that if the stereotype example is not picking on myself, so let's do that. So instead of wine, Carsini has the most exquisite home-churned butter that he will only serve to his friends to watch our faces, rather than sell it to some Iowan bumpkin who will stick it in the freezer and bring it out with the homemade ham balls and corn. I'm from Iowa. Yes, but you, my dear Shauna, are a connoisseur. Share with me one of your special stereotypes that will be softened by being described as a connoisseur afterwards. Carsini excuses himself to go and fetch a bottle of claret that has been breathing in his office.
Help yourselves to a slice of cheese.
He slyly turns on the intercom to see what they say in his absence.
What do you think?
He's our man.
Yes, definitely. I can't think of anyone who's done more for the wine business than Adrian Carsini.
Adrian joyfully enters his office, and with one of the biggest chair tropes, a man smugly turns to reveal his presence.
I thought you'd be here.
At the moment, though, just one chair-spinning reference comes to mind from Diamonds Are Forever.
Good evening, Mr. Bond.
But there's gotta be a ton more examples, because you've seen it before, right? What other movies or TV shows can you think of with the chair-spinning reveal? I do remember it being parodied in Police Squad.
Vic tells me that some of the money I gave you to pay the Frenchman was missing. The Frenchman was very upset.
I thought you'd be here. Only a fanatic works on Sunday.
He gets up and asks Adrian for money.
You are so remarkably gauche. It pains me to feel we have the same blood coursing through our veins.
I'm getting married.
Rick is played by Gary Conway, born 1936 in Boston, Massachusetts. He was in every episode of Land of the Giants and almost every episode of Burke's Law.
You get my friends away from Brady, and I'll help you put together an act. A good one.
Really?
I think so.
All right, I'll try.
Good. Now, could you, put me on the ground, please? I get married tomorrow. I'm embarrassed. I don't have the money for airfare.
You don't have the money for the airfare. We'll discuss this later.
Rick grabs Adrian's arm, which causes him to immediately tense up. Rick reminds him that, yes, their father left Adrian all the money, but he left Rick the property. He tells Adrian that he let him run the vineyard because he figured he might be able to make some kind of profit with it. But Adrian instead spends all the money on expensive wines, just like their father did.
Our father was a good man, a good Italian. My mother was English. Your mother, on the other hand, appears to have been responsible for all the coarser sides of your nature.
Adrian says he's in a bit of a hurry because he's got 3 guests in the tasting room, about to name him the Man of the Year in the wine industry. He goes ahead and hands Rick some money for airfare. These wild curtains remind me of the ones Jerry Parks had in his office. So once Rick has the money in his pocket, he tells Adrian the most horrific news.
I'm selling the land.
What?
Rick says he was given an offer for the land from the Marino brothers, and he is accepting it.
Marino brothers. The Marino brothers. The Marino brothers! 69 cents a gallon, Marino brothers. They don't make wine.
Rick says he doesn't care because they make money. He doesn't care about the wine. He wants the cash.
To squander on fast cars and faster women? You're an adolescent imbecile, Rick. Do you think I'm gonna sit by and let some muscle-bound hedonist throw me out of what is rightfully mine?
Hey.
This is just an observation. Well, I have lots of those, but the way Donald Pleasence makes Adrian flinch every time Rick reaches for him makes me wonder if their childhood backstory includes Rick, the younger but larger brother, beating up and bullying Adrian. Rick mocks Adrian about what will happen once the Marino brothers have control.
I'm sure the Marino brothers will let you lick the labels of their new carbonated rosé.
Adrian yells at Rick that he has given 25 years of his life to this land.
You think I'm gonna let some ignorant Neapolitan turn it into a wine of heaven?
I don't think you have any choice.
Yes, I do.
Adrian grabs a giant trophy from the table and whacks Rick in the back of the head. That trophy looks just like the one Leslie had in her office in Ransom for a Dead Man. Adrian kneels down next to Rick, whispering his name. Rick's head slowly moves, so we know he's only unconscious. Speaking of Leslie, that statue stand looks just like the statue stand at Leslie's house. And now that I'm looking back at that statue at Leslie's house looks just like the statue at Beth Chadwick's house in Lady in Waiting, on the same stand. I tell you, staring at the backgrounds all the time, you start feeling like you've been here before.
Did you ever get a feeling of deja vu? What?
And yes, the outside window is a happy little painting of a vineyard. This room is a Universal Studios set. Adrian decides to go ahead and get the wine, and what is this on the desk? An enormous paperweight? Before exiting the room, he glances back at Rick and closes the door. In comes the secretary. Adrian says he didn't expect her here today, and she says, well, she had some things to go over before their trip to New York.
I saw Mr. Rick's car outside. Is he with you?
He was. He went down to the cooperage department, I think.
The cooperage department in a vineyard specifically is where they make wooden vats, casks, and barrels for wine storage. The craftsman who makes them is called a cooper. Adrian tells the secretary she doesn't need to be doing any paperwork today because it's Sunday.
Only a fanatic works on a Sunday.
Then, after telling her not to work, he instructs her to pack a few more splendid gowns for herself and a tuxedo and several suits for him because they are going to stay in New York for a whole week instead of 2 days. He shoos her away and rejoins his company in the tasting room. We notice Adrian's hands are a little shaky from the small sound of glass rattling.
Fulton, would you do the honors?
Adrian, I am delighted.
They reveal to Adrian that they have something they'd like to tell him.
Is there something wrong?
Not at all. The society has decided to make you the man of the year.
Gentlemen, you honor me beyond my accomplishments.
Adrian then gives the most meaningful toast.
May our enemies never be as happy as we are at this moment.
And that is also my standard toast at the table. Let's go ahead and introduce these 3 gentlemen before the scene ends. The man on the far left is Lewis, played by Regis Cordick, born 1926 in Hazelwood, Pennsylvania. Regis Cordick did lots of voice acting for Jabberjaw, Spider-Man, Galtar and the Golden Lance, and the Transformers. The man in the middle is Stein, played by Robert Ellenstein, born 1923 in Newark, New Jersey. You'll find Robert in North by Northwest and Star Trek IV: The Voyage Home. The Texan on the right is Falcon, played by Dana Elcar, born 1927 in Ferndale, Michigan. He was in the Great Northfield, Minnesota Raid, Catch-22, and The Sting, as well as every episode of Black Sheep Squadron and almost every episode of MacGyver. The 3 men say see you soon for the New York trip and pile into the back of a 1969 Cadillac Fleetwood 75. The chauffeur is played by Michael Grayson. We have met him twice already in Dagger of the Mind and The Most Dangerous Match. Now that they're gone, Adrian has some pressing business to attend to. He enters the office where Rick is still unconscious, bends over to get a hold of him, and drags him through a secret doorway. I'm always kind of impressed how well Donald Pleasence picks up limp Gary Conway and opens that door and then continues to drag him down into a wine dungeon and turn on the light switch with his shoulder. He handles this physical scene with ease. Adrian goes and grabs a nice bright white rope and then stops to look up with a sincere expression. And what I always took as asking God for forgiveness for what he's about to do. Looking back down at Rick, he is still alive and breathing. We get a sudden close-up of Adrian finishing up hog-tying his brother. But what I wonder about this close-up is what are these white pieces of material also tied around his wrists? Rick doesn't have a white shirt on under that brown coat. I first thought maybe they were supposed to be there to soften where the ropes were tied, but it's not really under the rope. Well, now that Rick is secured, Adrian reaches over to shut off the climate control and air circulation. I like how it's baby blue for some reason. Adrian walks away to turn off the light. We see Rick is still alive and breathing on the floor. Adrian leaves through another exit leading right outside with grapes bordering the doorway. Locking the door and turning to see Rick's bright red 1967 Ferrari 330 GTS parked right out in the open. Adrian heads into the garage area to move his 1966 Rolls-Royce Silver Shadow and replace it with Rick's Ferrari. We get to watch almost every second of the car maneuvering. Many people called this scene fluff, and I can see why you would say that, because no, it's not necessary, but I don't mind it. The music is great, and it's somehow entertaining to me watching Donald Pleasence moving the cars around. Speaking of music, I think I forgot to mention that the score is composed by our old friend Dick De Benedictis, so far being responsible for 7 previous episodes with many more to come. Adrian opens Rick's trunk to find his scuba gear inside. We see on his face a plan formulating, closing the trunk and hiding the car away in the dark. Scene changed to a shot of an American Airlines 747 taking off. And then cut to the first class interior of the airplane, we see and hear what definitely feels like an anomaly. An organist entertaining the 3 men, lounging by a spiral staircase, drinking wine, surrounded by lots of space. Is this real? Sure is. The very early days of the 747 in the 1970s were extremely luxurious and reserved for the very wealthy. Mass transportation by air was a thing of the future. Not only was first class luxurious, but the economy section was also very spacious. Seats were deep and wide. The focus was more about providing a luxurious flying experience rather than how many people can we fit on board. Champagne, silverware, dishes, glasses, fresh flowers, and caviar were part of the ride. You were offered a 3 or 4 course meal with no stale peanuts or pretzels in sight. So what is upstairs? Why, that's where the bar and lounge was located for the passengers to drink and smoke up a storm with each other. Some airlines also made it a formal dining room. So this is a very real time capsule of something we will never see again, I'm sure of it. And if I were this organist, I would have a very difficult time playing with a man making this facial expression at me the whole time. I need to correct myself here. This is no organist. She's clearly playing an electric piano. Specifically, this is a Fender Rhodes 73. The silver cursive on the right spells out 73. She's playing Quiet Nights of Quiet Stars, written by Antonio Carlos Jobim. Interesting that the episode right before this one, Lovely But Lethal, had Girl from Ipanema playing, another Antonio Carlos Jobim piece. Anyway, Adrian tells his secretary to send a letter to his dear brother Rick, who is getting married in Acapulco right now.
Tell him about the Man of the Year award and always say I'm looking forward to seeing him on his return in a week or two.
He also includes for her to write out a check to him for $5,000 as a wedding gift.
It may help to start him off in the right direction.
You're very generous.
What else is money for?
And he is very unimpressed by the airplane wine. There are 2 things to note in this scene. First, George Holmes is sitting behind Adrian. He's the guy who was professionally blurry during Death Lends a Hand, A Stitch in Crime, and The Most Dangerous Match. I thought it was so funny how some of you referenced the Mitch Hedberg Bigfoot joke when I talked about George Holmes' regular blurriness.
I think Bigfoot is blurry. That's the problem. It's not the photographer's fault. Bigfoot is blurry, and that's extra scary to me because there's a large, out-of-focus monster roaming the countryside.
Well, any old port puts George Holmes in the clear, literally, because turns out he's not just an out-of-focus actor roaming in the backgrounds. It was the photographer's fault. The second item to mention is Secretary Karen's outfit. She shops at the same store as Janice Benedict from Etude in Black. I always thought this particular outfit looked itchy and uncomfortable. Karen Fielding is played by Julie Harris, born 1925 in Grosse Pointe, Michigan. Yes. You'll find her in The Haunting, East of Eden, The Member of the Wedding, I Am a Camera, House Sitter, and 165 episodes of Knots Landing.
You really expect me to believe you're sane and the rest of the world is mad?
Well, why not? The world is full of inconsistencies, unnatural things. Nature's mistakes, they're called. You, for instance.
The scene changes to Adrian identifying a wine while everyone listens to him in awe. The tune playing in the background is called The End of a Love Affair by Edward Redding. Behind them is Gary Wright from Dead Weight, A Stitch in Crime, and The Most Dangerous Match.
Shall we go in, gentlemen, and stimulate the economy? Quick characters.
The scene fades to an old bottle of wine and opening up to an auction.
Here is a noble wine, bottled the very year that California was annexed to the United States.
That would be 1848 when the U.S. and Mexico signed the treaty that ended the Mexican War. The bid for this bottle begins at $1,000, and to put that into perspective is about $7,000 today in 2024. Adrian asks his secretary how much they have spent so far, and she says $18,000.
I think I really would like that bottle.
This auction guest is played by Kevin Tracy, born in Australia. He was in 51 episodes of Falcon Crest and The Archbishop in Naked Gun 33 1/3.
It's too expensive to drink, but life is short. Life is painfully short. $1,000.
$1,000 I have.
The auctioneer is played by Walker Edmonston, born 1926 in St. Louis, Missouri. You remember him and his Missouri accent in Dagger of the Mind.
Say, did you wash this car yesterday?
I wash it every day. You'd think it was his own blooming chariot.
2,000. Looks like Adrian's friend is competing with him. The man sitting behind Adrian is Norman Stevens, born 1916 in New York. He is almost exclusively an uncredited actor in over 300 different productions. He showed up several times in The Untouchables and Kojak. Adrian continues the auction with a $3,000 bid.
Who'll make it for $4,000? $4,000 I have, thank you.
The $4,000 man is played by Shep Houghton, born 1914 in Salt Lake City, Utah. Another very uncredited background actor showing up in The Wizard of Oz, Gone with the Wind, To Be or Not to Be, and Some Like It Hot. Adrian goes ahead and bids $5,000. Karen, the secretary, is a little concerned, asking Adrian if he really needs it.
Nobody really needs a $5,000 bottle of wine, Karen. I just don't want anybody else to have it.
I wonder what fantasy world Regis is in during this moment. Probably back at the airplane with the organist.
So, to Mr. Adrian Corsini of California for $5,000. Congratulations, sir.
Now the scene changes to a very unique scene location inside Columbo's office. This is something I don't think we ever see again. I know we will be back at the police department in the future, but not Columbo's office. But we will definitely be watching for it, won't we?
2 o'clock in the morning, ma'am. I don't know how I can help you. What you want is missing persons. I'm in homicide.
But I've been up to missing persons and there's no one there. Rick is not the type of person who would just turn up missing.
She says he's been missing for 3 days and that they were supposed to be married in Acapulco. She came back to town since she couldn't get in contact with him.
Maybe he got cold feet. That's been known to happen. Was he married before?
3 times.
3 times. Well, I guess his feet are warming up by now. Does he have any relatives?
I have brother.
She takes out the letter and the check for $5,000 that Adrian sent them as a wedding present. She says she spoke to Rick on the phone Sunday.
He said he'd been scuba diving that morning and that he was now on his way to the winery to speak to his brother.
Columbo decides to go ahead and look into it.
I see he's an Italian, and we Italians, we gotta stick together.
I think this is the first time we are clearly told without any doubt that Columbo is an Italian. Yes, it is kind of inferred in Dead Weight with the Christopher Columbus reference, but never really, truly confirmed Columbo is Italian. She hands Columbo a picture of the two of them.
He's a terrific looking guy.
I appreciate the prop department using an actual picture of a man and a woman and not a pretend piece of paper. Very good detail.
You sure this fellow's Italian?
The family was from Milan.
Oh, from up north?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. They make him blonde up there.
His full name is Enrico Giuseppe Corsini.
Columbo reassures her that if he finds out anything, he will contact her. Scene changes again to the flight back home with Adrian and friends. I see Karen has her favorite flying outfit back on. Adrian is cradling his carefully wrapped $5,000 bottle of wine. We then see Adrian arrive back at the winery, opening the garage to collect that scuba gear from the trunk and then entering the wine cellar. He looks down with an expression of bewilderment, as if he has forgotten he hogtied his brother and left him to suffer to death in here. This reaction always confused me. We see then that Rick is surrounded by overturned demijohns, as they're called. The only guess I have as to why Adrian made his surprised and confused face is that he realized Rick had woken up and struggled to get free, which is why the demijohns are knocked over. Also, it had to have smelled horrible in here because we learn later it got very hot in this cellar. So, death and heat make a pungent combination. Rather than walking around his dead brother, even though there's plenty of room, he steps over him and turns on the air circulating climate control and takes in a deep breath as if fresh air immediately flies up into his nostrils. Then we see Adrian has dressed his dead for days brother in a scuba suit. I hear those are difficult to get on when you're alive, so imagine dressing a dead guy in one. That would have taken some serious effort and determination. Adrian covers his body in a blanket, puts a folding bicycle in the trunk, and drives off. And next we see dead floating Rick in the ocean waves. Adrian must be a pretty strong guy. He hauled his brother all over the place. He takes the bike out of the trunk, unfolds it, and cleverly carries the bike to avoid leaving bicycle tracks. The next morning we have all our investigators and a happy policeman watching the scene. Columbo arrives asking if they've identified the body.
We'll know in a minute. Can I light that for you?
No, thanks. Trying to cut down. All I do is chew 'em lately.
Then they start admiring Rick's Ferrari. The carefree policeman smears his prints all over the car.
Hey, you know, I bet there's 20 coats of paint at least.
Easy.
Hey, look at that wood.
You don't have constantly.
No, I don't. Hey, feel this carpeting. Well, I'd like to have that in my den.
And somebody calls the actor's name.
John.
This policeman is played by John McCann. Strangely, there is no information on when or where he was born or anything about his life, but there's plenty of information on his acting credits. He was in Scarface, The Hidden, and a far future Columbo episode. A man holding a fishing pole and tackle box says to policeman John that he's been dead for a few days. He could tell because a friend of his fell off his boat and he found him looking very puckered. So this is the guy that finds dead floating people that he knows, but I can't identify him. Maybe you can help me out. He looks like he'd fit right into a Cheech and Chong movie.
How old do you think he was?
29, next July. Every year, on his birthday, he'd throw a big party, and I once worked as a waiter for him. His name's Cassidy.
Now we're at a little shindig with people in business suits and bikinis wiggling to some happening LPs. Columbo arrives looking for Rick's fiancée. I think this is a very effective way to present this scene. We know Columbo is telling her Rick is dead, but we are a couple tables away and all we can hear is the music while we watch from a distance. She sits down and her friend hands her a drink. This friend's name is Cassie Marlowe, played by Pamela Campbell. There is pretty much no information on her. She's only showed up in a couple other productions. Columbo explains Rick was scuba diving and hit his head on a rock and lost consciousness, eventually running out of oxygen.
He suffocated.
I warned him over and over again to stop going in twice in one day. It was too tiring.
So this is Joan Stacy, played by Joyce Jillson, born 1945 in Cranston, Rhode Island. I agree, she needs a better freeze frame. There we go. She's mainly known for her role as Jill in Peyton Place.
Look, I told you we'd be getting married.
You told me. Thanks for telling me. There's nothing like telling someone they're getting married. Yes, sir.
I didn't mean it that way.
Columbo asks if she would like him to notify Rick's brother.
They weren't full brothers, they were half brothers.
Actually, Rick didn't even like him at all.
No shirt sweater guy is named Billy Fine, played by Robert Walden, born 1943 in New York City, New York. He was in every episode of Lou Grant, every episode of Brothers, and every episode of Happily Divorced. They explained the reason the brothers didn't get along was because of the winery business. Rick wanted to sell and Adrian did not. Joan leaves because she's getting overwhelmed by emotions.
Guy was a heck of an athlete, I'll tell you that.
He was.
Yeah. Knew him 8 years. Diving, huh?
Diving.
That's awful.
This man's name is Andy Stevens, played by Reed Smith. You know, it's funny how all these characters have names, full names, but their names are never ever said during the episode. Anyway, Reed was born 1949 in Burbank, California. He is mainly known for being in almost every episode of Chase. Now we're at a bar watching the news that happens to be reporting on Rick's death.
Carsini was a local sportsman and well known in the area as a playboy. Reports appear to indicate that he was scuba diving in a desolate area when the accident occurred.
The reporter is played by Charlie Jones, born 1930 in Fort Smith, Arkansas. He played a newscaster, sportscaster, TV announcer, or reporter in every one of his credits. Turns out that's sort of what he did with his career outside of TV and movie productions. He did play-by-play announcements for the AFL, NFL, World Cup Soccer, track and field, and so on for 45 years.
Never die without a buddy.
Our preliminary examination shows that Mr. Carsini died of suffocation 6 days ago.
This is Dr. William Martinez, played by Victor Milan. We met him already during A Stitch in Crime.
Pretty much of a mess.
I don't have any buddies left, otherwise
Deep dive, was knocked unconscious, and died before he woke up.
This sad fella needing a friend is played by Robert Donner, born 1931 in New York City, New York. He was in Cool Hand Luke, Vanishing Point, and several episodes of The Waltons and Mork and Mindy.
I'm sorry that I bothered you.
6 days ago.
When did he say the fellow died?
6 days ago.
Hey, we know him. That's Len Felber. This is the first time we get to hear him speak. He was previously in Lady in Waiting, Blueprint for Murder twice, Dagger of the Mind twice, Requiem for a Falling Star, The Most Dangerous Match, and Double Shock. And I believe this is our farewell to Len Felber episode.
Did it rain last Tuesday?
I don't remember.
Bartender,
Another beer?
did it rain last Tuesday?
Mister, I can't remember what happened this morning.
Hey, Mike Lally. I like your jacket. We know Mike Lally previously from Lady in Waiting, Short Fuse, Blueprint for Murder, Etude in Black, Requiem for a Falling Star, A Stitch in Crime, and Double Shock. Columbo heads over to the payphone.
Excuse me, sir. Do you happen to remember, did it rain last Tuesday? Sorry, I don't remember. Ma'am?
No, I don't.
Well, this is neat. Now we get to hear Bob Hark speak for the first time. We also know him previously from Lady in Waiting, Blueprint for Murder, The Most Crucial Game, Dagger of the Mind, A Stitch in Crime, and The Most Dangerous Match.
I want information concerning last week's weather. 9 to 5. Okay.
Then Columbo decides to turn to all the people to ask his question again.
Can anybody here tell me, did it rain last Tuesday?
No response, but this man is played by Donald Chafin, born 1924 in Los Angeles, California. He was a lifelong uncredited actor as well. The majority of his roles took place on Kojak. Bonus points if you can tell me what's playing on TV right now. Now we are on a guided tour at Cassidy wineries.
Excuse me, sir. I don't drink myself, so forgive me if I sound stupid.
Too late. So we learned from the tour guide that Cassidy Winery does not produce champagne because Mr. Cassidy doesn't like champagne.
He claims bubbles obscure the flavor.
Columbo passively mentions that maybe he could get a job around here.
You know anything about wine?
Well, my grandfather used to let me stomp on the grapes when we made the stuff at home.
The tour guide is played by Robert Doyle, born 1938 in Los Angeles, California. He was in a few episodes of FBI and the film Alligator. Columbo asks a janitor which way is Mr. Carsini's office.
Here. The office is here. Buongiorno, signore, buongiorno.
The Carsinis only hire the most authentic Italians as their janitors. This man is Frank Puglia, born 1892 in Sicily, Italy. March 9th, 1892 to be specific. Frank has now become our oldest actor to appear in Columbo so far. He surpassed Frank Baker's age, the theater patron in Murder by the Book, by 7 months. So that's pretty cool. He began acting in 1921 and often uncredited, showing up in films like The Man Who Laughs, Casablanca, and A Star is Born. This episode of Columbo was one of his final acting roles. He lets Columbo know that Rick is dead. Columbo says he's surprised they didn't close the place down today out of respect. Frank the janitor said that Adrian gave a little speech to the workers today.
And he said, my brother, he wanted you and everybody here to work.
Rick would want you to work. Was he that kind of man?
No.
That's odd. Columbo asks if there's a phone around here.
Buona fortuna, eh?
I hope so much the Italians watching will help confirm what Frank the Italian janitor says here, but I read Porta Fortuna means to carry good luck. Well, that's nice that you taught us, Shauna, that Porta Fortuna means to carry good luck, but he's actually saying Bona Fortuna, which just means good luck. Columbo calls to find out the weather from last Tuesday.
Hey, that's Tuesday the 18th.
Let's see. In 1973, how many Tuesday the 18th were there? Looks like it's either September or December right now.
You don't say. I hear you. Thank you very much.
Here is the first instance in Columbo history where Columbo whistles the tune, This Old Man. We will be hearing it many more times as the Columbo series progresses. This song was written as a children's counting exercise. The lyrics for one being, This old man, he played one, he played knick-knack on my thumb, with a knick-knack paddywhack, give a dog a bone, this old man came rolling home. And the lyrics would continue, replacing the next number, followed by a rhyme, with 2 playing knick-knack on my shoe, 3 playing knick-knack on my knee, 4 knick-knack on my door, 5 on my hive, 6 on my sticks. I bet you didn't expect me to teach you the lyrics to this. 7 up in heaven, 8 on my gate, 9 on my spine, and 10 once again. Apparently, the addition of this old man to the character Columbo was added by Peter Falk. He liked the tune, and now it will never go away. Now, there's all sorts of theories about what this song means deeper than counting, but I'll let you look that up if you're curious. Many Columbo fans like it too, finding it endearing. Although for me, it seems every time the masses find something endearing, I tend to find it a little cheesy. If this specific tune was isolated to this one episode, I think it would be great and interesting and a wonder with no explanation. In general, it seems we won't hear him whistle, hum, or sing This Old Man until he gets a major clue. So it'll kind of be a clue to us that Columbo knows what's going on. But I think it would have been so much more interesting if instead of using the same tune in future episodes, he switched it up to a different old-timey tune. But that's just me. I already know many disagree with me, and I think that's great. Do you know why? Because it's a good thing to have differing opinions. It would be so silly to belittle someone for disagreeing on something so trivial. I'm glad you weren't going to do that, because I like you.
You're a very individual person.
Anyway, Columbo calls up fiancée Joan to ask what Rick thought about his car.
Sometimes I think he loved it more than he loved me.
Moving on to Columbo meeting Secretary Karen to try to find Adrian.
Your name, please.
Is he in?
I must have your name.
Why would you want my name when you have such a nice name yourself?
Stop being ornery, Columbo.
My name is Lieutenant Columbo. I'm with the police department.
Karen says Mr. Carsini is not in his office right now.
Is he in mourning?
No, he's in the lab.
She points him in the right direction, and he heads that way. Now we are in the lab, and the assistant is trying to share deepest sympathies to Adrian about his brother's death.
We in the lab share your grief.
Oh, well, the Lord giveth, and the Lord, you know.
Ah, yes, that comforting verse from the jolly book of Job, where the Lord giveth and the Lord, well, you know. Jerry the lab assistant is played by Rand Brooks, born 1918 in St. Louis, Missouri. He spent most of his acting career on the TV series The Adventures of Rin Tin Tin, but you'll more likely recognize him as Scarlett O'Hara's first husband, Charles Hamilton, in Gone with the Wind.
I think you're the most beautiful girl in the world. I know I couldn't hope that you could love me. I'm so clumsy and stupid, not nearly good enough for you. Would you marry me?
Yes, Mr. Hamilton. I will.
And somebody has been slacking for months because the Union Pacific Railroad calendar in this laboratory is still on March 1973. But just as some fun trivia, this episode was indeed filmed in March of 1973.
It's hard to believe that I'm now the last surviving member of my family.
Mr. Carsini?
Yes?
Columbo introduces himself, and they go to his office. Adrian begins to pour some Cabernet Sauvignon and senses Columbo preparing to smoke before even looking up.
Oh, please, sir. I would rather you didn't smoke. The fumes destroy the delicate taste of good wine.
Adrian hands Columbo some wine.
Santé.
Santé is a toast to good health.
Can you tell me what it is?
Oh, no.
You're an Italian, aren't you?
Yes, sir, on both sides.
You should know about good wine. It goes with the heritage.
I'm probably the only Italian in the world who can't sing either.
I love Adrian's response to this.
That's very amusing.
Adrian tells Columbo to take all the time he needs, but he must decant this wine right now. Columbo brings up Rick's death and says Adrian must be pretty shook up about it.
Not at all. I'm amazed he lived as long as he did.
He says Rick took too many chances with the auto racing and the skydiving and all that underwater rubbish.
Of course, I'm saddened by his death. One doesn't lose a brother and remain emotionless.
Columbo gets the idea and decides to change the subject.
What'd you say you're going to do there now? Decant?
Yeah.
You can see the happiness on Adrian's face from Columbo taking just the smallest amount of interest in what he's doing. Adrian explains the reason for decanting.
The important thing is that the sediment inside the bottle remains. It's one thing I don't allow anyone else to do for me.
Columbo changes the subject again, saying Adrian seems to be the last person to have seen his brother alive. Adrian says he did see him on the Sunday before last, but he calls in Karen to help confirm the date.
Yes, he was here on the 16th.
How can you be sure it was the 16th?
It was the same day we left for New York.
I see.
Watch Adrian clip a flower with his fold-up scissors.
And how long were you in New York?
7 glorious days in Fun City. And you say my brother died 2 days after that?
I have one of those, given to me by my mom. They're very handy little things. Columbo says there's a couple things that are bothering him. He mentions the coroner states the day of death was Tuesday the 18th, and the Weather Bureau says there were intermittent showers that day.
Would your brother go swimming on a rainy day like that?
Doesn't really make much difference if the person is underneath the water.
Suppose not.
Then he mentions something he noticed about the car.
No, it just doesn't make any sense. Can't imagine why he would leave the top down.
I'm afraid I don't know anything about motor cars. My life begins and ends with wine.
Well, that was a very safe and clever answer. Well done, Adrian.
Wait a minute.
Oh, what?
I can think of a possible explanation.
Oh, dear.
Let us, for a moment, hypothesize that Rick put the top up but didn't fasten it because he was coming back to the car. The wind must have flipped the top back, and voila.
Adrian offers Columbo more wine, but Columbo says no thank you. He stands up quickly and feels lightheaded.
You all right?
I didn't realize I drank that much.
I think he only had a couple sips.
What do you call that stuff?
Cabernet Sauvignon.
Usually I don't drink anything I can't pronounce, but I say I got a lot to learn.
Columbo asks if he can come back for an unofficial visit because he really wants to learn about wine. Adrian asks if his family ever drank wine at home.
The closest we ever came to it was my father's job during Prohibition.
Bootlegger.
No, he was a tail gunner on a beer truck.
That's funny. The phone rings for Columbo, and it is the medical examiner.
2 days. Empty. Strange.
You know what should have been an important observation from the medical examiner that I think would have been present was that Rick's wrists and ankles should have some rope burn or marks on them because we know he tried to struggle free. Then we begin a new scene at Fiancé Jones' apartment, and for some reason Billy is here with his mustache. We find out what Columbo meant when he said 2 days empty on the phone with the medical examiner.
Is there any reason why Rick wouldn't eat for days on end?
None. No, he was a tremendous eater. He was an athlete. Burned it right out.
Why are you here?
Matter of fact, I can't think of anything he didn't like eating.
Except Brussels sprouts.
I guess Billy is just an expert on Rick. So this scene is to let us know that it makes no sense for Rick to have had an empty stomach while out scuba diving. And now we are visiting with Falcon from Texas and Stein.
You have a pencil I can borrow.
Here.
Thank you very much.
Columbo asks if they ever saw Adrian's brother.
No.
And he also wants to know if Adrian ever left the room while they were all together.
No.
Well, there was that one time when he got that incredible bottle of claret.
Falcon says he took particular delight in the fact that he was the one who got to decant the claret.
He allowed you to decant the claret?
Yes. I was honored.
It's one thing I don't allow anyone else to do for me.
Man needs a very steady hand for that.
Did you notice the giant, always looking misplaced horse statue? We originally remember that from Blueprint for Murder at Beau's house. And then Jerry Parks must have bought it at an auction and placed it in his office. Maybe he got tired of it covering the portraits of stars, so he got rid of it, and now it sits here with Stein and Falcon. Columbo gathers the information he needs and says goodbye to the gentleman.
Oh, Lieutenant. My pencil.
Oh.
Columbo enters a wine store, and a man hiding below the counter pops up. Columbo asks this man if he could teach him everything he knows about wine.
It took me 40 years to acquire my expertise.
We first met George during Etude in Black in that tacked-on scene at the restaurant. Columbo wants to know how much he can teach him in just an hour and a half.
Just the very basics.
How can you tell a good wine from an average wine?
By, the price.
And now another scene change back to Adrian's office because remember, Columbo wanted to come visit again, unofficially. Adrian brings Columbo a glass of wine and about to tell him what it is.
It's,
Oh, don't tell me. Let me guess.
Columbo takes a sip and starts using wine connoisseur words, which astonish Adrian to no end.
Sensitive breeding. Strong venosity. Well, it's a Burgundy. I'm just not sure whether it's a Pinot Noir or a Gamay.
That's really excellent. You astound me. It is, in fact, Pinot Noir.
Columbo explains his process of elimination that led him to guess the wine.
You served me the Cabernet Sauvignon the other day. It didn't taste like this. So I know that this has to be a Burgundy, and it's either a Pinot Noir or a Gamay.
You really are a sly one, Lieutenant.
I find Donald Pleasence's portrayal of Adrian Carsini so entertaining. He puts such unique facial and voice expressions into the character. I learned, though, that Stanley Ralph Ross, the writer for this episode, had originally written Adrian's character with Victor Buono in mind for the part. Doug Benton did not want him for whatever reason, and since the writer's strike wasn't taking place quite yet, Benton still had a say. So they handed the script over to Robert Shaw, known for The Sting and Jaws, amongst many other great productions. But Robert Shaw instead suggested his buddy Donald Pleasence take the role. Donald Pleasence agreed without ever reading the script because he trusted his friend Robert's judgment and hopped on the plane from England to LA. They co-starred in the film The Caretaker, also known as The Guest. Columbo begins to talk about how he learned some people buy wine as an investment.
Listen, I've heard that some wines cost as much as $100 a bottle.
Well, that's really a fairly medium price. I have paid as much as $5 $5,000.
Columbo, living up to his slyness, started this topic of expensive wines because he wants to innocently have a look at Adrian's wine cellar.
Is it possible for me to see one of those expensive bottles?
I keep them in a locked vault.
I've never seen anything like it.
Well, if you really want to, I'd be delighted to show them to you.
I like how he is shyly excited to show Columbo. It's like if someone takes even the slightest interest in something you are passionate about. And here we are. Columbo wonders why wine is kept in a place like this.
To protect the wine against extreme heat. Right now it's no problem, but in the summer it gets very hot outside and that could damage the wine.
Then Columbo suddenly asks if Adrian has a phone he could use.
I'd like to call my wife. It'll only take a moment.
Be my guest. It's in the office.
He calls his wife to ask her to remember that picnic they were on last week, where it got so hot they had to leave early.
What day last week? How hot did it get? All right, I'll call the weather bureau. Had a lettuce and 2 quarts of milk. All right.
Just real quick, I wanted to say that did you know there are a lot of Columbo fans that don't believe Mrs. Columbo really exists? That she is just as made up as Columbo's nephews and nieces and brother-in-laws? I never understood why you would think that. Yes, I know we never see her, but Columbo interacts with her here and there on the phones, and there are even future characters that interact with her in person, and we hear about it later. This phone call is the first time we witness Columbo speaking to his wife. Columbo returns to the wine cellar saying he sure would hate to get accidentally trapped in here.
Reminds me of that Edgar Allan Poe short story, the cast of, I know what it is. It begins with an A. I just can't pronounce it.
Amontillado.
I am not one to criticize mispronunciations and certainly wouldn't judge someone's entire intelligence and value as a human being based on the mispronunciation of a word or name, because that would just be some self-centered and self-inflated pretentiousness. But since wine is his whole life, it is strange that Adrian pronounced the name of the wine Amontillado when it is actually pronounced Amontillado. The Cask of Amontillado is an interesting, vague little story about murder in a wine crypt, where the victim is trapped. If you like Edgar Allan Poe or short stories, I encourage you to read it, or there are also video productions of the story that may entertain you.
Of course, if somebody did get trapped in here, they sure have plenty to drink.
Nobody could get trapped in here. The door locks from the outside only.
Then Columbo starts picking up and shaking expensive bottles of wine. If you watch Adrian, you can see how it bothers him. Columbo mentions the day that he had his friends over and that Adrian didn't decant the wine himself.
Oh, didn't I decant it?
I have a statement here, sir.
Oh, yes, I remember. I thought it would be a nice gesture. Mr. Falcon is more than capable.
He has a very steady hand.
Yes.
Columbo asks one more time if he's sure nobody could accidentally get trapped in this vault. Adrian says he can prove it to him.
I'm going to go outside, I'm going to close the door, and I'm not going to tell you how to open it. I'm going to see how long it takes you to find your way out.
About 5 seconds later, Columbo walks through the door, saying it is very simple. All you have to do is push it. They leave the building and slowly walk together down the road.
Are you driving back into town, Lieutenant? Just what are your plans?
I think I'll be running along now.
Behind them there is a 1951 Ford F1, I believe. Adrian wants to know when his brother's body is going to be released because it was his wish to be cremated. Columbo says probably in a few days.
Well, what's the delay in an accident case?
Beats me, sir.
He wants to know why he was even assigned to the case, being that he is homicide.
I just go where they tell me to, sir.
Columbo continues to walk away and then suddenly remembers one of the reasons they haven't released his brother's body is because his car was perfectly shiny, despite the fact that it sat out there on the cliff for a week where it rained and then it was sunny, and he yells all this to Adrian.
What's your point?
No watermarks. Can you explain that?
No, I can't.
Well, there must be a reason for it. There always is.
When you find it, will you tell me?
Believe me, sir, you'll be the first to know.
Then Columbo shows up at Karen's house, and she is a bit perturbed by his presence, because an Alan Ladd movie is coming on soon, and she doesn't want to miss it.
Did you see Rick Carsini leave the winery on that Sunday?
I saw him arrive and I saw him leave. He was in the building about 15 minutes, then he drove off.
Columbo says he spoke to the security guard about Rick's arrival and departure.
Norman, security guard. I saw Mr. Rick arrive at approximately 12:30, but I never saw him leave.
Well, Norman is the winery's best customer.
Then Columbo's like, well, that does it. He can close up the case now.
May I use your phone?
Yes.
Columbo wonders which Alan Ladd movie is on tonight.
This Gun for Hire.
Oh, that's a good one. That's the one where he has the broken wrist.
This kind of lets us know that Columbo enjoys watching movies too.
Hello, Mr. Corsini. This is Lieutenant Columbo.
Columbo says to Adrian he feels foolish because there was one thing that was bothering him, but he spoke to his secretary and she straightened the whole thing out. He wants to apologize for giving him such a hard time.
I want to make it up to you. I want to buy you and Karen a meal in the best restaurant in town. Tomorrow night. Fine.
I notice Karen likes birds. Columbo thanks Karen and leaves, but then, oddly, Columbo goes to the window to ask her one more question.
How long have you worked for Mr. Cassini?
12 years.
Well, that long. Well, you must like him very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
It is now tomorrow evening, and Adrian is very excited.
We have to hurry if we're to meet Lieutenant Columbo.
Adrian is in such a good mood, he, for the first time, suggests they suspend the formalities and Karen may call him Adrian for the evening.
Well, thank you, Adrian. I still wish we weren't having dinner with that man, though.
Why not?
He still suspects you of killing your brother.
Does he?
Then Adrian wants to know if Karen suspects him, and she kind of dances around the answer at first.
You've been quite a different person the last week. You seem very preoccupied.
I asked you a specific question. I'd like an answer.
No.
Well, let's go to dinner.
Then we see Columbo arriving to the fancy restaurant, and the valet says you sure don't see many cars like these around.
I got over 100,000 miles on it. You take care of your car, it'll take care of you.
Monsieur Columbo, party of 3.
The maitre d' glances at Columbo's appearance and chooses a suitable location for him to dine. The instrumental playing here at the restaurant is called Under Paris Skies by Hubert Gerard.
Could you please send me the wine steward?
White wine steward or the red wine steward?
As Adrian and Karen enter the restaurant, the same maitre d' greets them by name and is about to guide them to a table when Adrian passes right by and heads towards Columbo with a smile.
What is this? A table by the kitchen? This will never do.
When he walked in, I never imagined...
Just get us a better table and stop simpering.
Immediately.
Now that they are at a more acceptable table, Columbo says he always gets nervous when a place doesn't include the prices on the menu. Adrian quotes the outrageously rich J.P. Morgan.
If you have to ask the price, you can't afford it.
That's easy for someone with seemingly endless wealth to say. The waiter is played by John Blower. We first met him in Dagger of the Mind at the After Macbeth party. Adrian compliments Columbo's wine selection.
I would never have thought of Mosel with the oysters or Zinfandel with the meat. I'm astounded by your newly acquired knowledge. I can't wait to hear what you've planned for our after-dinner wine.
Columbo says he did his homework on that. He just hopes they have it available here.
Bring me a bottle of Ferrer Vintage Port, 1945.
Ferrier, 45?
You do have it, don't you?
This wine steward is played by Monty Landis, born 1931 in Glasgow, Scotland. He was in 7 episodes of The Monkees, every episode of The Feather and the Father Gang, and the films Young Frankenstein and Pee-wee's Big Adventure.
Shrunken head? No. Regular size?
No.
No!
Adrian says he is familiar with that particular vintage port and would hasten to wager they do not have it in the cellar. And even if they did, the price would be prohibitive. Regardless, the waiter says he'll go check. Karen asks where Columbo's wife is, since he said she would be here too.
Well, we had a little trouble with a babysitter. You see, our regular girl has her finals tomorrow, and everybody else is down there at the rock concert. You know what it is when you have kids.
Here's another topic debated along with if Mrs. Columbo exists, and that is if Columbo really has children. As the series continues, I personally do not see enough proof to confirm Columbo really has kids, where we will see plenty of proof that he has a wife. So the sentence about needing a babysitter was either a typical Columbo story to make an excuse for why his wife couldn't be here, or that they wanted a babysitter for Dog. Yes, Dog. That's just me. Returning with a bottle is the wine steward. Just watch Adrian's pure excitement for what is to come.
Good to have me.
He watches Columbo taste the wine with anticipation.
Tastes terrific to me.
And Adrian finally has his taste.
This is dreadful. You have subjected this port to a temperature in excess of 150 degrees. Such disdain cannot and must not be tolerated.
Adrian advises Columbo not to pay for the check. He continues his rant by saying the wine has been oxidized by overheating.
Serving this iodine is an insult.
You can see, is there something wrong?
Is there something wrong? Everything is wrong.
I love the reaction of everyone in the room when Adrian yells.
Is there something wrong?
Is there something wrong? Everything is wrong. An exciting meal has been ruined by the presence of this liquid filth.
God, I hate when that happens. The maitre d' says there will be no check for this table.
What is it?
I always wondered how much money Columbo actually handed him there. They both take a taste of the wine for themselves. The maitre d' is played by Vito Scotti, born 1918 in San Francisco, California. He was in several episodes of The Flying Nun, To Rome with Love, and every episode of Geppetto's Workshop, as well as the films Cactus Flower, The Godfather, and Loaded Weapon 1.
But not all my friends have been created by these hands, you know. Oh, no, I have other friends too. A special friend, Figaro.
That's a heck of a way to beat the check. I'm going to have to remember that.
I'm sorry I lost my temper. But that port, it was really very bad.
I couldn't tell. Could you?
No.
Columbo then casually brings up that he needs to get his refrigerator fixed because that really hot day last week that happened while they were in New York.
You know, the temperature went up to 109. Strangest weather. Took my wife and my kid out on a picnic. You know, it got so hot we had to come back.
Columbo says his farewells since they probably won't be seeing each other again. He turns to Karen to thank her for helping him close the case.
If you hadn't told me that you saw Rick leaving the winery that Sunday, quite frankly, I'd still have my suspicions.
Adrian thanks Columbo for the dinner and leads Karen to the car and asks Karen why she lied.
I thought I was helping you.
There was no need for you to endanger yourself. After all, you're only an employee.
Having a little look at the background while we're driving, we'll notice the Loyola Theater that we learned all about during the Greenhouse Jungle review. Then Karen attempts to have emotion, saying she cares about Adrian, and Adrian couldn't be more disgusted with the situation.
12 years, the efficient, dutiful, quiet secretary. Then, in the face of danger, the truth emerges. Remarkable.
They pull up to her apartment, and she says he did have something to do with Rick's death, didn't he?
Is that why you lied? Because you thought I killed him?
Nobody would blame you for it.
Columbo had no proof whatsoever. Now you have a hold over me, and I don't like being in that position.
Karen suggests they take a vacation together, just the two of them, to get to know each other.
It's very late. I have a number of things to do.
You're trying to turn me back into an employee.
You were never anything but an employee.
Not anymore. I'm your partner now.
She starts whipping out the blackmail, saying she intends to get a great deal more from him than her monthly paychecks and paid vacation. She gave him 12 years of her life, and now it's his turn to give her something.
You can't force me into loving you, Karen.
But you don't have to love me to marry me. Lots of marriages have been built on much less.
We'll talk about it in the morning.
Adrian stomps away with a new load of baggage clinging to him and drives off. Next, we are in the wine vault with empty wine racks and clanging bottle sounds. And there's Adrian filling baskets with his most valuable and precious possessions. And now we're at the same place he dumped his dead brother, tossing and destroying his lifetime collection of wine into the rocky ocean. As he carries the empty basket back up the hill, he finds Columbo sitting on his tailgate, holding some of the wine. Adrian tries to come up with an explanation for what he's doing.
Well, these are just some inferior wines. I was trying to...
Chateau de Sceaux, 1938, inferior.
Columbo brings up that very hot day again, where the temperature reached 109.
So inside, the temperature went way up. That's why I mentioned that hot day outside the restaurant. I figured you'd have to get around to disposing of the wine. It must be killing you to throw all this stuff away.
Yeah, you've no ideas.
Adrian wonders how Columbo knew.
Do you mind if I smoke?
Columbo admits to stealing a bottle of wine that day. He kept asking if someone could get trapped in the vault, and Adrian let him try and get out on his own. That wine he stole was the bottle that was served at the restaurant. Columbo reveals that the wine steward was in on it, and Adrian did the rest.
I certainly did, didn't I?
Adrian wonders if 109 is some kind of record.
It hit 111 in 1938 and 111 in 1870.
That's a pity. I would have liked it to be a record.
They begin walking calmly to Columbo's car, and Columbo asks if he gets a confession.
Oh, yes, I'll confess. There's no remorse attached to it.
Adrian says it's a great weight off his mind because Karen guessed the truth.
She was turning with thumbscrews on me. She's quite a little Iron Maiden, that lady.
Do you know what an Iron Maiden actually is? It's a really scary, big, hollow, woman-shaped iron medieval torture device with spikes inside to impale the enclosed victim. Kind of like Karen.
I guess freedom is purely relative.
Boy, that's deep. Instead of heading straight to the police station, Columbo takes a detour back to the winery for Adrian to say farewell.
It's the only place in my entire life where I was ever really happy.
Columbo reaches into the back seat to present Adrian with a gift.
Montefiascone. That's an excellent dessert wine. Very suitable for the final course. You've learned very well, Lieutenant.
Thank you, sir. That's the nicest thing anybody's ever said to me.
The end. And I noticed right away our lettering is white instead of yellow. It hasn't been white since Ransom for a Dead Man, but then it switches to yellow again. So this is a particularly interesting episode to me. Why was Columbo so drawn to Adrian Carsini? Why did he like him so much? Because even though I really liked Adrian as a character, he was fun to watch. Just think about meeting him in real life. He's not a very kind man, extremely high class, and looks down upon anyone not within his rank. Well, I don't know if I can really answer why Columbo liked and respected him so much, but maybe it has something to do with the Italian connection. Maybe that was deeply instilled in Columbo throughout his life, that Italians have to stick together.
I see he's an Italian, and we Italians, we gotta stick together.
There is an interview that you can easily find on YouTube where Peter Falk was a guest on Johnny Carson, and it happens to be the weekend that Any Old Port in a Storm was about to premiere. So Peter Falk gives his reason for why Columbo likes Adrian so much.
If I can just say this just for 1 minute, you know, Columbo always nails the guy, but Pleasence was sensational, and I'll tell you why he was sensational, because he made it hard. He didn't make it hard to figure out, because Columbo can always he made it hard emotionally. In other words, I liked the guy. He made me laugh. He was a genuine eccentric. He was a man that loved wine, loved great wine. And that is, he hated things that were cheap. He hated things that were commercial. He hated things that were imitative. And he had a quality about him that I admired. And he touched me at the end of that program. And that's the reason I'm here, is I want you people to see it. And I want to thank him. And I want to thank the guy who wrote him, Stanley Ralph Ross.
Please share your thoughts on this episode as well, because you know I love reading them. I really enjoyed the depth that Donald Pleasence gave this seemingly shallow character. His ability to act with his face and his eyes is so convincing, and it gave Adrian a lot of life and history that we never really learn about, but we know it's there. Well, you know, I suppose I ought to rate the episode. Let's see. I think I can, without any hesitation, give Any Old Port in a Storm 5 Columbo cigars out of 5. Yes, it's truly one of my favorite episodes. I know there are plot holes and what have you, but that just comes with the show. No matter what. Like I've said in the past, it's the entertainment value, and I loved it. Oh yes, we can't forget this crucial information. Donald Pleasence stood 5'7". Let's have a little look at the title of this episode from other countries, because you know I have fun with that. And please correct my translation if it is off. Finland called it Solace in Wine. France called it When the Wine is Drawn. Italy called it The Man of the Year. And West Germany called it Wine is Thicker Than Blood. Lastly, I'd like to apologize for how long it took me to finish making this episode. But I heard I shouldn't work on Sundays.
Only a fanatic works on Sunday.
Only a fanatic works on a Sunday.
And the last thing I want to be known as is a fanatic. Coming up next is Candidate for Crime.
I get so bored with ordinary bars, so I come here. It's a bit off the beaten track, but the people are interesting.
Glass of the unusual, Mr. Pleasence?
Thank you. Most of them drink pills from Holsten. It's still brewed and matured in Germany, and when they mature it, nearly all the sugar turns into alcohol. Wonderful. I have mine from this distinctive bottle, but some people prefer the can.
Pils, the odd lager from Holsten.
Episode 18, Candidate for Crime, first aired November 4th, 1973. It was great planning to have it air right before Election Day, which is always the first Tuesday in November. No, actually, that's not quite true. As it is written, Election Day takes place on the Tuesday next after the first Monday in November. But it can never be November 1st, for whatever reason. This episode was written by too many people. The original draft was put together by Doug Benton and Larry Cohen. Doug gets no credit, though, because he was fired last episode for participating in the Writers Guild strike. We know Larry Cohen for writing the story of Any Old Port in a Storm. Before Doug Benton was fired, he handed the draft over to a couple of his favorite freelancers, Irving Perlberg and Alvin Friedman. Irving did quite a bit of writing for the TV series Quincy M.E., and Alvin just has 5 little writing credits to his name. The Candidate for Crime story was filed away somewhere for a while and then dug out again by Dean Hargrove and Roland Kibbe. They changed the script dramatically. We already know Dean Hargrove as the producer for all of Season 2 and now returning again for Season 3 after Benton was sacked. Roland Kibbe was called upon by Hargrove to help write and produce this episode with him. Kibbe was the creator and writer of the TV series The Deputy, The Bob Cummings Show, and It Takes a Thief, as well as being the writer for most of the Bob Newhart Show. So there are a lot of cooks in the Candidate for Crime kitchen. This episode was directed by Boris Sagal, and we know him previously as the director of The Greenhouse Jungle. Alright, can we finally start talking about the episode, you ask? No, because our star of the show is going to cause a little trouble for the bigwigs first. Before filming Candidate for Crime, Peter Falk was busy filming all summer long in Philadelphia for Mikey and Nikki. That production was taking much longer than expected, as most projects do, and to avoid having to return to LA to film Columbo, Peter actually said he was quitting Columbo. Now I'm sure he saw this stunt as absolutely no threat to himself because Columbo was soaring in popularity and he knew negotiations would follow. And they did. Universal agreed to pay $45,000 per episode, while NBC would pay $55,000 as long as he signed a 3-year contract including 6 episodes per season. Now these are all 1973 numbers. The cherry on this golden ice cream sundae was an extra offer from NBC of $300,000 once Peter Falk signed. That was the ransom amount in Ransom for a Dead Man. He pretended to have to think about it for a minute, but of course he agreed and signed, but with a little disclaimer attached. Peter requested to have more creative control over the scripts. He wanted to look every one of them over and make any changes he thought was necessary before they started filming. Hearing all those big dollar numbers makes you wonder how much money do these people actually make on advertising that they can pay this much to one man. Well, anyway, let's move on to the episode. Actually, I first have to mention the little teaser trailer for this one, and you know I don't like them. We've got another scream in the teaser that never happens in the episode. Just to lie to us, just like the screaming teaser for Dagger of the Mind. You people think the screaming lady lie is what makes us want to watch the show? Come on. Our episode begins with a man surrounded by reporters and policemen. I'm going to warn you now, there are a lot of extras in this episode. But we've met many of them already, so I won't have to talk too long. Now let's begin. This man is Larry Carr from The Most Dangerous Match. I still don't know when or where he was born. And this is Jay Varela, born 1937 in Los Angeles, California, and showing up in several episodes of Del Vecchio.
As United States Senator, I'd be giving him twice as hard a time and on a national level to boot. Of course they're threatening my life. I'm threatening theirs.
Wait, Columbo is here? Did we miss the murder already while looking at the extras? No, it turns out Columbo is assigned as one of the policemen watching over this political fella. All the talk going on during this crowded scene is that there are death threats being sent to him so that he quits running for senator.
No, I will not be intimidated by these threats. I will continue the campaign.
Then we have some fun superimposed video on the TV. It moves around all over the place.
Nelson Hayward, candidate for the U.S. Senate, in a race to fill the seat of the late Harold Lynch, will have round-the-clock police protection.
This is Cleet Roberts, born 1912 in Portland, Oregon. We met him as the TV anchor in Dead Weight.
I think I just clinched your boyfriend's election.
That's a really weird way to put it.
I can understand now why Nelson finds you repugnant.
This girlfriend of the political guy is named Linda Johnson, played by Tisha Sterling, born 1944 in Los Angeles, California. She was in A Death of Innocence, Snatched, and The Whales of August.
You are you, and I am I. So did it ever occur to you that by taking drugs you're aiding the status quo? That great apathetic majority?
Nelson is not happily married.
Look, I didn't tell you to come here to discuss his marriage. I told you to come here to discuss his affair with you.
The burly man half of this exposition duo is named Harry Stone, played by Ken Swofford, born 1933 in DuQuoin, Illinois. He was in the Andromeda Strain, Young Joe the Forgotten Kennedy, Annie, Thelma and Louise, several episodes of Gunsmoke, Murder, She Wrote, and over 50 episodes of Fame.
I happen to be in love with him.
If you were, you wouldn't risk ruining his chances.
Check out that knight statue. Looks like a perfect murder weapon, Linda. I guess you didn't see it.
Now, if you won't get out of town, at least get out of here. Your job's with the candidate's wife, not the candidate.
Linda leaves this stuffy room and the scene changes to the parking garage that looks identical to the one in Death Lends a Hand and A Requiem for a Falling Star. The blue car pulling in is a 1973 Chrysler New Yorker parking next to a 1971 Chevy Chevelle Malibu with a 1968 Ford Country Squire in the background. The driver of the Chrysler is that politician we saw earlier, and one of his henchmen comes to tell him that his car will be watched over by an officer. This is a weird shot, don't you think? And it gets a little weirder the longer you look at it. I first noticed the pretend handicapped accessibility with a curb at the bottom of the narrow ramp, but then I saw this, which looks exactly like the parking spot dividers in the rest of the garage, and then the strange timing for the elevator door opening. I think we have a little elevator set piece built in the corner of this parking garage. He arrives to his room and the henchman says he will be guarding the door. He asks Harry how it went.
Made all 3 networks. That's the greatest stunt I ever thought of. You know, all that garbage about your life being threatened really pulls the old sympathy.
Aw, what? Lying? The man goes into the bedroom, opens his briefcase, goes into the closet to pull out a gun hanging in his coat pocket, as well as a suppressor. Connecting the two, he goes to grab a watch and closes the briefcase. Well, let's meet the sneaky political man so I don't have to call him that anymore. His name is Nelson Hayward, played by Jackie Cooper, born 1922 in Los Angeles, California. He has been acting since he was 6 or 7 years old, starring in almost every film he was in as a child, such as Skippy, The Champ, and Treasure Island. He was also one of the Little Rascals.
Jackie, what is your best suit doing in here?
See, Mom, I gotta dress up to see my girl. I'm in love.
And you can find grown-up Jackie Cooper in the first 4 Superman films, every episode of The People's Choice, and Mobile One. He also did some directing, including several episodes of MASH, The Rockford Files, and The White Shadow.
I want the name of this flying whatchamacallit to go with the Daily Planet like bacon and eggs. Franks and beans, death and taxes, politics and corruption.
Along with his acting and directing career, he also had a military career beginning during World War II, reaching the high rank of Naval Reserve Captain. There is only one higher-ranking military veteran that was also in show business, and that was Air Force Reserve Brigadier General James Stewart. Anyway, Harry gives Nelson a script for the speech coming up, and Nelson notices a glass with lipstick on it.
Whose lipstick is this?
Linda's. I asked her over. Guess why?
To tell her to get out of my life.
You guessed.
Nelson orders Harry to stay out of his private life, and Harry rebuttals, saying he doesn't have any private life and that he has worked too hard to get Nelson where he is now, and he doesn't want Hayward blowing it because of the political liability named Linda Johnson.
Harry, I need her. You don't need anybody but me. You can get rid of anybody but me because I know where the bodies are buried, Nels. I buried them for you. Now, that's why I'm calling this shot. You're going to be a happily married senator. Linda's out, period.
Nelson goes over to the phone, saying he's going to call Linda.
Linda? Honey, I've got to see you. No, not here at your place. Bye.
Harry's like, what, you're going to have a police escort you to Linda's house? And Nelson acts as though Linda would probably overdose herself on sleeping pills if he can't go see her in person to end their love affair.
Now let me break it to her, gently.
He must have been listening to his Brenda Lee 8-tracks on the way here.
Break it to me gently.
Harry wants to know what he's going to do about the cop right outside the door, so Nelson heads over to show him.
Oh, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
What did he catch him doing with his tie? Hey, is that passive Sergeant Grover who thinks all shoes have metal trees in them from the greenhouse jungle?
Shoes with metal trees in them, Sergeant, that's all. That's what's making the buzzing.
Well, let's open them.
Why, it sure is. Though his name is Sergeant Vernon here, he's played by Robert Carnes, born 1917 in Watsonville, California.
But I smoke cigars. I was wondering if maybe you could go down to the cigar counter and pick me up a box of Panatellas.
Sergeant Grover Vernon says no problem, except he really shouldn't leave his room unguarded. Hayward says, well, he and Harry can hold him off for a few minutes.
Harry, give me a jacket. What? Harry, this is very important to me.
The plan Hayward has is to switch clothes so that this much bulkier man will look exactly like Hayward because he's wearing his hat and coat. You'd think them changing outfits will fool no one because they physically look nothing alike. But in the words of the great Dr. Fleming,
it looks fine.
Won't fool anybody.
But don't be negative. People see what they expect to see. It's the principle of association. You're dressed like Carol. You're traveling with me. That means you are my wife.
Wow, who's who here? This isn't gonna work.
Drive right out of here. Drop the car off at the beach house and call yourself a cab.
Oh, none of the guards are even looking. Sergeant Rojas is suddenly taking his job seriously of guarding Hayward's car and is now overcompensating for how easily he let someone get in and drive off with it. And the three guards jump into their 1973 Dodge Coronet, chasing after Harry Hayward. Nelson peeks around the pillar, seeing that they are gone, and gets into another car. Harry arrives at the beach house, and a gloved hand turns on the lights. And Nelson shoots him 3 times. The gun Hayward uses is a Colt Detective Special, which we will see again in a couple future episodes. And the sound of a suppressed gun that Hollywood has taught us is a loud bang of a lie, just so you know. It's an even bigger lie when talking about a revolver with a suppressor on it. Now, I know some of you are getting ready to type in the comments, I don't care about guns and I don't want to learn anything about them, you gunslinging American. Well, fine. Cover your ears for about a minute while the rest of us continue with the video. The reason is because revolvers have a gap between the barrel and the cylinder, which allows the high-pressure burning gases to escape, resulting in noise. This makes it extra difficult to suppress a revolver and basically pointless. It just looks good for the TV, I guess, until you know better. Then it's just ridiculous. Pistols, on the other hand, are a different story because they do not have a gap. I will just quickly say, even a suppressed pistol does not sound like this. Or any other pew sound that Hollywood keeps teaching us. They still literally sound like a gun. But just a little, suppressed. My final word on the suppressed revolver is that there is at least one revolver in existence that could be somewhat effectively suppressed, and that is the Russian M1895 Nagant. You can do a little research on your own as to why, if you're interested, because I can just feel people having a fit during this gun discussion portion of our crime drama deep dive. So, Hayward menacingly walks over to dead Harry and kneels down next to him. He takes off his watch and replaces it with the watch he grabbed from the drawer earlier. Looks like we have a Lucerne brand watch, and setting the time to when Harry was supposed to have been killed. He puts it on his wrist and slams it against the concrete. When we're shown the terribly broken watch face, we notice Nelson hit it on the concrete so hard that he knocked the Lucerne brand name right off. Hayward gets up and looks down at Harry, nodding with satisfaction at his incredible job well done. Now we see him pulling up to a house in a 1973 Chevy Impala. He walks around to the back of the house and looks around, finding a friendly man squatting in the bushes. And they wave at each other like this is a fairly normal sight. Then we see a lady lounging in the living room with a drink, listening to the same music that played at Miss Babcock's house in the most crucial game.
Hi, darling.
Miss Babcock?
Juanita? Juanita?
She gets up to turn off the music and, well, doesn't this room look awfully similar to Nora Chandler's living room? We have similar couches with a fireplace and the lanai. Actually, those couches also look like the ones in the Goodland residence from the Greenhouse Jungle. Anyway, since Juanita is busy doing Juanita things, this lady has to go pour her own drink. In lurks Hayward. He turns off the lamp and her reaction is just... She walks back into the living room, and goodness, somebody get this woman a shawl. Hayward sneaks up behind her with his hands out like he's going to strangle her from behind, and
Surprise! Happy birthday!
And everyone is laughing and talking, and the lady kisses some guy on the lips, and Hayward's like, yeah, that's fine. Now Hayward is sharing with everyone the little trick he and Harry performed earlier.
Yes, I'm wearing my hat and my jacket, zipping out of the garage in my car.
There's a switch. Imagine a husband going through all that just to be with his wife.
That's a switch.
Yep, that's a switch, all right. Why is it a switch again? Well, this lady is played by Lucille Meredith, born 1916 in Elyria, Ohio. Super fun fact, she is the wife of Roland Kibbe, one of the many people responsible for writing this episode and an executive producer. We briefly met her in the Greenhouse Jungle as the voice on the radio.
Listen.
Driving yellow sports car, chrome spoke wheels, license ZZ0324.
She was in the films Airport, 1975, They Live, and several episodes of Matlock. The lady behind Hayward is Diane Travis. We know her already from Etude in Black, Requiem for a Falling Star, and Lovely but Lethal. Hayward takes the drink from his wife and sets it down, trying to get her a plate of food. Her name is Vicky Hayward, played by Joanne Linville, born 1928 in Bakersfield, California. She was in a lot of different TV shows, but mostly just one-time appearances. Probably one of her more notable roles was the Star Trek episode The Enterprise Incident, where she played the first female Romulan commander.
Mr. Spock, the doctor has now confirmed your testimony as to the mental state of your captain. He was and is unfit to continue in command of the Enterprise.
Hayward looks at the clock, seeing it is going on 9:20, the time he set Harry's watch for, and he excuses himself for a moment, closing the door behind him. Hey, now wait a minute. I know where we are. This is Jerry Park's office from Requiem for a Falling Star. Look, they even kept those same wild curtains, and the walls look the same. So then maybe this is Nora Chandler's living room. Well, Hayward calls the police department and takes out a handkerchief because we learned from the Greenhouse Jungle how well it disguises your voice.
You're worried about Nelson Hayward. You'll find what's left of him in the garage of his beach house.
See, he didn't even have to try to disguise his voice. He just talked normal because he knows that handkerchief is doing its job. Hayward surprises the group with some brandy from 1893 that he says he was saving for when he was elected to the Senate.
But I'm afraid not even that could bring me as much pleasure as I'm having this evening.
Oh, to Victoria.
To Victoria.
Happy birthday.
Gee, what a guy. Now let's go to the dentist with Columbo. The dentist man is talking to Columbo about Italians and asking him questions about if he knows any mafia.
You're Italian, Lieutenant. I'm Italian. Cavelli is Italian. You're a cop. I'm a dentist. Cavelli's a tenant. None of us is mafia.
Well, I haven't had this particular mafia topic come up, but every single time we go to the dentist, they ask questions while working in our mouth. If you are a dentist, it's okay if there is silence when you have picks in our mouth. The song playing on the radio is La Donna Immobile from Italian composer Giuseppe Verdi's 1851 opera Rigoletto. So when the dentist said,
Cavelli is Italian. You're a cop. I'm a dentist. Cavelli's a tenant.
he's referring to the tenor opera singer on the radio.
Pope is Italian, ain't he? Mafiosa. You're gagging. A little bit.
It's really difficult to catch what the dentist says to Columbo when he responds with little bit, but the dentist asks him, "Did I gag you?"
You're gagging. A little bit.
The dentist takes down the x-rays of Columbo's teeth and says, "Uh-oh."
What? It's too bad. What do you mean too bad? When you say too bad, you mean too bad like too bad it's a rainy day or too bad that there are two to the bed?
The dentist finally explains his wisdom tooth needs to come out and he needs to put a temporary on his molar. Then the silliest thing comes on the radio.
We interrupt operatic interludes for a special news bulletin. We have just received an unconfirmed report that Nelson Hayward has just been shot and killed in the garage of his oceanfront beach home.
Has there ever been reports on the radio or television of unconfirmed assassinations? Don't they wait until it's confirmed?
Nelson, eh? Yeah, try to pin it on the mafia.
The dentist is named Dr. Perenchio, played by Mario Gallo, born 1923 in Brooklyn, New York City, New York. He was in Too Late Blues, A Woman Under the Influence, Capone, Raging Bull, and Revenge of the Ninja.
You keep sniffing around.
Sure, Mr.
I'll be in touch.
Sure.
So Columbo arrives at the beach house, full of cops and a whole bunch of neighborhood crime scene loiterers.
Look at him. Vultures.
Columbo asks another cop for a match.
Here you are, Lieutenant.
I can identify one of these vulturous onlookers. This man is Nico Stevens, born 1926 in Greece. Just about every role he has ever been in was uncredited. If you enjoy scanning the backgrounds like I do, you'll find him in The Godfather Part 2, The Karate Kid, and Beverly Hills Cop. Columbo stops to have a look at the streetlight that's been busted. Do you remember those streetlights?
Something I can do for you, Lieutenant?
No, I bet the kids did that. I remember that's what we used to do. Throw rocks, break the streetlight.
Sounds like Columbo is quite the little rascal. This police officer is played by Davis Roberts, born 1917 in Mobile, Alabama. He was in The Chase, To Sleep with Anger, and The Gifted. This detective lists all the items in Hayward's camel hair coat pocket and Stone's pants.
His wallet, pen, keys, pack of gum, and a handkerchief. But that's understandable, because what were in the pants belonged to the guy, and what were in the coat were Hayward's. That's all we found.
He's played by Angelo Grisanti, born 1938 in New Jersey City, New Jersey. He must have been friends with John Cassavetes because he doesn't have very many acting credits, but he is in 2 of Cassavetes' movies, A Woman Under the Influence and Opening Night, as well as appearing in the film Capone with Cassavetes.
Lieutenant Columbo. Stay here, I want to talk to you.
Well, look who it is. Regis Cordic must have been done with his wine-tasting vacation after Adrian got arrested and went back to work as deputy commissioner.
What was he talking about?
Who?
That detective that was just here.
I don't know. I wasn't listening.
At least he's honest. I wonder what he was thinking about. The preoccupied policeman is played by Jay Saunders, born 1941 in Birmingham, Alabama. He was in Someone's Watching Me, The Night the City Screamed, and Beetlejuice.
Excuse me, be right back.
Columbo goes back over to the detective that was talking about items in Hayward's coat and pants.
I never mentioned Hayward's pants. The wallet and the key were in Stone's pants.
Who's Stone?
Stone is the victim.
It's not Hayward? What a relief. Holy Christmas.
Kinda makes you feel bad for Harry Stone, how happy Columbo is that he was the one that got murdered. But we learn that Columbo's wife really likes Hayward.
Hey, I gotta call my wife. I gotta get out of here.
You can't leave here without a temporary in that mood.
I already called my wife to break the news. She loves Hayward. I didn't want her to hear it on TV.
So maybe he's more happy that his wife isn't gonna be sad. But this is kind of human nature, isn't it? Like when a celebrity dies, it can really get to people. But hearing that the guy that mows his grass at 6 in the morning, a few miles down the road, died, and we're like, aw man. And did you hear the price of milk went up again?
Have we been able to establish an exact time of the death?
Yeah, that looks like 9:20 p.m. The broken watch crystal on the wrist of the deceased would fix the time.
Coroner confirmed that?
No, he hasn't confirmed it, but he feels that's about right.
The detective that believes everything he sees is played by Lou Brown, and we met him already during Short Fuse. You remember him as the guy who likes to wave around adulterous photos. Columbo pulls a watch out of his pocket, and with it flies a pencil to the ground, but he doesn't notice that. No wonder he keeps losing the pencil Mrs. Columbo gives him every morning.
Gee, you don't have a pencil, do you? Thanks. You know, my wife, she gives me one every morning, and I just can't seem to hold on to it.
Excuse me, I'll be right back.
Columbo heads over to the hood of the car to feel for any residual heat. If it were morning, he would be watching out for residual dew. This man looks directly at us, and then remembers he's supposed to be pretending he's one of the coroner assistants. And there's that big old TV camera that we saw in Blueprint for Murder. It seems to be a Philips and Norelco PCP-90U. The backpack is a battery and a radio transmitter. Pretty cool. The camera and backpack together weighed a little over 50 pounds. Columbo takes a closer look at the broken watch and then heads back over to the commissioner where Sergeant Grover Vernon is trying to defend himself.
When he saw Stone drive off in Hayward's car here, there was no security around, so he took advantage of the situation and he followed him here. That had to be it, sir, because that was the first time that Hayward was out of our sight. The first and only time, and winds up dead.
Columbo learns the light was off when the police arrived, and he goes to find the light switch, where we get to zoom in on it and make sure we understand it is the light switch. Columbo stops the coroner from taking Stone's body away because he wants to have a look at his outfit. So he climbs right in there with him.
Shirt, soap, shoes. Okay.
Commissioner Regis says he's going to concentrate on Hayward's security, and he is assigning Columbo to Stone's murder investigation.
It'll be your job to locate this lunatic or whoever he is. Yes. Is that my car?
See this man? This was one of the men waiting in line in Blueprint for Murder. And remember I couldn't identify him? Well, guess what? He's back again and I still don't know who he is. Sergeant Grover Vernon hustles over to Columbo saying they finally found Hayward at his home.
Took him a long time to locate him at home.
We called earlier, but the maid kept insisting he wasn't there.
Good old Juanita, known for her phone pranks.
But I just now called. I got a hold of his wife. It's some kind of party.
Columbo figures he better get over there to announce Harry Stone's murder. Now we're at the party, and Juanita tells Mrs. Hayward that there is someone at the door.
Yes. Can I help you?
Lieutenant Columbo, ma'am, police. I'd like to speak to Mr. Hayward.
She says they are having a private party right now, and he can go around back and get a piece of cake, and the maid will fix him a cup of coffee if he wants.
Don't be so serious. Go have a piece of cake. Really, it's delicious.
She keeps trying to shut the door on him, but he finally gets in and says it can't wait. She brings Columbo over to Nelson, and Columbo asks to speak to him privately.
I'm from Homicide. Mr. Stone, your campaign manager. He's dead.
Harry Stone is dead.
And the piano music immediately stops, and everyone is now super alert and listening. There is just no way that girl on the piano heard this. Columbo explains to Hayward that Harry was shot in his beach house in the garage. Nelson sadly goes over to the coat he switched with Harry and touches it, as Mrs. Hayward asks people to leave under the circumstances.
I pull a sophomoric prank, and poor Harry is...
You gotta watch those sophomoric pranks, I tell ya. Then Hayward whips out his political acting skills.
He wasn't just a campaign manager. He was a very close personal friend.
Columbo wants to ask him a few questions for the purpose of his report.
Oh, leave me alone. Please, leave me alone.
Columbo instead goes over to Mrs. Hayward and asks when the party started.
Well, Nels told us to all be there at 8:30 out and back so we could come in with him when he came home. The surprise bitch, you know.
Yes.
Ma'am,
Juanita, can you please go get a shawl for Mrs. Hayward? This is getting a little personal. We're having a similar problem to Roger Stanford's little pants he had on in short fuse. So during this time, the second wave feminism was still taking place, and within it was the no bra movement. It was meant to be a protest against restrictive undergarments in general, but bras being the main one because they were seen as symbols of patriarchal oppression. And all this time I thought they were for support. The bras, I mean. Or was it the men? I guess it depends on the day.
You know, whoever made this threat on your husband's life, he's going to know that he didn't make good on that threat, so we're going to have a man posted out here tonight.
As Columbo leaves, he returns the pen.
Sir, your pen.
Scene changes to Mrs. Hayward continuing to soak herself in alcohol, and Nelson walks in.
Oh, don't tell me. A little thing like Harry's getting murdered's enough to make you sleep at home tonight.
Wow, he stays the night over at what's-her-name's place? Well, that's not very subtle.
Police guard outside. Can't step out tonight, can you?
Vicky, let's don't go at each other again. Not tonight.
She gets up to add a little more ice to her drink. Nelson says, let's go to bed.
Is that invitation social or just a professional courtesy?
I wish you wouldn't drink so much.
It's what I do best. Besides, it's something that you don't need a steady partner.
Poor woman. She brings up that display of emotion he performed when he found out Harry was killed.
I was shocked.
That's what frightens me. You were so convincing.
A very close personal friend.
She says he knows how much he despised Harry, and he admits it's the political game he's been playing for so many years that after a while you just start reacting the way people expect you to, but not as you really feel.
I mean, that bullet was meant for me.
I'm sorry, of course. It's just that sometimes I feel like you're playing that game with me.
Then she brings up filing for divorce. This really gets Hayward up on his toes.
I want you to believe I'm sorry for the things that have come between us. There is no other woman in my life, but yes, I do want to be senator. But never did I ever want to lose you. I wish you could believe me.
She knows he's lying, but she wants so badly to believe him. Just like Mrs. Fleming in Prescription Murder. Then he tries to lighten the mood by inviting her to come campaign with him during his 3-day whistle-stop tour coming up.
I can't.
Yes.
I hate all those crowds.
No, you don't, and they love you.
And then I have to stay alone all the
No, I
time
won't
in the
leave you
hotel.
alone. Take that appointment secretary that Harry got you. What's her name?
Linda?
Yes, bring her along.
Oh, you evil, filthy, dirty, lying politician. Scene changes again, and we get a good look at Hayward's campaign poster. His own man. Must be Hayward's clever way of saying he's a very individual person, but I have a hard time believing it, given his chosen occupation. Columbo is sitting in the corner reading the newspaper. The headline they want us to see is Hayward far ahead, and that the polls hint he may gain sympathy votes as a result of Aid's murder. The Aids is referring to Harry. And Hayward is about to enter the room, but before he does, I see Frida Renti in purple. We know her from Dagger of the Mind twice and Requiem for a Falling Star. Is she wearing the same purple outfit from Requiem? Well, here comes Hayward and the missus, and the mistress. Everyone is so happy and excited about his sympathy votes. Hayward tells little Linda to get an itinerary ready for him as he kisses his wife goodbye. This campaign manager is played by Bill Andes, born 1938 in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. He just has a few acting credits, the best one being this. Columbo shakes Hayward's hand, saying he saw the latest polls and he's doing terrific.
Thank you very much. You are voting in this one, aren't you?
Oh, I vote. Every election I vote. In our house, you gotta vote. Very sacred thing. We sit around the kitchen table, we discuss, and we vote.
Well, now that would be interesting, to sit in on the discussion at Columbo's table. Hayward says, well, you must have made up your mind by now.
Well, you don't have to worry about my wife, sir. She's crazy about you.
And you?
Well, I'm still a little bit on the fence, if you know what I mean.
Columbo says he had something to see Hayward about, but it can wait, and Hayward goes into his office and closes the door. Then the scene switches to an uncomfortably close shot of a very dry kiss.
They're gonna wonder what's going on in here.
I have a very busy itinerary.
I worry about you.
Oh, I'm well protected.
Columbo is outside the door, pacing and humming This Old Man. The cleaner's fella brings in a new camel hair coat for Hayward. Look at his blue velvety suit and big bow tie. Dale Kingston would definitely approve.
I'm supposed to deliver to him in person.
He's in conference. He may be a while.
Hayward's secretary is played by Katie Segal, born 1954 in Hollywood, Los Angeles, California. This role is the very beginning of her acting career, which will become very full and successful. Before she started acting, she was mostly a singer. She is the daughter of Boris Segal, the director of this episode. And the role that most of us probably know her for is Peggy Bundy in the show Married with Children. Later on, in the 21st century, she starred in the shows 8 Simple Rules, Sons of Anarchy, Superior Donuts, and has been a voice actor for the animated series Futurama since 1999.
You'll say, why do we need a VCR? Because you want to watch Phil and tape Oprah? Huh. Man, God love them. They're just children with paychecks.
Then out of the office comes what's-her-name, Linda. Columbo watches her walk away, kind of suspicious of her. His cigar is unrolling. Hayward comes out after doing some jumping jacks and invites Columbo into his office. He asks Columbo what the news is on the murder, and Columbo says they really don't officially have anything, but he personally maybe has something, but it's completely unofficial. Ah yes, it was the 70s when the mushroom decor was still popular.
Would you get to the point, Lieutenant?
Columbo gets up and asks if he can write on the back of one of his posters.
Anything you want. Lieutenant, please, just get to the point.
Then he asks to borrow a marker.
Don't misunderstand. You're a very nice man. I like you very much, but I would hate to have to depend upon you if I was in a hurry for something.
Geez, you know that's what my wife says.
I'm sure she does. Get to the point, Lieutenant.
Columbo draws the street and driveway for the beach house on the back of the poster, but then later, the poster will be switched for a different one that seems to be magnetic, and the drawing changes slightly between shots. He comments on the streetlight being broken, and he doesn't understand how the killer had enough light to shoot Harry.
Well, he could have used his headlights.
Well, you see, this street here is very narrow.
Then he searches his pockets for what he says are models he picked up over at Motor Vehicles. He places the car Harry was driving and then later the killer's car on the map.
But the problem is he's blocking traffic. I mean, right in the middle of a shooting, a citizen comes down here. What is he going to say? I'm in the middle of the shooting, you know?
Columbo just doesn't understand how the killer could see anything because his headlights would be shining right into the trunk of the other car. And flashlights can't exist in this scenario because reasons.
So that the spot where Mr. Stone was shot would still be in the dark.
Hayward is like, you mean to tell me there's no other angle in which the second car could use its headlights to illuminate the spot where Harry Stone was killed?
There was one other possibility.
You bet your life there was one. If he pulled in like this, the left headlight would have a clear path to illuminate the spot where Harry Stone was killed.
But then the shots couldn't come from the right-hand half of the garage. The killer was in this area here, and the shots came in this direction.
And more than one person can't exist outside of the driver in this scenario because reasons. The thinking statue is thinking just as hard as Hayward. This is a nice little version of the original bronze statue called The Thinker, made in 1904 by Auguste Rodin.
Very interesting.
Columbo suggests that maybe this was not a case of mistaken identity.
Maybe the murderer actually wanted to kill
What are
Mr.
you
Stone.
talking about? And a man wearing my jacket and my hat, driving my car, pulls into my garage and he's shot down dead. And you say that's not a case of mistaken identity. I don't believe that.
I thought you'd be relieved.
I love it when Columbo makes the killer look really foolish in his gentle way. Columbo says if it were him, he'd feel relieved, and then shakes Hayward's hand, saying goodbye. Before he opens the door, he mentions how Miss Johnson was supposed to come in here to pick up an itinerary.
So she came in, and now she walked out without it. See, here it is, sir. You see, it's right here on your desk with her name on it.
Well, we were making a number of additions to the itinerary. I suppose she forgot it.
Columbo almost leaves again, but remembers something.
It's just one other thing that bothers me.
Would you mind closing the door, Lieutenant?
Columbo states that it is around 35 miles from the hotel to the beach house, and it took his car an hour and 50 minutes for the engine to cool.
Mr. Stone died, according to his watch, at 9:20. I arrived at the scene of crime 10 o'clock. When I put my hand on the engine of your car, it was cold. All the heat was gone in only 43 minutes.
And your conclusion?
I just thought it was strange.
Columbo again pretends to leave when...
I forgot to mention, but I've asked to be assigned to your security detail. I just wanted you to know about it.
Hayward is like, "Oh, that's great. It'll be a comfort to know you're around." And then he tries to close the door, but...
Can I ask you a personal question? What'd you pay for the jacket? This one here just arrived.
$200, I think.
He says the coat was tailor-made for him by his tailor Chadwick in Beverly Hills.
Actually, I had second thoughts about this jacket. It's identical to the one that Harry was wearing when... Well, Lieutenant, are you considering a change of wardrobe?
Every once in a while I think about getting a new coat, but there's still a lot of wear in this fella.
Looks very functional.
Hayward is like, "Please, if there is nothing else," and tries to shut the door, but Columbo is really trying to get under Hayward's skin.
I got a special affair coming up Saturday night, and I'm in the market for a coat.
I see. Goodbye.
And he finally gets that door shut. Now we are at Chadwick's. Look at this cherub or whatever holding this piece of fabric. So odd.
May we assist you, sir?
Yeah, looking for a jacket.
Columbo notices there aren't any jackets here at all, and Chadwick explains that their clothes are all custom made.
Yeah, I understand, but I thought you would have a model, at least something that you could look at.
Yeah, I think Columbo's absolutely right here. How do you go to a fancy place like this to get something new when you don't even know what to ask for?
What did you have in mind?
Sport jacket.
Any particular material?
Something soft.
Cashmere.
It could be.
Camel hair, that's nice. Any particular color?
Brown.
They bounce shades of brown around and eventually end up with the exact material Hayward's coat was made from.
Yeah, that's it.
Columbo says he'd like a jacket made from it because he wants to look good for a special event coming up.
Yeah, my wife, she's a bowling league. They're having this dinner dance. It's an annual thing, you know, $17.50 a couple. And I want to look good.
You might chuckle at that $17.50 a couple, but having a look at inflation, that's worth $124. That's pretty high priced, I think, so it must be fancy. But Chadwick the tailor seems very unimpressed. Although I suppose maybe he's more unimpressed with the subject matter of it being a bowling league, which maybe he considers less than.
I want to look good.
I think bowling's awesome, by the way. Well, anyway, you guys recognize the tailor, don't you? He's almost the same character as in the previous episode, Any Old Port in a Storm. He's played by Vito Scotti. The tailor's apprentice is named Mario, and he is played by George Conrad. We don't get to know when or where he is from. He was in a few episodes of The Rebel and The Lawless Years. He is very prepared, with his pincushion armlet and pen and notepad and tape measure. If you watch just him during the scene, you'll see that he is very serious about his job and yet seems so kind without ever saying a word.
You'll have that ready by Saturday.
I'm afraid that is one of the things we cannot do. Our customers are required to allow us at least 10 days following first fitting. Excuse me, sir.
Well, he dropped Columbo like he was nothing, didn't he? He didn't even attempt to try to keep him as a customer, or at the very least remain polite. It's not like Columbo says he can't afford to pay for the coat. I guess he could have stuck his nose up at that. And it's also not like there's a line of customers he could go attend to instead. He just walks away to the middle of the big empty room to straighten his cuffs and vest. But one of the truly amazing things about the character Columbo that we have seen and will continue to see is that no matter how dismissive and rude someone is to him, he brushes it off and is totally unfazed by their self-absorbed adolescent behavior. It is one of the many lessons we can learn from him. The only time I can think of right now where he really addresses someone's rudeness was in Double Shock with Mrs. Peck's outrageous shouting scenes every time Columbo made a mistake.
But I have feelings too, Mrs. Peck. I've never been rude to you, Mrs. Peck. If you keep on treating me like I'm an enemy just because I'm here trying to find who killed the man that you worked for 33 years, well then I think you're a very unfair person.
Columbo reveals that a friend of his referred him here.
Mr. Nelson Hayward, he gave me your name, so I thought that maybe you could give me a rush job like you gave him, because he told me you had one delivered just like that today.
You did see Mr. Nelson Hayward.
Chadwick goes over to his little invoice box and finds the record of fitting for Hayward.
On the 16th.
Oh, that long, huh? May I see that?
Yes.
Wow, that's a problem, isn't it? Fair is Saturday night.
Perhaps, may I suggest department stores?
Now we are at a little political event with a sheet cake reading, "Good luck, senior citizens." Linda Johnson, sporting multiple scarlet letters, is the cake server today. Columbo finds her to ask some questions.
I'm from the police, Lieutenant Columbo. I'm investigating Mr. Stone's murder.
I see George Holmes is roaming the backgrounds again. He figures he ought to get a piece of that lucky senior citizen cake. He can previously be found in Death Lends a Hand, A Stitch in Crime, The Most Dangerous Match, and Any Old Port in a Storm. Columbo asks if he can have a word with her.
I don't know anything about the case. Excuse me.
She is weird and rudely walks away, but Columbo doesn't care. Linda has no reason to be so dismissive of him.
Could you tell me about the arrangements you made for Miss Hayward's surprise party the night of the murder?
I didn't make the arrangements.
Didn't? That's funny.
Linda suggests he go ask Mr. Hayward's secretary, and Columbo says he did ask her and she didn't know anything about it. He asks if Mr. Hayward or Mr. Stone could have made the arrangements.
Well, what difference does it make? I don't know, Lieutenant.
Columbo says if he could just find out who made the party arrangements, then he wouldn't be so troubled by this other thing.
What thing?
The fact that Mr. Stone never knew anything about a party.
How do you know that, Lieutenant?
From the start of the campaign till now, he kept a detailed record of Mr. Hayward's schedule.
Columbo wonders who hired her, and she says Mr. Hayward did.
I like him, Lieutenant. I like him for what he represents. He's a man of great courage and integrity.
Well, I'm sure that's what attracted you to him as a candidate.
Columbo looking for reactions to certain words again. Now we are riding in the backseat of Columbo's car. Did you ever wonder what this little wire fence thing was for on his dash? It's literally made for helping contain things on the dash, like maps and what have you. We get to see exactly where Columbo is turning onto Moore Park Way. And here's the intersection today. We'll turn left with Columbo, and soon we will also see exactly where he parks his car.
You know where Ridgeway Drive is?
May I see your driver's license, please?
Yeah. I'm on a force, LAPD.
Columbo hands him his badge and identification.
This isn't a department car, is it?
No, this is mine.
This policeman asks for Columbo's license, and he starts rummaging in his glove box, taking out one of his door handles. Looks like driver's license weren't laminated yet. When did that start? This patrolman is played by Sandy Kenyon, born 1922 in the Bronx, New York City, New York. He was in the 1959 Al Capone movie, Breezy, and The Scottish Tale.
Would you try your lights and your turn signal, please, and open the hood for me?
And now here is where we get to see the exact spot where the scene takes place because of the address on this apartment building. This big tree is gone, and the building has been very remodeled, but all the main things are basically the same, like the balcony with the little window under it, and this light fixture over here, and the stairs.
I'm looking for Ridgeway Drive.
Ridgewood, 3 blocks. Turn left, go about 1.5 miles. It's on your right-hand side. You can't miss it.
Well, now if you give him directions to Ridgewood, he'll never get to Ridgeway. This patrolman is played by Jude Farcy, born on my birthday in 1940, but I don't know where he was born. We'll get to see him again in the future.
Lieutenant, would you kindly turn on your windshield wipers?
They were working perfect yesterday. I must have lost one in a car wash.
Did you see the boom mic for just a moment in the corner of the windshield? Columbo has a slightly worried look on his face as the cop approaches him with the clipboard.
Your right turn signal is out, your high beam doesn't work, and your smog device is leaking. Do you ever consider getting another car?
I got another car. My wife drives it. But that's nothing special, just transportation.
Well, we've heard that before.
You ever thought about getting a new car?
No, you see, I already have 2 cars. Of course, my wife's car is nothing special. That's just for transportation, you understand.
Did you ever think of getting another car?
But I got another car. My wife drives it. Of course, it's nothing special, just for transportation.
New scene at Hayward's beach house. We get to have a unique experience seeing Columbo drive a huge tow truck. Shelley's Beach Service. This area is located on Broad Beach Road. I am not positive where the garage was, but it at least is one of these 3 houses. They look completely different now. Columbo drives this big truck through the little road and out onto the highway. Once he's on the highway, there is a chain link gate, a row of mailboxes, and a mountain on the left. Now, looking at the area today, there is still a chain link gate, which leads out to the beach, a row of mailboxes that looks like a bomb went off in one of them, and the mountain on the left. And we will continue to watch Columbo drive for another 30 seconds or so. During this scene, I should mention our composer for the episode, since all we hear right now is music and the truck's engine. It's our good old friend Dick de Benedictus. He's already done so many episodes that I'm not even going to list them right now. He's the main man when it comes to Columbo music. Columbo stops the truck and the stopwatch at 3 minutes and takes a look around at his surroundings, gets back in the truck, and heads back to Shelley's. This tow truck is a 1968 Chevy C40. Arriving at the gas station, we see a man admiring the tread on Columbo's tires. When he sees Columbo, he tells him the car is ready, even though he left it up on the lift. Maybe he does that regularly to keep people from driving off without paying. Columbo thanks him for loaning him the truck for a little bit and gives him a tip.
Yeah, no problem. Your bill's over here. That'll be $65.25.
That much, huh?
Wasn't the parts so much as the time it took.
Well, I'll bet it did take a while, the way you were examining his tire. And $65.25 today is a little over $460. That sounds about right. It's hard to get out of the mechanics without spending at least $400. Columbo asks if he'll take a check and introduces himself.
What are you, undercover or something?
I'm underpaid.
That is a great response. Well, this is Mick Jagger's brother Shelley, played by James Richardson, born 1945 in Gainesville, Florida. He was in about every episode of Sierra and a few episodes of Emergency. Columbo, of course, can't find his checkbook.
Do you have a counter check?
Yeah, over here. Here.
Counter checks aren't really used anymore, unless maybe you live in a very, very small town. Businesses got them from the bank, and customers would fill in the information like a regular check, except they needed to know their bank account number. Columbo can't find a pen to write with, and Shelley gives him one. He asks Columbo if he is investigating the murder up on the beach.
Yeah, my luck. One night we have a little excitement, and I miss it.
What do you mean?
Wednesday night we ran out of gas. Closed at 8 o'clock.
Well, now that was some very useful information for sure. New scene with Hayward heading downstairs, surrounded by campaign people. One of them is Mickey Golden. He's been quite a regular on Columbo so far. We know him from Suitable for Framing Twice, Lady in Waiting, The Most Crucial Game, Requiem for a Falling Star, The Most Dangerous Match, and Double Shock. Along with Mickey Golden is Mike Lowley from Lady in Waiting, Short Fuse, Blueprint for Murder, Etude in Black, Requiem for a Falling Star, A Stitch in Crime, Double Shock, and Any Old Port in a Storm. Linda calls for Hayward to speak to him. She says that policeman that was at the campaign headquarters was at the dedication this afternoon.
What do you want?
Nelson, he makes me nervous.
What is she supposed to be nervous about? Does she figure Columbo is investigating their love affair?
He wanted to know why Harry Stone didn't know about your wife's surprise party. What does it mean?
Honey, just trying to make a name for himself, darling.
This scene is strange. Linda being nervous about Columbo doesn't make sense, and Hayward saying Columbo trying to make a name for himself by doing his job doesn't make sense. It'd be different if she was in on the murder with Nelson, but she doesn't know anything about it. Hayward tells her not to let Columbo get to her and don't be nervous, and then he leaves. Then we notice Columbo walking up the stairs with a box.
What is it you want, Lieutenant?
I'm just looking for the head security guy.
I last saw him in the kitchen.
Oh, thank you very much.
Columbo says he has a few things to discuss, but doesn't want to bother him right now because he can see he's busy.
Oh, quite to the contrary. There's no time like the present. Why don't you gentlemen go on out, wait in the patio? I'll be right there.
Columbo says he doesn't want to inconvenience him.
Well, let's understand something. You think I'm reluctant to talk to you, but you're wrong. I will talk to you as often as you want, for as long as you want, about anything you want.
Oh, fine.
Nelson suggests he go sit down. See that huge white and blue, would you call it a vase? Mr. Kennicott had the same one in Deathland's a Hand.
One of the things that's bothering me...
Would you like a drink? I'll fix you a drink.
No, thanks very much, no.
Columbo says he really likes Hayward's jacket, and then he goes over to feel how soft the jacket is. He tells Hayward that right after he left the campaign headquarters, he ran over to his tailor's.
I'm sure he was delighted. He loves a challenge.
This is the thing that bothers me, is that it takes this guy 10 days to make a jacket.
Lieutenant, I'm going to make myself a drink. You sure I can't fix you one?
No.
Oh, well, there's another piece of decor from Deathland's a Hand. That Archer statue was in Mr. Bremer's office. Columbo tells Hayward that the jacket he is wearing was delivered today, which means he would have had to order it 10 days ago. But the old identical one that Harry Stone was wearing got ruined 4 days ago, when he got shot.
I just don't understand how you would know 6 days in advance that you would need a new jacket.
Hayward asks if he examined the old jacket. Columbo said, well, no, he didn't personally examine it.
Because if you had taken the trouble to examine it, you'd have found that the cuffs had begun to fray and there was a little cigarette burn in the left sleeve. That's why, 10 days ago, I ordered a new jacket.
I kind of wonder now about the statement Hayward made to Columbo earlier.
Actually, I had second thoughts about this jacket. It's identical to the one that Harry was wearing when you found it.
That kind of makes it sound like he did order it as a replacement after Harry was killed. Anyway, Hayward suggests they walk and talk. Columbo goes and gets his box and they head outside by the pool where Nelson is going to film a campaign commercial. An odd thing happens, though. He whistles this old man. I don't believe that ever happens again where someone else other than Columbo whistles or hums or sings this old man. Columbo says he went out to Hayward's beach house and drove 70 miles an hour for 3 minutes and then stopped to look around and there was nothing there.
No bar, no restaurant, no gas station, not even a private house. Nothing.
What were you looking for?
A phone, sir.
A phone?
Yes, sir.
He says Stone's watch fixed the time of death at 9:20 and the killer's phone call came in at 9:23. Where did the killer call from? The closest public phone is 7 minutes away in a gas station. Hayward has the answer, of course.
Did you know that Harry Stone always set his watch 5 minutes fast so he'd never be late for an appointment?
No, sir, I didn't.
Everybody else knew that. Instead of the time of death being 9:20, that'd fix it at 9:15.
So Hayward figures he's in the clear now since the gas station is 7 minutes away.
Plenty of time to get out change, light a cigarette, and make a telephone call. Does that answer your question?
No, sir. Station ran out of gas. Closed early, 8 o'clock.
Are we having out for a voice test, please?
That man is playing the TV director for this commercial they are about to shoot, and he is played by Jack Riley, born 1935 in Cleveland, Ohio. He began his career as a radio personality before getting into acting. He was in The Long Goodbye, Silent Movie, To Be or Not to Be, Spaceballs, several episodes of The Bob Newhart Show, but what fills most of his acting resume is the TV show Rugrats as the voice of Stu Pickles. Not only the TV show, but all the movies and video games that came after. Hayward says, well, what about the phone in his beach house? The keys were right there with his car keys.
The call to the police came in downtown, sir, from your beach house. That's a toll call. I checked the telephone company. No record of a call.
Hayward wanders over to the director with the wheels turning in his mind for an answer to this telephone thing. Columbo greets Mrs. Hayward.
Do you have a minute?
Back here.
Yes.
How long did you know Mr. Stone?
Oh, a long time.
Columbo asks her to look at Harry's shoes, commenting on their great durability and heaviness.
Well, that was Harry. He wasn't very stylish. Yeah, if he wore it, it was durable. If it was nothing else, it was durable.
And then Columbo pulls out Harry's suit, commenting on how durable it also was.
I mean, that's their main feature. They never wear out.
Well, that's Harry, because...
The director gets mad at them for talking, and so they move a little farther away.
The brutal reality. And it's not going to stop until the...
This man is played by Robert Cole, born 1920 in Chicago, Illinois. You wouldn't know it by looking at him, but Robert was a dancer and taught dance lessons and appeared in a lot of musicals and westerns wherever dancing was involved. You'll find him dancing around in Oklahoma, Jailhouse Rock. They shoot horses, don't they? Oh, now wait a minute. Oh, we already met him during Blueprint for Murder. I never mentioned his dancing back then, though, so I know you were wondering. Alright, now that Columbo and Mrs. Hayward are away from the filming, he tells her he brought Harry's shoes and suit with him to a jewelry store to have them pick out a watch that would match the quality of these clothes.
Look at this watch. You can't break. Still ticking.
But I agree with you. I think Harry would buy that kind of a watch.
Hayward glances over at Columbo and his wife as he tries to film his political commercial. Columbo leaves, and now Mrs. Hayward needs to speak to Nelson, and she's a little worked up over some of the questions she was asked while we were watching Hayward get distracted by them.
Wanted to know, night of the party, if you left the room between 9:15 and 9:30. He's a homicide detective.
I know.
He's not just an
Darling,
ordinary...
don't let him upset you.
Wanted to know if you got along with Harry.
Then he says his favorite line of the episode.
Harry was killed driving my car in my clothes and in my garage.
Yes, and wearing my hat and my jacket, zipping out of the garage in my car.
And a man wearing my jacket and my hat, driving my car, pulls into my garage and he's shot down dead.
And then gives Mrs. Hayward a hug, saying he's going to make it all right. New scene of Hayward making one of those newspaper cutout threat letters, but take just a moment to look at this. You notice anything kind of goofy about this? Yeah, he has a newspaper there with pieces cut out, but he is taping what looks like something the prop guy typed up and printed off on a sheet of paper, and then cut out the words. Look at all that white space, suggesting there were no adjacent words around them. And then he silently crumples up the newspaper and tosses it into the fire along with his Mickey Mouse gloves.
This is Larry Burrell at the headquarters of Nelson Hayward.
Yes, this is Larry Burrell. No information can be found on when or where he was born, but we will see him in a future episode. Hayward is in his office playing with his safe. He takes out his briefcase to remove his Colt Detective Special and put it in his coat pocket. Then he almost closes his safe, but the sound guy figures he did actually close it and adds the sound. He picks up the phone to have Miss Johnson sent in.
Good morning, darling. That's for luck.
And I could use some.
He takes out of his desk drawer the super convincing death threat letter, which is actually cut and taped slightly different than the one we saw earlier, so the prop guy made 2 of these fantastically constructed letters.
Oh, no.
Easy, darling.
Before Harry was killed, there was a possibility that these were just idle threats, but not now.
No, not now, after seeing this evil craftsmanship. She asks if he's told the police yet.
Oh, no. Linda, I'm scared. They're never going to believe that I didn't just plant this thing here myself. If just somebody else would have found it. The police will never believe me.
Hayward's acting here could only convince the simplest of minds.
All right, I found it.
Oh.
Ask Sergeant Vernon to come in here, please.
Well, he's the perfect one to ask in since Sergeant Grover Vernon believes anything. Now we're back at the hotel, surrounded by reporters and policemen. Sergeant Vernon Grover goes to find Columbo.
Lieutenant.
Yeah.
Mr. Hayward's back in his suite, sir.
This man playing poker is Ken Dumaine. We met him in line during Blueprint for Murder. The man behind him is Jack Burrell, born 1904 in New York, New York. He was an older brother of Milton Berle. From what I read, they never really got along with each other. While his brother Milton was in the spotlight, Jack stayed in the background, and he liked it there. You can find him in the background of many popular productions, some being Judgment at Nuremberg, The Manchurian Candidate, The Poseidon Adventure, The Sting, Chinatown, The Godfather Part 2, The Shootist, and The In-Laws. Well, I wouldn't mind having a Jack Burrell movie marathon, would you? Columbo tells Sergeant Grover Vernon to let him know if Hayward is ever alone.
Oh, right. Right, sir.
And Columbo tries to get a little shut-eye under the newspaper. Linda Johnson shows up with Hayward's briefcase. The policeman says he needs to take a look inside the briefcase, and Miss Lady Cop needs to take a look at her before she can enter Hayward's room. We're shown super clearly that there's nothing in the case but papers. They bring Hayward the briefcase and let him know that Miss Johnson is being searched right now.
You guys mind if I go in there and make a few private phone calls?
Sergeant does a once-over in the room to make sure no assassins are lingering on the balcony. Then the cautious and alert and aware Sergeant Grover picks up Hayward's coat, which has a gun in the pocket and is totally oblivious to the weight of his coat. That particular revolver with the suppressor weighs approximately 1.5 pounds. He casually hangs up the gun-laden coat in the closet.
All secure, sir.
I bet Hayward loves having him as one of his main men. Hayward locks the door and the phone rings in the room Columbo is in. Look at this sandwich. Why is it like that?
The candidate's in his bedroom alone.
He had some personal calls to make.
Right.
Columbo keeps his eye on the phone. Now Sneaky Hayward is carrying out his next slick plan. He goes to the balcony, and it looks like the view is a big painting of the city. Pretty convincing. Hayward raises the gun and shoots through the window, closes the shades, and checks the bullet hole in the wall. Locking away his gun in the case, he hides the bullet hole with a chair and then comes back out, asking Linda to lock his briefcase in the safe. Mrs. Hayward walks in and has a look at Linda Johnson, wondering what in the world is her appointment secretary doing here?
Mrs. Hayward, will you be needing me any more this afternoon?
No, but I'm sure that Nelson would.
She's figured it out.
Columbo.
We're just leaving with the candidate and his wife to vote.
Good luck, sir.
Now we're at the voting party. This man shaking Hayward's hand is played by Eddie Garrett, born 1927 in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. He was in almost every episode of Quincy M.E. As Grover Vernon patrols the room, he walks behind Robert Board, born 1922 in Los Angeles, California. His main passion in life was being a puppeteer. He was also in several episodes of Mission Impossible. Mrs. Hayward's friend shows up.
I'm sorry about the search.
I didn't mind it so much had it been you instead of her.
Hayward meanders towards his bedroom door and sneaks in. Setting up his special scene he has planned, and takes out a little firecracker from his pocket and lights it on the balcony floor. It pops and the ladies scream and everyone runs towards the sound of what was meant to be a gunshot rather than away from the sound. They're like moths to a light bulb when they hear what must have been a gunshot. Sergeant Grover Vernon comes in with his gun drawn and freely pointing it wherever. Everyone is practically rioting in this room all of a sudden. Why are some of them fighting with each other? Grover comes back from checking the balcony with his gun waving all over the place. And it's no surprise at all that he didn't notice the remnants of firecracker on the floor. Sergeant Grover Vernon is definitely the most dangerous character in this episode.
Whoever it was, Mr. Hayward, has to have been a human fly.
Well, that explains it. Good work, Sergeant. Columbo shows up to help improve this mess of a scene.
Lieutenant, somebody just took a shot at Mr. Hayward.
Yeah, I heard. Forget about surrounding the building because the guy that fired that shot is still in this room.
He means me.
Yes, sir.
Was there a gun in this room?
Sergeant Grover Vernon has one, but he can keep that in his pocket for safety reasons. Hayward goes over to the window, asking Columbo if that is a bullet hole in the glass, and if it were fired at an angle, and having missed the intended victim, that the bullet would hit the wall, causing that bullet hole. Hayward continues swimming in his confidence, asking that if the bullet in the wall proves to be from the same gun that killed Harry Stone, then the same hand fired both shots.
Yes, sir.
Then all that remains for you is to dig the bullet out of the wall and take it to ballistics for a comparison.
No, sir.
And then the greatest thing that could have happened happens.
I've already dug the bullet out of the wall, and ballistics has already verified that it came from the same gun. Here's the bullet. No bullet in the wall. Bullet's right here. It's in my handkerchief. Yeah, there she is.
Man, Hayward, can you get your lying politician tongue to talk you out of this one? Columbo explains that when he was told he came in here to make some private phone calls earlier, he watched the phone from the room next door for room 615's light to turn on, showing that the phone was in use.
Never lit up. I didn't know what the hell you were doing here. I knew you weren't making a call.
He says when Hayward and his wife left to go vote, he took advantage of the opportunity to come in here and have a look around.
I found that bullet hole in the glass door, and that took me to the wall. I dug this bullet out of that wall 3 hours before you said that somebody fired it at you 3 minutes ago. You're under arrest, sir.
Look at him. Well, that knocked him down a few notches, didn't it? This is one of my favorite gotchas. I love how ridiculously confident Hayward was in his assassination attempt explanation, and how Columbo allows him to rattle on and finish before revealing he's had the bullet for 3 hours already, and how slowly he takes it out to show him, savoring every second. I also really like that Hayward never says another word. Jackie Cooper did a fine job portraying a crooked politician. I rate Candidate for Crime 5 Columbo cigars out of 5, one of my favorites. And I found Columbo to be extra entertaining. There are a number of scenes that were drawn out in this episode to add an extra minute here and there. The traffic stop and the mechanic scene were also added to help extend the episode to 98 minutes. And if we've been listening all along, we know why they would want to extend the episode to be extra long. Well, yes, you have been listening. The longer the episode, the more commercials can be squeezed in, resulting in more money to wipe their wallet with. Many Columbo fans actually complain about the extended scenes like the dentist, the extra long crime scene investigation in the garage, the car parking and shooting demonstration in Hayward's office, the scene at the tailor's. I read that many think these scenes were pointless and don't add to the plot. Well, they may not add to the plot, but they do add to the character of Columbo, which is extremely important to have personality in the show. Sometimes I just like watching Columbo be Columbo. Did you know the original motive for killing Harry was because Hayward was using campaign donations to try the Tony Goodland method of buying his wife in order to keep her from divorcing him?
That woman happens to be my wife, and I want to keep her. Money's what it takes. Money's what she'll have. What a waste.
But Hargrove and Kibbe switched it over to the secret little mistress remaining a secret. I can't figure out what Hayward saw in Linda Johnson, though. She was a very boring character. I thought Mrs. Hayward was an interesting character, though, and Joanne Linville did a wonderful job acting her part. The music that plays at the end when Columbo says he dug the bullet out of the wall 3 hours before Hayward says he was shot at 3 minutes ago, that tune always reminds me of Young Frankenstein. By the way, politics is probably my least favorite subject to talk about ever in the whole wide world. That topic is designed to upset and separate us, so hopefully you don't get the itch to try and discuss it with me, unless you have a good joke. I do love to laugh. Hey, Jackie Cooper was 5 feet 9 inches tall. I always kind of thought Will Ferrell looks like he could be Jackie Cooper's nephew or something. I think it's the really long upper lip and the heavy brow and the no lips. There are a couple alternate titles for this episode from other countries. Finland called it A Politician in Trouble, and West Germany called it Die for Me. If your country had a different title, I'd love to hear it. I have no problems with the title Candidate for Crime, but if you have suggestions for a different title, those are always fun to read. And some of you come up with really, really funny ones. Also, this is another episode where Columbo never lights his cigar, even though he asks for a match.
Give me a match.
Coming up next is Double Exposure.
Wherever you may roam, you'll find our name is known. You can trust Delco. Thanks, Delco. Delco Freedom Battery.
I trust Delco batteries, and my reputation rides on Delco shock absorbers, because you never know when you're going to need Delco's smooth control.
When the road is curved and rough, you need the shock that's tough. You can trust Delco.
Thanks, Delco.
Delco shocks and batteries. Delco shocks and batteries.
Thanks, Delco.
Episode 19, Double Exposure, first aired December 16th, 1973. It was written by Stephen J. Cannell, who was a very busy and successful man in the television world. A few of the many shows he created and wrote for are Black Sheep Squadron, Beretta, The Rockford Files, The Greatest American Hero, The A-Team, Wise Guy, and 21 Jump Street. And it was directed by Richard Quine. Oh yeah, he directed the masterpiece of an episode, Dagger of the Mind, as well as Requiem for a Falling Star. Double Exposure begins on the outside of a building labeled Keppel Industries. Here is that same building today, looking remarkably untouched. That's such a rare thing. This is the Harmony Gold Theater, located on Sunset Boulevard in Los Angeles, California. Inside the building is a man who seems to be putting a gun back together or something. I don't know. Maybe we'll find out later. He straightens a crooked lampshade, kind of giving us the idea that a struggle happened not too long ago, maybe. I don't know. Maybe we'll find out later. Walking over to a display case, he places the gun inside. Next, he hits play on a tape recorder.
Nothing can happen in this country until someone sells something.
Really? And flinging the gold curtain out of the way, Robert Culp emerges with his very serious face as a man on a mission. This is his third and final appearance on the 70s run of Columbo. We remember him fondly from Death Lends a Hand.
Now, if you'll please excuse me.
I cannot permit you to do that.
And The Most Crucial Game. This man is named Dr. Bart Keppel, played by, as mentioned, the great Robert Culp, born August 1930 in Oakland, California. Just a reminder to any of my new viewers, I do not repeat the acting resumes of actors I've already introduced in previous episodes. We first met him in the episode Death Lends a Hand. I also want you to know that I enjoy it when you share your favorite show or movie you remember the actors from. He turns up the thermostat to around 80 degrees and is now splicing one frame of iced tea into a film showing an arid little landscape.
Oh, you must be the artist of these arid little landscapes, aren't you? Well, they're not too bad at all.
He then smiles like the Grinch and rolls up the film. Next, he disconnects the east lobby monitor as another man enters the room and briefly catches him.
Hello, Doctor. Can I help you?
No, not at all.
Keppel comments on his early arrival, and the man says, well, he had to come check out the sound system. Keppel says they'll be running the film in about an hour and leaves to return to his office. He dials a number on the phone and holds the bridge of his nose like he's really annoyed about something.
Hello, Mrs. Norris. You don't know me, but I think we should talk.
Oh, that's what he's upset about. He forgot his handkerchief, so now he has to actually try to disguise his voice. We have witnessed many examples of how vital handkerchiefs are for phone calls like these.
If he pays up, no hard feelings. If he don't, we'll be in touch with you.
Police department. Just wanted to let you know we keep our promises.
Hello?
Hello, Sally. This is Dr. Zabatsky.
I need to talk to you. Who is this?
Let's just say that I am a friend of Tanya Baker, which is the subject about which I'm calling.
She says she doesn't know any Tanya Baker. And he says, well, I know you don't, but your husband sure does. She's my girlfriend, and they are having an affair together.
That is absurd.
Well, that's funny because I've got the proof right here in front of me.
He says he was suspicious about them, and so he hired a detective, most likely Mr. Bremer, and he took many pictures of his girlfriend and Mr. Norris affairing together.
But I don't believe you.
Well, if you'd like to see for yourself, they're together right now as we're talking. If you want to meet me at Valley and Magnolia, I'll take you on over where they are.
She hesitates, as she should, with a strange man calling and asking to meet up. But this is her husband we're talking about, so she gives in and says she'll meet him.
Okay, I'll be there.
So all of us are confused by now, but I'm sure things will clear up soon. Now a man is arriving to the theater.
Mr. Norris.
Oh, Mr. Norris. Good evening, sir. Go ahead.
Oh, Mr. Lally. Good evening, sir. This is the 10th episode he has appeared in. Mike Lally, born June 1900, in Manhattan, New York, will be in many more future episodes, and I kind of wondered if you want me to continue to list all of them like I have in the past. Since there are so many by now, I wanted to know, is it boring or... I'm gonna list them right now and you let me know. We have spotted Mike Lally in Lady in Waiting, Short Fuse, Blueprint for Murder, Etude in Black, Requiem for a Falling Star, A Stitch in Crime, Double Shock, Any Old Port in a Storm, and Candidate for Crime. Mr. Norris enters the room where Bart Keppel is visiting with a group of executives.
Hello, Vic.
Bart.
Keppel asks Mr. Norris if he'd like a drink before or after the screening, and Norris says there's not gonna be any after the screening drink unless he gets those negatives.
Well, Vic, I haven't made up my mind about that yet, but I have something for you because I know how much you'd like it. Caviar. Royal Iranian Beluga.
Now, maybe it is pronounced beluga somewhere, but this caviar is from the very large beluga sturgeon fish. Not to be confused with the beluga whale. They are native primarily in the Caspian Sea, which is on the north border of Iran, where this particular caviar in the episode came from. We'll talk a little more about this later. The waiter is named Jimmy because anytime Robert Culp's character has someone waiting on him, he must be named Jimmy.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hamlin. It's Jimmy, isn't it? You should have called the office. Jimmy, why don't you bring that camera?
Yes, sir.
Jimmy, put that down there for Mr. Norris.
Yes, sir.
Jimmy is played by Bobby Johnson, born January 1910 in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. He was in 11 episodes of The Amos and Andy Show, and in the background of North by Northwest, Breakfast at Tiffany's, and 1967's In Cold Blood.
How many of your other clients have you framed with Tanya? This whole institution was built
on her remarkable body.
He threatens to ask the district attorney to look into Keppel's history with framing clients to buy films.
You're turning into a crusader on me, Vic.
Enjoying it.
With a martyr complex?
Could be.
But you have to die to become a martyr.
That follows.
Look out, Keppel. Mr. Norris seems pretty confident in taking you down. It's probably all that Royal Iranian Beluga caviar protein giving him this fearless Iranian Superman strength. Vic Norris is played by Robert Middleton, born May 1911 in Cincinnati, Ohio. He was in The Big Combo, Desperate Hours, The Court Jester, and Friendly Persuasion.
What do you think this is, a homicide investigation? You're dealing with the largest pool of illegal money in the world. You're fighting a swamp with a teaspoon.
All the people go into the theater for viewing, and Robert Culp takes a moment to adjust his sleeves, as he has in the past. They just don't make him long enough for him. Keppel dismisses Jimmy with cash, saying he won't be needing him, as he does with all of his Jimmy waiters.
Hey, Jimmy, why don't you leave all that?
All right, sir.
I won't need you anymore tonight.
Yes, sir.
Here. Don't forget this.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Okay. You get yourself an empty seat or take the girl to the movies or something. I won't need you at all this afternoon.
Thanks, Mr. Hamlin.
Right.
He then grabs that same gun from earlier and conceals it under his coat. Now, back to all the executives here to view Keppel's Probably Good Enough to Murder For film. He explains that this is the final cut of the film, but there is no narration added yet, and gives a reasonable explanation as to why that is.
I will do that myself from the stage, so that if any of you have ideas, we can incorporate them before we hire a narrator for the final soundtrack.
Ah, yes, a nice collection of uncredited actors. My specialty. This man directly in front of us is Cosmo Sardo, born March 1909 in Boston, Massachusetts. We know him from Lady in Waiting, The Greenhouse Jungle, and Requiem for a Falling Star. Up next, clear as day, is George Holmes, born November 1918 in Shamokin, Pennsylvania. We've seen him in Death Lends a Hand, A Stitch in Crime, The Most Dangerous Match, Any Old Port in a Storm, and Candidate for Crime. Then we have Howard Gray, but I cannot find any information on him other than his name. Next to him is Peter Eastman, born September 1919 in Essex, England, and he was at Sir Roger Haversham's funeral in Dagger of the Mind. And over here is E.A. Siriani, born April 1922 in San Francisco, California. He actually is credited, and his character's name is Norbert, apparently. I'm still trying to figure out who that guy is over there on the right.
I'm extremely proud of this film. It incorporates several very strong motivational sales factors. I think you will find it a very motivating film.
And for some reason, the tape player already has the play button down, and Keppel hits stop. As the film begins, Keppel reads from the script.
Nothing can happen in this country until someone sells something. Now, here's an item that doesn't require selling. Exquisite lines.
Cosmo Sardo is sold, that's for sure. And then Keppel slowly backs away as the tape recorder he set up continues the narration without him. He was very clever to make the cutoff between him reading the script and the tape recorder taking over during The Lady in a Bathing Suit with a Stiff Neck, because everyone is certainly looking at the screen by now. He goes into a conference room to watch the East Lobby security camera. Then we are shown the scene of that arid desert where he inserted a frame of a tall, cool glass of iced tea, and everyone is now getting very uncomfortable, especially Mr. Norris. Oh, here is Mrs. Halstead, as she is named in the credits, played by Anne Driscoll. This is about the extent of her acting career, but she gets to be credited for it because she will have a line later. Vic decides he's got to get out of this stuffy theater and get a drink of water. Keppel sees him enter the lobby. This is it. Vic is drinking water from the fountain. Keppel comes out, quickly checks behind him to make sure no one is there.
Vic!
He cocks the gun and shoots Vic dead with a pearl-gripped, nickel-plated Colt M1911 A1. One of the coolest and most classic of pistols. Very fitting for a man like Culp. Vic falls to the ground and Keppel seems to unscrew something from the gun before placing it back in its case next to all his trophies. We know how proud Robert Culp's characters are of their trophies. Then he turns on a monitor displaying the portion of the film that is playing right now, which is again extremely clever, and very tightly planned because it is a war scene, so nobody should have paid any mind to hearing a gunshot right outside the door because there's a battle scene with explosions going on at the same time. He goes over to the lamp to fiddle with something in there. Not really sure what he's doing, but maybe we'll find out later. He smoothly and indifferently walks past dead Norris and heads around to the stage and slides right back into the place he started the film. Absolutely flawless. This murder could not have gone more smoothly than that. But I wonder why Bart Keppel wanted to kill Vic Norris before even hearing he is going to contact the district attorney to investigate him. It sure feels like we're being left in the dark here about something.
Where's Mr. Norris?
Oh, he stepped out a few moments ago. He looked a bit uncomfortable.
It's awfully warm in here.
We've been having trouble with the thermostat. I'm terribly sorry.
And here comes E.A. Sirianni's big action scene.
Mr. Norris!
It's no wonder his name is credited. Keppel rewinds the tape that had his narration recorded and jogs up the aisle like an athlete. When he joins the group, he hits record on the tape player and the scene changes to Columbo eating any snacks he can find around the crime scene while an officer gives him the rundown.
It is possible to come in through either of two separate entrances. You get all that, Lieutenant?
Yeah, I got every word. Excuse me, I'm a little hungry. I missed dinner tonight, working late on that Hayward case.
Hayward case? Wait a minute. Nelson Hayward? The crooked politician we just arrested in the last episode? So you're telling me that all these episodes are canon with each other, and all these repeat actors are actually the same character just living their lives? Why, that means Dr. Keppel is actually Mr. Brimmer.
Well, maybe you're right.
Who must have escaped prison, changed his name to Paul Hanlon, grew a mustache, and started working for Eric Wagner's father.
Eric? Oh, no.
But then got caught again and had to break out of prison again, changing his name to Bart Keppel and getting involved in the advertising, motivational, and human behavior business. Wow, this changes everything now when I see a familiar face. Anyway, the detective is played by John Milford, born September 1927 in Johnstown, New York. He was in some episodes of The Life and Legend of Wyatt Earp, The Rifleman, and Gunsmoke. A sergeant comes in and tells Columbo he doesn't need to be eating these finger foods when there's some good stuff in the other room.
What is it?
Imported caviar.
Oh, Columbo gets excited about that.
Have some. Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's really good. That's delicious.
I like how this scene makes sure that we enjoy watching Columbo enjoy eating the caviar by the spoonful like ice cream.
Costs $80 a jar.
$80.
$80 is worth almost $570 today in 2024. But why is caviar so expensive, you ask? Well, specifically, Iranian beluga sturgeon fish caviar is the most expensive of all the caviars in the world. That is because of, surprise, overfishing and habitat destruction of beluga sturgeon fish. It is now an endangered species. The beluga sturgeon is the biggest of all the sturgeons, weighing up to 2,000 pounds. It takes around 20 years for them to even be mature enough to produce eggs before they are killed to harvest them. So, basically, the rarity of caviar and the meticulous process to harvest it is why it's so expensive. Anything rare is expensive because someone decides it's valuable. Now, Columbo leaves that room with the pillow doors and summarizes again what supposedly happened.
So Mr. Norris was in the screening room, he's watching a film, and for some reason he got up and came out in the lobby and somebody shot him.
Yep.
The very matter-of-fact yep detective is played by Harry Hickox, born October 1910 in Big Spring, Texas. He was in The Music Man, The Ghost and Mr. Chicken, and every episode of No Time for Sergeants.
I wonder how the murderer would know in advance the guy's watching a film in there, suddenly get up and come out here.
Nobody knows.
Columbo wants to have a listen to Dr. Keppel's tape recorder, but in the meantime, we watch Dr. Keppel solemnly walking down the hall with one of the detectives.
Are you sure you checked every exit in the building?
Oh, yes, sir, we did. But this is a big building. Somebody could have gotten in here a dozen different ways.
A dozen? But that other detective earlier said there were only 2 ways to get in.
It is possible to come in through either of 2 separate entrances, one at the front of the building and the service entrance at the rear. Both were unlocked.
This detective is played by Manuel de Pina, born February 1936 in Hartford, Connecticut. He was a reporter during The Most Dangerous Match. Here comes Columbo.
Mr. Keppel?
Dr. Keppel.
Oh, doctor. Sorry. Lieutenant Columbo, homicide.
Columbo asks him if this is his tape recorder, and he says yes, it is, and explains he always uses it after screening to record the comments of the people who've seen the film. Columbo thanks him, and Keppel tries to walk away.
Excuse me, sir.
Columbo wants to know what kind of movie business he has here.
Well, we specialize in all forms of motivational research. I'd made a sales promotion film for Mr. Norris's agency. Mr. Norris was only a business acquaintance.
And then Keppel's able to leave. And then there is this tiny little 2-second scene that goes nowhere and seems to be pointless.
Why don't you go over there and check?
I don't know who the go over there and check guy is, but the policeman that is going over there to check is played by Geoffrey C. Brown, born January 1945, in Grambling, Louisiana. He was more of a stuntman than an actor. He did stunt work for some really great films like Smokey and the Bandit, The Blues Brothers, Vacation, Scarface, Commando, Lethal Weapon, Predator, Die Hard, Speed, Naked Gun 2.5, and Spider-Man 2002. Now we are in the projection room with that projectionist we saw earlier. Columbo wants to know what everything is, and the man says Dr. Keppel has the latest in everything.
Aside from the 35mm projectors here, we have 16mm projectors, 8mm projectors, slides, and complete editorial service.
Columbo points over to the monitors, wanting to know what they're for.
This one here is marked lobby. Does that mean when that one's on, you can see the people in the lobby?
Yeah, that's right.
Too bad I wasn't on during the murder. You could have told me who did it.
Yeah.
The projectionist's name is Roger White, played by Chuck McCann, born September 1934 in Brooklyn, New York City, New York. He did a whole lot of voice acting for shows like Cool McCool, G.I. Joe, DuckTales, Tailspin, Fantastic Four, and oh, so many more to name. As well as some video games like King Quest 6, Air Today, Gone Tomorrow, Heroes of Might and Magic 5, and Gothic 3.
As a matter of fact, this Saturday is a tribute to him. At halftime, the marching band is going to form a coffin. Oh, he was loved.
Columbo asks if he can have a glass of water, and Roger offers him some iced tea instead.
I don't know why I'm so thirsty.
Yeah.
They have a seat, and then comes one of my favorite lines to quote.
Well, why don't you have some raisins? They're healthy, full of iron.
No, thanks.
Do you remember when Columbo offered raisins to killer Mr. Markham?
I can offer you some raisins.
No, thank you.
We learn Roger is interested in real estate, and Columbo shares he had an uncle that made a killing on real estate.
You know what this guy did before he started selling dirt? Drove a school bus.
Wow.
Now he's got a ranch, a couple of Cadillacs, sends out embossed Christmas cards.
Boy, that's how you know you've made it. Sending out embossed Christmas cards.
That's why I'm studying this, Lieutenant.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Columbo wants to know if Roger could run the film that was ran earlier tonight during the murder. Roger says he'd like to, but it's already been picked up and brought down to the vault.
You dropped your nickel.
It's an old projectionist trick. So you take the nickel, shove it down here at the bottom of the film. Then you could be sitting around, and while this reels around here, the nickel drops on the floor. You hear that, and you can change the reel.
He says since he's been a projectionist for so long, he hardly pays attention to movies anymore, which is why he uses the nickel trick. We are reminded again that Columbo loves movies.
I could see some movies 5 times.
Westerns.
That's right. How'd you know that?
Shot in the dark.
Columbo heads out, and Roger goes back over to the monitor that Keppel was messing with earlier. You know, it seems like working in a place like this back then would have been pretty awesome. Not only are you getting paid to watch movies, but you also have your own private little bathroom stall. It even has a divider. And what's that? A fridge? This is like a bathroom-kitchen combo. The convenience is remarkable. Now Columbo is back to visit Bart Keppel.
I'm sorry to bother you again, Mr. Keppel.
Dr. Keppel, come in.
Dr. Keppel. Why can't I remember that?
I haven't the vaguest notion.
Columbo says he's just got to get a few things straightened out for his report, and then glances over at the guns on the wall.
Are those your guns?
Yes, they are. And you're wondering if they're in working order.
Well, as a matter of fact,
They are. Please feel free to examine them.
Thank you very much.
Columbo confirms that Keppel was on the stage narrating the film during the shooting.
Did you notice if any of the men left the room during the movie?
And he's like, well, obviously Vic Norris did.
How could you know if nobody else did?
Assumed it. You see, Mr. Norris was a very demanding man, and all the rest of the people in the screening room worked for him. They wouldn't have walked out of an important screening. They wouldn't have dared.
Well, that clears up the question that viewers may have had of why didn't anybody else get up to get a drink of water too? Because everyone was looking uncomfortably warm. Columbo wants to know if anyone might have a reason to kill Vic Norris.
Vic Norris was having an affair with a young woman we had hired as part of an advertising campaign for him. Her name is Tanya Baker. 70% of all murders involving married persons turn out to have been committed by the spouse.
I tried researching that statistic, but couldn't really find a confirmation of it for all murders involving married persons.
It's a fact. Look it up.
Well, I did, but where should I be looking it up, Mr. Keppel?
Dr. Keppel.
Columbo says he will check up on Mrs. Norris and see if she's got an alibi. Then, before they part ways, Columbo wants to make a personal observation about Keppel.
Shortly after the murder, you called to have your film picked up and delivered to your vault, and I got to thinking about that. Most people, when they're around a murder, they just don't stop to do anything like that.
I'm not most people, Lieutenant.
Yes, that's true. Columbo would likely agree.
You're a very individual person.
Then Columbo's about to leave.
One other thing.
He confirms they do their after-film discussions in the lobby, but something doesn't sit right with Columbo.
Gee, now that's peculiar.
What is peculiar?
It's peculiar that you would walk into the lobby, I see a man that was lying on the floor, he just got shot in the middle of all that excitement, turn on a tape recorder.
Keppel says, well, that's because he turned on the tape recorder before he went into the lobby and saw the body.
As a matter of fact, I think I turned it on directly after the screening.
Well, that explains it. Thank you very much.
Columbo is now visiting Mrs. Norris and wanting to know what kind of relationship she and her husband had. She says if he had asked her yesterday, she would have said they had a good relationship. But then last night, she got a strange telephone call from a man whose girlfriend was named Tanya Baker.
And he told me that she was having an affair with my husband, and he could prove it. I was told to meet him at 8:30 at the corner of Valley and Magnolia. And I waited there for over an hour, but he never appeared.
Columbo wants to know if anyone can confirm that she was there.
No, which means that I don't have what you call an alibi.
Columbo says, well, you do have an alibi. You were on the corner of Valley and Magnolia. But Mrs. Norris says she has nobody to prove it.
Well, I didn't say you had a good alibi, but you do have an alibi.
She says she didn't kill her husband, and Columbo says he believes her. Then he shares a story with her that gives Mrs. Norris great comfort.
My wife's got no head for crime. We go to those whodunit movies, she always picks the wrong murderer.
More proof that the Mrs. Columbo TV series should never have existed.
I want to tell you something. If my wife decided to murder me, she could come up with a better alibi than you got.
Thank you.
Mrs. Norris is played by Louise Latham, born September 1922 in Hamilton, Texas. Her first movie role was in the Hitchcock film Marnie. After that, making several single appearances or so on all the TV shows and lots of TV movies.
I see that you've lighted up your hair, Marnie. Two blonde hair always looks like a woman's trying to attract the man. Men and a good name don't go together.
Now we are watching some live security camera footage with Keppel saying to follow Columbo.
Stay with the little fellow in the rumpled raincoat. Good morning, Lieutenant.
Hey, that's me.
Yes, that's you.
Columbo says he told his wife that he knows a guy who makes TV commercials, and I love her response to that.
She claims that when she sees housewives on TV doing commercial, she says they don't look like housewives. So she says, show them my picture, I'll be on TV.
Keppel says he doesn't make TV commercials.
I'm a motivation research specialist.
No problem. I mean, I said I'd mention it, which I did, so I'm in the clear.
Well, watch out for that junction box.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, that guy apparently needed to assert himself into existence. Have you ever met someone who makes sure you know that you are an inconvenience to them?
Oh, no.
Well, that would be this technician fella played by Thomas Bellin, born September 1934 in Valley Village, California. He was in a few episodes of Police Story and guest appeared on a whole lot of other TV shows.
Oh, no. Junction box.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see that.
And Technician Thomas just plugs it back in. Looks like it wasn't a very big deal and didn't require the guilt trip glare, did it? Columbo says he went to the library this morning because he had a feeling when he met Dr. Keppel, he was meeting someone special.
I looked up Keppel in the card catalog.
Ah, yes, the card catalog. Something those of us from the 1900s will never truly forget. Did you know the card catalog became regularly used around 1850? And then good old Dewey came along in 1876 with his decimal system to help us get all our books perfectly organized. So Columbo looked up Keppel in the card catalog, and what did he find?
Advertising and the motivated sale, motivation research and its value in advertising, human values versus human motives, the mind string and how to pull it by Bart Keppel.
Keppel says there's a camera he wants to reposition and invites Columbo to come with him.
I gotta tell you, Doc, one of the things that I like best about my job, it gives me an opportunity to meet interesting people.
I love this grocery store scene we're about to experience. Seeing what the old grocery stores used to look like is a lot of fun. It's always my favorite when old movies or TV shows get outside of the studio and film in real locations. Like I've said in the past, it's an amazing time capsule that reminds us of how America used to be. And if you ever wanted to know what Robert Culp would look like as a King of Fighters character, well, this would be it. Keppel adjusts the very secret camera while Columbo tells him how fascinating he is.
It boggles my mind. I don't know how the hell you do it.
Most of it is just plain old-fashioned perception. For example, you do the shopping in your family.
Columbo says, yes, that's true. How did you know that?
One of these cameras picked you up as you came into the store. Now you can tell the way a person moves through a store, whether they're comfortable or uncomfortable.
The music playing in the grocery store is the same from Miss Babcock's apartment in The Most Crucial Game.
Hi, darling.
Miss Babcock?
And the yelling for Juanita scene in Candidate for Crime.
Juanita? Juanita?
This is a good time to mention the score was done by Dick de Benedictis. Right next to Keppel is a Bell brand display of snacks that went out of business in 1995.
Despite the fact that you were coming to see me, you moved through examining everything. All the produce, all the canned goods, everything. You were very comfortable. Ergo, you do the shopping.
And this store is very, very stocked on produce. Loads of melons and loads of potatoes and loads of pineapples. I've never seen so much cabbage all at one time in a store, and sweet corn all lined up, and holy moly, that's a lot of carrots and celery. Anyway, Columbo says he came to visit Keppel to let him know ballistics checked out his guns and they were clean. In fact, they were the wrong caliber.
Mr. Norris was shot with a .22.
I assume that you have interrogated Mrs. Norris.
We can't rule anyone out completely. Oh, that reminds me.
Well, now here's a piece of American history that we will surely never experience again. Stacks and stacks of cartons of cigarettes as accessible as the apples across the aisle. Well, nowadays, in some places, you can't even grab a bottle of shampoo without an employee coming to unlock the glass case. The few that can't keep their hands in their pockets, ruining it for the rest of us. So I got scolded for saying that by a couple people. I figure if a couple people got mad about it in the comments, other people probably also got mad, but were able to somehow keep it to themselves. They said I was being insensitive to the misfortunate. Well, I didn't know there was a level of misfortune that allowed shoplifting of cigarettes and shampoo, but now I do. Learn something new every day. Well, anyway, Columbo had a little chat with Mr. Norris's secretary, and he had a look at his agenda. There was a meeting that was scheduled to take place today.
On the top of the list it said terminate Keppel. I don't know quite how to put this. How about it, Doc? Were you about to be canned?
I love that Columbo calls him Doc, like he did to Dr. Barry Mayfield in A Stitch in Crime.
Tell me, Doc.
I think you put it very directly. You're about as subtle as a train wreck.
I had to ask the question,
Keppel strings along a little casual story about Mr. Norris and his film projects and how he liked the film very much.
I imagine such a note would say he was going to speak to the board of directors, tell them terminate until the next project.
Oh, fine. Well, that explains it.
Columbo thanks Keppel for his time and leaves. And we get another view of the produce section.
Dr. Keppel?
Oh, looks like Columbo forgot to mention something.
Just take a minute.
Yes, certainly.
Wow, watermelons were 6 cents a pound, but it's on sale for 5 cents a pound? That's amazing. Except they're pumpkins. So Columbo wants to confirm with him and the stories of the other people in the screening room. He mentions specifically Mr. Norbert, and we remember him.
He told you Mr. Norris left just before the film was finished, and he didn't look too good. Is that right?
To the best of my memory, yes.
Then he says Miss Halstead said it was warm in the screening room.
Yes, she did.
I see. Fine. Uh-huh. All right. Thank you very much.
What's the trouble, Lieutenant?
I wonder what the deal is with these 2 5-cent watermelons on the floor. Columbo remembers last night Keppel said to him that he turned the tape recorder on right after the film finished.
Now I'm puzzled because...
Oh good, we finally get to see what Columbo had in the very wrinkled paper bag he was carrying around. And it also looks like Columbo lost one of the 4 library books he was borrowing. That's not good.
This is the start of the tape.
I don't know. I don't think so. Listen, somebody call an ambulance.
Well, now Columbo needs to know why none of the comments made by Norbert or Miss Halstead were recorded on the tape.
I guess it was because I didn't turn it on in the screening room. I must have waited until I was in the lobby.
Then Columbo asks, why would you enter the lobby and see Mr. Norris's body lying on the floor, and in the middle of all the excitement, turn on the tape recorder?
Men do strange things under stress.
Yes, but you did remember to send the film back after the murder.
Keppel asks, what is this supposed to prove?
Well, I don't think it's proving anything, Doc. As a matter of fact, I don't even know what it means.
Columbo says he'd like to see a print of the film he ran that night because he is so interested in his work.
I think it'll be educational.
Why don't you call my office? They'll arrange it for you.
Thank you.
This scene was filmed in a Jimco grocery store located in North Hollywood on Victory Boulevard. The store closed down in 1986. If we have a little look at the location today, it is now a Target retail store.
Come in and see how low prices can go at Jimco.
At Jimco, I pay less than I do at other stores, even on my food bill.
Now the scene changes to a meeting between Bart Keppel and Roger White.
I think I know how you killed Mr. Norris.
Oh no, Roger.
Remember last night when I came into the projection booth? You were monkeying with the monitor. If that monitor had been working, I might even have seen you shoot Mr. Norris.
Roger then reveals another mistake he caught when Keppel gave him the film.
You see, when you gave me the film, you gave it to me tails out. When I heard the splices going through the machine, I rewound it. I found the subliminal cuts you made.
With all this crucial information, Roger figures he is now safe to blackmail the murdering Dr. Keppel.
What did you have in mind, Roger?
I had $50,000 in mind, Dr. Keppel.
Oh, that's a lot of money there, Roger. Today, that would be almost $354,000. He explains the reason he wants that amount is to buy a piece of real estate. Well, the price sounds about right then. Dr. Keppel says he's going to need his signature on a document because if he pays him the money, he will become an accessory to murder after the fact.
Would you be willing to sign such a document?
Sure, I'll sign it. When do I get the money?
Tonight.
Keppel says he's very busy this afternoon, so Roger tries to shake his hand, but no way is that happening. Next, we see Keppel watch Mrs. Norris and the housekeeper get into a 1971 Cadillac Fleetwood Eldorado and drive away. And for some reason, this housekeeper is credited. There must have been a deleted scene with her. She is played by Alma Beltran, born August 1919 in Cananea, Sonora, Mexico. She made an appearance in almost all the TV shows between the late 50s and the early 90s. And they barely get out of the driveway before Bart Keppel pulls into the driveway. Oh, what's a boom mic doing here in the street? Bart Keppel is driving the exact same car he had as Paul Hanlon from The Most Crucial Game, a 1969 Lincoln Continental Executive Limousine. Now we're really getting into the lore of this being the same man with a changed identity. Keppel gets out of his car and walks towards the door. Speaking of this being the same man, he has the same exact dark green blazer as in Death Lends a Hand, and The Most Crucial Game. In Death Lends a Hand, he's even wearing the same rust-colored tie. And even though he doesn't have the lockpick set he had in Death Lends a Hand, probably got taken for evidence, he still knows how to unlock a door with a credit card. Now that he is inside, he goes to the desk drawer and takes out a Luger P08 and sticks it in his waist under his coat. Now we have more questions that need answered. How in the world did Keppel know Mr. Norris had a handgun? And how in the world did he know it was downstairs in a desk drawer? Well, I have an answer. So, this episode was originally supposed to be one of the long ones, at an hour and a half. But for whatever reason, the producers Dean Hargrove and Roland Kibbe cut it back to an hour and 10. That means, of course, there were entire scenes completely cut. This episode originally opens with Dr. Keppel here at Vic Norris's home, where the two are having what I would consider an extremely important exchange that would have cleared up any confusion on motive and Keppel's strange familiarity with Norris's home. Vic Norris tells Dr. Keppel he is not going to give in to his blackmailing to buy his lame films anymore, and is going to confess to his wife, the board of directors, and the DA about his little fling he and Tanya Baker were having together. Dr. Keppel responds without hesitation, "You're buying the film tonight, whether you like it or not, and you're picking up the option on our contract, and we both know why." Then Norris opens his desk drawer and pulls out a .22 caliber pistol, aiming it at Keppel's face. Keppel remains very cool and collected, knowing full well Norris doesn't have the guts to pull the trigger right here in his own home. Then the scene changes to Keppel arriving at Tanya Baker's apartment. This is where Arlene Martell from the Greenhouse Jungle would have appeared in her role as Tanya. He tells her Norris's wife has found out about her and she is crazy. He says there's no telling what she might do. So after sharing this falsehood with Tanya, he gives her money to fly out to Lisbon, saying, "If you're a good girl, maybe I'll join you there." And then the scene switches to how we know the episode to begin. Now back to where we left off. We're on the outside of Magnolia Theater, built in 1940. The theater closed in 1979 and was bought by Barbra Streisand, who turned it into a recording studio. And High Plains Drifter is playing tonight, which is a western starring Clint Eastwood, released earlier that year in April of 1973. Columbo's gonna want to see that one if he hasn't already. Roger is in the projection room reading about real estate because his blackmailing is really going to work out for him, I'm sure. And entering the room is Bart Keppel with the handkerchief he needed earlier for the phone call to Mrs. Norris. He locks the door and begins to wipe his hands.
Good evening, Roger.
Did you bring the money?
So we remember back in Murder by the Book to not be alone in a room with someone who keeps their furniture covered in plastic. Well, it's also good to remember to not be alone in a room with someone who is wringing their hands in a handkerchief. Keppel says he has given the matter a great deal of thought.
Your discovery has made things very awkward. I think I found a solution. It would be the only solution.
Oh, come on, you gotta be kidding, Dr. Ted. Hey, put that away, Doctor. Don't fool around with that. Doctor, come on now.
Oh, Roger. He seemed like such a friendly guy. He was just searching for success and took a terrible risk, dipping his toes in the dark side of blackmailing. Have all of you learned from the demise of our Columbo blackmailers? Good. Also, it doesn't ever, in any show or movie, make sense for someone to shoot from the hip and insta-kill their target. This is not aiming. This is pointing. But Keppel's first time shooting is awesome. He looks like a villain that knows exactly what he's doing. He looks like he earned those shooting competition trophies he has displayed in his office. I think they had Robert Culp fire in the hip position because the room is small or something. He definitely knew better and was just following instruction from the director because Robert Culp was a lifelong gun enthusiast. He himself won several competitions in his early days and particularly enjoyed skeet shooting. And he remained a gun owner till the day he died.
Oh, yeah, that's easy enough. That's no problem. Simplest thing in the world. I think. I'll bet you $2,000 I can do it. How's that?
Now, normally this scene ends with a break for commercial, but there is actually another deleted scene here. After Keppel shoots and kills Roger White, he goes over to the phone to call Mrs. Norris and uses his great imitation of Roger's voice. Yes, he was imitating Roger's voice.
Hello?
Hello, Mrs. Norris?
Saying, "I was hired by the killer to strand you on the street corner the other night so you wouldn't have an alibi. He's trying to frame you for your husband's murder, but I don't want any part of that. If you come meet me here in the projection room, I will help you out." Mrs. Norris makes a smart move here. She hangs up and then calls the theater asking to be connected with the projectionist's phone. Unfortunately for her, though, Dr. Keppel is smarter and answers the phone, still posing as Roger, which confirms to her that his story must be true because he really is in the projection room. So she heads over to the theater right away. Now, back in the editing room at Keppel Industries, there is a man showing Columbo a subliminal cut.
I don't see anything but a lot of racing cars.
You don't see it with your eye. You see it with your subconscious mind. which is quicker than the eye. That's why it's called subliminal.
Columbo wants to confirm that it's really there, and the film editor shows him. Ew, I don't know about that burger. Looks kind of funny.
Gee, that thing makes you hungry just to look at it.
Yeah, well, that's the whole idea. If you want to sell hamburgers.
The editor fella is played by George Weiner, born October 1945 in Boston, Massachusetts. He was in many, many episodes of Hill Street Blues, and every episode of Kaz, Nero Wolfe, and Big Seamus, Little Seamus. He was also in the films Whose Life Is It Anyway?, To Be or Not to Be, Fletch, and Spaceballs.
Colonel Sanders, may I speak with you, please?
Yes, sir.
How can there be a cassette of Spaceballs the movie? We're still in the middle of making it.
Oh, that's true, sir. But there's been a new breakthrough in home video marketing.
Dr. Keppel arrives.
Oh, Lieutenant?
Oh, good evening, Dr. Keppel.
What are you doing here at this hour?
Well, your cutter here was just explaining to me how subliminal cuts work. I hope you don't mind.
No, certainly not.
Keppel sends away the film editor to go do another task and then asks Columbo what got him interested in subliminal cuts.
You did, Doc.
I did.
Columbo says he was busy reading his book, The Mind String and How to Pull It. He asks Keppel if he remembers the part about the popcorn.
Yes, I'm not likely to forget it.
Columbo summarizes the example of Keppel cutting one frame of popcorn into a movie, and it went by so fast that nobody saw it, but all of a sudden everybody wanted to eat popcorn.
Is that the way it went?
Yes.
In some cases, the sale of popcorn in the theaters almost doubled.
It also says that it was outlawed by the Consumer Trade Commission.
Columbo continues to compliment Keppel as they walk down the hall.
Well, I hope the brilliance of my work is not interfering with your investigation, Lieutenant.
I just noticed something else. Dr. Keppel is wearing the same watch and ring as Paul Hanlon, who is wearing the same watch as Mr. Bremer. Mr. Bremer's ring was different, but most likely that got taken away from him for evidence when he was arrested. Well, you may ask, how does he have the same watch and ring if he's been put in prison a couple times already? If the Blues Brothers taught me anything, it's that when you get out of prison, you're given back the things you were wearing when you were brought in.
Boots, black, belt, black, one black suit jacket, one pair black suit pants, one hat, black.
Now, let's assume that whoever killed Mr. Norris was already in your suite of office. Didn't come from outside the building.
All right, let's make that assumption.
How did the murderer know the precise time that Mr. Norris was going to leave the screening room?
I wouldn't have the faintest idea.
Keppel says he believes the murderer came from outside the building and that he already told him who he thinks it might have been. Then Columbo suddenly says he owes Keppel an apology.
I stole something that belonged to you. The night of the murder, I was hungry. I saw some of your caviar around. Took the liberty of helping myself.
As long as you enjoyed it.
That's the funny part. I didn't enjoy it. Too salty. Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's really good. That's delicious. Oh.
Columbo says he was so thirsty afterwards, and he figured if he was thirsty, maybe Mr. Norris was thirsty, so he ordered an autopsy report.
It was the only way that I could find out whether or not Mr. Norris ate any caviar. According to this report, he did. Quite a bit. Pretty big eater.
The topic of subliminal cuts comes up again, and Columbo asks if there were cuts in the film he was watching, would that encourage him to get up and find the nearest water fountain? And Keppel says yes, indeed. Columbo thanks him for his helpfulness.
You may really be onto something. You have to take the next step. Look at the film, examine it carefully, see if there are any subliminal cuts. Oh, of course. I should have realized you've already done that.
I have.
What did you find?
No splices.
Oh, that's too bad. What a shame.
Could have been 2 prints.
2 prints?
Keppel says he'd better get busy and find that second print. His entire case could rest on just that. Columbo says he doesn't think he's going to find that second print.
I think that the criminal in this case is much too intelligent to leave that kind of evidence around. But I got a feeling this guy did his own duplicating.
That must be very frustrating for you, Lieutenant.
Then Keppel leaves this conversation and Columbo follows, thanking him for his help.
Anytime.
Excuse me, are you Lieutenant Columbo?
Yeah.
It's your office, sir.
The secretary is played by Mary Beth Sikorsky, born August 1947 in Los Angeles, California. This is her one and only acting credit. Now we see Dr. Keppel talking to Charles, the narrator for his film, played by Peter Walker, born June 1927 in Mineola, New York. He was in several episodes of The Doctors. Columbo walks in to see Keppel.
Lieutenant, what is it?
Be careful, Dr. Keppel. Columbo might recognize little Paul Hanlon in your voice.
That's not my problem, is it?
Columbo, what do you want?
Columbo brings Keppel some sad news that his projectionist, Roger White, has been shot.
Is it bad?
Dead, sir.
Keppel says he wants to be kept informed as to whether or not this has any connection to the Norris murder. Columbo says he was about to head over there and wanted to know if Keppel wanted to come along. Keppel gets a little impatient and finally says to Columbo what he thinks he's implying.
You have come up with the remarkable notion that I am guilty of Vic Norris's murder. Never mind that I have no motive, or that I scarcely knew the man, or that he was my best client. Your innuendos keep clumping through our conversations like hobnail boots.
Hobnailed boots? What is that? Oh, well, that's so interesting. So these boots literally have short nails with a thick head hammered into the soles to increase the durability of the boots and provide traction on soft terrain or in snow. This is actually quite a revelation for me because I always remembered as a kid the boots that were on the monster in Young Frankenstein and thinking how mean to nail boots to his feet. But of course, that's not it at all. Frederick Frankenstein gave the monster some big ol' hobnailed boots. And also, I had many of you wonderful viewers share another reference for hobnailed boots from the Beatles song, Happiness is a Warm Gun. Let's see if I can get away with sharing a tiny portion of it here. Columbo says he's sorry. He didn't know he was making that kind of impression.
The fact of the matter is I knew I worked for you and I thought you might want to come. Honest, I think you'd be a great detective.
All right, Lieutenant. I'll play.
They ride in Keppel's limo, and as they leave the theater...
But which way?
Beg pardon?
You didn't tell me where the murder was committed, Lieutenant, so I couldn't possibly know how to get there, could I?
Turn right.
Nice try, though.
Can't win them all.
Now we are at the projection room where Roger was shot. Columbo wants to know the time of death.
According to the manager, White must have put that reel on at 7:30 and it ran out at 5 to 8.
So, the murder was committed sometime during that period.
This is Detective Marley, played by Dennis Robertson, born I don't know when, but we are going to see him again. Then Columbo asks about the gun.
It's registered to a Mr. Victor Norris.
All right, Sergeant. Have Mrs. Norris picked up and see if the manager can pick her out of the lineup.
Remember the deleted scene earlier with Mrs. Norris heading to the theater? Well, right here, there was another deleted scene. When Columbo says to go pick her up, it turns out Mrs. Norris is already there. She steps into the doorway saying, "That won't be necessary. I was here. I panicked when I saw him like that, and I ran." Columbo asks her a few questions and then introduces her to Dr. Keppel in hopes that she recognizes his voice from the phone calls. But of course she wouldn't recognize his voice because of his unmistakable impersonation of Roger White's voice. I learned about these deleted scenes from the book Shooting Columbo. A photo is included from the cut scene with Mrs. Norris. The editor missed a mistake here, calling Mrs. Norris Mrs. Keppel. I'm not poking fun or anything, just something that I noticed. Just like a lot of you notice things in my videos. Sometimes mistakes just slip by during the editing process, no matter how many times you look at it. And I don't have an editor. This is all just me. So the producers did the thing so many Columbo fans complain about them not doing with the longer episodes. They cut out the, quote, non-essential dialogue and unnecessary to the plot scenes, I guess. Are you happy now? Well, Mrs. Norris was taken in for questioning, and Columbo sits down, kind of flustered.
I still don't think she did it.
In that case, I'm deeply grateful for one thing.
And what is that, Doctor?
Oh look, this projection room also has a toilet, but you're wide out in the open with this one. Keppel says he is grateful that the time of death was established between 7:30 and 8 because he and Columbo have been together the whole time since 7:30.
I'm positive you'd still be accusing me. My only real protection in this matter is the fact that you personally are my alibi.
Keppel shakes Columbo's hand and leaves. Now Columbo has some serious thinking to do. And then something dawns on him as the show fades for commercial. And now a beautiful day out in the California sun. Bart Keppel is out enjoying a game of golf.
Dr. Keppel?
Oh, Columbo. Looks like he's on that same Harley-Davidson golf cart we saw in Short Fuse and again in Requiem for a Falling Star. You'll notice the Greeking is still in place, covering the Harley-Davidson name. You can also see them in the background of Death Lends a Hand at the golf course. Did you also notice the light shining on Columbo too, like in Short Fuse? And here comes Columbo trying to communicate with Keppel, but he's completely ignoring him.
Doctor?
Finally, Keppel acknowledges his existence.
I gather you are not a golfer.
No, sir, I do bowl a little, but you see, this game
It's
doesn't
customary to be very still when a man is trying to hit a golf ball.
Well, look, it's Mickey Golden. Interesting he's here, since he and Paul Hanlon were friends in some way or another during the most crucial game. Remember, he was the one that came running up to him during the opening credits? Columbo says he's trying to locate this Tanya Baker girl and thought maybe Couple could help him out. Couple says he doesn't know her and has never met her.
My company hired her as part of a publicity campaign for Mr. Norris's agency. That's all. Sorry.
You don't know her?
Nope, I do not.
Oh, gee, that's funny.
Columbo says they learned Miss Baker left town the day of the murder, and the airlines have record that she landed in Lisbon and checked into a hotel over there. Lisbon is the capital of Portugal, in case you're working on your geography skills, like me. Couple says, well, then it sounds like all you need to do is make an overseas telephone call.
I did, sir.
And did you reach Miss Baker?
Yes, sir, I did.
You weren't able to find out anything?
Nothing except that you do know her.
Couple's like, there's no way Miss Baker said she knew me. And Columbo admits she didn't directly say she knew him.
I made the telephone call collect from a Dr. Bart Keppel to Miss Tanya Baker. Would you like me to take you to your ball?
Keppel explains that of course she knows my name because she worked for my company. Then Columbo shares how their conversation went.
I said, hello, Tanya, and she said, you're not Bart Keppel. I know his voice, and she hung up. So I figure if she knows your voice, she must know you personally.
Couple comes up with a new explanation that Tanya Baker is not the kind of girl a married man likes to admit he knows.
I am married. I hope I can rely on your discretion, Lieutenant.
Nothing to worry about. No, I'm from Homicide. I'm not from the Vice Squad.
Columbo is so funny bringing up the Vice Squad into the conversation. The Vice Squad focuses on stopping crimes dealing with drugs, prostitution, gambling, and other vice-related topics.
Uh-oh. Not a bad one, huh, Doc?
Yes, that's a bad one.
Columbo hops out of the golf cart to go help Couple find his ball. By the way, this is the Shoal Canyon Golf Course located in Glendale, California. They also have tennis courts. And over here is a ball field. Oh, and over here is a landfill. Pretty cool how the course is up on a mountain like that.
Why don't you come to the point, Lieutenant?
I think you killed Mr. Norris, and I think you killed the projectionist.
I really appreciate that the second murder was not ignored here like it has been in the past. Couple argues, asking how could he have killed Mr. Norris if he was standing in plain view of everyone in the screening room at the time.
You couldn't, so you weren't. They heard you, and you had a tape recorder, and it was dark.
Then Couple starts to lose his cool a little bit here.
I was told that all of the testimony was unanimous. Everyone in the room swore they saw me there. Has someone changed their testimony?
No, sir.
Well, when they do, we'll be able to pursue this fascinating line of speculation.
Couple finds his ball.
There it is. I'll just toss it out a bit.
And no one will ever know.
Sure is hot outside today. Columbo tells Couple he won't be able to be his alibi for the night Roger White was shot because there was no nickel. Therefore, he was killed before 7:30.
I beg your pardon?
Under the number 2 projector, on the floor, there was no nickel.
Columbo explains the old projectionist nickel trick.
Mr. White did not change the second reel. You did.
But shouldn't there still be a nickel on the floor from the first reel? Unless Couple picked it up, there should still have been a nickel on the floor. Right?
I am fascinated by your imagination, but a court of law in this country still requires some kind of evidence.
That's right, Doc. And I don't have it.
Couple says, well then, for now I should be able to get on with my game.
Nice shot, Doc.
Yes.
For a while there, I thought I was going to spoil your game.
Not a chance, Lieutenant.
Couple really likes that particular golf club. He uses it for all his swings. Don't need that big heavy bag of different clubs for different purposes. This is the only one you need. Isn't that right, my golfing viewers? Then we see outside of the same building from Candidate for Crime's title screen. Columbo is having a discussion with the ballistics man about the murder weapon and where it could be.
Whoever shot this man never left the building. There were a whole ton of guns in the office and 2 trophy cases.
None of them was a .22. The guy was shot with a .22.
Something that should definitely be included in this discussion but is not is the fact that ballistics certainly would have found that the .22 caliber bullet that killed Mr. Norris was not fired from the same gun that shot Roger the projectionist. That seems like it might be significant since Couple is trying to make it look like Mrs. Norris shot both of them with her husband's Luger. And you recognize this ballistics man, right? He's played by Richard Stahl. He was the travel agent in both The Most Crucial Game and Lovely But Lethal. Columbo gets an idea and heads to the break room where he finds Milton.
Milton?
who never goes anywhere without his camera in his hands. And now that Keppel has left the building, Columbo and Milton go into his office and take a few pictures. Then Milton feels the need to tell Columbo the rules.
Wait a minute. Flashing your badge to get past a guard is one thing, but this is searching without a warrant.
I'm not searching. I'm looking. Shoot.
Milton is played by Danny Goldman, born October 1939 in New York City, New York. He voiced Brainy Smurf in all the Smurf episodes, and speaking of young Frankenstein...
I have one question, Dr. Frankenstein.
That's Frankenstein.
I beg your pardon?
My name. It's pronounced Frankenstein.
Now Keppel is showing his special film to a new client.
We're looking forward to seeing it, aren't we, dear?
We certainly are.
Good.
This man is played by Francis DeSales, born March 1912 in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. He was in almost every episode of Mr. and Mrs. North and Two Faces West. Other audience members are Diane Travis, previously from Etude in Black, Requiem for a Falling Star, Lovely but Lethal, and Candidate for Crime. Clark Ross from Blueprint for Murder and Dagger of the Mind twice. And Daniel Elam from Requiem for a Falling Star. While the film plays, Keppel gets a concerned look on his face and excuses himself. He rushes to his office and walks right over to that lamp he straightened at the beginning of the episode. He reaches in and unscrews something.
Finally got some hard evidence. What is that, Doctor? I'll be a son of a gun. A calibration converter.
Were both of you hiding behind that slim-potted plant? Well, aren't you slick? Columbo heads over to the gun case.
Looks like a 22. Fit nicely into a 45 automatic.
This is actually called a caliber converter, not calibration, and I had never heard of them before this episode. Caliber converters are real, but I can't find anything that describes them like the one we have here in the episode. If anyone watching has some insight, I'd love to hear it, but it seems that if you want to change the caliber of your 45 ACP down to a 22, you need to get your hands on a kit that switches out everything but the receiver. The typical and innocent reason someone would want a caliber converter is just to have the ability to shoot a smaller caliber with the same gun, usually for target practice, because the smaller the caliber, the cheaper the ammo.
That's why the barrel and the chambers were clean when ballistics checked out the gun. A converter. I never figured on a converter.
I always wondered why Keppel never got rid of that caliber converter. Throw it off a bridge. Or even just simply bring it home and hide it if you didn't want to completely dispose of it.
Doc, I would have sworn you had a gun hidden in here. And I was trying to smoke you out.
A subliminal cut. You used a subliminal cut.
Columbo clarifies that he used quite a few subliminal cuts. He and Milton took the pictures last night and had them cut into the film this morning.
It must have been the ones around the lamp. Maybe it was that fella.
Keppel takes the slides to look at them.
You'll have to admit, you never would have solved it without using my technique.
That's right, Doc. If there was a reward, I'd support your claim to it.
And Keppel laughs with a single tear at the irony of being caught by his own method. The end. Let's go ahead and rate this episode at 5 Columbo cigars out of 5. This episode has some of the best dialogue between Columbo and the murderer. Columbo really starts picking at Keppel, starting at the grocery store, then in his office, and then on that golf course. And Columbo is just so funny. Peter Falk was in top-notch Columbo character. The director or writer didn't have him go do something weird out of the blue. He is just the laid-back, unassuming, very observant, yet playing innocence with a little jabs at the murderer to get them riled up. So, the whole concept of subliminal advertising that this episode focused so heavily on was invented by a market researcher named James Vickery in 1957. Unlike this episode, though, the subliminal cuts did not result in increased sales of Coke and popcorn. His claims that they did, he admitted later in an interview, were fraudulent. But people will be people, and they are way more interested in the original claim that subliminal messaging is real. Some of you may be wondering if I put subliminal cuts into this video. Well, you'll have to ask your subconscious mind about that one. A few of my favorite moments in the episode.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's really good. Yeah.
Why don't you go over there and check?
Well, why don't you have some raisins? They're healthy, full of iron.
No, thanks. Gee, now that's peculiar.
No, stay with the little fellow in the rumpled raincoat.
But watch out for that junction box.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Uh-huh. All right. Thank you very much.
I got something I have to do myself.
Oh, come on, you gotta be kidding. Dr. Terrell, come on, don't joke around. Hey, put that away, Doctor. Don't fool around with that.
I don't know why you need all your little cards, but if you do, I guess it's all right.
Okay. Pretty big eater. Can't win them all. Well, Doctor, I've never accused you of anything.
I'll ignore that.
Afternoon. Doctor? Excuse me, sir.
No, I'm from Homicide. I'm not from the Vice Squad. Uh-oh.
And again, you may have noticed, Columbo never lit his cigar in this episode. It's either already lit, or it's not lit at all. I'll end this video with some alternate titles from other countries. Finland titled it Encrypted Message. France titled it Subconscious. Italy titled it 22 Caliber Alibi. And West Germany titled it A Thoroughly Motivated Murder. I kind of like all those titles, except for West Germany's, more than Double Exposure. Just because the way the episode was cut down, the motivation is very unthorough. And it seems like half the Columbo fans out there think Double Exposure is the title of the Dick Van Dyke episode, Negative Reaction. But that's normal by now, because Robert Culp's previous episode, The Most Crucial Game, gets confused with The Most Dangerous Match. Well, see you next time.
Thank you very much for the time.
What's my pleasure, Lieutenant?
Coming up next is Publish or Perish.
Brought to you by Lucky Strike. Get the genuine article. Get the honest taste of a Lucky Strike.
Well, next week, another track-down story. I hope you'll see it. And when you buy your next carton of cigarettes, get the genuine article. Get the honest taste of a Lucky Strike.
Episode 20, Publish or Perish, first aired January 18th, 1974, and it was written by Peter S. Fisher, born August 10th, 1935, in Queens, New York. He's most known for creating and writing for Murder, She Wrote. He was also responsible for the Eddie Capra Mysteries TV series and The Law and Harry McGraw. We'll be hearing his name quite a few more times as we travel through the Columbo series. The director today is Robert Butler, who we already met as the director for Double Shock. Our episode begins with explosions and freeze frames. How exciting! I figure they use the freeze frames because explosions are over so fast, and they went through the trouble of exploding things, so they want us to really appreciate it, which I do. I think this is one of the coolest openings to exist in the Columbo world. The car having a rough day in the junkyard here is a 1963 Triumph Spitfire 4. Then we see the man causing these explosions light his next explosive event with a bowl full of fire surrounded by more explosives sitting on a piece of plywood, acting as a table on top of his car. As he throws the second explosive, we get a nice look at the junkyard he's playing in, and there's that Spitfire again, but unexploded. Landing on the windshield of a 1965 Chevy Impala Super Sport convertible with a Kodak cardboard box in the background. Looks like the hood blew right off, and here's the epic title screen. Throwing his third explosive, we again see the junkyard with that Spitfire hanging out, and it lands on an old mattress next to a Frito-Lay's snack box. I really wish I could read the newspaper, but it's just not clear enough for me. Ooh, guest star Jack Cassidy. And here he comes, pulling up in a 1969 Cadillac DeVille convertible.
Bravo, Eddie. Very efficient. And may I add that you are truly a living tribute to American ingenuity.
Well, he's sure buttering up this explosives man. Eddie, we just learned, is played by John Davis Chandler, born January 28, 1935, in Hinton, West Virginia. He was in The Young Savages, The Outlaw Josie Wales, Adventures in Babysitting, and Only the Lonely.
So you're a big chef, man.
You didn't find the knives on us.
We found a lot of holes in the body. We'll find the knives.
The timing is everything.
22:30.
What?
22, 30 hours. Army time. Makes it 10:30 at night instead of in the morning.
Oh, yes, of course.
So, this is Riley Greenleaf, played by Jack Cassidy, born March 5th, 1927, in Queens, New York. We have already met him way back in episode 1, Murder by the Book.
Want to synchronize watches?
No, that won't be necessary.
Riley asks Eddie if he's all right, and Eddie says yeah, as he lights a Molotov cocktail, I guess.
Just wondered, I thought perhaps you might be losing your nerve.
So Eddie continues holding this long-fused explosive while making eye contact with Riley. And why does he touch his watch for every explosive? Especially for that Molotov, which is supposed to explode on impact. What exactly is being timed? And I spent too long trying to identify the label on this bottle with no results. If I have any label experts out there, please help me. Eddie turns to Riley, saying 1 guy is no problem.
I fragged a couple of hundred in them.
Ah, a war veteran. Riley emphasizes to Eddie to only shoot the guy in the heart with 1 shot and no more.
Economy, huh?
Eddie places the burning bowl and rags in the trunk of his Volkswagen convertible, and I just noticed he's wearing 2 watches. I guess the black one was a wrist stopwatch, maybe. Riley presents the gun Eddie is to use for this 1 shot to the heart murder.
Remember, you have to shoot it without smudging the prints on that handle and the key.
I always liked the sound effect of the key. Very key sounding. Riley says everything is all clear and they shake hands. Then Riley turns to leave.
What about you publishing my book?
Of course, I was just coming to that. Well, your first advance, $1,000. We'll draw up a formal contract in a couple of days.
No kidding? That's great.
I love the change in character for Eddie. Just goes to show no matter how cold and hard someone behaves on the outside, inside there is a hidden, excited little heart waiting to burst out with a...
No kidding? That's great.
Eddie tells Riley he's very smart to publish his book because he's going to make a fortune with it. He emphasizes that he's been working on it for 3 years.
I've described every single kind of explosive there is and how to make it.
Well, that's your genius, Eddie. Your sort of do-it-yourself book will undoubtedly change the world.
Yes.
That's so funny, describing a bomb-making book as a do-it-yourself book.
It's a kind of do-it-yourself thing.
There's some really great writing in this episode. Riley reminds him, but first he has to come through for him tonight.
Oh, that. He's dead already.
Riley reaches into his passenger seat for a screwdriver to jimmy his car door lock and scrape the paint off with a terrible sound. Suddenly we are at a social gathering with candles everywhere, and a man calls for Eileen.
Eileen, give me a kiss. I take every opportunity, Hellos and goodbyes are the only kisses I get.
Thank you for sharing that with us. This man passing by is Joe Pine from Blueprint for Murder and Dagger of the Mind.
This party's partly for you, to impress you enough to come and join the Neal Publishing House.
Mr. Neal, I don't need impressing. I'm ready.
Yeah, you sound ready. The lady says Riley Greenleaf has been informed today that Alan's contract is over in 3 weeks, and then they are free.
I hope you can join me for dinner tonight, you and Eileen both.
Oh, I'm sorry, I can't.
Yeah, you sound like you can't. Then Riley shows up, uninvited apparently.
Well, there they are. The Holy Trinity. The only thing missing is the golden glow. Fortunately, my presence shall make up for that.
Riley says he stopped by to see what techniques the great Jeffrey Neal was using to carry off his client full of bestsellers, or as Riley puts it,
Steal my pocket-sized Hemingway.
So, as Riley said, this is Jeffrey Neal, played by Jacques Aubuchon, born October 30th, 1924, in Fitchburg, Massachusetts. He was in The Shaggy Dog, 20+2, and Dropout Father.
Down the door. I'm sorry I'm late, Catherine. You said left on Paradise Lane.
Oh, no, it's right. Oh, I'm sorry.
And then the lady
The lovely handmaiden.
is named Eileen McRae,
Literary agent and concubine, ever present at her master's side.
played by Mariette Hartley, born June 21st, 1940, in Weston, Connecticut. Her first acting role was in Ride the High Country, and from there moved on to Marnie, Bride of the Incredible Hulk, and Dropout Father.
That's strange.
What?
He goes to her grave every day, but always in the morning.
Never in the afternoon.
And finally, the writer who can't.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can't.
Is named Alan Mallory, played by Mickey Spillane, born March 9th, 1918 in Brooklyn, New York. He's not an actor. He is a writer. His first novel was I, the Jury, which introduced his most popular character, Mike Hammer. There was a movie based on the book, I, the Jury. Mike Hammer got his own TV series that aired in the 50s, and then rebooted in the 80s, and again in the 90s. So he's not an actor, huh? Well, let's give it a shot anyway.
All right, cut it out. Don't you understand? I don't want a contract with you anymore.
Riley says he alone made Mallory into a bestseller.
And now he would like to write better things. And for Mr. Neal's company.
Oh, you're kidding.
Riley gets very serious now and delivers to Mallory his parting words.
He'll never write for you or anyone else, and I shall see to it. If you do, you will die. Good night, you charming people.
Piano music playing in the background is familiar. Originally composed by Billy Goldenberg and Ransom for a Dead Man. As the main musical score, and then showing up again in Murder by the Book at the restaurant.
You're making me nervous.
And then, if we have a listen again back when we first arrived at this party,
You look gorgeous.
the piano music is also originally from Ransom for a Dead Man, but also at Barney's Beanery. Which showed up in the background of Lady in Waiting at the clothing store.
I'll take it all. Yeah?
Well, is that it?
No, I haven't finished.
And now is a good time to mention that Billy Goldenberg was the composer for the rest of this episode as well. Riley arrives at a bar and checks his watch. It's 10:05. This type of watch is called a jump hour digital watch. Yes, digital. You're probably wondering, why is all that black space there on the right? Well, that is some Greeking, my friend. This is specifically a Bueller jump watch, but Bueller Swiss made is covered with some black tape. Riley gets out of the car and kind of stumbles his way towards the bar, acting a bit smashed. Although I do not believe he is ever actually drunk for his drunk man alibi tonight. Mallory enters his office and turns on the lamp, and suddenly there is another scene playing in the bottom left corner of Eddie arriving at the building. As Eddie has a look at the window, seeing it is occupied, another scene is simultaneously played in the right corner of Riley demanding better service from the bartender.
Hey, bartender. A little more service at the end of this bar.
And then we barely get a glimpse of Mike Lally as the second bartender. Yes, the same Mike Lally we know from Lady in Waiting, Short Fuse, Blueprint for Murder, Etude in Black, Requiem for a Falling Star, A Stitch in Crime, Double Shock, Any Old Port in a Storm, Candidate for Crime, and Double Exposure. Believe it or not, we'll be seeing him again in future Columbo episodes. Then the screen splits into 3, showing us the actions of all 3 characters happening this very moment. On the left is Riley, 3 sheets in the wind. On the top right is Mallory, opening a window. And at the bottom right is Eddie, making his way up the stairs. Columbo fans seem split on their opinion of the split screen, but I think it's amazing because to me it increases the suspense of what wouldn't be very suspenseful on their own. The real reason this was done, though, is because the script was too long that Fisher wrote, and this had to be one of the 70-ish minute episodes. So the clever editors, who I never talk about, came up with this very smart move. Richard Belding has been responsible for editing every Columbo episode so far, and will continue until Jack Cassidy's final episode, Now You See Him. Mallory props the door open with a chair, Eddie removes a revolver from a bag, and Riley makes a drunken scene as he is working on his alibi.
What did you put in this glass?
Double scotch and soda, sir, just what you ordered.
What, do you take me for some kind of a fool? This tastes like bud.
Hey!
Let go of me. Buy yourself a personality. Let go.
The restaurant manager is played by Vern Rao, born July 2nd, 1921, in the state of Washington. He was in a few episodes of Fernwood Tonight. and Riley is ushered out of the establishment. Back there is Dick Sondergaard, previously spotted in Blueprint for Murder, Etude in Black, and Double Shock. Back to the 3 scenes taking place, Riley gets in his car, Eddie is still sneaking around, and Alan is dictating the final chapters of his book. Riley takes another look at his watch, now reading around 10:28 p.m. He seems fairly satisfied with that. Then he looks out the window to see the couple that the bartender was visiting with earlier. Eddie appears at the door to Alan's office, recognizing he doesn't need that key Riley gave him, and puts it into his pocket. He enters and slowly creeps up behind Alan with the revolver in his hand. He smiles before shooting, showing us he has absolutely no conscience about killing this man. He holds the gun in a very unconventional way in order to preserve the fingerprints at Riley's instruction. Alan turns around and the two make eye contact before he shoots him, but instead of us seeing the shooting, we are shown some backfire from this old 1963 Volkswagen van, and then Riley backing into it full force, and exiting his car, raving mad.
What's the matter with you? Hey, fool! Look what you've done to my car! Look what you've done to our car. Tell him, Ralph!
Well, sir, you did pull out without looking.
What?
Jack Cassidy gets so carried away with this, what? And it's my favorite moment.
What? That's ridiculous. You, Ralphie, are a fool, you're a liar, and you're a menace to your fellow man.
Goodness, Riley, that's harsh. Poor Ralph is played by James Milholland, born August 23rd, 1915 in Peoria, Illinois. He was in No Time for Sergeants, The Ghost and Mr. Chicken, and How to Frame a Fig.
I'm so sorry that I'm late, but we had a seance at the house last night, and it ran on until all hours. It was a surprise seance for Mrs. Maxwell, her birthday, you know.
Ralph's Mrs. is played by Mary Esther Denver, born May 10th, 1918, in Ottumwa, Iowa. Well, this is only the second Iowan I've come across, first being the strange astrology hairdo woman from Lady in Waiting, Marcia Wallace. Anyway, Mary Esther didn't do a huge amount of acting, but she was in The Fortune Cookie and an episode of Star Trek. Back to Eddie leaving the key on the floor per Riley's instructions. Look at that old carpet. You've walked on it before, haven't you? Eddie silently leaves the office, and we're back to Riley's pickled performance.
I suggest you call that number the first thing in the morning. That's my insurance agent.
Sir, in your condition, I should call the police.
Madam, in your condition, I'd call a plastic surgeon.
Now the cops and detectives and coroners are at the crime scene.
About midnight, right? That's when I found him. I was bringing him his coffee. Coffee? Coffee?
Did you notice how awful and jagged the cutout circle is for this lock?
You leave the building? Well, no, I keep it down in the basement.
Yeah, apparently the security guard is also the basement coffee delivery guy for Alan in the middle of the night.
I keep it down in the basement. I always brought him his coffee every night.
Columbo asks if any coffee is left, and the security guard does his duty of fetching the coffee. Columbo says he's probably had 5 hours of sleep in the last 2 nights, as the coffee security man pours him basement coffee from a thermos.
Did you find out about that key yet, Lieutenant?
Oh, it is brutal.
Columbo goes on about how his wife wanted to watch Bette Davis last night.
She's a terrific actress, this woman, Bette Davis.
I agree, Bette Davis is a terrific actress. But I wonder why it was so important that the show called out and complimented her name here. Yeah, I know Peter Falk and Bette Davis were both in Pocketful of Miracles back in 1961. Well, that was 13 years ago. Why didn't he reference a more recent coworker from a movie like, Melina Vukotic from Rosalino Paterno Soldado?
Kramer?
Watch it coming through.
You finished up over here?
Just about, Lieutenant. Just about.
Kramer's played by Davis Roberts from Candidate for Crime. Columbo asked the security guard if he got in with a master key.
Yeah, I knocked, but I couldn't hear anybody working. But I could see the light shining through the door, and that's when I come in and I found him.
The security guard is played by Ted Gearing, born April 6th, 1929 in Bisbee, Arizona. He was in Oklahoma Crude and On the Air Live with Captain Midnight. Then a young fella comes in the room saying he came to see Mr. Mallory.
Who are you, sir?
Norman Walpert, Lewis Manuscript Service. I'm here to pick up Mr. Mallory's tape for transcription.
What are you doing here at this hour? Why'd he come so late?
Well, it's the same time I come every night.
He wants to know if Mr. Mallory is all right, and Columbo says he's dead and sends him away. Norman Wolpert is played by Jack Bender, born September 25th, 1949 in Los Angeles, California. He was in The Barefoot Executive and showed up once in several different TV shows during the 70s, but he left acting to become a director. He directed a third of the episodes of the Lost TV series and all of the Lost Missing Pieces miniseries, almost every episode of Mr. Mercedes, and in relation to Jack Cassidy, he directed the David Cassidy story, which is about Jack Cassidy's son.
Sweeney, you getting anything here?
Not much. A lot of dust.
Dusty Sweeney is played by Lew Poulter, born November 3rd, 1928, in New York City. He was in several episodes of Del Vecchio in 1997's Titanic movie. Then Columbo listens to the tape that recorded the murder. How important tape recordings have been in this series.
Hello?
Les?
Paul?
They've got me. They want $300,000.
When?
Tomorrow night. Just follow instructions.
Paul.
These modern idiotic devices. She's not home yet. Quincy, look in the dash there, will you?
Dash? You hear that? Dash from the car.
If so, your voice...
Been listening to that thing. That's the last phone call. 100 times.
Listen, somebody call an ambulance.
I'm puzzled because if you turned it on after the film in the screening room...
Lieutenant?
Shh. Did you hear that?
He rewinds to listen again.
And we found this in the basement corridor. It's been fired.
Now, even though he is holding it with a pencil, I cannot believe he has the gun barrel pointing at Columbo's face for this scene. Did he check that it is unloaded? And even if it is, that is very, very poor gun etiquette. This police guy is played by James Seeking, born March 5th, 1934 in Los Angeles, California. Oh, he was in so many things, but I just have to pick a few. Did you know I can only pick a few? I have to deliberately leave out some. So it's not that I forgot, I just decided not to include it. You've probably seen him if you like the TV series Hill Street Blues. The man was in every single episode as Howard Hunter. You can find James Seeking in the new Centurions, Ordinary People, and Outland, as well as every episode of Doogie Howser, MD, and Brooklyn South.
Sweeney, Prince, ballistics, please.
As Sweeney leaves, he shuts the door behind him. Columbo notices something.
Sweeney?
What, Lieutenant?
Well, these blinds bother Columbo. Now let's get an update on Riley. He's parked on the grass.
What are you doing here, parked in the park?
Because there's a sign out there that said no parking in the street.
The police officer asks him to step out of the car.
If you want me to get out of this car, officer, or sergeant, you're gonna have to drag me out.
Fred.
Need help, huh?
This Riley character is so funny. Scene change to Columbo drinking coffee and eating some breakfast in the interrogation room. Riley and Riley's lawyer enter. Columbo informs them he is with homicide. Columbo wants to see if Riley Greenleaf can identify a voice and plays the dictation Alan was working on when he was killed.
You find him gone. Saigon.
Yeah, this is Alan Mallory. All right, I've identified the voice. Can I leave now?
Columbo confirms Alan Mallory is dead.
Oh, God, no. But who? Why?
Columbo wants to know where Riley was at 10:30 last night, and Riley says he can't remember.
I drove around. I had been drinking quite a bit. I don't remember anything about last night.
I wonder if you can identify this key.
All keys look alike to me.
But I believe this is your key.
The building superintendent told Columbo that the office Riley leased 18 months ago for Mallory to work in came with 2 keys, and one of them he gave to Riley.
We found this key on the office floor, a few feet from Mr. Mallory's body.
But evidently it belongs to him.
Columbo says no. Mallory's key was checked, and the one that fit the door to the office was on it.
This key, your key. This is the fellow that bothers him.
The lawyer wants to know what's so bothersome. He says the key could have been dropped there days before, which is a great point.
Do you own a .38 Smith & Wesson revolver?
Yes, I do own a pistol, but I don't know what make it is.
Yes, you do, Riley. That's the same gun you used when you shot your other writing colleague, Jim Ferris.
This will be the last time that I can...
Jimmy?
It is specifically a Smith & Wesson Model 36 that indeed shoots .38 Special. And for fun's sake, I'll go back and also mention this is the same gun Dale Kingston used to kill his Uncle Rudy. And it's the same gun Beth Chadwick used to kill her brother Bryce.
Why didn't you answer? I was ringing.
Riley then pretends to have some sort of realization, wanting to know why Columbo is asking him all these questions.
Well, surely you don't believe I had anything to do with Alan's death.
He says obviously some thief must have broke into the office, and Columbo says there was nothing to steal.
Mr. Mallory's wallet wasn't disturbed. And you just said that you were drinking last night. And you can't explain your whereabouts at the time of the death.
The lawyer man stops Columbo and says unless he's placing him under arrest, then they should leave.
Arrest? No. No. Mr. Greenleaf, you're free to go.
So they leave, and the scene changes to Columbo visiting Eileen McRae. He wants to know the activities of Riley Greenleaf.
If anybody had it in for Alan, it was Riley Greenleaf. Alan was about to walk out on him, taking a best-selling book with him.
Eileen has the same chained-up porcelain poodle statue as Miss Babcock in The Most Crucial Game.
Well, that must have been the book that Mr. Mallory was dictating.
She must have gotten embarrassed about the statue, so she's trying to cover it. But I also see that she has the hanging zodiac wall decor that was in Candidate for Crime. Columbo brings up a great point.
Wouldn't these two men have a contract?
Yeah, but it was about to expire in 3 weeks.
But still, the book would still belong to Mr. Greenleaf, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and it seems like if Alan Mallory was writing that new book in the office Riley Greenleaf was renting out for him, any work done in that office should belong to Riley.
Riley Greenleaf didn't know anything about that book. Alan never talked to him about it, and never would, until he was free of that contract.
Columbo asks if Riley made threats to Mallory.
Last night he said some ugly things. He said if Alan didn't write for him, he wouldn't write for anybody.
No kidding.
Scene change to Columbo arriving at Riley's house and noticing the damage done to Riley's rear bumper.
Involuntary self-incrimination. On that basis alone, I'm sure
David,
we could get...
Please, shut up.
The color of this room is irritating enough without you talking all this legal nonsense.
Lieutenant Columbo to see you, sir.
This butler man is played by Warren Parker, born February 25th, 1904 in Alton, Illinois. He was Mr. Meldrum in The Andy Griffith Show.
You must not say anything that could be construed as an admission of guilt.
Columbo enters and Riley apologizes about this morning, again saying he doesn't remember anything about last night.
Forgive the condition of the room, but I'm redecorating.
Thank goodness. Columbo says they have traced the gun.
My gun. It was my gun, wasn't it?
Yes, sir, we were able to trace it to you.
When I looked in the car and the glove compartment, I saw that my gun was missing.
Lawyer says, well, obviously someone stole it, and Columbo says no. Doesn't look that way.
The only fingerprints that we were able to find on the handle of that gun were Mr. Greenleaf's.
And then Riley excitedly does the thing his lawyer specifically instructed him not to do.
You must not say anything that could be construed as an admission of guilt.
Well, that's it, isn't it? Alan walked out on me, took his latest book to another publisher, and I suppose in anger I killed him.
Columbo asks about the book Alan was writing and if it was pretty valuable, and Riley says anything he wrote was valuable. Then Columbo asks if he could take a look at his car.
Of course, if you like.
How long has this lock been broken?
Well, I don't know that it is.
Well, it's been jimmied, sir, and the scratch mark is fresh.
Riley suddenly remembers the key.
The key?
He says he kept the extra key to Alan's office in his glove compartment as well.
Oh, it's gone, too.
The butler comes out to say the insurance man is on the phone for him, and Riley sends David the lawyer to answer the call.
Yeah, I guess somebody gave you a pretty good rap back here.
That's the first time I noticed that.
Columbo estimates it'll probably cost around $150 to get something like that fixed.
Listen, my wife's got a cousin in the valley. He owns a body shop. I mean, if you want me to talk to him.
Well, that's very decent of you. You see, I have a cousin in Beverly Hills. He does all my work for me.
Then lawyer David smugly exits the house to inform Columbo about the phone call.
I have some disappointing news for you. You're going to have to stick this murder on somebody else. Riley's got an alibi that even he doesn't know about, and it's ironclad.
Lawyer David Chase is played by Alan Fudge, born February 27th, 1944, in Wichita, Kansas. He was in the films Border, Brainstorm, Edward Scissorhands, and The Man Who Wasn't There, as well as almost every episode of Man from Atlantis, and he will return in '89 when the show Columbo also returns.
No record of jobs you've held, no savings, no personal investments, no social security number. You may as well not even exist.
At 10:30 last evening, Riley Greenleaf was involved in an auto accident in the parking lot of the Moore Park Inn. That's in Encino.
What the devil was I doing there?
We're drinking at the bar, I'm pleased to inform you.
And Columbo's like, well, that just about does it. Riley says he's so thankful and that a drunken blackout is a frightening thing.
I must be grateful to those people for having the good sense to call my insurance company to report.
Columbo concludes that the accident last night must have been where he damaged the rear end of his car.
Yes, I suppose so.
Well, listen, I better go check this thing out. Still, it's funny.
What's that, Lieutenant? The fact that only your fingerprints were on the gun.
Columbo thanks Riley for his cooperation, and Riley says the often required murderer line.
Please don't hesitate to call it if there's anything I can do.
Oh, yes.
Then David feels the need to scold Columbo and try to make him feel small and foolish.
I suppose you realize what you almost did, sir?
He's like, well, you were going to arrest him, weren't you? And Columbo rightly says that it sure seemed like Riley was somehow involved.
Scene. When are you police going to realize that it takes more than circumstantial evidence to convict a man of a crime? Evidence. Find the evidence, Lieutenant. Quit jumping to conclusions and quit trying to take the easy way.
Yeah, you need evidence. And silly things like Riley's fingerprints being the only ones on the murder weapon registered to his name just aren't going to cut it. Columbo did the wisest thing, and probably also the most difficult thing, of just walking away from Mr. Know-It-All. But then he did have one more question, wanting to know who else was involved in the little auto accident.
Mr. and Mrs. Morgan. Why?
The reason Columbo asks is because when Riley said he was relieved that those people called his insurance man, meaning more than one person, well, they figured maybe the blackout was starting to clear up and he was starting to remember what happened.
Perhaps he is, subconsciously.
That's probably it. His subconscious.
And Columbo knows all about the subconscious mind after his experience with Bart Keppel's subliminal cuts not too long ago.
You invented something I never heard of. I'm over 40. Subliminal cuts. Who ever heard of a subliminal cut?
Then we have a short, silent scene with the music from our old friend Billy Goldenberg. I really like his musical scores. This scene shows Columbo having a visit with the locksmith about cloud formations and how the wind carries them along. Oh, and also about locks and keys. Then we see Riley Greenleaf's office building, which is located on California Street in San Francisco, California. And everything looks practically identical today. Even this big pile of black sculptures here. It's actually called Transcendence, but more commonly known by its nickname, Banker's Heart. It's made from Swedish granite and weighs 200 tons. Man. And this building it sits in front of is 52 stories tall and was completed in 1969. It used to be called Bank of America Center, but now it seems to just be called 555 California Street. We're in Riley's office now, and he gets a call from his secretary saying there's a strange man wandering around the editorial section.
What do you want me to do? If you want to get rid of him, call the police.
That's just it, sir. He says he is the police.
And then we get an odd little scene of a photographer giving instructions to this man on how to hold this woman.
You're supposed to make her swoon with passion. Now give it to me, give it to me.
His t-shirt smells.
And Columbo's peeking in on the scene, not quite sure what to think of it.
Columbo!
Columbo apologizes to Riley, saying the receptionist told him he was busy. So he decided to wander around and that he hopes Riley doesn't mind. But Riley does mind because his people are very busy.
I can see that. I'm very sorry. What are they doing in there?
Well, we're shooting a cover for a new paperback. It's on anthropology.
I love how straight-faced Jack Cassidy delivers that line. And I always thought maybe Peter Falk had to hold back a smile and cover his mouth for a moment.
Mr. Greenleaf, I came by to tell you that I've checked out that accident and there's no question about it. You were there.
Riley says he's so relieved to hear that and apologizes for yelling earlier.
The only thing I have to do now, sir, is try and find the person who framed you.
Frame me?
Yes, Columbo says it was all too perfect with the fingerprints on the gun, so whoever shot Mallory was very careful not to smudge his fingerprints.
But you know, you were very lucky. I mean, with that accident. I mean, the time it happened and the witnesses. Count your blessings, sir.
Now we are back again in Riley's office, and Columbo admires the posters.
Looking at some of these posters got me thinking. We got a guy down at the department wrote a couple of books. He's only a sergeant, and I handle a lot more cases than he has.
Maybe you might write a book?
So, looking at these posters got Columbo thinking about writing a book on some of his cases. Isn't that something? You know, now that I think back, it was while watching this episode and seeing those posters that gave me the idea to start a YouTube channel focused on Columbo. So I have to interrupt here because I got more comments than I would have ever expected from people finding it so interesting that these posters inspired my Columbo deep dives. Either you're all just messing with me, or I sounded way too honest here. This was a joke. These ridiculous posters had nothing to do with giving me any ideas about making a Columbo YouTube channel. Well, anyway, Columbo says Mr. Mallory must have been a very valuable writer to him.
The insurance guy told me that you took out a life insurance policy on his life, $1 million?
Riley says, oh yes, he was very valuable. He says he actually forgot all about that policy. Oh neat, Riley has the same deadly-looking knight on a horse statue that was in Candidate for Crime.
According to my notes, the company sent you a renewal slip last week.
Well, I wouldn't know anything about that. We have an accountant that handles all that stuff.
That's a very good answer. You know, so far, Riley has done an outstanding job covering his tracks, as well as just acting innocent. Other than his overly dramatic,
Oh, God, no. But who? Why?
that he belted out earlier. Well, Riley tries to lead Columbo out the door with some encouragement.
Good luck with that writing. Keep that up. That's good.
Oh, I intend to. But you know, it's hard at home with the family.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, George is probably still crashing on the couch.
Hello, George.
Before Columbo leaves, though, there's something that's been bothering him.
I cannot figure out how the murderer got into Mallory's office since the lock wasn't broken and there's no sign of forced entry.
Oh, the key.
You mean this key?
There it is.
Columbo says, no, this key must have just been part of the frame-up because it doesn't fit the lock.
Mallory changed the lock about 3 weeks ago.
He did?
Yeah. It's puzzling, isn't it?
It's baffling.
Yeah.
Columbo says there's just has to be another key to fit the new lock.
If I could find the person with that new key, I'd find the person that killed Mr. Mallory.
Playing along with Columbo, let's just say, the guy who framed Riley did have a new key to unlock Mallory's office door. Why on earth would he leave the old key on the floor to frame Riley if it didn't fit the lock? That doesn't make any sense. But it's up to Riley what to do with his information.
I don't envy you. That is not an easy assignment.
You don't have to tell me.
All the luck.
Hey, I have a feeling of deja vu.
I must say I don't envy you.
I don't envy myself. I think I'd better get on it, huh?
All the luck.
Thanks.
Moving on to a phone ringing surrounded by grenades.
Yeah. Hello, Eddie. This is your publisher calling you.
Riley and Eddie arrange a time to meet up this evening.
Shall we say $2,200?
You're learning, Skip. Out.
Oh, yes, Eddie. Out.
Then Riley removes from his drawer a very wrinkled paper bag containing a bottle of champagne and a syringe with some injectable mystery liquid because someone Sharpie Greeked the label. But before he does his little science project, he picks up the phone and calls Moish.
Hello, Moish.
We all know a Moish or two, don't we?
I need to have a key made for a door in a certain office building. Problem is, I need it this afternoon. You think you can swing that? Tell him I'll make it worth his while.
Well, Riley has arrived at Eddie's home sweet home.
Yo, it's open.
We see Eddie here working on something very important with a dynamite detonator in the foreground. Riley enters and admires his surroundings, which prompts him to ask Eddie a question.
I'm needing to ask you, all this stuff that you keep here in your home, is it legal?
It's all made in the U.S. of A.
This episode is full of funny lines, but this one has to be my favorite. What better response could you possibly give to a question like that?
Is it legal?
It's all made in the U.S. of A.
Then Eddie is excited to share with Riley some drawings he made for his chapter on bouncing Bettys.
What's a bouncing Betty?
Anti-personnel mine. You leave the pressure plate just about a ½ inch of dirt and leaves. The guy steps on it, whammo, you get the legs. It's beautiful.
Oh, yeah, that's beautiful.
You know what's beautiful is every bit of dialogue between Riley and Eddie. Everything Riley says to Eddie is a lie to butter him up, flatter, or soft soap, if you will.
Oh, you're soft-soaping me.
I am not.
And Jack Cassidy excels at this kind of acting. It's very funny. Then Riley presents a gift to Eddie.
Hey, that's nice. Real champagne?
Absolutely.
Eddie goes over to a shelf to grab a couple beakers, I think, and blows in them to make sure they are clean. And Riley's wonderful reaction to these glass choices.
Perfect.
Then Riley gives a clever toast.
Shall we say, bombs away?
Bombs away. I like it. I like it. Right on.
And then, as soon as Eddie barely finishes his first drink, Riley fills it up again. I would consider this another moment of caution for everyone watching. I like to point these out for my audience in case you find yourself in these situations because I like you a lot. Never be eager to drink that second helping if the one pouring doesn't even ask if you'd like more, but instead just keeps joyfully topping off your drink. Then maybe take notice if they are wearing gloves and haven't taken off their coat yet. Riley pretends to drink and then asks Eddie if he ran into any problems the other night, and Eddie says no.
No trouble getting into Mallory's office.
The door was open, but I left the key on the floor anyway, like you told me.
Splendid.
Riley wants to confirm that there was no information in his book that might be in violation of military requirements or defense secrets.
Are you kidding me? All the specifications are in the manufacturer's brochure.
You know who Eddie reminds me of? He's like a combination of Mr. Pink and Mr. Orange, or Steve Buscemi and Tim Roth. Eddie says his book is just simply how to use the bombs right, and that he has ideas for bombs those guys have never even thought of.
Never even thought of.
Eddie starts swaying and blinking his eyes.
Something the matter, Eddie?
I don't know.
And he crumbles to the floor. Riley takes off his black leather gloves, and underneath he has latex gloves on. He finds Eddie's key ring and puts a new key on it. Then takes out Eddie's address book and bends it open to his own name and number. Then he reaches for some typing paper, and we are shown a great little detail that might be easy to miss. Riley has carbon paper to place between two pieces of regular paper. I'm sure many of you already know what carbon paper is, but I know some of you don't because it's something we just don't have many uses for anymore. We do still use the term though, for example when sending a duplicate email to multiple recipients. That's what the CC stands for, carbon copy. But back when typewriters were regularly used, black carbon paper bound with wax was placed between the original and the intended copy of a document. That way you don't have to type the same thing 2 or 3 times because as you type, the pressure of the metal letter hammers hitting the top paper and carbon paper underneath transfers marks to the second paper.
Dear Mr. Greenleaf.
And Riley is typing on a Remington Standard Model 19 typewriter. The scene fades to black for commercial to show the passage of time. Riley is looking pretty tired, but he finishes what we see is titled 60 Miles to Saigon, the book Alan Mallory was dictating before he got shot. Riley sticks a copy in his breast pocket and the other in Eddie's filing cabinet. We get a glimpse of the letter placed on top, and I'll read it for you, of course. Interestingly, it's addressed to Greenleaf Books in New York, even though it seems his office is supposed to be right here in Los Angeles. Maybe there is a New York branch. Dear Mr. Greenleaf, enclosed you will find a brief outline for a novel I plan to write, entitled 60 Miles to Saigon. I think this is an excellent kind of story, and one that will sell a lot of copies. If you agree, why don't we meet and discuss some of the details, such as how much are you going to pay me to write this? Yours truly, Eddie Kane. Then Riley picks up Eddie's beloved bomb-making book, as the scene fades into Riley hustling down the stairs while removing his coat and hopping into his car, taking off down the alley. We have another glance over at Eddie's windows with all the lights on. Riley pulls over and takes out a cigarette, about to light it when... Oh, did Riley rig up a timed bomb or something? Those 10 easy steps on how to blow up anything must have really been easy, because now I figure the scene faded from Riley looking at the book to imply he read it. Well, Riley is very pleased with himself and, hey, is that the same lighter that Ken Franklin had in Murder by the Book? And here's something you'd never get the chance to see unless you're looking at individual frames like I do for whatever reason. But these tires are very bald. He must peel out regularly when he's feeling extra villainous. Look at all that nice lumber. Now here comes Columbo down Beverly Boulevard in his smoking car. Here is this view today. They did some major remodeling on these buildings. If we look back at the taller building just 6 years ago, it's a little more familiar looking. And as Columbo continues driving, he stops at a restaurant named Chasen's. Now, I love that looking at the same street today, there are a bunch of new trees that weren't there in 1974, but it is harder to match up this view perfectly with the episode because of them. Anyway, here we go on Columbo's route. And even though this is no longer Chasen's restaurant, I am very appreciative of the new owners keeping this portion of the building in its original state, with the white brick and the green shutters, and the same light fixtures, and even the same flower pots at the entrance. I can't believe it. Columbo comes to a stop and yanks the parking brake, gets out to greet the parking attendant.
Is this the right place?
For what?
To park the car.
Permanently?
No, I'm going into lunch.
What's this guy's problem? Permanently. Who does he think he is behaving that way? Well, now where's he going?
Hi, Sharon.
Hi, how are you?
Good to see you.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, I see. Sharon showed up in her tight little outfit, driving a 1969 Chevy Corvette Stingray. The rude, shallow parking attendant is played by Rocky Fryer. He has 2 acting credits, this episode of Columbo and 1 episode of Banachek.
Excuse me, don't I need a parking check?
Listen, mister, I'll remember your car.
Columbo enters the restaurant and heads over to the table with Eileen McRae and Jeffrey Neal having lunch. Jeffrey invites Columbo to sit with them and have something to eat. And could someone who was an adult during the 70s tell me what the deal is with Eileen's hat? Is this really something you would wear to a restaurant? It looks like she's ready to trick or treat as a thrift store Carmen Sandiego. Anyway, Columbo has a look at the menu, but nothing really impresses him.
I'll tell you what, if you don't mind, do you have any chili?
Chili?
Yeah, with beans or without beans, either way, it doesn't make any difference.
What is with these employees at this place? Customer service is not part of their job description?
Chili.
Ask Ollie to see what he can do for our friend here.
Yes, sir.
I'll have a little iced tea with that.
The waiter is played by Maurice Marsec, born March 23rd, 1915, in Croix-Nord, France. That's the best I can do. He almost always played the part of a French waiter or a French butler or some French guy in both movies and TV. Quite a full resume, too. You can find him in What a Way to Go and The Big Red One. What is interesting about this behavior from the waiter towards Columbo is that he should have been very happy to hear the request for chili because that meant Columbo was very familiar with the restaurant. I kept reading that Chasen's restaurant was known for their chili, and I read and reread several of their old menus from different years that are preserved on the internet, and not one of them had chili listed. And I was like, what is this? Another one of those fake fun facts that the internet is so in love with? So I dug a little deeper, and here's a little bit of history. Dave Chasen opened his shack of a restaurant in 1936 and served primarily chili. Here's a picture of him with his wife, Maud. You'll read over and over again that his chili had a very secret recipe. Hopefully, Mrs. Lovett wasn't involved. Well, wait a minute. We just met Sweeney earlier in this episode.
Sweeney?
What, Lieutenant?
Nothing.
But it must have been good, though, because his tiny little restaurant that originally had to borrow their silverware evolved into one of the hottest spots in Hollywood, frequented by several celebrities until the doors closed in 1995.
This was a warm place to come to. Just everybody'd get together and have a good time. It was more like going to a friend's house, I might say.
And what friends? Maud's office looks more like a Hollywood Hall of Fame.
Here's W.C. Fields right there.
Look how red his nose
And
is.
here's Dave. It was always red and it was always big. Never changed. It must have been that big when he was little, I don't know.
Some celebrities even claimed their own personal booths, like Frank Sinatra, here requesting chili for his wife Barbara and himself. Alfred Hitchcock, who ended up on a magazine cover drinking from a tiny glass at his booth and requesting chili after being served everything else on the menu. James Stewart here telling his friends on the left about the chili while sitting next to Dave and Maud Chasen on the right. And Groucho Marx with the hat lady helping him remove his coat as he calls out his order for chili. Let's flip through the Chasen's family album.
Let's see.
Lucille Ball, here she is bringing home some leftover chili. Marilyn Monroe and Joe DiMaggio before they had Chasen's chili, which prompted them to get married afterwards. Lauren Bacall smoking away in a booth as she tries to stay calm along with her hangry son waiting for their chili. Ronald Reagan and his wife Nancy with Mrs. Chasen after enjoying a full helping of chili. Warren Beatty smiling with Mrs. Chasen as his chili cools on the table behind him. Fred McMurray, Gregory Peck, and James Stewart again with Mrs. Chasen enjoying some after-chili drinks. Here's a very young photo of Frank Sinatra and Ronald Reagan wondering why there is no chili in these cups, standing behind Dave Chasen getting some coffee. Michael Caine looking disappointed because he couldn't find the chili on the menu. Eddie Van Halen shocked at the amount of celebrities eating chili in this room. Along with his wife Valerie Bertinelli smiling joyously in anticipation for ordering her bowl of chili. Roger and Louisa Moore leaving Chasen's. Roger had the chili and Louisa did not. Cary Grant counting his money to see how many helpings of chili he can order before entering the restaurant. Carrie Fisher and Buck Henry being told the secret that you have to ask for the chili. Kirk Douglas and the missus very satisfied after enjoying the chili. Rock Hudson, Elizabeth Taylor, and Lawrence Harvey eagerly waiting for their chili. Clark Gable with his wife Kay still patiently waiting for their chili. Jack Nicholson requesting 1 order of chili. Ray Charles, Lou Rawls, and Quincy Jones after enjoying their Christmas chili. Clint Eastwood trying to act natural as he orders chili even though it's not on the menu. Woody Allen getting fed up waiting for his chili order. And William Shatner about to enter Chasen's, practicing in his mind how he is going to boldly order his chili like no man has ordered before. So, if everyone was so in love with the chili, why wasn't it on any of the menus throughout the years? Well, in 1940, Chasen removed it from the menu, but it was always available upon request. It was a secret dish with a secret recipe, and knowing about it made you an insider of the dining world. Maybe they included Columbo ordering chili at Chasen's as a hint to the rest of the world that they have chili. So Columbo discusses with Mr. Neal about Mallory's manuscript called 60 Miles to Saigon.
I agreed to publish it after Mallory's contract expired with Greenleaf, and I want to get a hold of it before he can because, well, I'm afraid he's going to make trouble.
Columbo wants to know if he's read it, and Neal says, no, nobody's read it. Although Eileen did discuss the ending with him and even made a contribution. In the middle of this conversation, the waiter delivers Columbo's chili.
I'll have a little ketchup.
Ketchup?
Ketchup.
This waiter needs to get off his high horse. Anyway, Eileen says Universal Studios wanted to make a movie out of his book starring Rock Hudson, but the way Mallory had originally ended his book was with the death of the hero.
Universal said for $100,000 you don't kill off Rock Hudson.
Eileen then shares how she helped alter the ending for Mallory so that the hero is not killed off at the end.
After the escape, after they get back to Saigon, Rock Hudson says goodbye to the girl who helped him regain his courage, says goodbye to the material world, and goes off to a monastery.
Is that good?
If it sells, it is.
And that's pretty much all that matters to Hollywood. Will it sell? Not, is it good? Because that ending is as dry and boring as you can possibly get it.
This chili is good, I'll tell you that.
Columbo asks them if they can think of anybody who might want to frame Riley Greenleaf. They both seem shocked by this question.
Surely you don't think that either one of us had any...
I'm just asking the question.
They deny having any reason to have Mallory killed and frame it on Riley because they wanted Alan Mallory to write for them.
Are you Lieutenant Columbo?
Yeah.
There's a telephone call for you, sir.
Oh.
This man is played by Martin Ash, born June 2nd, 1909, in Bradford, Illinois. He was in 6 episodes of Iron Horse. Columbo says farewell to Eileen and Mr. Neal and goes to answer the phone.
Columbo? Yeah. Where?
You'll check, Lieutenant.
Can't you see he's on the phone, mister? Columbo writes down information from the call and hangs up as the waiter hands him his bill.
$6, excuse me. No, I think there's a mistake. I had the chili and the iced tea.
Oh.
$6.75.
I forgot to add the iced tea.
If we were handed that bill today, it would cost over $43 for that little bowl of chili and iced tea. Now we're off to visit Eddie Kane's place to see the damage done by the explosion.
Blew himself up last night with a hand grenade. Real weirdo.
Wait, a hand grenade? Wow, I wonder how exactly Riley set that up to explode minutes after he left Eddie's.
Looks like he's writing a book. How to blow up anything in 10 easy lessons.
Good thing that book survived the blast. Then he shows Columbo something very interesting.
Well, it may not mean anything, but I found Kane's address book. And Greenleaf is in it.
Riley Green.
Hey, what's this? Columbo isn't wearing latex gloves. Then Columbo leafs through the filing cabinet to find this.
Wait a minute. 60 miles to Saigon.
You think that ties Eddie Kane with the Mallory murder?
Yeah.
Lieutenant, you sure are lucky sometimes.
That's me. I'm lucky.
Columbo sure is lucky. So this is Sergeant Young, played by Paul Shinar, born February 12, 1936 in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. This was one of his first roles, but will later be known for The Night That Panicked America, The Secret of Nim, and Scarface.
You got everything a man could want. I like you, Tony.
There is no lying in you. Unfortunately, I do not feel the same about the rest of your organization.
Columbo asks if he found Eddie's keychain, and Sergeant Young says, yep, he did.
You didn't happen to find a key that doesn't fit anything in this place.
Well, there's one for the door, one for his car, and this one. Who knows?
Next, we move on to a scene with Jack Cassidy that always cracks me up.
Oh, yeah.
Excuse me, Mr. Greenleaf.
Maybe now you recognize this lovely little tune that they seem to be using for the background music of some questionable viewing.
Oh, yeah.
We have heard this at Miss Babcock's from The Most Crucial Game.
Hi, darling.
Miss Babcock?
Yelling for Juanita at the Hayward residence during Candidate for Crime.
Juanita? Juanita?
And at Jimco Grocery with Bart Keppel and Columbo.
One of these cameras picked you up as you came into the store. Now you can tell the way a person moves through a store, whether they're comfortable or uncomfortable.
Columbo tells Riley they found the man that killed Mr. Mallory.
Unfortunately, he was killed last night. His name was Eddie Kane. It was some kind of an accident. He seemed to be fooling around with a homemade bomb.
Sounds gruesome.
It was.
Well, that brings up a point. When the bomb or hand grenade went off that night, it seems Riley drove a block or two away, and yet we still heard the explosion. But Eddie's house was sure in great shape inside and out for a grenade going off the night before. Columbo asked Riley to tell him a little more about Eddie Kane.
Me? I never heard of the man.
Well, now, that's strange, sir, because your telephone number and your name we found in his address book.
Riley again denies knowing the name Eddie Kane, and Columbo's patience is just a little thin today, and he immediately calls him out on it.
Now, that's just not true, sir.
Columbo says he found a duplicate letter from Eddie addressed to Riley written 9 months ago, along with a novel outline called 60 Miles to Saigon.
The point is, have you heard of Mr. Kane or haven't you? And I think you have. And I think you ought to tell me about it. You can do it here, or you can do it at headquarters.
Riley gives in, saying he never was a very good liar. Now we move on to Riley's office again. He opens his safe, and sitting right on top is the letter and novel outline Riley typed up while Eddie was passed out at his feet. Riley tells Columbo he received the letter and outline last June, which checks out. The letter was dated June 20th, 1973. Although the New York thing is still in question for me if he received it here in the Los Angeles mail. He says from the moment he read the outline, he knew the story had the makings of a very commercial book, but he could tell from reading it that Eddie Kane was not the guy to write it, because he clearly wasn't a writer. He knew Alan Mallory was looking for some new ideas, and when he showed him the outline, he jumped at it.
Lieutenant, I was not trying to steal it. Quite the contrary. I offered Eddie Kane $5,000 for it. He refused. He was like a wild man. He was insulting, abusive.
I got a lot of comments pointing out that Riley Greenleaf's Greenleaf logo is just a green version of the Canadian leaf.
But you didn't return the outline.
Riley says it was too late because Alan had already started working on the book. Of course, telling him to forget about it was out of the question, of course. At the very least, giving the book a different title was also just impossible, wasn't it? Columbo wanted to know what Eddie Kane did next, and Riley said he threatened both him and Alan and refused any offers like part of the profits. Well, look over there. Riley has the same plain old office-type artwork that Beth Chadwick had in the meeting room from Lady in Waiting.
I guess he killed Alan and he tried to frame me. You know, in many ways, I'm really to blame.
Well, I can understand how you feel, sir. I mean, that wasn't exactly an ethical thing that you did, was it?
No, it wasn't.
All right, Mr. Greenleaf, I'll be running along.
Before he leaves, Columbo asks to take the letter and outline to check against Eddie Kane's typewriter, and Riley is, of course, happy to oblige. And Columbo actually walks out without another question. The next scene shows Eileen reading the outline while Columbo paces in the background. She confirms it is definitely the outline for Alan's book, but she cannot believe that he would plagiarize it. She says the way it's written, it's as though Alan dictated it himself. Columbo asks if he can use her telephone and tells her to finish reading the rest of the outline. Now it's night, and Riley is talking to Columbo on the phone. He informs Riley that the key for the lock to Mallory's office was indeed on Eddie Kane's key ring. Columbo asks to meet him.
When now? Tonight. May I ask why there? Yes, of course. I'll come right away.
Riley's ring. Riley's lighter and Riley's ring.
After all, friendship is more important than partnership.
Well, the scene changes to Riley getting off the elevator with two cops standing guard in the hall. Well, I'm having a little more deja vu because that's very similar to the end of Murder by the Book. Riley enters the office and...
Evening, Mr. Greenleaf. This writing is not as easy as it looks. I was on a case once. A candidate for United States Senate. He had a lot of security men around him because there had been threats against his life.
There Columbo goes again, recalling the Nelson Hayward case from Candidate for Crime. Why does he bring up that case? Is he again trying to encourage my thoughts from the double exposure review? That all these episodes are canon with one another? That they aren't all standalone stories, but that Columbo has been solving them in chronological order, and he's growing as an individual and in his career as time goes by? That when Mike Lowley shows up in the background, he is just out there trying to live his life and earn a living, but we keep bumping into him because all these cases are in the cozy little town of Los Angeles? And that jacket. That lighter and the ring and the jacket. Is this Ken Franklin?
You're right. I'm a lousy practical joker.
Maybe Columbo references the Nelson Hayward case in front of Robert Culp and Jack Cassidy's characters as a clue. Remember that line that was repeated 3 times in Candidate for Crime?
Harry was killed driving my car in my clothes and in my garage. Yes, and wearing my hat and my jacket, zipping out of the garage in my car. And a man wearing my jacket and my hat, driving my car, pulls into my garage and he's shot down dead.
Robert Culp's character shared the same coat, car, watch, and ring. And now Jack Cassidy's character shares the same lighter, ring, and coat, as well as serving champagne to his victims all 3 times.
Here's to our friendship.
Right.
Here's to prosperity.
And romance.
Shall we say, bombs away?
Bombs away. I like it.
Maybe he knows they're the same guy, but can't prove it. So Ken Franklin must have also escaped from prison, the same as Mr. Bremer, and grew a mustache to help cement his changed identity to Riley Greenleaf, but interestingly wanted to remain in the book writing and publishing work, maybe because that's what he knew best. Maybe Ken Franklin and Mr. Bremer shared the same cell block in prison and became friends, helping each other escape, kind of like the movie Escape from Alcatraz or something. I mean, they originally got arrested at around the same time, only about 3 weeks apart. They probably both discussed the mustache idea together, which explains the mustache coincidence. Well, maybe I'm getting carried away, and all of it really is just a coincidence. Mostly.
Now that's a heck of a story.
By the way, the name of this pattern on Ken Greenleaf's jacket is called Houndstooth. I know you were wondering about that.
Lieutenant, very frankly, I don't give a damn about your senator or your story. Now, look, I've got people coming over to my house tonight. Just exactly what is your problem?
Columbo asks if he told Riley about the key that was on the floor next to the body didn't fit the lock, and Riley says, yes, you mentioned it the other day.
There had to be another key to fit the new lock, and when you had that key, then you'd have the person who murdered Alan Mallory.
Right. I knew I only told one person. I wasn't sure who. But it was you.
Yes, it was me.
Columbo says, here's the keychain with the key, but there's a problem. And Riley's like, well, what's the problem? Doesn't the key fit the lock?
Fits like a glove.
Well, all right, there's your answer. Then obviously that's the key that Eddie Kane used the night he came in here.
No, that would be impossible.
Why?
Would you bring him, Mr. Black?
Riley is getting flustered with confusion, wanting an explanation of what the problem is since the key fits the lock. Columbo says that lock was not on the door the night Alan Mallory was shot. Then Columbo introduces Mr. Black.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Mr. Black is a locksmith.
Hooray.
Columbo asks Mr. Black to tell Riley when he changed the lock.
That was the day after that writer, Mr. Mallory, was shot.
The day after? Who ordered you to change the lock?
He did.
Mr. Black is played by George Brenlin, born October 10th, 1927. He was in Young and Dangerous and Riot in Juvenile Prison. Columbo tells Mr. Black he can go.
I cannot figure out how Eddie Kane would have a key to a lock that was put on the door on my instructions the day after he shot Mallory. Why would Kane even come back here?
Sure is a puzzle, all right.
Columbo comes to the conclusion that the way Eddie Kane got into the office is the door was open.
Well, the door was open.
And I have no idea why you really truly thought it was so necessary to get that key made when Eddie himself told you the door was open. So if you just left it alone, you probably would have gotten away with it. Columbo goes over to the air conditioner saying it was broken and that's why the window was left open.
You can actually hear the street noises on the tape. So I think Mr. Mallory must have opened that door. That created a nice cross breeze here.
Columbo figures Eddie just walked in and sneaked up behind Mallory, who turned around and Eddie shot him. Riley starts getting impatient, saying he doesn't see how this changes anything about what happened.
Now look, Columbo, I had you up to here. And frankly, I'm not interested in locks and keys and open doors and air conditioners and how he got in here. What the hell difference does it make how he got in here? The fact is that some crackpot war veteran came in here, shot and killed Alan Mallory, and then frames me out of some insane belief that Alan and I stole his lousy little story. Now, that's all I know.
Riley storms out of the room and Columbo follows.
Mr. Walbert, I thought that name might mean something. We know you two fellas know one another.
Riley denies that they know each other, and Columbo straight up says that's a lie.
I resent that.
Mr. Greenleaf, you told me that you knew nothing about the contents of Mr. Mallory's new novel.
That's right, I don't.
That's another lie.
Columbo tells Riley he met this Norman Walpert on the night of the murder, and that he works for a manuscript service and picks up Mallory's tapes that contain dictation of his new novel, for them to be typed up and then returned with the typed pages.
Except for the extra copy, which he passed to you.
Now, that's nothing but assumption. It's pure speculation.
Columbo intimidates Norman by letting him know he checked his bank accounts, seeing that for the past 5 months there have been cash deposits of $1,000.
You don't have to say anything.
I'm not talking about losing your job. I'm talking about murder. He's involving you in a murder. Was that part of the deal?
Norman shakily confesses that he did get a set of the pages to Mr. Greenleaf.
But I'm not involved in any murder. I don't know a thing about a murder.
I believe you. Go on home now.
Riley is like, so what if he testifies that he gave me those papers? What's that supposed to mean? And Columbo says that means you knew everything about what Mallory was writing.
Day by day, including the ending.
And even if I knew the ending, that still doesn't mean that I was the one who murdered the man.
For $100,000, you don't kill off Rock Hudson.
Columbo says that in the synopsis he claims Eddie wrote 9 months ago that it ends with the hero saving his men and going off to live in a monastery. He reveals there is no way Eddie Kane could have had that idea, because Eileen McRae was the one who came up with that ending, and not Mallory.
And for the life of me, I cannot figure out how Eddie Kane could have written an ending 9 months ago that was only invented last week. I guess you see my point.
The end. But I have an issue with this Rock Hudson hanging out in a monastery clue that is supposed to be the kicker. Riley never had his hands on the ending of the book because Alan Mallory was in the process of dictating it when he got shot. Columbo and the Los Angeles Police Department are the only ones that have that tape, which does not have the portion of the hero going off to a monastery. All we hear is some tiny lady was sleeping and that Saigon was far away.
A tiny body heaving fitfully. It was only 60 miles to Saigon, he thought.
Yes, he does say that the monastery of St. Ignatius offered him hope.
Out across the plains was the monastery of St. Ignatius, offering him hope and a chance to wash away the wounds of war that had brutalized him.
But did Riley hear that when Columbo played it for him?
Won't take long.
Offering him hope and a chance to wash away the wounds of war that had brutalized him.
No. Riley had no way of knowing the hero goes to live in a monastery. He never hears the word monastery on the tape, and he never got a copy to read it because it was never typed up, because the police have the tape for evidence. Well, now you're wondering what I rate this episode. Oh, that'll be 5 Columbo cigars out of 5. Other than my complaint that the final clue shouldn't have even existed, my only other complaint is that this episode ends so suddenly. It's such an entertaining episode and it's so much fun, and then it's suddenly over. This episode feels like there have got to be deleted scenes missing, but I wasn't able to find any proof of that. I could always make up some deleted scenes, but that wouldn't be historically accurate. And I don't think it surprises you anymore that I can say something doesn't make sense about an episode or have some other complaint and still give it a perfect rating, right? To remind you really quick, I 100% rate these Columbo episodes based solely on the entertainment value I get from it. Another thing that has me wondering what the deleted scenes were is when reading through the credits, Gregory Sierra was apparently in this episode as Lou D'Alessandro. Well, he was never seen. As well as J.S. Johnson as Palmer? We know what he looks like because he was the little fella in Requiem for a Falling Star, so I was watching for his face and again, never saw him. So Fisher, the writer of this episode, originally wrote the part of Riley Greenleaf with Jack Klugman in mind. But Dean Hargrove wanted Jack Cassidy. A quote from Peter Falk. I think everybody connected with the show thought Culp and Cassidy were just perfect. Terrific actors. But there wasn't one we had on the show that I had a problem with. Not one. And a quote from Mariette Hartley. I didn't have a great part, but it was great fun working with Peter and Jack Cassidy. They worked very hard, but it was loose. Jack Cassidy would chase me around the set. He was just terrible in a wonderful sort of way. Another observation from the teaser trailer is Eddie saying this.
I'll be the authority behind every bombing in the world.
Which he does not say in the episode, and Riley saying this.
Bombs away, Eddie Kane.
Which he also does not say in the episode. And I think Publisher Perish is a really great and clever title for this episode. But in Finland, it was called Publishing Company. France called it Tragic Edition. Italy called it A Killer from Vietnam. And West Germany called it Write or Die. And you can't get mad at me for saying West Germany, because in the 1970s, only West Germany had an alternate title to share. Thankfully, when I get to the later 90s episodes, I will get to just say Germany. And I look forward to that. Some of my favorite moments from this episode.
And the key. Your sort of do-it-yourself book will undoubtedly change the world.
Yes.
You're lovely. Leave.
Well, there they are. The Holy Trinity. The only thing missing is the golden glow. Fortunately, my presence shall make up for that.
Oh, really? I'll be the judge of that. Let go of me. Here. Buy yourself a personality. Let go. Stop manhandling me.
You did pull out without looking.
What? That's ridiculous. You, Ralphie, are a fool, you're a liar, and you're a menace to your fellow man.
Certainly not. I am on my way home, officer, so would you kindly shut that door, please? If you want me to get out of this car, officer, or sergeant, you're gonna have to drag me out.
Fred.
Need help, huh?
But who? Why?
What are they doing in there?
I was shooting a cover for a new paperback. It's on anthropology.
You know, looking at some of these posters got me thinking. It's puzzling, isn't it?
It's baffling.
Hey.
Hey. Well. I'm meaning to ask you, all this stuff that you keep here in your home, is it legal?
It's all made in the U.S. of A.
I'll have to get used to that idea.
Well, you should, Eddie. After all, you deserve it. Perfect.
I'll tell you what, if you don't mind, do you have any chili?
Chili?
Yeah, with beans or without beans, either way, it doesn't make any difference.
Oh, yeah.
Does that make any sense to you?
No, not at all.
Why would Kane even come back here?
Sure is a puzzle, all right?
You don't have any answers.
No, not a one.
Now, look, Columbo, I have had you up to here. And frankly, I'm not interested in locks and keys and open doors and air conditioners and how he got in here. What the hell difference does it make how he got in here? The fact is that some crackpot war veteran came in here, shot and killed Alan Mallory, and then frames me out of some insane belief that Alan and I stole his lousy little story. Now, that's all I know.
Now that I've finished editing this video, I see I'm only 3 minutes away from my review being as long as the episode. But I don't have anything else to add, so I'm not going to try to fluff out 3 minutes. Coming up next is Mind Over Mayhem.
Oh, I can do it better than you can.
You can try.
This is Polaroid's one step. You just press the button and the picture comes out.
That's it?
Yeah.
Nothing about the motor?
Nope.
You never focus, you skip that.
Why talk about what you don't do?
And the sharp, clear SX70 color develops in minutes. Nice, huh?
Obvious and obvious.
Well, you can't just say you press the button and the picture comes out. It's the world's simplest camera.
Feeling threatened?
Get the one step.
Episode 21, Mind Over Mayhem, first aired February 10th, 1974. It was written by Stephen Bochco, who we know for writing Murder by the Book, Lady in Waiting, Blueprint for Murder, Etude in Black, and Double Shock. And this is the last time we'll hear his name until we reach the 90s era of Columbo episodes. Also involved in the writing was Robert Specht, known for creating and writing the Immortals TV series. Producers Dean Hargrove and Roland Kibbe had a hand in the teleplay as well. And the director is Alf. No, not that Alf. Alf, it can't be Kjellin. Are there any Swedish-speaking people out there? Is it Shalene? Well, Alf was born February 28, 1920 in Lund, Sweden. He was an actor first during the 30s and 40s in a whole bunch of awesome Swedish movies, I'm sure. Then later in the 50s, he became a director working on the Alfred Hitchcock Hour, Dr. Kildare, I Spy, and The Waltons. This episode begins with a cigar-smoking man wearing a snug waistcoat in a laboratory of some sort, with all the very important blinking lights and spinning discs. Then in another room are some scientists, I guess, and some men with a few bands of fruit salad.
General, that's a lot of fruit salad.
Russia 432.
Oh, hello, Diane Travis from Etude in Black, Requiem for a Falling Star, Lovely but Lethal, Candidate for Crime and Double Exposure. Good to see you again.
China air attack, 1300.
Oh, that's not good. A China air attack, Mike Lally? And it's great to see you again as well for the 12th time. We'll be seeing him something like 16 more times as we travel through the series. And I did get conflicting responses from viewers about whether or not you want me to list every single episode every single time we see him. Today we'll skip it, next time we'll list it. How about that? Although in the time it took me to say all this, I could have just listed them. Anyway, there are two more uncredited people here to point out, Tony Reagan from Requiem for a Falling Star and Tom McDonough from Texas. You can find Tom in quite a few episodes of Mission Impossible and Gunsmoke.
Submissile attack, China.
Man, China needs to cool it. This man is very serious about the attacks from the Chinese. And then a little man enters the room.
Dr. Cahill, I'm sorry to disturb you, sir, but Dr. Nicholson insisted I give this to you at once. He's waiting in your office.
Dr. Cahill dismisses everyone in the room, saying they'll continue World War III later, and that they are all doing a terrible job and are losing at everything.
The results so far are completely unsatisfactory. As a matter of fact, your retaliatory response indicates a total defeat with a 75% mortality rate for the Western Hemisphere.
Next, we enter the office area.
Hold the calls.
Marshal?
That's kind of rude. This receptionist is played by Deidre Hall, born October 31st, 1947, in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. She was in every episode of Our House and 5,212 episodes of Days of Our Lives. They enter Dr. Cahill's private office, and he is all upset.
Now, what the hell is this all about?
Precisely what it says. Your son is not going to receive that award tomorrow.
Uh-oh. Dr. Marshall Cahill is played by Jose Ferrer, born January 8, 1912 in Santurce, Puerto Rico. He is known for his roles in Joan of Arc, Cyrano de Bergerac, for which he won his Oscar, Moulin Rouge, The Caine Mutiny, and Lawrence of Arabia.
Know that I glory in this nose of mine, for a great nose indicates a great man. Genial, courteous, intellectual, virile, courageous.
And I know if I don't mention his son, Miguel Ferrer, the also well-known actor, I'll never hear the end of it, as well as George Clooney being his nephew. Anyway, Dr. Cahill asks why his son is not going to receive that reward.
Because he is not the scientist of the year. If anything, he's the fraud of the year. That theory of molecular matter was way beyond Neil's powers.
This man is Dr. Howard Nicholson, played by Lou Ayres, born December 28, 1908, in Minneapolis, Minnesota. He was in Damien, Omen 2, All Quiet on the Western Front, Battlestar Galactica, and Salem's Lot.
It's on paper in my filing cabinet. The evidence, Marshal. Carl Finch developed that theory of molecular activity before he returned to England. Your son put his own name to the work.
Cahill asks what Howard intends to do, and he says if Neil doesn't confess his plagiarism to the National Science Organization and decline the award tomorrow, then he himself is going to expose the truth. Cahill gets all mad, saying, "You resent me so much you're willing to destroy my son."
Oh, it's you who've destroyed him, Marshal. But not with love. with browbeating domination. He stole the work of a giant to win the approval of a tyrant.
What's that? Is that Greeking? Why are there little black bars on that book and not on the rest of the books that appear identical? That doesn't make any sense at all.
Finch is dead. This isn't going to do him any good. What will it take to get you to forget the whole thing?
Dr. Nicholson basically says there is nothing in the whole world that will keep him silent about Cahill's son's fraud and plagiarism. Cahill glares at him and Nicholas leaves. Scene change to Cahill, asking his son if he has his acceptance speech ready.
Suppose I told you I don't deserve this award.
Neil, be as humble as you like. Einstein was the most modest man I ever met.
Sure, he could afford to be. He was a genius.
Moving right along to a chessboard and a robot and a young boy.
Checkmate.
Dr. Cahill asks why the robot threw the board after losing, and the boy says he programmed the robot, named M7, to have an emotion mode.
He's a sore loser.
He was more impressive when he was unbeatable.
Well, he still is, Doctor. It's just that I thought it'd be fun to make him a little more human.
So this is where it all began.
I dare say perfection can be a bore. As a matter of fact, all work and no play does make Jack a dull boy.
Well, that is a good saying. Remember that. He says there is one provision this institute did not make, and that is recreational facilities for children.
We didn't count on having a boy genius.
I know.
We're going to have to get you out of this lab more often.
Yeah?
Starting tonight, if you like.
He says he's heard from his secretary that the boy wants to see the movie playing at the drive-in.
Yes, sir. The Loves of Frankenstein.
Ah, The Loves of Frankenstein. Well, that's not a real movie, but it sounds like one for how many Frankenstein movies have been released up to this point. This boy is named Steven Spielberg, played by Lee Montgomery, born November 3rd, 1961, in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. He was in the films Ben, Split Image, and Prime Risk.
It's a police van. They might see you. I know what I'll do. Come on, stay in there, Ben. You don't want to get found out.
The character was named Steven Spielberg by Stephen Bochco and Dean Hargrove as a tribute to Steven Spielberg, the director of Episode 1, Murder by the Book. Steve says the movie he wants to see is rated R and he can't get in without a parent or a guardian. Dr. Cahill is feeling extra generous and says he can persuade Murph to be his guardian.
Really? That'd be really neat. Thanks.
So the scene changes to a mechanic working under a car reading Cybernetic Research Institute Motor Pool Experimental Natural Gas Powered.
Hey, Murph.
Hey, hiya, Doc.
Having a little trouble?
Same old problem. Pilot light keeps going off.
Pilot light, huh? Well, I guess these are labeled as experimental, but from everything I've read about natural gas-powered vehicles, they don't have a pilot light, they use spark plugs. Well, Cahill asks Murph to take little Steve Spielberg to the movies tonight.
You punch your card in for overtime, and the movies and the hamburgers are on me, huh?
Okay, Doc, thanks.
Well, now that would be pretty cool to get paid overtime while going to the movies and eating burgers. Cahill casually walks over to the board with all the keys hanging wide out in the open and takes J. Ross's set. Back in the war room, as they call it, with all of Cahill's disappointments, we're gonna give it another shot. Cahill summons the robot with a remote and has it start typing. And with typing like that, his officers and scientists are gonna have a real challenge deciphering China's next moves. And now we see Cahill is gone and left M7 the robot all alone to type instructions. M7 is played by Robbie the Robot, created July 1st, 1955 in Culver City, California. He was originally built to star in the film Forbidden Planet. His designer is Robert Kinoshita, and it cost around $125,000 to finish, or almost $1.5 million today. He originally had legs, but I guess they took them off for this episode and went with a large vacuum cleaner aesthetic. They also took off his hands and gave him much less useful pinchers. Strange alterations. If you enjoy Robbie in this episode, you might also go check out some of his other work from Gremlins and a couple episodes of The Twilight Zone and Lost in Space.
Pardon me, sir. Stuff? Thick and heavy? Would 60 gallons be sufficient?
Next, a woman enters the laboratory where Howard Nicholson is working.
I left some coffee on for you.
Oh, thank you, dear.
These two share a short exposition conversation about them being married and him being old and her being young and them trusting each other. We learn she's going to be gone all night long until 8 in the morning. For what now?
How many husbands whose wives stay out all night can reassure themselves that she's monitoring a group therapy marathon?
What in the 70s is an all-night group therapy marathon? The wife's name is Margaret Nicholson, played by Jessica Walter, born January 31st, 1941, in Brooklyn, New York. She was in Grand Prix, The Flamingo Kid, Play Misty for Me, and every episode of Dinosaurs, Retired at 35, Jennifer Falls, Arrested Development, and almost every episode of Archer.
My son is trying to get me out of my house. I think he may be up to something. Oh, hold on. That's probably him.
She gets into her experimental natural gas-powered 1974 Chevy Chevelle Laguna S3 and leaves. We then see Cahill waiting in car number 6, and then from Dr. Nicholson's laboratory he hears a car horn. So he gets up to check it out. Walking out into the driveway, Cahill turns on his brights and takes about 5 seconds to drive up and hit No Reaction Nicholson with the car. This particular car is a 1970 Triumph TR6. Then we find Cahill carrying Nicholson through the house. He gets startled by what must be the sound of a werewolf and turns to look behind him, as he scuffs the door with Nicholson's freshly polished shoes. Going through the typical "this is what thieves do" charade by taking his wallet and his watch, tipping over a chair and an end table, and moving about as if he has never done anything for himself before with awkward hands and posture. He pours a couple of glasses of liquor and spends about 10 minutes lighting a cigar with a match. Then in the filing cabinet that Nicholson so freely shared is the Finch file, the only real evidence of Cahill's son's theft. He has to read down the list with his finger so he doesn't lose his place on his way to find Finch's name. He finally manages to find the Finch file, and then using his reading finger, he picks out the molecular formula we will learn later is heroin. Well, what was the first one? Let's check. Ah yes, of course, it's colchicine, the medication for the prevention and treatment of gout. Then we watch Cahill rummage in his pockets for a few minutes to find that wallet and watch he took off Nicholson. And as with any home laboratory, there's a huge crock of contaminated acid sitting around. Cahill tosses in the special HN initialed wallet, which bubbles as it chemically eats the contents. Our murdering genius, Cahill, hovers over the acid for this fun chemical reaction, but it irritates his eyes a little. Now he's back at the Institute and parks the car. We are shown the Nicholson-shaped dent in the front and move on to Cahill deactivating the robot. He gets on the intercom and compliments the officers and scientists and invites them all out for drinks, putting everyone in a much better mood. Walking joyfully out to the cars, Cahill suddenly notices the uncalculated damage done to the front of the car. Well, shoot. Didn't factor that possibility in. We then sit at a distance and watch everyone go get their key for the next 10 seconds. Cahill goes to get his key and we watch him check the time and write down the information on the sheet for another 10 seconds. Cahill gets into his car with some of his student passengers and backs into the dented part of the murder weapon car. We get to see the students stare at this incident in shock, and Cahill shares why this happened so the students can understand.
Damn, I just can't get used to these transmissions.
Now a whole new scene with a familiar face.
If a student fails, we consider it our failure, not his.
To be honest with you, I was afraid of something like this. We've had a lot of problems with him at home.
Oh, am I about to be proven wrong that Columbo does have a child?
Then you do understand we consider it best that you withdraw him.
Yes.
I'm very sorry, Lieutenant.
Nope, it's just sweet passive dog. Columbo complains that he just sits around and drools at home.
We love him, but a dog should do something.
The phone rings and it's for Columbo.
Yeah, Columbo.
He gets the news of the Nicholson murder and asks if he can leave Dog here at the academy for another week.
My wife and kids, they're visiting my mother-in-law up in Fresno.
I'm sorry, he demoralizes the other students.
Yes, I heard wife and kids. But I think Columbo is saying this to the Academy Dean to make it clear there is nobody to watch over Dog. I do think he's telling a story. There will be actual proof in the future of Columbo's wife's existence, but there is never proof of them having kids. But this is just an opinion of mine, and I love it when you disagree, so do that now if you like. This man is Charles McCauley from Ransom for a Dead Man and Etude in Black. Columbo arrives at the Nicholson residence and leaves Dog in the car, reassuring him he'll be back soon. Columbo asks the coroner what happened.
Multiple fractures.
Skull, ribs, legs. It's a real mess.
The coroner is played by John Zaremba, born October 22nd, 1908 in Chicago, Illinois. He was in many, many episodes of I Led 3 Lives and The Time Tunnel.
Any sign of a weapon? No. Okay, boys, move them out.
Don Terwilliger returns from Dagger of the Mind. And there's William Bryant from Lady in Waiting and Requiem for a Falling Star. Columbo has a look at the contents of Nicholson's pockets. He had, looks like 61 cents, 2 sets of keys, and a lighter. Columbo is told a can of heroin is missing.
Heroin? He had heroin? Well, it was a chemist.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, it's common knowledge that chemists always have heroin somewhere in their home.
But I don't understand. The heroin is in the garage, but he was killed here. Who found the body?
Margaret Nicholson this morning.
Columbo has a look around and notices a burnt match as well as a missing pipe because Nicholson was a very organized pipe smoker. And Columbo knows there are 7 days in a week. And he practices reciting them.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Today's Friday, right?
Right.
Last night was Thursday.
Then Columbo meets Margaret Nicholson, and she immediately gives a weird vibe toward Columbo.
I'd like to get this over with as quickly as possible.
Yes, ma'am, right away. I understand that you found your father here this morning.
What a strange light fixture.
He's my husband, not my father.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Columbo wants to know why she wasn't home last night.
I'm a psychologist. We were having an all-night therapy session.
Columbo asks why her husband had heroin.
He was doing some drug research for the government.
I see.
Then, for some reason, Cahill thought it would be appropriate to enter the crime scene house and yell for Margaret like he can't find his garden lanterns.
Margaret!
Rather than quietly ask someone where she is and respectfully enter the room to find the grieving widow. Margaret excuses herself away from Columbo to make her presence known in the other room so Cahill can find her and give her the awkward Voldemort hug. Columbo observes from the background and Cahill looks beyond Margaret and frowns at Columbo before Margaret introduces him.
This is Lieutenant Columbo.
Marshal Cahill. Professor Nicholson was a close friend and associate.
Then Cahill excuses Margaret and she obeys.
All right, excuse me.
It's a terrible thing.
Interestingly, Columbo still has not spoken a single word to Cahill, but only looks at him. Finally, he asks about the Institute and what it is.
Cybernetics Research Institute. You might call us a think tank, Lieutenant.
Oh, think tank. Oh, I read about that in the paper. That's a place full of geniuses, right?
Yeah.
Cahill asks about what happened here, and Columbo says, well, he's not too deep into it yet, but so far it's very confusing.
Confusing? In what way?
And he was working in the garage, and the heroin was in the garage. But the struggle took place here, and the body was found here. So that makes it hard for me to picture exactly what happened.
Columbo points out the 2 drinks on the table, which suggests the killer knew Nicholson, but the missing wallet, watch, and heroin indicates robbery. Cahill suggests maybe the robber did know him. And Columbo says, well, it's possible, but if the killer knew him, why wouldn't he get rid of the 2 drinks on the table? Also, it seems to me the fingerprint guy should have found that there weren't any fingerprints on either of these glasses. But that's never brought up.
Well, perhaps it's the work of a psychopath, a drug addict.
Columbo picks up Nicholson's lighter and asks the missus if it was her husband's.
It's a special lighter for pipe smokers.
Now that's a pretty awesome lighter, too. Check out that flame. We haven't seen my favorite kind of lighter since Prescription Murder and Ransom for a Dead Man. And Dead Weight.
Oh, boy, that's quite a flame, huh? Boy, they really nag me. Hey, that's quite a lighter.
I've learned since then those are called table lighters, not grenade-sized lighters. I wonder if they will ever show up again. Columbo asks if the room was cleaned yesterday, and Margaret says yes. Then Columbo wants to know if anyone other than her husband, and the criminal were in that room after it was cleaned, and she says no.
Thank you very much.
Columbo goes straight over to that burnt match again and decides to take it as evidence. Then he goes to check out the scuff mark on the door and asks the apathetic fingerprint guy if he has found anything.
No.
What's it?
I don't know.
It's shoe polish. How do you figure that got there?
Well, that beats me.
You find a pipe anywhere?
No.
This man is played by Ed Fury from Lovely but Lethal. Then Cahill walks into the room and takes a moment to process what he was planning to say.
Lieutenant, if I can be of any help to you.
Columbo asks if Cahill has seen a pipe anywhere.
Pipe?
Yeah, looking for a missing pipe.
Yours?
Yes, Cahill. Columbo is looking for his missing pipe in this room.
Professor Nicholson's.
He may have left it in the lab.
That's a thought.
They enter the garage laboratory and Columbo asks what these guys are doing, taking out this filing cabinet.
They're under my orders. We're returning all the files to the Institute. Much of the work here is classified.
Oh, I see.
Go ahead, fellas.
That seems so strange to me, but I don't know the laws and rules when it comes to, quote, classified information. Cahill leaves and Columbo follows him to ask if he knows anybody who might have a motive to kill Professor Nicholson.
No, Howard's a difficult man. He offended a great many people, including me, but if you ask me, my guess is that the killer is a complete outsider.
Boy, we really took a moment to stare at that cigar, didn't we? Columbo asks for permission to investigate around the Institute, and Cahill is happy to oblige because he would like to help in any way he can, of course. Then we watch Columbo make all the signs and gestures that he is suspicious as ever of Cahill. Columbo goes to check the driveway and happens to find pieces of Nicholson's broken pipe. Odd. Why is this in the driveway? Columbo heads to the Institute to talk to the mechanic. I see he has a taillight out, and Dog is still with him in the car. This location is at the Alverno Heights Academy, located in Sierra Madre, California. In the back is where this scene is going to take place, where there is like a car park area. Columbo tries to talk to the man, but he kind of ignores him.
Excuse me. Can you help me?
I'm only allowed to work on Institute cars.
Oh, I don't want you to work on my car. She's running beautiful. I'm Lieutenant Columbo. I'm from the LAPD.
Columbo asks if he knew Mr. Nicholson, and Murph, the mechanic, says he pretty much only said hello to him in passing.
Are you in charge of all these cars here?
Yeah, we're testing them. They've all been converted to natural gas as part of an environmental experiment.
So Murph is played by Arthur Batonides, born April 9th, 1923 in Tacoma, Washington. He was in the 10 Commandments, Police Academy 2, 3, 4, and 6, a couple episodes of The Twilight Zone and The Dick Van Dyke Show, I Spy, Mission Impossible, and Happy Days. And really, a whole ton more TV shows, but we gotta move on.
Yeah, I used to be pretty good at boxing, but my boy is pretty good too. Huh?
Yeah.
But I can still take him, right?
I don't know, Dad. Take it easy.
Come on.
No, I don't think so, Dad.
Come on. Come on.
Columbo asks whose car this is he's working on, and he says it checks out to Mr. Ross, Dr. Cahill's assistant.
He had an accident?
No, he didn't have it. Dr. Cahill backed into it last night while it was parked.
Car was parked, Cahill backed into it.
And Columbo wants to know if anyone else could have driven the car last night, and Murph is like, no way, not a chance.
I keep strict records. Everybody has to check in and out and record the mileage.
From what we saw, it was pretty lax. Everything is marked and labeled and wide out in the open so that any old yokel could walk up and grab the key labeled number 6 and saunter on over to the car labeled number 6 without any trouble and drive off. Columbo wants to see the logbook, so Murph runs off to get it for him.
What's the matter with you? Can't I have a conversation with that man? All right, I'm going over this car here. I'm going to read the odometer. I'm going to be right back.
Columbo gets in and checks the mileage, and then Murph arrives with the log.
Ross didn't use this car at all last night?
No, I never left the parking lot.
Well, there's 3 more miles on the odometer than you got here in the log.
So Murph leans into the car to also check the mileage and just can't understand the discrepancy. Columbo wants to speak to Mr. Ross now, and Murph says to check with Cahill's office. Before he leaves, though, he has a favor to ask of Murph.
Would you mind keeping the dog around for a while? I'll tell you, he's no trouble. He just don't like to be alone. He just wants to be around a human person. He don't care who it is.
And Murph does seem to be a human person. I don't know about Cahill, though. Dog might not like being around him.
I'm going to leave you, but you're going to talk with this gentleman. All right?
He could be all right?
Yeah, he's going to be fine.
Next scene is with Cahill and his son, Neil. Neil wants to know if they have found who killed Nicholson.
No, not yet.
I'll see if Margaret needs anything.
Neil, stay out of it.
Cahill tells Neil to keep to himself and stay away from the press people. As Neil leaves, Columbo arrives.
Aren't you Neil Cahill?
My son.
Lieutenant Columbo. I read about you in the newspapers. I want to congratulate you.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
Neil Cahill is played by Robert Walker Jr., born April 15th, 1940 in Queens, New York. Even though he was only in one episode, you might recognize his piercing blue Shire realm of Middle-earth features from the Star Trek episode Charlie X. He was also in The War Wagon, Easy Rider, and Young Billy Young.
There are a million things in this universe you can have, and there are a million things you can't have. It's no fun facing that, but that's the way things are.
Then what am I going to do?
Hang on tight and survive. Everybody does.
And everyone wanted me to make sure to mention his father, Robert Walker Sr., who is probably most known for starring in the Hitchcock thriller Strangers on a Train. And Robert Walker Jr. is the spitting image of his father.
Well, you must be mighty proud of him.
Yes, I am.
Cahill wants to know what is new on the case, and Columbo says he found the missing pipe.
On the driveway, outside. You know, this case is so full of confusing details that I said to myself, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a tape record of everything that I think about the case and all the questions that I want to ask.
He says he used to take notes, but he was always losing his pencil and sometimes even lost the whole notebook. So he figured using a tape recorder was going to be a simpler solution to note-taking.
Bad dog, bad dog. Oh, this is embarrassing. I'm trying to housebreak my dog and nothing seems to work. Why was the pipe on the driveway? Right. Why was the pipe on the driveway?
I'm so glad this tape recording business is isolated to this episode because it just makes no sense for Columbo's purpose to be rewinding and fast-forwarding to find his notes to reference again and again. It does make sense if you are just documenting thoughts and observations of a case with the intention of it maybe being typed up later, as Dale Cooper did during Twin Peaks.
That was tuna fish sandwich on whole wheat, slice of cherry pie, and a cup of coffee. Damn good food. Diane, if you ever get up this way, that cherry pie is worth a stop. Okay.
Columbo's main question is, when did the pipe get dropped on the driveway? Because Mrs. Nicholson said he was smoking his pipe when she left at around 8 p.m. Then Columbo starts digging in his pockets for the remnants of the pipe. And who is responsible for Jose Ferrer's outfit? Because his waistcoat really needs to go up a size. Those buttons are hanging on for dear life. Let's see. Looks like it was Grady Hunt. Mr. Grady, you were the wardrobe department here. Anyway, Columbo dumps out the pipe pieces on the desk.
Looks like this pipe has been run over by a car.
What are you getting at, Lieutenant?
I think it's a little obvious, don't you? Well, Columbo has to consult his tape recorder to remember his pipe question.
What if the victim was killed by a car? What if the victim was killed by a car? That's what occurred to me, sir.
And the coroner confirms that the injuries are consistent with a hit-and-run victim. Columbo mentions the scuff mark on the door.
What?
Scuff mark, sir. I found a scuff mark on the living room door. Shoe polish I checked. Definitely came off of Professor Nicholson's shoes.
And Columbo says this reinforces his theory that the body was moved.
So what you're saying, in effect, is that somebody killed Nicholson outside and then carried him inside.
Does Dr. Cahill think we're on an episode of Sesame Street?
If he moved the body, then the signs of struggle are fake. And if they're fake, then the 2 glasses and the watch, wallet, and heroin, they all could be fake. I don't know. The only thing I know, whoever did this, he had a brain. Not the average guy off the street.
You're right about that. Absolutely zero street smarts. None. He probably's never even seen a street. Except for Sesame Street. Then Columbo moves on and says he wanted to speak to Mr. Ross, Cahill's assistant and the one who Vehicle 6 is assigned to.
Send Ross in.
Columbo explains he wants to speak to Ross because the mechanic was repairing the front end of Ross's car.
What are you laughing at?
Well, I'm afraid I'm going to have to disappoint you, Lieutenant, but Ross's car and I had a little collision in the parking lot out here last night.
I heard about this.
Cahill says he knows what Columbo's getting at, that if Ross ran down Nicholson, the front end of his car could have evidence, and him backing into it would have destroyed that evidence.
I'm afraid so.
Well, that's a bad break.
Yes, sir, it is.
How do you know somebody else didn't take Ross's car?
Well, we can't be certain at this point.
Cahill takes out and unwraps another cigar, and Columbo wonders where he gets them.
They're from Cuba. A friend of mine brings them in for me.
He must get a box or two of Fidel's finest from the same place Uncle David Buckner got them in the Short Fuse episode.
Never saw cigars quite like this before. Are all the boxes the same?
Listen, don't you tell Customs. They're from Cuba.
Yeah, they look terrific. You know, these fellas that I smoke pick these up here at the supermarket.
Be my guest.
Thank you very much.
Little Ross enters the room and Columbo says this is just a routine question.
Where were you last night between 8 and 9?
In my apartment, here at the Institute.
Any way you can substantiate that?
No, I was alone. I don't understand. Am I a suspect?
No, sir, no, you're not a suspect.
Ross, another possible Shire resident, is played by Lou Wagner, born August 19th, 1940 in San Jose, California. He's 5'2". He was in Planet of the Apes, Conquest of the Planet of the Apes, and over half the episodes of Chips.
Why did you do that? Scrape off your hair.
In my world, when I left it, only kids your age wore beards.
Beards? I don't go in for fads.
Thank you, Russ.
Cahill wants to know why Columbo told Ross he wasn't a suspect.
He's not a suspect.
Since when?
Since I saw him. This fella's too small to have carried Professor Nicholson high enough in his arms for the shoes to make that mark.
Your methodology fascinates me, Lieutenant.
Cahill says he's got to go, and then Columbo bellows into his tape recorder.
Why did Carr have extra miles? Did anyone else have access to the car? I just want to make those notes. Don't want to forget that.
Before Columbo leaves, Cahill wants to show Columbo his workspace.
Trouble? Just a replacement, Doctor. It's okay now.
That computer repairman is played by Jefferson Kibbe, born August 8th, 1951 in Los Angeles, California. He is the son of one of our producers, Roland Kibbe, and his wife, remember, is Lucille Meredith, who we met during Candidate for Crime. Acting really wasn't his thing, even though he does show up once more in a very soon upcoming Columbo episode. He was more interested in directing. He directed some episodes of 21 Jump Street, Salute Your Shorts, and Melrose Place. Cahill shares that this K-44 computer is the only one of its kind in the world and that it's ultra sophisticated.
Really?
Then Cahill gets to the point of why he brought Columbo to this room.
I figured sooner or later you would get around to asking me where I was on the night of the murder.
Why, that's very thoughtful of you, Doctor.
I was right here, operating the K-44.
Can you substantiate that, sir?
Cahill explains he can prove it by remote control. The computer is remoted to what they call the war room, which is located in the basement, and scientists, technicians, and officers from the armed services work out hypothetical defense scenarios that he put together on the K-44. Since the scenario last night was created by him, he is the only one that could have possibly projected it down to the war room.
In other words, if you stop doing what you're doing up here, then nothing's going to happen down there.
Exactly. And not only do I have an alibi, but everybody involved in the problem has one too.
Cahill also throws in that Columbo should check out Margaret Nicholson's therapy marathon group to eliminate them as suspects as well.
Wonderful.
You don't seem too pleased.
Well, you know, Doctor, I've been running into people by the dozens who couldn't have murdered Professor Nicholson. I wish I could run into one who could have.
Columbo heads back to Murph, the mechanic, who tells Columbo he likes his dog, but he can't get any work done with him here. But Columbo ignores that and asks him if anybody else has a key to Ross's car, and Murph says, yes, he has duplicates to them all.
But just about anybody could have sneaked in here last night and grabbed Ross's key off the board.
Well, now wait a minute, Murph. What did you just get done saying earlier when Columbo asked about the car?
Could anybody else have driven in his car last night?
Oh, no, not a chance. I keep strict records. Everybody has to check in and out and record the mileage.
And now you're saying what?
But just about anybody could have sneaked in here last night and grabbed Ross's key off the board.
Columbo wants to know where he was between 8 and 9 last night.
I went to a drive-in movie with a kid. You'll find him in a lab in the administration building. It's marked M7. His name is Steven Spellberg.
Columbo arrives and introduces himself to Steve. Steve is happy to meet Dog.
You gonna question me?
I'm just going to ask you one question. Did you go to the movies last night with the fellow from the motor pool?
Yeah.
Then Columbo wonders if Steve helps his father here in the lab.
My father's a barber in San Jose. This is my lab. I might as well tell you right now, Lieutenant. I'm a boy genius.
He's a boy genius.
Say, guess what I wanted to be when I was 3?
It's easy. You wanted to be a cop. All kids, they want to be cops.
Well, that's what I wanted to be, all right. But I couldn't.
Why not?
I was too smart.
I bet this kid is a lot of fun to be around. Columbo asks what he does around here, and Steve brings out M7.
Go ahead, shake hands.
How do you do?
Columbo wonders what this robot can do.
Well, almost everything a man can do if you program it with these little black boxes here.
And for trivia's sake, those little black boxes are blank 8-track cartridges.
Boy, could my wife ever use them?
There are a lot of annoying jobs that people don't like to do that robots will be doing someday.
The boy genius is correct. Columbo says, speaking of annoying jobs...
Would you and a robot take care of my dog?
Dog is kind of a sweet nuisance to Columbo in this whole episode. It was Bochco that really wanted to bring Dog back. We haven't seen him since the Most Dangerous Match. Well, Steve makes the statement that this is the second time in 2 days he's actually been treated like a kid.
When was the other time?
When Dr. Cahill asked me to go to the movies yesterday. He's never done that before.
It's always a red flag for Columbo to find out someone did something that they don't usually do at the same time a murder took place. Then Steve ties the dog up to the robot so it can walk the dog, and poor Dog is confused at what in the world is this big thing strangling me on the leash. Scene change to Margaret Nicholson entering a doorway and then hesitating when she sees Columbo and turning around to leave, but then deciding to fully enter. This looks like a very sturdy basement. Look at that. Triple beams and what have you.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Nicholson. Were you looking for me?
Well, yes, they told me I'd find you down here.
You sure didn't act like you expected to see him here. She asks if he made any progress, and he says he has cleared a lot of people because they all have ironclad alibis.
Begins to look more and more like the work of some dope-crazed psychotic.
Really? You think that?
Not to me.
Even with that missing can of heroin?
Columbo brings up the most obvious and excellent point that a pile of geniuses should have recognized immediately.
You know how that can was labeled? C21H23N05. Who would know that was heroin? I would never know that was heroin, and I don't think a junkie would either.
Then she wants to know what he is looking for in her husband's filing cabinet. Columbo comments on how organized this filing cabinet is, all alphabetized and such. He feels the need to read every name under each letter and point out when there isn't a name.
See, under A, you have Aronson, Ackroyd, Archibald. Under B, you got Baker and Burkhardt. Under C, there's nothing. Got 2 under D, Davis, Drake. Under E, nothing. Only 1 under F, Finch.
Margaret says Carl Finch was a British physicist who worked there for a little while and then went back to England and died.
You can't think of any reason why Finch should be missing.
No.
Her wide-eyed attempts at innocence really makes her seem very guilty about something.
I don't want to offend you, Doctor, but you're not a very good liar.
Columbo calls her out on the lie she told as soon as she walked in. She said they told her she could find Columbo down here.
Now, the only person who knew I was here was the judge who issued me the search warrant. You didn't come down here looking for me. It might have had something to do with the missing Finch file. If you've got something to tell me about that, I wish you'd do it.
Margaret admits she was lying, but then gets super annoying.
I'd like to help solve my husband's murder, but I can't talk about anything that might involve a patient's confidence.
Columbo's like, okay, well, I understand that, but let me ask you one question then.
Do you have any idea who killed your husband and why?
I'm sorry. I can't help you.
Why couldn't she just say yes or no?
Goodbye.
That doesn't... Whatever. I guess your husband's murder will remain a cold case because you are just so passionate about ethics. Not the ethics of murder, no, that's fine. But the ethics of sharing if your patient cries on his pillow every night, chanting, "I'm gonna kill Howard Nicholson," now that's confidential. Columbo knocks on Little Cahill's door to visit with him.
How's it going?
Not well. Mind if I sit down? My feet are killing me.
Sure.
I really love Columbo's honesty there. He mentions everyone's got an alibi, and he still can't pin down a motive for the murder.
However, well, wasn't built in a day.
The original saying is Rome wasn't built in a day, just simply meaning it takes time to create great things. But I like Columbo's version, too, of the world wasn't built in a day.
Well, wasn't built in a day.
Columbo wants to ask Neil about his mileage because Neil used one of the Institute's cars last night, so he looked into it and found 22 miles were logged into the books. Columbo says it is 11 miles round trip to the airport.
How come the double mileage?
I canceled out my earlier flight, and I took the 10 o'clock.
That doesn't account for the extra mile.
All right, I went back to the lodge to see Margaret, Mrs. Nicholson. Had to talk to her about something.
Well, Columbo wants to know what did they talk about, and Neil says he can't tell him that.
How long were you with her?
Just a few minutes.
Getting a little defensive there. Columbo confirms Neil had an hour to kill before needing to get back to the airport.
I take it you mean to use that phrase, to kill. You mean that literally.
No, I was just using a figure of speech.
Why would Neil even say something like that? He gets awfully defensive and strange.
Well, I sat at the airport for an hour reading a magazine, that's all. I got nothing to hide.
Well, except your topic of conversation with Margaret, or Mrs. Nicholson. Well, Columbo figures he's going to leave now. He just doesn't care for the stance Neil's in during this conversation. Before he leaves, though, he turns to ask Neil if Professor and Mrs. Nicholson were happily married, and Neil says yes, they were.
Did it ever occur to you that she married him because she loved him?
I'm happy to know it's true.
Yes, that is a great weight off the case. Oh, who's walking into Neil's private apartment without feeling the need to knock?
Oh, excuse me.
Well, this is awkward. Columbo just gestures goodbye to Neil and gets out of this weird, uncomfortable room. Neil crumbles to a pouting position and Margaret asks, "What's the matter?"
He thinks I murdered Howard. He's a cop. He's got to hang this on somebody. He's no different from the rest of us. Winning is all that counts. You've always wanted me to admit that I stole that theory from Finch, but you never laid it on the line.
This drama scene goes on, with her saying maybe she should have forced a confession out of him rather than hoping he would confess by himself.
Maybe I should have ordered you to do it, prescribed it like a doctor. After all, I am a doctor.
Good thing you reminded him. She asks if he would admit his theft if she flat out told him to.
Yes?
Then do it, Neil. Do it.
Scene changes to Neil confiding in his dad, saying he believes Columbo thinks he killed Dr. Nicholson because he has a motive if Nicholson knew.
Knew what?
That I stole the theory of molecular matter?
And did you?
I'm sorry, Dad. But it was Carl Finch's work.
Cahill basically tells his son, well, we'll get through this together. Keep it between us. We don't want you to be a suspect for Nicholson's murder, do we? Neil says he wanted to admit his theft to his father first and then confess publicly.
Now let him arrest you for murder?
I want to tell the truth for a
Very
change.
noble of you, Neil, but I won't let you do it.
Dad, I have
Neil. We just won't say a word about this to anybody, and then you let me handle the lieutenant, huh?
And on the floor, you can see the little tape marker where they were supposed to stop and talk. Then we're with Steve and Columbo seeing what the computer has to say about this case.
Sorry, Lieutenant. It doesn't compute.
Man, this computer is useless.
I'll keep on adding any new evidence you turn up to this docket.
What are you talking about? You haven't added any evidence at all. At all! You have the word conflicting as the piece of evidence. No wonder this computer guy couldn't compute anything. There's nothing here to figure out. This was just a big old waste of time.
I'll keep on resequencing this data. There must be hundreds of possible combinations.
What? About the method being automobile and the evidence being conflicting and the motive unknown? You think you can get hundreds of combinations out of that? You guys must be leaving out some kind of information from the audience in this scene or something. Columbo says he doesn't want to keep him from his work.
That's okay. I'll program M7 to do it. That is my work.
You mean the robot can operate this computer?
Sure, I told you. It can do almost everything a man can do if you program it correctly.
Columbo gets hit with a realization of something.
Something just computed.
Now we see Cahill showing off all the great technologies to a group of, I suppose, foreign visitors. Unless it's just a coincidence they're all Asian American geniuses from Los Angeles. Unfortunately, I can't identify any of them. Then the display screen behind them begins going a bit haywire, which is a nice little embarrassment for Cahill. He tells Tiny Ross to take over the presentation. We quickly learn it is Columbo that is responsible. Cahill is furious. He goes over and turns off the robot, shutting down this little stunt Columbo arranged, and dismisses Steve from the room.
I notice you know how to turn them off, Doctor, so I guess you know how to turn them on, too. And program.
Cahill immediately blurts out that Columbo obviously conducted this experiment to demonstrate that M7 could have operated the computer on the night of the murder.
Boy, you just saved a lot of time then, Doctor. That's exactly what we were doing. It was my fault, not the boys.
I doubt it. They haven't got the brains for it.
How rude.
There is no way on earth you can prove that the robot was at the computer that night, let alone that I programmed him to operate it, which is what you suspect, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
He reminds Columbo that the robot does not have fingerprints. He can't be taken out back to get a confession beaten out of him, and you can't promise him immunity. So all Columbo has is a theory.
You are in an institution where any staff member will tell you that a theory isn't worth a damn unless it can be proved.
It's the same way at the institution that I work at, Doctor.
You're disrupting this organization. Good day, Lieutenant.
Next, we have a scene with Columbo pacing and Steve and Dog watching him.
I gotta talk to my wife. When a case gets too tough, I gotta talk to my wife.
Is she a policewoman?
No, actually, she doesn't talk about the case. She talks about everything else. It takes my mind off it.
This reminds me of that scene from Lady in Waiting when Columbo is visiting with Peter Hamilton at the bar talking about his wife, when she unintentionally triggered a solution for Columbo.
You know, my wife, she's got a proverb for every situation. We're having an argument last night. She says to me, "You're putting the cart before the horse." And I said, right.
Next is a scene of Cahill getting off the plane in Portland. He does mention earlier that he was going to Portland overnight or something. It's just kind of thrown in. There are reporters waiting for him to ask him about the latest news.
Dr. Cahill.
Yes?
That reporter is Dennis Robertson we met during Double Exposure.
NBC News, Portland.
And you never actually see the second reporter's full face, but it's definitely Ray Ballard from Suitable for Framing and The Most Dangerous Match.
We'd like to get a few comments on that story your son broke in Los Angeles earlier tonight.
What story?
We understand that your son called the wire services and announced that he'd plagiarized that theory of molecular matter.
No comment.
Cahill turns to the desk clerk to ask for the earliest flight back to Los Angeles. This desk clerk is Don Diamond, born June 4th, 1921, in Brooklyn, New York. He was in most of the Zorro and F Troop episodes and every episode of The Adventures of Kit Carson. And Cahill has had enough.
Can you leave me alone?
And even though this was kind of an emergency for Cahill to get back to see his son, he still took time to change his clothes.
You're behind this.
Dad?
Cahill says to Margaret that he wants to speak to Neil alone, Neil's like, please try to understand.
Understand what? What about me? What about the Institute? You've destroyed its credibility.
I made it perfectly clear the Institute was blameless.
Then Columbo walks in.
What the hell do you want?
I owe you an apology. I should never have considered you a suspect.
All right, it's accepted. Now get out.
Before this continues, Mickey Golden is here. This is his 10th appearance. He is in competition with Mike Lally with who has the most Columbo appearances. Last time we saw him was as Bart Keppel's caddy in Double Exposure. We will certainly be seeing him again. Columbo has some startling news.
I'm here to arrest your son for the murder of Professor Nicholson.
Well, that's a damn poor joke, Lieutenant.
It's not a joke.
You don't say a word.
Cahill walks up to Columbo telling him that he is only assuming this about Neil because of his admission that he stole Professor Finch's theory, which provides him a motive for murder. But you can't prove a thing.
Oh, I can prove it. He had another motive, a less complicated motive. Give me that report. One of the oldest motives we get down in homicide.
What the devil are you driving at?
You know, this phrase gets used a lot in Columbo. Was it a fairly common thing to say in the 70s? I thought it was a British thing.
Roger, what the devil is going on around here? Does he really think it wasn't an accident?
What the devil are you doing here?
Oh, just sort of killing time, looking around.
Where the devil have you been? See the Queen! Look, we're now a liquor.
Where the devil have you been? That plane got in 2 hours ago. Didn't you meet it?
I'm sorry, sir. I didn't realize it was Arion. He's never been here before.
Tanner, what the devil?
I'm afraid I won't be able to stay very long today.
Where the devil is Columbo?
What the devil is this place?
Well, this is the basement, sir, and this equipment here is the latest thing in clean environment.
Well, why the devil didn't you say that in the first place?
Well, I wanted to make sure first, sir.
Encino? What the devil was I doing there?
You were drinking at the bar, I'm pleased to inform you.
Many of you answered my question of why is what the devil in Columbo so much by saying they used the word devil because hell wasn't allowed. But hell is definitely also used often in Columbo. Even just in this episode. I can prove it if you can prepare yourself for a hell compilation.
How'd you get here? By magic carpet? I didn't see your car outside.
Oh, no, I pulled around back and I put it in the shade. You know, the sun raises hell with the paint.
Oh, sensible.
You don't happen to know. Well, I guess she would inherit everything he owned, wouldn't she?
What the hell is this?
Exactly.
Afraid not, Sarge. Usual lot.
Bloody hell.
Well, maybe sometimes you'll change your mind.
Yeah, when hell freezes over or some genius upstairs finds a way so we can legally blast her out of here.
Hey, what the hell's going on? Cut it.
Mister, are you crazy?
And we had a hell of a fight. We argued, fought.
What's this autopsy business?
That's what Lieutenant Columbo has to decide right
Like
now.
hell he does. I am the next of kin, my brother and I.
Lieutenant? Where the hell is he?
Coming, sir! Never lit up. I didn't know what the hell you were doing here. I knew you weren't making a call.
I'm supposed to have security in this building. Where the hell were they?
It boggles my mind. I don't know how the hell you do it.
What the hell difference does it make how he got in here? The fact is that some crackpot war veteran came in here, shot and killed Alan Mallory.
Now, what the hell is this all about?
Precisely what it says.
What the hell do you want?
And there's even one more at the very, very end of this episode, but I don't want to spoil it, you know. Columbo reveals the new motive for Neil killing Howard Nicholson.
Woman married to a man twice her age and a young lover.
That's a lie!
Relax, man. You don't need to reach so violently for that Emmy. Columbo harkens himself back to the scene with Joan in Prescription Murder. Not quite as intense, but just as serious.
By your own admission, you canceled your 8 o'clock flight and you came here to talk to Margaret Nicholson. You left her at 10 minutes to 8. You were here on the grounds of the Institute and the murder took place between 8 and 9.
Columbo takes out the log with the car number 8 signed out to Neil.
Give me that log.
Mickey Golden is looking a little nervous. Columbo says he had the tires removed from the car and one of the tires had grains of impacted tobacco in the tread.
Give me that tobacco.
The same tobacco that Professor Nicholson imported from England and smoked in his pipe.
The same pipe that was crushed in his driveway by the car that killed him. The same car that you signed out for, the car that you were driving.
This is a frame-up.
I'm not finished.
Columbo calls to a man named Mr. Whitehead, who says he works at the Shangri-La Motel in Palm Springs.
Do you recognize anybody in this room?
That gentleman and the lady that left a minute ago. On the weekends, for the last few months.
They check in as man and wife.
Mr. Whitehead is played by Burt Holland, born December 30th, 1922 in Alameda County, California. He is in several episodes of Dragnet and Dragnet 1967.
Dad, I swear to you, that man is lying!
Arrest him and book him. And advise him of his rights in the car on the way down.
Columbo turns to wait for a reaction from Cahill, who seems to be temporarily frozen. Once the door closes, Cahill comes back to life and hustles to a really frustratingly slow door.
Lieutenant! Right here, Doctor.
All right, Lieutenant. I did it.
Did you, Doctor?
How'd you know?
You see this match? It's burnt from top to bottom. Just like this match.
Columbo takes out that match from Nicholson's ashtray and shows how it's burnt top to bottom.
That first day, I couldn't give a hoot in hell about a thief. I was looking for a cigar smoker. And there you were.
Well, the thief could have been one of those people that lets the match burn until it's done.
The problem wasn't so much who did it. The problem was why you did it. Son doesn't smoke cigars. Father smokes cigars. Father loves his son. You did it to protect your boy.
Columbo apologizes for that frame-up of his son and says he will be released in an hour. He hands Cahill an extra cigar and lights it for him as the camera backs away and the music plays. Speaking of the music, it's all recycled music by Dick DeBenedictis from previous episodes of Season 3. Well, anyway, that's the end. This episode has never been one of my favorites. I think it's kind of dull in general, and the killer is so dumb. Everything he did was just dumb. Since he is the director of the Institute, you would think he should be pretty darn smart, and his murder scheme would be really calculated and intelligent. But nope. And the killer is supposed to be the most important character besides Columbo. I'm not knocking Jose Ferrer, but I wouldn't say this is one of his masterpieces of acting. Marshall Cahill was just a big fence post that thought he was smarter than everybody else. I also didn't care for the gray and white laboratory set environments. None of the music was original. I didn't like the characters of Margaret Nicholson or Neil Cahill. Margaret annoyed me with her "I'm so smart because I'm a doctor and I give the most valuable therapy sessions that are unwaveringly confidential, which makes me extra important and my patients are so extra special." And Neil was always on the verge of throwing a baby fit in every scene. Also, the gotcha at the end was really underwhelming. I found a pretty harsh quote by Richard Levinson, one of the creators of Columbo, saying, "It was terrible. It never should have been on the air." But it was fun to have Dog in the episode, and we get to see that he was such a burden to Columbo, but Columbo really loves him. He paid to have Dog in like a dog academy thing. He took him along to work, even though he tried to pawn him off on anyone who would be willing. He just wanted what was best for Dog while he tried to get his job done. I thought the mechanic Murph was a good character because he seemed to have some kind of actual personality. Peter Falk did a great job maintaining his Columbo role and personality, so I have zero complaints with him. He did the best he could with what he had to deal with. I guess the kid was fine. It's super cheesy that they named him Steven Spielberg and had him stand up and say, "I'm a boy genius." The robot thing was, I don't know, extra. Seems like the computer itself could have been programmed to perform Cahill's alibi rather than writing a program and putting it onto the black box to insert into the robot and have him perform the task with his metal pinchers on a keyboard. I also didn't care for the title. Many of you already do this for several episodes after I requested a new title for the Greenhouse Jungle. I always get a kick out of your alternate title suggestions. And I would love to hear some new title suggestions for Mind Over Mayhem. There also wasn't a whole lot of fun trivia or backstories to share to help bolster the enjoyment of the episode, like what I experienced when I worked on Dagger of the Mind. Peter Falk really liked the burnt match clue, saying, "Oh yes, great clue. Really great clue. That's one of the few that really stands out." Okay, well, I agree. It is a great clue in general, and it could have been a really awesome clue in a Columbo episode, but in this episode, it was just thrown in so poorly because of its potential greatness as a clue. I like the clue, I don't like it in this episode. Can anyone even give a reasonable explanation as to why Cahill lit a cigar and left that burnt match at the scene? Now I bet you're really curious what I rate this episode. Unfortunately, I'm gonna give it 2 Columbo cigars out of 5. Yeah, so far, this is my lowest rated episode. You know, I'd be happy if you told me I'm being too hard on it and that it was one of your favorites. Never be afraid to disagree with me in the comments. Most of you aren't afraid to, but I really do like it when you like something about a Columbo episode that I didn't. I mean, after all,
You're a very individual person.
this is really rare, but I've even heard some people say they like, Last Salute to the Commodore. Which I think that's cool, but we'll get there. But still, I'd watch this episode over much of the modern television available to us any day. Well, since I don't like the title Mind Over Mayhem, let's see what a few other countries named it. Finland titled it From the World of Science. France titled it Beyond Madness? What? And West Germany titled it Devilish Intelligence. I don't think I like any of those titles either. Oh, and I can't forget to mention that Jose Ferrer was 5 foot 10 inches tall. Despite my negative complaints, here are some of my favorite moments from this episode.
I was afraid of something like this. We've had a lot of problems with him at home.
We consider it best that you withdraw him.
Yes.
I'm very sorry, Lieutenant.
Heroin? He had heroin?
Well, it was a chemist.
Why did he have heroin?
Well, he was doing some drug research for the government.
I am so sorry.
You got anything?
No.
What's it?
I don't know.
It's shoe polish. See, that's strange, isn't it? Hey, the place immaculate, got shoe polish on the door. How do you figure that got there?
Well, that beats me.
You find a pipe anywhere?
No.
Lieutenant,
Oh, sorry. Wasn't listening. Well, I'm sure you're right about that, sir, and I certainly intend to investigate that possibility. Car was parked, Cahill backed into it. Can I have a conversation with that man? All right, I'm going over this car here. I'm going to read the odometer. I'm going to be right back.
He could be all right?
Yeah, he's going to be fine. I don't want to offend you, Doctor, but you're not a very good liar.
How's it going?
Not well. Mind if I sit down? My feet are killing me.
Sure.
However, well, wasn't built in a day.
Oh, excuse me.
Sorry, ma'am. Come on right in. I'm just leaving. Hold!
What's wrong?
I notice you know how to turn them off, Doctor, so I guess you know how to turn them on, too. Give me that report. Give me that lock. Give me that tobacco.
Coming up next is Swan Song.
Scusi, ha visto un cane? No. Scusate, avete visto un cane? Sì, sta infilato lì. Scusate, cerco il cane. Ah, ma che bella frutta fresca. E la verdura.
Certo, andiamo a prenderla tutte le mattine.
Tutte le mattine. E dove?
Nelle aziende agricole scelte dalla Coop.
Posso?
Ecco.
E sceglie bene. Certo, è una cooperativa di consumatori. Il cane.
Episode 22, Swan Song, first aired March 3rd, 1974. The story was written by Stanley Ralph Ross, who we met as the teleplay writer for Any Old Port in a Storm. And the teleplay for this episode is written by David Rayfield, who wrote the screenplay for Castle Keep, The Firm, and wrote Round Midnight. And the director for Swan Song is Nicholas Colasanto, who previously directed Etude in Black. He only directs music-themed episodes. This episode begins with a sign reading Tonight Only, Tommy Brown and the Lost Soul Crusaders, as a harmonica plays and a beautiful 1972 Cadillac Fleetwood Eldorado convertible pulls up. A man in black asks the parking attendant guy how the box office is doing, and he says they're all sold out. And the man says that's great as he gives the parking guy a tip. The man in black and his driver enter the amphitheater, and he's got all sorts of requests for this other man to handle.
I want you to check out the sound system, Luke. I want you to find me an engineer.
While I'm performing, why don't you keep the candy hawkers and the picture sellers out of the aisles? Okay.
This location used to be the Gibson Amphitheater, also known as the Universal Amphitheater, located in Universal City, California. And it was extremely popular. It opened in 1972, hosting its very first concert, a Broadway rock musical called Jesus Christ Superstar, and was a real hot spot for concerts of very big names. Just a few being John Denver, Bob Dylan, Elton John, Steve Martin, Dolly Parton, Frank Sinatra, and Robin Williams. In 1980, they spent 2 years constructing a roof over top for year-round entertainment, as well as adding another 6,000 seats. The final performance was on September 6, 2013 by Pepe Aguilar, who said he felt honored to be the final show, but he also felt sad. The Gibson Amphitheater was demolished soon afterwards to make way for the Wizarding World of Harry Potter theme park. Because of course, you can't build an awesome Harry Potter theme park in a less used or less loved area, Universal. You must tear down something special that people enjoyed. Otherwise, there would be too many happy people. There must always be a sacrifice.
Praise the Lord, I saw the light.
Umbrella? This singing legend is the great Johnny Cash, born February 26, 1932 in Kingsland, Arkansas. He is much more known for his singing and songwriting than his acting. A few of his signature songs include I Walk the Line, Folsom Prison Blues, Ring of Fire, and Man in Black. Because he grew up very poor during the Great Depression, he always had a strong sympathy for working class people, and you can hear it in his lyrics of many of the songs he wrote. But since today on Columbo he is an actor, let's have a look at some of his other works. He stars in A Gunfight, Murder in Coweta County, and The Last Days of Frank and Jesse James.
Then what you're saying is that one of us ought to really kill the other. Is that what you're saying?
Winner take all. Loser won't need any.
Anyway, we get to listen to Johnny Cash. Well, actually, the character's name is Tommy Brown. Forgot to mention that. But we get to hear the whole song of I Saw the Light, and cut into the visuals is footage from his very first concert of 1974 in Binghamton, New York. This concert took place pretty much near the end of filming. He left LA to go do that concert and then came back for whatever was left over to complete. Can you imagine getting to go to a Johnny Cash concert in New York and then end up in the intro of an episode of Columbo starring Johnny Cash? I'd show this episode to anyone that came over just so I can point to the screen and say, there I am, Gary, there I am. And this guy right here who got a close-up of him shaking hands with Johnny on film, and it ended up in a Columbo intro. That's just wild. Just look at this beautiful crowd of people. We have photo albums full of them. Now that the concert is over, Tommy Brown is trying to make his way to his dressing room, but he's surrounded by screaming girls and even a few fellas. Man, all those gospel praise songs for the Lord really got these girls heated up. I can't tell you the name of a single one of these girls, but if I could, I wish I could identify this one. The choir leading lady tells these frenzied girls to get out of here.
You hear me? You all go home.
And get your homework done. This security guard is so disappointed in the youth today. And now she's all winded from telling them to go home.
Sis,
Yes.
when you gonna tell me what you got on Tommy that makes him toe the line like that?
Well, I'll tell you when I think it's fit for you to know.
If anything ever happened to you, I don't
Well,
know.
the good Lord will see that it doesn't.
This woman is named Edna Basket Brown, played by Ida Lupino, born February 4th, 1918, in Camberwell, London, England. We remember her as Roger's Aunt Doris in Short Fuse. Then we see Tommy on the phone with the weather service to find out conditions for flying. The man says if they take off soon, they can beat the low visibility fog rolling in after midnight. And then the scene changes to the manager of the building, inviting the gospel singing group to come back again.
Hell, we can sell out Tommy Brown for damn near a month here.
I don't hold with profanity, Mr. Dodds.
Mr. Dodds is played by Harry Harvey, born in what used to be called Indian Territory at the time of his birth on January 10th, 1901. Later, what was once Indian Territory merged with the Oklahoma Territory to create the state of Oklahoma in 1907. Did you know this Indian Territory almost became its own state called Sequoia? Well, Harry Harvey has been in over 400 film and television productions, but we'll just list a few. He was an extra in This Gun for Hire, which got a special shout-out during Any Old Port in a Storm.
Which album of that movie is it?
This Gun for Hire.
Oh, that's a good one. That's the one where he has the broken wrist.
He was the Doctor in Ace in the Hole, and he was in 54 episodes of The Roy Rogers Show and about every episode of It's a Man's World. Well, Edna denies his invitation to continue shows here because their schedule is too busy. Plus, they have a special ceremony for the groundbreaking at the Tabernacle site on Tuesday.
Are you folks really spending $5 million to build it?
It'll be the finest temple to the glory of the Almighty in America.
Your end of tonight's take is $30,000.
Mike Lowley, you are just busy, aren't you? We know Mike Lowley previously from Lady in Waiting, Short Fuse, Blueprint for Murder, Etude in Black, Requiem for a Falling Star, A Stitch in Crime, Double Shock, Any Old Port in a Storm, Candidate for Crime, Double Exposure, Publisher Perish, and Mind Over Mayhem. And did you see that big old Zodiac wall decoration we first saw in Candidate for Crime and Publisher Perish? And this little Aztec-looking statue is from Double Exposure. Now back to Tommy. He grabs his suitcase, opens it, takes out a very red thermos that really stands out on screen. It was the same one used by Columbo in Publisher Perish. He also removes a bunch of papers and replaces them with what we will find out later is a parachute. Then he takes from his guitar case some pills. He opens the capsules and empties the white powder into the thermos, and then pours in what's supposed to be hot coffee, but there is no steam and it looks awfully thin. He shakes it up, and the whole time he has a very upset and I'll show you type expression. By the way, after reading about Johnny Cash's life, there was one little story that stuck out to me in relation to this moment we just watched. While he was on tour in 1965, he got arrested in El Paso, Texas by a narcotics squad because they found hundreds of pills hidden in his guitar case. Well, he replaces his guitar and in walks Edna with one of the choir girls. He says he wants to talk to her about something.
You got $1 million in escrow to build a tabernacle, and you can't get the rest without me. And I was thinking maybe you and I could compromise. You take half the money for the crusade, and I'll take half.
She immediately gets upset and says every penny is going to the crusade until that tabernacle is built. Tommy gets honest with her about how he's had enough of their current situation.
You can push a man too far, Edna. I'm being used, and I don't like it. Other singers drive around in Ferraris, Rolls. I don't even own a car.
He says, I'm the reason there is even an audience out there. It's my records they're buying. Edna reminds him that she is the one who got him out of the Arkansas prison farm he was rotting in. Then we learn a surprising little storyline.
I kept my part of the deal, Edna. I married you.
You are a lustful sinner, Tommy. May God forgive me for letting a devil help me build a temple.
Then they start quoting the Bible at each other.
I seem to remember a little Bible myself, Edna. Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord.
That verse comes from Deuteronomy 32:35. The Bible itself quotes it again in the book of Hebrews and Romans. Without going into a Bible study, this verse in Deuteronomy is basically God's anger toward the Israelites for worshiping false gods, rebelling against and ignoring him as they get fat off his blessings. Then Edna takes her turn and tries to use the Bible for her bidding.
It was also written, the Lord works in mysterious ways, his wonders to perform.
But do you know what's so funny about her saying that? Nowhere in the Bible does it say the Lord works in mysterious ways, his wonders to perform. She is quoting a hymn written in 1773 by the poet William Cowper. But the way she says it is also written kind of implies that she is also quoting the Bible. Well, you're not, Edna. And then she starts spitting out some blackmail that she seems to hit him with regularly. She says she and Mary Ann will punish him if he tries to leave the crusade.
Those people out there just might not believe you and Mary Ann.
How about those motels where you register as a father and daughter? How old were you then, child?
16.
I think Ida Lupino is trying to do a Southern American accent, but it's more of an unknown accent all on its own. So it seems Edna uses Mary Ann as a constant threat anytime he acts up. She warns that his handwriting will certainly be on those motel registers.
Hasn't been but 3 years, Tommy, but I've read the law. The statute of limitation hasn't run out yet on the Mann Act.
Act.
The Mann Act passed in 1910, whose primary intent was to address prostitution, debauchery, or other immoral acts. Because it was originally written kind of ambiguous with a basic word of immorality, people were being arrested for consensual behavior as well. So it was amended in 1978 and again in 1986 to get a little more specific about prostitution and other illegal, immoral acts.
Statutory rape.
Whoa. That's basically defined as no matter how much consent goes on, a minor is too young to be making life decisions like that with an adult and are legally incapable of giving any consent. So, now Edna, feeling full of power and with a smile, tells Tommy he will not be quitting the crusade. Tommy gets up, furious and trapped, punches the desk, and turns to Edna to tell her what for.
You're a sanctimonious hypocrite of a Bible-spouting blackmailer, and I've given you your last chance to be fair.
Your insults and threats don't scare me.
Well, it was considerate of him to give her that chance, but sounds like this is going to be it for her. Then enters the man that refers to Edna as his sister.
Mr. Dodds is ready for you, sis.
She says she won't be long, and Tommy says, we'll take your time because we can't fly anyway.
Oh, why not?
Weather's bad in L.A. Improving after midnight. I'm gonna grab a couple hours shut-eye. Hey, Luke, take this guitar on the bus with you. And don't let that guitar get broken, Luke.
Luke Baskett is played by Bill McKinney, born September 12, 1931 in Chattanooga, Tennessee. He was in the films Deliverance, The Outlaw Josie Wales, The Shootist, and Rambo: First Blood.
Texas is full of rebels. Lots of work to do down in Texas.
We get Josie Wales and it ends.
Doing right ain't got no end.
Do you remember this tiger from Double Shock? I knew you did. Well, our scene changes to a 1973 Chevy Nova, pulling up to an airplane hangar at night.
Hi, Miss Brown. Miss Brown. Evening.
And the airplane mechanic gives Tommy a hearty handshake, letting him know how much he admires him.
What's your name?
Jeff.
Jeff is played by Douglas Dirksen, born May 17, 1943 in Lewistown, Montana. You can find him in Harry's War, Blood Feud, and Footloose. Tommy asks him to stow his luggage, and Edna tells him to hurry up. Before getting on the plane, Tommy offers his rent-a-car to Jeff to drive around a bit before turning it in because there's still some time left on it.
I sure do appreciate that, sir. You'll do no such thing. You'll turn that car in right away, and I've checked the mileage.
Yes, ma'am. $5.
This plane is a Cessna 172L Skyhawk. Then we get to see the clouds flying by and the turbulence shaking them around. I learned the way you would turn the heat on and off in a plane like this is with a mechanical knob that you would pull or push. This switch used in the episode is for the alternator. You see it says Alt on the left. It was relabeled for the audience so we could see a nice little red light turn off. Well, a few moments later, Edna's got some complaining to do.
Tommy, we're cold.
Heater's busted. I got some coffee here, hot coffee.
Edna tries the coffee and has a little more complaining to do.
Tom, this is the most horrible coffee I've ever tasted.
Tommy stays silent as Edna pours a cup for Mary Ann. Edna is one of the victims where we can, we all know murder is wrong. But we can, kind of sympathize with the murderer just a little bit because the victim is such a... Well, pardon my French, but the victim is a real jerk.
I'm also going to tell him about the way you run your business, because whether he forgives me or not, he's going to despise you for lying to him.
I want you to reconsider. Your husband has some very powerful friends.
That's right. Now, if you please excuse me.
If your name wasn't Chadwick and you didn't have all of this, do you really think that Peter Hamilton would give you a second look?
I mean, you snobs can drink your wine, but I want the cash. Don't worry. You'll be taken care of. I'm sure the Marina brothers will let you lick the labels of their new carbonated rosé.
Mary Ann is played by Bonnie Van Dyke, born February 1st, 1953. She barely did any acting, and somehow she ended up here. We see the plane from the outside to give us the idea that some time has passed, and then back in the plane they both start closing their eyes and going into a deep sleep. Now it's time for Tommy to perform his greatest stunt. He wraps belts and buckles around him and clips a parachute to his shoulders. Then he reaches behind him to grab the drugged coffee thermos and tosses it out the plane. Then Tommy takes his turn and hops out of the plane with his parachute, which looks like it opened successfully. And there goes the plane, flying off into the mountains, and here comes Tommy landing, I'm sure, far, far away from wherever that plane crashed. Looks like he might have hurt his leg. Well, look at him crawl. Maybe he just hurt his ankle, because he's scurrying all over the place. Although, when things are super intense and emotions and adrenaline take over, sometimes pain isn't so painful until you calm down. He hides his parachute in a very handy, hollowed-out log and then hobbles along the forest floor, seeing there are some headlights in the distance. And what do you know? He has already found the plane wreck engulfed in flames. How did he get here? He throws himself down the steep hill and plays dead because that truck is coming to investigate. It's sure convenient the plane crashed on a dirt road. The Good Samaritans come check on Tommy and figure this guy must still be alive. This is the second episode where the original murder is a double homicide. The first one was short fuse when Roger blew up Uncle David and his chauffeur Quincy. Scene change to Columbo's car driving the dirt road that leads straight to the wreckage with some country western harmonica playing.
Sorry, you can't come into this area.
It happens all the time that people comment on Columbo's car not looking like a police car, but this is the third time someone just says you can't be here with your car.
That spot's reserved.
Oh, I see. All right. Who is it reserved for?
Police.
Hey, mister! Didn't you see me signaling?
I'm a cop, sir.
Right, you're a cop. Now, look, can you back this up and move it down the hill with
Officer,
the rest of
you
the
don't
traffic?
understand.
I
Lieutenant,
understand.
I'm from the Los Angeles Police Department, Lieutenant Columbo. Who's in charge here?
Columbo gets out and walks up to the scene where there is an interview going on, being filmed by a new fancy handheld camera that does not have a battery backpack. It seems to be an Aeroflex 35mm 2, B or C. I think it's a C.
Mr. Pangborn is heading up the investigation of this very tragic air crash.
Columbo walks over to the burnt-up wreckage of the plane, and the TV camera guy calls out Columbo.
Oh, this fella's been wandering around in the shot. It's getting very distracting, Hal. I'm sorry.
The frustrated TV cameraman is played by Mike Edward Lowley, born February 25th, 1935 in Los Angeles, California. Yes, you guessed it. This is Mike Lowley's son. I really wish I knew who the light-holding man is. He's the best-dressed light-holding man with the most sturdy light-holding stance.
Excuse me, this is one of the big problems we have at these crash sites. Curiosity seekers. Yes, sir. I'll have to ask you to leave.
Columbo introduces himself and says it's a miracle this guy got out of the plane.
You know who was relieved? My wife. She's a big fan of this fella's. Knows all his albums.
After I shared my opinion about Mrs. Columbo being a real human person, since many people believe she is made up by Columbo, I was given a new argument why Mrs. Columbo is not real, and that is basically Columbo uses her to throw off murderers, and he only talks about her to those he thinks is the murderer. I bring this up because Columbo is talking about his wife to this Mr. Pangborn, and what in the world reason should he be making up stories about his wife loving Tommy Brown's music to this guy? Plus, we have already seen before that Columbo talks about his wife to non-suspects all the time.
If I was in the hands of kidnappers and my wife didn't ask me if I was okay, I'd think about that. I'm the worst cook in the world, but there's one thing I do terrific, and that's an omelet. Even my wife admits it. Well, what kind of a question is that? Do I really have a niece?
Well, do you?
Of course I've got a niece. My wife's sister's girl. Can I tell you about my wife? You know, my wife, she's got a proverb for every situation. You know, with her... Oh, you see, I already have 2 cars. Of course, my wife's car is nothing special. That's just for transportation, you understand. If I forget this, my wife will kill me. Now, my wife went bowling, and I was sort of testing out this new hammock, listening to the game. Then I ran into this Sunday.
Yeah.
Excuse me, sir. You didn't happen to notice my luggage, purple kind of flowers? Actually, it's my wife.
Luggage inquiries bell left, sir.
My wife always calls about some errand at the grocery store.
Bit different this time. Death in the family.
But I got another car. My wife drives it. Of course, it's nothing special, just for transportation. My wife's not feeling too good. Stomach trouble or something. She'll be all right. You know, my wife went to visit her mother for a few days, and it's like everything was waiting for her to leave so it could happen to me. On every one of my wife's drawers. On the lotion, on the tubes, on the cream. I guess you're not married, huh?
No, I'm not.
Hey, I gotta call my wife. I gotta get out of here.
You can't leave here without a temporary in that mood.
My wife's got no head for crime. We go to those whodunit movies, she always picks the wrong murderer. If my wife decided to murder me, she could come up with a better alibi than you got. 2 o'clock in the morning, my wife wants to watch Betty Davis. So we're watching Betty Davis. Well, he doesn't have a name. My wife and I, we could never agree on one. We just say hey or dog or whistle. Doesn't make any difference. He don't come when you call him anyway.
Columbo seems to talk to non-suspects about his wife just as much as his suspects. Well, anyway, let's move on with our story. Columbo says, can you imagine getting out of this thing alive?
Unusual, but not unheard of.
Roland Pangborn is played by John Dehner, born November 23, 1915 in New York City. He was a man of many skills, speaking 4 languages, professional piano man and band leader, as well as a classic animator. He worked for Disney for a while for $18 a week, I guess. He's an uncredited animator for Bambi and Fantasia, and also did voice acting for some Donald Duck shorts and a variety of other old animated shorts from the 40s and 50s. You know, the kind we're incapable of ever making again. You know those. Anyway, he also guest starred in over 100 TV shows, some of them being The Roaring Twenties, Gunsmoke, The Virginian, and The Doris Day Show.
There's no use sitting down. You're coming with me. There's a big story breaking at the Passion Arcade over in Sausalito.
And we cannot forget to mention his extensive radio acting. Probably the most notable, though, is Have Gun Will Travel. Columbo reveals he is from Homicide, and of course, this disturbs and confuses Mr. Pangborn.
Well, why is Homicide interested in this, Lieutenant?
We got a complaint from a member of the family, Mrs. Brown's brother. Nothing definite, just suspicion of foul play.
Pangborn says the pilot, Tommy Brown, claims total electrical failure, which is what they call probable cause, but unofficially Pangborn says it is most likely pilot error.
Almost always is. You see, Brown was not instrument rated, and he flew into minimal weather, and he lost his orientation.
The reporter calls over to Mr. Pangborn so they can finish the interview.
We're losing the light. It would just take a moment. We'd like to get this film back to the lab. Fellows?
So Pangborn heads over to the reporter, but then remembers he's his own man and doesn't have to obey this reporter fellow while he was in the middle of a conversation, so he turns around and walks back over to Columbo.
I'm sorry. Look, just stand by with the lights.
The TV reporter is played by Larry Burrell, and we have already met him back in the episode Candidate for Crime. Columbo wondered if they checked Brown's blood for alcohol or drugs, and Pangborn says yes, they checked it at the hospital and he was cold sober. Then Columbo asks if Brown called the weather station before flying.
Told me he did when I talked to him at the hospital. But he'd made the flight lots of times, and he felt he could sneak through okay.
Please, we're losing the light.
Pangborn heads back over to finish the interview, and the reporter is getting fed up.
Let's go.
Keep him in tight.
Mr. Pangborn.
While we listen to the interviewer talking in the background, we watch Columbo find the detached, burnt-up seat belts. Seeing the 2 in the back seat were both buckled, but the pilot's seat belt was undone. It's just incredible those seat belts survived the fire, while the body of the plane burnt into oblivion. Which actually brings up an interesting point. This plane wreckage is of a tube and fabric aircraft, meaning the main body's framework is constructed of welded metal tubes and covered with a layer of fabric, making it a very lightweight and quite a sturdy structure. It also has what they call a tandem cockpit, where there is 1 seat in the front and 1 seat in the back. But the Cessna 172 they were flying had a body made of aluminum as well as side-by-side seating. Very, very different planes. Well, moving on to Columbo's investigation, and he finds the navigation kit that was supposed to hold maps and charts and such. Then Pangborn finishes the interview and heads right back over to Columbo. Columbo shares that the 2 seat belts in the back were buckled, and says, well, that explains why the pilot was thrown from the plane and the 2 women weren't. And Pangborn says he doesn't follow.
I noticed the pilot's seatbelt, not fastened.
My golly, you're right.
See, it must have been opened before the crash.
Then Columbo wants to show Pangborn something else.
What's this?
That's the pilot's navigation kit. They keep their charts in it.
Gee, that's funny. Now, ashes.
You could have taken the charts out and laid them on the unoccupied co-pilot seat, but those ashes would be in among all those other ashes.
Pangborn starts to compliment Columbo and seems very impressed with Columbo's observations he has already made in the short time he was here. He says he could use a man like him on his team.
Oh, no, thank you very much. You fellas, you have to fly. I wouldn't qualify for that.
Why? We'd teach you.
I appreciate it, sir, but my ears pop in an elevator. As a matter of fact, I don't even like being this tall.
And too tall for Columbo is 5'6". I really appreciate this character, Mr. Pangborn, because he was immediately mutually respectful to Columbo once he found out who he was, and even trying to hire him onto his team. Now the scene changes to Columbo arriving at the funeral home while the hymn Blessed Assurance is playing. And look who our funeral director is.
My name is Mr. Grundell.
How do you do?
Are you a relative of Mrs. Brown?
No, I'm just here to see a relative.
I see. You are a friend of the family.
This is Dear Vito Scotti, previously from Any Old Port in a Storm as the waiter and Candidate for Crime as a tailor. But this role is my absolute favorite of his. He is so funny and really convincing as a kind, passionate funeral director that also really badly wants to sell you a funeral package. He lets Columbo know that he missed a lovely service.
Mr. Brown sang several popular hymns. Rock of Ages.
I am not a friend of the family. Actually, I'm a policeman, Lieutenant Columbo, homicide.
Speaking of Tommy Brown singing popular hymns like Rock of Ages, Johnny Cash released a gospel album in 1975, and he happens to sing Rock of Ages.
Rock of Ages, cleft for me, let me hide myself in thee.
Columbo says he's here to see Luke Basket, and Mr. Grindle lets Columbo know he's paying his last respects before the bodies are shipped out to Nashville. But he should be out shortly, so Columbo says, okay, I'll just wait out here. And this is when the scene really takes off as Mr. Grindle hands Columbo his card and gets a tiny little ashtray for Columbo's cigar. And if you notice while watching the episode on your own, since I cannot show the whole thing no matter how badly I want to, the scene is almost filmed in one long take. He says he is a great admirer of the police, and Columbo says he's so glad to hear that.
After all, you men are so ready to give your life to save ours.
Well, let's hope it doesn't come up too often.
Yes. But it does, doesn't it?
He shares that this morning he was eating breakfast with his wife Martha, and glancing through the paper, he noticed the police mortality rate is just shocking.
You must be aware of that.
Well, we don't like to think about it too often.
But one should think of it. Shouldn't one?
There is a small moment of silence with Columbo starting to get a little uncomfortable on this topic, but he's very polite, of course. Then Mr. Grindle decides he will go ahead and ask the question.
Have you made plans for your own departure from this mortal sphere?
No.
Huh?
No, I haven't, no.
He tries the, it would take care of your loved ones so they don't have to go through the trouble and pay the expense pitch. Columbo just politely nods, and Mr. Grindle quickly grabs a brochure to help him visualize the benefits from a variety of different plans.
You know, I appreciate it very much, but my wife does all the shopping in the family. She'd be very upset if I bought anything, without talking to her about it first.
Of course. Can we make an appointment?
Columbo pauses for a moment, realizing this guy is not going to give up on selling him a funeral plan, so he tries to make it a little more obvious that an appointment isn't going to happen.
I couldn't talk to her about this, Mr. Grindle. She'd think I was working on a dangerous case. She cries easily. She cries when she loses at bowling.
You're a hard sell, Lieutenant.
Well, I'm sorry.
Finally, Luke Basket shows up to rescue Columbo from the funeral director. They walk and talk, and Columbo asks Luke if he knows what's kept in the navigation kit. Luke says yes, he knows what's in it, and there wasn't anything unusual about it last night. And I don't personally think I would have chosen this particular design for these fences and railings. There's something kind of funny about them.
I'm not very smart, and I don't know how I did it. I just know somehow I did. Because he hated my sister. He never loved her.
That doesn't explain why he would kill her.
She had something on him.
Luke says, you don't know Tommy Brown like I do. You've got to question him. And Columbo says, well, he's planning on it. Then Luke insists he ought to do it right now, today. But Columbo rightly says, well, I don't think today would be the right time, referring to the fact that it was his wife's funeral today.
Lieutenant, I want you to see what Tommy Brown's like. I want you to talk to him. Would you do that for me, please, as a personal favor? Today, please?
Columbo hesitates, but I suppose feels obligated by how serious and persistent Luke is about this, so he agrees.
All right.
I'm coming with you.
This is one of those really small moments that I love and find very funny, where Luke stares him down without a single change in expression, while Columbo doesn't really seem to want him to come along, but also doesn't want to have any confrontations with Luke, so he stays silent and gets in the car. The scene changes to Columbo flying into Tommy Brown's driveway. They get out of the car, and you can hear Tommy singing in the background as Luke says, see what I mean? He couldn't wait. He says Tommy rented this place while he was still in the hospital, and it cost him $2,000 a month.
You know, there's no law against that, Mr. Basket.
Listen to all that going on out yonder. My sister ain't even in her grave yet.
Columbo suggests it might not be a good idea for Luke to see Tommy right now, and Luke does not care. Columbo says he's gonna have to tell Tommy that he's the one who filed the complaint, and then has to put his foot down real quick.
I want to see the look on his face.
Just a minute. Now listen to me. When I talk to him, I'm going to have to talk to him alone. And if you're going to cause trouble...
I won't. I promise you. I won't do that.
Okay.
So they head around back and come in through the gate to find Tommy Brown playing guitar with the whole band, and his voice is amplified without a mic, surrounded by bikini ladies, and he sings about Sunday morning. Shall we meet the band real quick? This is Marshall Grant, born May 5th, 1928 in Bryson City, North Carolina. He wasn't an actor, of course. He was actually Johnny Cash's longtime bassist for his band, the Tennessee Three, both upright and electric bass, for almost 30 years. Despite a few fights here and there, Marshall was probably Johnny's closest friend. He wrote the song Long-Legged Guitar-Pickin' Man, which appeared on the Johnny Cash Show and in the 2005 film Walk the Line, a biographical drama about Johnny Cash and his wife, June Carter. Now that drummer back there, I can't identify. And the piano man, I also can't identify. But the guitarist on the right is Bob Wooten, born March 4th, 1942 in Paris, Arkansas. He has kind of an interesting story. He first heard Johnny Cash's album I Walk the Line when he was just a teenager and pretty much taught himself all the songs on guitar. A huge Johnny Cash fan. Well, in 1968, the old stars sure aligned for Bob, as they say. Johnny and the Tennessee Three were scheduled to perform in Fayetteville, Arkansas, but 2 band members were held up due to a storm. So it was just Johnny and his drummer, W.S. Holland, standing there on stage. Well, Bob gets the guts to approach either one of the managers or Johnny himself, saying he can fill in and that he knows all the songs. Another man, Bob Garrett, filled in for bass. The moment they played their first song together is actually recorded.
This time, I'm as anxious as you are to hear how it's going to sound. I understand these 2 fellows are great musicians. They come from around this part of the country. And anyway, let's give a big hand to Bob Garrett and Bob Wooten on the guitar. Now I taught to weeping willow how to cry.
Johnny was shocked with how well he played, and you'll get to hear him holler with joy at Bob's guitar playing.
And I followed you, big river, when you called. Wait, Bob.
And Bob Wooten played guitar for Johnny for the next 30 years. One last little piece of fun trivia. Bob was also Johnny Cash's stunt double for The Last Days of Frank and Jesse James, and 4 episodes of Dr. Quinn, Medicine Woman. Well, let's get back to the show.
That's Mr. Brown?
That's him.
On a Sunday morning sidewalk, I'm wishing, Lord, that I was stoned.
This song is called Sunday Mornin' Comin' Down, written by Chris Christopherson, who later became one of the Highwaymen along with Johnny Cash, Waylon Jennings, and Willie Nelson. Sunday Mornin' Comin' Down was originally performed by Ray Stevens, but later became a #1 hit in the U.S. for Johnny Cash. The lyrics give the description of being alone and down with a hangover the next morning after partying the Saturday night before and feeling depressed, even though Johnny's performance has quite an uplifting tune to it. And if you remember back, this is what was playing on the airplane mechanic's pocket radio before the murder.
Good taste you got in music there.
Yes, sir.
It is interesting this song was chosen to be played here. I'd love to know who picked it and why. Maybe because it has the word Sunday in it. Back again to the episode.
This looks good.
Maybe 7.
How much lunch?
Make 7 home.
What's that?
Chili.
That looks good.
Have some.
Think it's all right?
Bill McKinney playing Luke does an absolutely perfect job with his character. His southern hospitality in this scene is so genuine. I feel like I want to maybe grab a bowl of chili while I'm here too. Columbo tries the chili and seems to like it.
Say, that's delicious. I never tasted chili like that before.
That's special recipe made out of squirrel meat. That's good, ain't it?
I just love how matter-of-fact Luke is. No facial expressions at all. He's definitely one of my favorite side characters in the series. Tommy ends his song and yells to Luke, asking where he's been.
I've been to get the cops to find out how you killed Edna.
Columbo regretting Luke talking him into them both meeting with Tommy today.
You did it. You know you did it. You killed both of them. You're fired. Get out of here. Ah!
God! You're crazy!
Marshal Grant and the piano man grab Luke to keep him away from Tommy. Tommy demands one of the many nameless bikini ladies to give him his crutch.
Give me that. You crazy?
Here you can easily see why Bob Wooten could pass as a stunt double for Johnny Cash. They look like twins.
Get him out.
Luke finally walks away, but not without the stare of death as he goes. Sunglasses Man in the background is Norman Stevens from Any Old Port in a Storm. Columbo apologizes for this happening.
Who are you?
I'm Lieutenant Columbo. I'm from the LAPD homicide.
Homicide?
Columbo asks if they can talk privately, and there's nothing to get worked up about. There's just a few routine questions he has to ask, and Tommy agrees to talk to Columbo.
Nothing to get excited about, folks. Mr. Brown, be right out.
Those are some of the most bellest of bell-bottoms that piano guy has on. Columbo can't even ask him about his shoes because we aren't sure if he's wearing any. Tommy asks why he is having to talk to someone from homicide. And it's funny they decide to put a sock on his foot under his cast.
When a member of the family makes a complaint, well, we just have to go through certain formalities.
Tommy says, well, I guess this looks pretty bad, having this party going on in this big house. And Columbo responds saying, no, it's actually kind of refreshing. It's so cool this rented house comes with a cat.
You see, in my line of work, homicide, somebody is always, well, dead. I mean, they don't even call us in unless that's what it is, somebody dead.
Well, I feel like you might have been called in a couple times before someone was declared dead.
Mrs. Williams?
Yes?
Lieutenant Columbo, local police. You see, that's the trouble with these buildings. The fountains never work. Then you have to use the coffee machine. And then you lose your dime and the coffee's lousy.
I'm just grateful I have so many wonderful friends. You know, I'd like to also take this opportunity.
Where you going?
Thank you.
This way, sir.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. What is it with this guy? Keeps disappearing.
I found him a little early this time. That's him. They're carting away right now.
I am here merely to report to the proper authorities the fact of my having received those threats. Now, I've accepted this police protection.
So, Columbo starts flipping through his notebook to find the questions he wanted to ask Tommy. His first question is why his seatbelt wasn't fastened at the time of the crash.
You see, when the power went off, the lights went out. And I reached across to the glove compartment to try to get a flashlight, and to do that I had to unbuckle my seatbelt. That's when I lost control.
Well, that was a very good and reasonable explanation. Columbo's next question is what happened to the maps and charts that were in the navigation kit?
Well, when the power went off, the defroster quit working, see? So I slid open a window to try to see where I was going, and the suction sucked all the maps and papers and everything right out the window.
Big suction.
Well, that explanation wasn't quite as good. Columbo apologizes again for the drama that happened outside and that he sure hopes his guitar is all right.
Not another guitar in the world with a tone like that. It's a great guitar, handmade. When I take an airliner, I get an extra seat and sit it right beside me.
Lucky thing it wasn't on that plane with you last night.
Last night? You mean the plane crash, Tommy being fixed up at the hospital, renting this house, the funeral, and the party all happened within less than 24 hours? Very efficient. Tommy explains why he didn't bring his guitar on the plane.
The changes in pressure and altitude can affect a good guitar like that. So I told Luke put it on the bus.
Since they are paying so much attention to this beautiful guitar, let's pay a little more attention to it together. This black guitar is Johnny's personal guitar and one of his favorites that you can find him performing on stage with for over 20 years. It is also the very first black Martin D35 ever made. Johnny is the reason why it exists. He asked some of the craftsmen of the Martin Company to make it without asking permission from the president at the time, C.F. Martin III. Martin didn't ever intend to make a black guitar because he didn't like the idea of the beautiful wood used to make his guitars being covered up with black. It turns out Martin didn't learn Johnny's guitar was ever made until this episode aired on television and he saw it. Yes, eventually the Martin Company decided to accept the Black Martin. And they had not only the Black Martin D35 made, but also the Black Martin DX. Both were tributes to Johnny Cash. And if you have a spare $5,500 lying around, you too can have a Johnny Cash Black Martin D35 guitar. Well, Columbo says he's very happy Tommy explained why he didn't bring his guitar on the plane, because that's the reason Luke got suspicious.
The fact that you parted with your guitar. He said that was the first time he ever did that.
Well, if that's the first time he ever parted with his guitar, what did he do all the other times he piloted that airplane, since it was an unpressurized cabin? Columbo says that pretty much wraps it up, and they shake hands.
Let me know when I can help you.
And Columbo leaves. Now, taxiing towards us is a 1947 North American Navion. As it gets very close to the screen, we can see through the windshield that neither one of these men are Columbo. Now, we look at a different angle to see poor Columbo is frozen and disoriented with fear after the flight he experienced with the policeman pilot.
Just step right on that seat, Lieutenant. Sir? Just step right on the seat there, sir. You all right, Lieutenant?
Rather than answering the question of if he is all right, he instead shakes hands with the pilot. This kind pilot man is played by Tom McFadden. He was in a few episodes of The Winds of War and shows up in A Nightmare on Elm Street 2, Freddy's Revenge. He also likes writing books. They seem to all be the self-help genre. Columbo slowly walks over to an airplane mechanic.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
I'm looking for someone who might have been around the night that Tommy Brown took off.
Yes, sir. That'd be Jeff. He was on duty that night.
And remember this man, Jefferson Kibbe? Yes, very good. We met him during the episode Mind Over Mayhem. We'll be running into his mother later in the episode. And then there's Jeff, still chomping away on gum while listening to Tommy Brown's music.
Yes, sir. I'm investigating the Tommy Brown airplane crash. Could you give me any information about that flight?
I saw them off, but I don't know anything about that crash.
Columbo wants to know what is involved in seeing them off, and he says, well, I help with the luggage, which included a couple of overnight bags for the ladies.
Mr. Brown didn't have nothing but his navigation kit. Some gum?
No, thank you very much.
And you know me, I have to find out what kind of gum this fella is chewing. He's got a pack of Dentine. Helps keep teeth white and breath fresh. Columbo wonders if there is anything unusual about the luggage.
No. Just luggage.
So the only thing that was in the cabin was the passengers and the navigation kit?
Oh, well, the thermos bottle.
Now there's some new information for Columbo. Finally.
You've been a big help.
I have?
And Columbo walks away. Then we are suddenly in a new scene.
That's nice.
I guess he liked her piano playing. Tommy requests this girl take the arrangements down to the arranger.
Take the arrangements down to the arranger.
Then Tommy scoots ever so slightly closer to this little piano student and puts his arm around her. We do remember seeing her in the opening scene as she was part of the choir.
Then I want you to make me out a big, long list of things that I can do for you for being so nice to Tommy Brown.
She starts looking very uncomfortable, and he asks if she is afraid of him because she backs away every time he tries to get close.
I guess I'm just afraid of myself. It's just so soon about your wife.
I understand. But do you understand that Edna and I didn't love each other?
Don't say that.
Come on in, it ain't locked.
I wish so bad this aspect of Tommy's character, of him chasing very, very young women, wasn't written, because I want to like him, despite his decision to murder 2 people, but we kind of see in this scene that he's not a changed man in any way, and that the deliberate planned encounter with Marianne was not just a fling at the time, lost in their emotions, but that he's still out here looking for more. Tommy instead really needs to find himself a grown woman who will cook him a hearty pot of squirrel chili. He'll never be truly satisfied with these young little chicks he keeps chasing. Although the fact that the door is unlocked is nice because that gives us the comfort that little Tina could leave if she wanted.
Come on in, it ain't locked.
Tina is played by Janet Baldwin, born July 24th, 1953, in Kansas City, Missouri. She was in The Keegans, Ruby, and Make Me an Offer.
Lieutenant Columbo, come right in, rest yourself. What can I get you, Lieutenant? How about some brandy or bourbon? Oh, you look more like a beer man.
Actually, you are correct with bourbon.
I haven't given you a Rorschach test yet, but I've got a hunch you're a bourbon man.
I'm sorry, Lieutenant. I'm forgetting my manners. Would you like a drink?
Yeah, maybe a drop of bourbon.
Bourbon.
Thank you, sir. I'm on duty.
Oh, yeah, almost forgot.
See that table lighter behind Tommy? I have that same one, given to me by a generous fan. Thanks, Ed. Columbo says he's here because his boss won't let him close up the case until every loose end has been tied up.
That's a crying shame. It really is. Man, with your talent, real killers loose out there. And they got you chasing smoke.
The first question Columbo has is about the thermos and what was in it.
Just some coffee?
Coffee.
Why? What does that matter?
Well, I couldn't find it.
I was thrown clear in the crash. And something as light as a thermos could be thrown hundreds of feet.
Columbo pretends to be satisfied with his answer and is about to leave, but one more thing he almost forgot.
Where'd you first learn how to fly?
Tommy says he learned to fly a little while he was in the Air Force, but he washed out of the cadets.
Of course, I got a civilian private license after the Korean War.
Were you in that one?
Yeah, were you?
Yeah, I was in that one, but not in the Air Force.
Let me guess what you were in. MPs.
KP, mostly.
When Tommy guesses Columbo served as an MP, that would be military police, I believe. And Columbo's response with KP means kitchen police, which was slang for the kitchen staff, usually made up of junior military or civilians. And yes, Johnny Cash did indeed serve in the U.S. Air Force from 1950 to 1954 during the Korean War, mostly stationed in West Germany. He was a Morse code intercept operator and was one of the first, if not the first, American to learn of Joseph Stalin's death through Morse code. And if you remember, during my Murder by the Book review, I mentioned Peter Falk's attempt to join the military near the end of World War II, but because he was missing his right eye, he could not join, so the next option he took was joining the U.S. Merchant Marines, serving as a cook. Columbo asks where Tommy was placed after washing out as a cadet.
Oh, man, you know the service. Whatever bad was going around, that's what I got. Picking up butts, latrine duty, running errands for the CO, whatever. Oh, man, that service life was something.
Then Tommy's phone rings and Columbo says he's done with the questions anyway and leaves.
You heard right, Sid. We're stopping the building on the Tabernacle. Just pay everybody off up to date and tell them we'll get back to them, okay?
Tommy hangs up the phone and sits there in silence for a little bit.
Excuse me, sir.
Lieutenant, if that police career of yours ever fizzles out, you could always make it as a cat burglar.
Columbo apologizes and says there was one other thing he forgot to ask about.
Ask away, little buddy.
I love it that Tommy has become comfortable enough with Columbo to call him Little Buddy. He asked Tommy if he called in for the weather, and Tommy says he sure did.
According to the Bakersfield Weather Bureau, they anticipated a low ceiling in Los Angeles. If you'd left an hour earlier, you would have missed it.
Tommy explains the audience held him up at Bakersfield. They just wouldn't let him off the stage. Then Columbo mentions that Luke says Tommy took a nap before the flight, and Tommy says he always takes a nap before flying late at night, especially after a performance because he was wiped out.
I know those desk jockeys downtown are about to drive you crazy, giving you a bad time, and I know how bad you hate to keep asking all those stupid questions that they send you out here to ask.
Tommy says, tell them all those loose ends they think they're tying up are gonna go nowhere because I was on that plane when it crashed.
And if I'd been up to no good, I wouldn't have risked my own neck in the process.
I'm going to make that point very clear to them, sir.
Columbo takes notes and leaves. The scene now changes to Columbo visiting the Air Force colonel. He wants to get some insight on Tommy Brown.
Never forget the lads who served under me.
Columbo hands him a photo of Tommy and says he served in his outfit in Korea.
Well, what's happened to him?
He's Tommy Brown now. He's a big star.
Really? Made it in the movies, huh?
No, it's a country and western music.
Good, just so long as he isn't a pilot.
Columbo asks the colonel what Tommy's duty was while under him.
Parachute rigging.
Now everything is making sense. Columbo wants to use the telephone.
Keep it short, will you? Never know when there might be an alert.
Absolutely.
The colonel is played by John Randolph, born June 1st, 1915 in New York City. He was in Seconds, Pretty Poison, Pritzi's Honor, and played Clark Griswold's father in Christmas Vacation.
I'm gonna catch it in the coat, and... smack it with a hammer.
I'm going in with him.
And we barely get a glimpse, but there's that same big horse statue from Blueprint for Murder, Requiem for a Falling Star, and Any Old Port in a Storm. Well, Columbo gets on the phone and has some trouble getting a hold of the medical examiner's office.
Lieutenant Columbo. Columbo. I'll wait.
The two photos behind Columbo are from the Apollo 11 mission. You got the famous moon and American flag photo with Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin. A lot of people forget about old Buzz. That's also their photos in the bottom picture. The third guy is Michael Collins, which he is even less talked about.
How big is this flag?
It's not a flag, Lieutenant. It's a banner.
How big is it?
3 square yards.
And there's these books from Mind Over Mayhem.
Parachute is 60 square yards?
Right.
Hello. Yes, I am. Hello. Yes, this is Lieutenant Columbo. I want to order an autopsy.
This autopsy request is, of course, for Edna and Marianne. Also, that plant behind Columbo is the same one from A Stitch in Crime. Same pot and all. Anyway, that scene ends while we start up the next scene in a recording studio. Looks like all the band members are there, as well as Tina. Columbo walks in and Tommy happily welcomes him. We get to hear some more of I Saw the Light because this is the playback from last night's concert.
We were there.
At the concert?
My wife and I. We were there.
The Columbo notices something about this version.
Sounds different here. And I noticed last night at the concert.
Yeah, live audience. That's why the different sound. It's recorded live.
Oh, that explains.
You know, little buddy, there's a question I'd like to ask you.
He wants to know why he dug up his wife's body for an autopsy. Just what is he expecting to find? Columbo says it's not an unusual police procedure, but that they did find barbiturates in both bodies.
According to their religious beliefs, they were prohibited from taking any drugs or stimulants.
That's true. But they used to get airsick, so they took an air sickness pill.
But these barbiturates were sleeping pills.
That's interesting. This episode never details what religion Edna was part of, which is actually a very good thing. But Tommy calmly explains that sleeping pills work just like air sickness pills.
Oh, really? Oh, I didn't know that.
Columbo asks if he could have a copy of last night's concert.
Be in the stores, couple of months.
This man with his face taking up the screen is played by Sorrel Book, born January 4th, 1930 in Buffalo, New York. If you do recognize him, it's likely because you've watched The Dukes of Hazzard. He played Boss Hogg in every episode. After that, he did mostly voice acting for cartoons from 1983 to 1994.
Boss, we need a loan.
Oh, is that what you want, a loan? Never let it be said that J.D. Hogg's Bank of Hazzard County ever turned down a fair request of any citizen.
Yep, we will see him again in a future episode as well. I know you were going to let me know if I didn't say it. I'm sure you already told me about the other guy that will be in a future episode too. Well, that's all Columbo needed here, so the scene ends. Now Columbo's going to pay a visit to the Lost Souls Crusade Seamstress Department. Columbo does not introduce himself or say why he is here. He just walks up to a white bolt of fabric and asks,
May I,
And instead of the lady inquiring about who he is or why he's here, she responds with,
Are your hands clean? Let me see.
Columbo picks it up and asks if it's nylon.
Yes, I prefer cotton, but people today, even our own people, just don't want anything that requires care.
It must be normal for random people to walk in here while they're working and just visit about fabric. Finally, Columbo decides it's time to introduce himself.
My name is Lieutenant Columbo. I'm from the Los Angeles Police Department.
Columbo, that's an Italian name.
Could you tell me how much fabric
My
you need?
husband was half Italian.
Columbo explains he's part of an investigation.
Are you with the Vice Squad? Remember having a good time?
No. No, ma'am. No, I'm not with the Vice Squad.
Columbo wants to take a closer look at the white nylon fabric. He starts unrolling it and flustering the seamstress because he doesn't seem to have any regard for wrinkles or the possibility of it falling on the floor.
Be careful now. Don't let it go all the way to the end there. You'll soil it.
I'm curious about the yardage.
Well, you certainly are.
Columbo starts doing a little math and says this can't be 60 square yards.
It isn't even 20.
Do you have more?
Oh, yes. We have a reserve. Just a minute, I'll show it to you.
And oddly, just like during the intro to Double Shock, this scene is sped up, with her finding the cupboards empty of reserved fabric. Sure is nice those cupboards have their own lighting inside. So, from visiting with her, we learn there are 3 missing bolts at 15 square yards each. Columbo thanks her for her time, and he leaves. This seamstress is played by Lucille Meredith from Candidate for Crime, mother of Jefferson at the airport, and wife of Roland, the producer. Now we are at another new location with the biggest table I've ever seen. Quilters would love that table. A man is folding up a parachute while some music from Candidate for Crime plays. They put the parachute in the navigation kit to see if it fits.
It fits.
Of course, there's no harness attached to this. You wouldn't get it in with a conventional chute harness.
What about an unconventional one? Something homemade?
Yeah, it's possible.
Parachute Man is played by Richard Kane, born 1938 in Rochester, New York. He did a little acting here and there. He was in 19 episodes of General Hospital.
What do you think?
Anybody jumping in that would have a much faster rate of descent than normal.
At least 20% faster. The guy would probably break an arm, a leg, or a pelvis or something.
Pangborn says he knows what Columbo's getting at with this, but he doesn't see how he can prove anything without finding the chute.
What are you going to do? Dig up that whole mountain? Who could find it?
The guy that hit it.
A new scene of a really cool tape recorder and Columbo putting in a tape for Tommy to hear. This is a Panasonic cassette recorder RQ210S made in the 60s. It's all metal and is the tank of the tape recorders. It even came with its own little microphone. I might have to put this on my Christmas wish list.
This is the original version. This is the new version. I noticed that the arrangement was changed.
You got a good ear for music.
Well, you know I'm Italian.
Columbo says he spoke to Tommy's arranger.
Nick Solicanto.
Yeah, that's him.
Look at these writers getting all creative with naming the arranger Nick Solicanto. Just a little nod to today's director, Nick Colasanto.
You know, he's Italian, too.
Yeah, I know.
Columbo says he asked Solicanto why the arrangement was changed.
Mary Ann was a soprano, Tina is a contralto.
I think they got this a little backwards in the script, since this new arrangement clearly has an overly obvious high-pitched voice type. Tina should be considered the soprano, because contralto is actually the lowest female singing voice range. Columbo asked Solicanto how long it takes to change an arrangement, and he said it took about a week.
And you wondered how I knew I was going to need a new arrangement a week before Mary Ann was killed, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, this answers the question of if Mary Ann was just an unfortunate extra murder or if Tommy intended on killing both of them in the plane crash. Sounds like he fully intended on killing both of them because he was already prepared to replace Mary Ann before she was killed.
I knew it because I knew I was going to replace Mary Ann with Tina. I liked her voice better in the solos.
That's exactly what I thought.
Columbo mentioning the pre-planned Tina-Mary Ann swap reminds me of how Beth Chadwick had already ordered a new car before killing her brother, and Nelson Hayward had already ordered a new jacket before killing Harry.
That's it. Finished. That definitely closes the book on you, sir.
I'm glad to hear it.
Columbo asks to use Tommy's telephone, and Tommy decides to play a little guitar in the meantime. And this is one of those subtle examples of how well Peter Falk can act with his face. He looks sorrowful while Tommy plays. That look of, I wish it didn't have to be this way, but it is. So I think he turns his back to Tommy to make the phone call because he doesn't want to look at him. The nice little melody Tommy is playing here is Clocks and Spoons by John Prine.
Did you get in touch with that Boy Scout troop? How about the Forest Ranger Patrol and the Sheriff's Mountain Squad? They'll start tomorrow first thing? Good.
Tommy asks if that phone call had something to do with him, and Columbo says yes, it did.
Did you drink any of that coffee that was in that thermos bottle that you took on the flight?
No.
I didn't think so. You're a very lucky man.
Columbo shares that the amount of barbiturates found in Edna and Mary Ann were way more than anyone would ever take to go to sleep. It was almost a lethal dose. He says if it was in that coffee, they could have been put there by somebody who wanted to put you to sleep at the controls.
Maybe somebody wanted to kill you.
Now, why would anybody want to kill me?
I don't know, but you are a celebrity, and there are a lot of crackpots in the world, and there's just no accounting for people's reactions.
He says the only fingerprints that should be on that thermos are Tommy's, Edna's, and Mary Ann's. But the guy could have gotten careless with his fingerprints and left them on the thermos. Now you're wondering, why is Columbo suddenly talking about some other murderer? Well, he's working on planting a seed here, so we'll let him cook.
Man, you got some kind of imagination, you know that?
Columbo says when he gets a hunch about something and ignores it, he always regrets it. He says he's going to put a police guard on Tommy until they find that thermos.
But between those Boy Scouts, those Forest Rangers, and the Sheriff's Squad, we're gonna comb every inch of that mountainside.
Tommy does a real good job acting very unconcerned about this whole spiel Columbo went on about finding that thermos out there on the mountain.
Yeah, I really appreciate that, but it won't be necessary, Lieutenant. I'm leaving on a concert tour.
Columbo didn't see that coming.
When are you leaving?
This afternoon.
For how long?
For months. I open tomorrow night in San Francisco.
You're going to be gone for months?
Tommy reaches out to shake Columbo's hand, saying it's been really nice knowing him.
I've enjoyed talking with you, and I wish you the best of luck.
Same to you, sir.
Columbo leaves very occupied in thought, and I think for the first time we see him get into a police cruiser.
He says he's going out of town. I don't believe him. I planted a seed that has to take. He's going to do something up in the mountains first. Pull around the bend and park.
Then we see a country western fella loading up the trunk with a suitcase and a red plaid garment bag. The luggage cowboy is played by Don Mantooth, born June 20th, 1952 in Ithaca, New York. He was in a few episodes of Kolchak the Night Stalker. Tommy takes off down the road as Columbo and Mystery Cop follow him. They arrive at the parking lot to the airport terminal, and Tommy's red plaid garment bag attracted two red plaid wearing women. Columbo can't believe he's really leaving, so he gets out of the car and hustles to the building, and there's those two red plaid ladies again. Columbo walks in, trying not to be seen by Tommy. He sneaks behind some people and a big plant, and, well, one of those red plaid ladies is suddenly a clerk behind the terminal desk. Tommy spots Columbo and is about as subtle as Lily Lysanka when she wants to get someone's attention in a crowded room.
Mr. Franklin! You! Over here!
Hey, Columbo! Hey, what are you doing here? Come here.
Columbo was hiding behind the other red plaid lady. Columbo's a little embarrassed and tries to hush Tommy, who is as jolly as can be, just busy laughing.
What are you doing out here?
I followed you. You see, I told my superiors that someone might be out to get you, and if anything happens to you here in L.A., it's going to be my neck.
The man at the counter back there is Joe Pine from Blueprint for Murder, Dagger of the Mind, and Publisher Parrish. Columbo says he can't rest easy until he sees Tommy get on that plane.
I sure do appreciate that. That's mighty nice of you.
Columbo is just not getting the reactions he's expecting from Tommy. Tommy walks through the metal detector and it rings, so he has to empty his pockets. They reuse the same alarm sound that deafened us during Lady in Waiting.
What is it?
I shot Bryce.
You what? You must have some metal on you, sir. Put it in this tray here and come through again.
And he chuckles and hums and sings as he does this while looking at Columbo.
Hey, Columbo, keep law and order while I'm gone.
I always found it so funny he says that to Columbo. And look who just walked behind Columbo. A red plaid wearing lady. Maybe there's a convention.
Hey!
And there goes another red plaid lady.
Tell your wife hello for me.
And another one. Columbo, still not believing Tommy is going to get on the plane, walks through security.
Hey, mister.
LAPD.
They were very trusting back then. Well, there goes Tommy in the airplane, and Columbo walking out of the building looking defeated.
He went. That's him and that one.
Look, another red plaid wearing woman. I was enlightened by my very intelligent viewers that these red plaid wearing ladies are all flight attendants. I tried to search for which airline dressed them in red plaid, and the only one I found was British Caledonian Airways. But I was not able to find this identical super short skirt with red turtleneck and red bowler hat. I tried.
Well, you can't win them all, Lieutenant.
I guess not.
This mystery cop unlocks a police phone box, which suddenly brings Columbo back to life, realizing something very important. Now it is night, and we see Tommy driving his rental up the dirt road where the plane crash was. He gets out, looks around, and heads for where he hid that parachute. He has to do a little searching to try and remember where that hollowed log was, and he finds it with a smile as that same disturbed harmonica tune starts to play that was playing when he hid the parachute. I don't think I mentioned this yet, but the composer for this episode is Dick de Benedictus. There is a combination of new music and old music from previous episodes. So Tommy limps excitedly back to the car with his parachute, and then, oh, looks like Tommy saw the light. Another headlight reveal. We just love catching our murderers red-handed in the headlights. First, death lends a hand, and then Blueprint for Murder. Without a word, Columbo takes the parachute from Tommy and puts it in the back seat.
I was waiting for you up there on that rock.
Columbo is one dedicated man, isn't he?
You knew I was coming up here.
I knew, then I didn't know, and then I knew.
Columbo explains that he knew he was going to go look for the parachute when he told him the Boy Scouts and the Forest Rangers and all them will be out here. But when Tommy got on that plane, he thought he was gone.
Then I heard the keys. When he emptied your pockets at the airport, remember the keys had a tag, car rental tag. And he takes his keys with him on an airplane, doesn't turn them in at the airport. I gotta figure he's coming back.
So they solemnly walk to the car, and Tommy is completely submissive at this point. Tommy asks Columbo, "Aren't you afraid being up here alone with the killer?" And Columbo responds saying, "No, sir, I'm not." He turns on the radio, and what do you know but I Saw the Light is playing. What are the odds of that? Not very good, I don't think. Columbo says he figures sooner or later Tommy was going to confess, even if he hadn't caught him.
Yeah, you're right, Lieutenant. I would have. Because it was getting to me, and I'm glad it's over.
Listen, any man that can sing like that can't be all bad.
Praise the Lord, I saw the light.
The end. This episode was written for Johnny Cash specifically. Hargrove kind of doubted Johnny would say yes because musicians make way more money going on tour than they would acting in an episode of television. But the filming dates just happened to work out perfectly. Johnny Cash had already toured over 100 concerts in 1973, and his touring was ending in December, which is when filming was to begin, and then to end in January. His final concert of the year was December 19th in Bakersfield, California. So, now knowing this episode was filmed in December and January, it makes sense why we can see their breath during the party scene and the ending scene, although I had no idea it got cold enough to see your breath in LA, but I guess so. Tommy's a little bit of a different murderer than the typical murderer status we're used to seeing. He wasn't rich at the time of murder. Yes, he was famous, but basically broke because of his domineering, blackmailing, hypocritical fanatic of a wife taking every penny he made. And you know what they say about fanatics.
Only a fanatic works on Sunday.
Only a fanatic works on a Sunday.
Interestingly, though, Tommy Brown is caught by Columbo because he didn't own a car, thanks to Edna. It was that rental car tag that helped Columbo catch him. So I guess mean old Edna did end up punishing Tommy after all.
And I would punish you, Tommy.
For not really being an actor, I think Johnny Cash did an exceptional job with his part. He seemed to be fairly relaxed and enjoying himself throughout. And other than falling down the hill after the crash, which was surely a stunt double, probably Bob Wooten, he did all his own little stunts, pretending to have a broken leg, crawling around in the dirt and leaves, rolling over that big hollowed log, falling backwards off a stool after Luke's punch in the face. Pretty good stuff, if you ask me. And you know, Tommy Brown is another one of the few murderers who are truly respectful to Columbo the entire length of the episode. The others up to this point, I would say, are Nora Chandler and Adrian Carcini. I'm quite impressed with how many different filming locations they used for this episode. I suppose they were doing their best to make this a good one because Johnny Cash was their star, and a ton of people would be tuning in. This episode definitely kept us busy. Although there are some viewers who consider a few of these locations fluff, the scenes I kept reading others kind of complain about are the Vito Scotti scene at the mortuary because it had absolutely nothing to do with the plot, but my goodness, it is one of the funniest scenes of the season. Then there's the scene with Columbo visiting Jeff at the hangar, the scene with the colonel, and the scene with the seamstress. But I think all those scenes are important, and there's not a single second I would cut from this episode. Probably one of the bigger complaints about this episode is how often they play I Saw the Light. It seemed to have annoyed people, unfortunately. I think the only time it was a little too much for me was the scene in the recording studio where it's playing so loud and that extra soprano voice grating my ears. So even though I wouldn't cut that scene, I would at least turn way down the music. I Saw the Light was written in 1947 by Hank Williams, the country western honky-tonk gospel blues singing legend. Hank was a believer, but had his life of heavy struggles, as we all do in our own individual ways. I Saw the Light is an ode to sin and redemption through Jesus. Hank Williams often ended his shows with this song or sang at least one hymn during his performances, which would throw patrons at the bars off guard. Now, Johnny Cash was also a believer with a life full of his own heavy-duty struggles, but in 1971 he was baptized, cleaned up his act, and began to openly share his Christian faith. Though he would still struggle with drugs on and off until he finally shook the habit in '89. And if you enjoy Johnny's deep, calm, southern voice and you need to brush up on the New Testament, he has read the whole thing for you. Well, if you're still here, I bet you can guess what I probably rate this episode. Yep, you got it. 5 Columbo cigars out of 5. It is way up there on my list of favorites. Let's real quick check out some alternate titles from other countries. Oh wait, never mind. The whole world agreed to call it Swan Song, I guess. And of course, we are still keeping track of our killer's heights. Johnny Cash was 6'1". Coming up next is A Friend Indeed.
Trains and trucks are rolling across this land and back. Trains and trucks are moving where the highway meets the track. And here they are in Lionel's brand new Trains and Truckin' sets for your kids. Everything here's included. Cranes at work, cargo, track, buildings, big trucks, and big trains for small hands to play with. It's Lionel Trains and Truckin' where the highway meets the track.
A man who works with his hands is a proud man. Proud of a lot of things, including his car. And one thing he can do for that car is add STP oil treatment. Over 40 million cans went into America's engines last year, and that makes STP the #1 choice of the men who work with their hands. Smile, cousin, you're on TV.
Yeah, for my car, it's STP. Well, nobody has more choices for just a little cash. You could search the whole world over, and no matter who you ask, they'd say Taco Bell has more choices for just a little cash. You better make a run for the border, son. You better make a border dash. We're talking under $1. Nobody beats Taco Bell. Where else you gonna get so many choices with just a little cash?
Episode 23, A Friend Indeed, first aired May 5th, 1974. It was written by Peter S. Fisher, previously responsible for writing the episode Publish or Perish. And of the 9 episodes he wrote, he said this one we're about to deep dive was his favorite. The director today is a friend of Peter Falk's, Ben Gazzara, born August 28, 1930 in Manhattan, New York City. He's more commonly known as an actor appearing in The Strange One, Anatomy of Murder, Roadhouse, and The Big Lebowski. He was also good friends with John Cassavetes. You remember him as the murderer in the Columbo episode Etude in Black. Gazzara was in 3 Cassavetes films, Husbands, The Killing of a Chinese Bookie, and Opening Night. He was also in every episode of Arrest and Trial and Run for Your Life. Ben Gazzara will be directing one more future episode of Columbo. Our story today begins in the night, looking across the street at a house with a light on. Inside the house is a man dialing a number. You might find me annoying for starting this so early in the video, but I have a quick question about an observation. Why does his phone have one clear and one white switch hook? Is it simply because he had to replace one? It doesn't seem like those would need replacing very often. Maybe it's because... Oh, you don't care? Oh, okay. That's fine. I understand. I learned I'm not alone on wanting to learn about this switch hook business, and several of you gave me a possibility for its purpose. It seems the popular conclusion for the white button is that it was for call waiting. If you were on the phone and someone else was trying to call you, you could press the white button to put your current person on hold while you answer the other call. The white button has an indent on it, so you could have something to hang on to when pulling it back up to reconnect to the other line you were originally talking on. The person this man is calling answers.
Yes.
Margaret?
Is that you, Hugh?
Is Mark there? It's important.
She reminds him that it's Tuesday, which means Mark is at the club, of course. She explains her ingenious technique for how she remembers when it's Tuesday.
It's Tuesday. I can always tell it comes right after Monday.
Oh, right.
He says he'll go meet him at the club and they hang up. Then he walks out of the shadows, looking sick to his stomach, and across the room is a woman, flat out on the floor. The man walks past a clock reading 9:04, maybe that's important, and he kneels down beside the woman to close her eyes. So, I guess she's dead. The man grabs his coat and leaves the house. Now we are on the outside of what was and is still today the Riviera Country Club, located in the Pacific Palisades of Los Angeles, California. This is the best image of what this view from the episode looks like today. It's basically the same with a little remodeling. The Riviera first opened in 1926. It is, of course, a private club and has an ultra-rich championship golf course and some tennis courts. There is quite a list of stars and famous people that had a membership here, one being Peter Falk. Now, inside the club, we immediately see Cosmo Sardo, previously from Lady in Waiting, The Greenhouse Jungle, Requiem for a Falling Star, and Double Exposure.
Mr. Culp, good to see you, sir.
Oh, yes, Charles, thank you. I'm looking for Mr. Halpern.
Charles is played by Judson Morgan. It's been a while, but we remember him as the judge in Ransom for a Dead Man. And this man on the right is Buzz Barbie, previously seen at the inquest of Lady in Waiting. Well, Hugh, we learn, walks through the club and finds Mark.
Hi, Hugh.
Hi, Mark.
Hugh is played by Michael McGuire, born June 30th, 1930. He was in some episodes of Dark Shadows and Cheers and every episode of Empire. He was also in the films Hard Times and A More Perfect Union, America Becomes a Nation.
You owe me money. You know, you cost me a great deal. You'll live with it.
Byron, I think your dice are about to turn cold.
The Army may have taught you bravery, Mark, but I'm not so sure about your judgment.
Byron is played by Byron Morrow, born September 8th, 1911, in Chicago, Illinois. Glancing through his resume, it seems like he was in at least one episode of every TV show in America between 1960 and 1989. He showed up most often in The Days of Our Lives and Executive Suite. His character's name here is Amos Lawrence, according to the credits, but that doesn't matter because Mark calls him Byron. But Charles, the waiter, knows his character's name is supposed to be Amos Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence is having quite a run with the dice.
Still need doubles to win.
I like the two behind Byron that have a little commentary with each other when he rolls a 4. 4 is a pretty good number. Yeah. Mark kisses the hand of the tart hanging on him and rolls. Well, he gets doubles. Mark Halperin is played by Richard Kiley, born March 31st, 1922 in Chicago, Illinois. He was in Pickup on South Street, The Phoenix City Story, The Gospel According to Matthew, and every episode of A Year in the Life. And he was the voice of the tour guide in Jurassic Park.
The voice you're now hearing is Richard Kiley. We spared no expense.
You will see a herd of the first dinosaurs on our tour, called Dilophosaurus.
He also won an Emmy for voicing the National Geographic documentary Tigers of the Snow.
The people living in darkness have seen a great light. On those living in the land of the shadow of death, a light has dawned.
And how could I have left out that Richard Kiley has an incredible singing voice? He won a Tony Award twice for Best Actor in a Musical. He was the original role of Don Quixote in the 1965 production of the Broadway musical Man of La Mancha, and the first to sing and record The Impossible Dream.
This is my quest to follow that star, no matter how hopeless.
And yes, I welcome your sharing of credits I didn't mention on Richard Kiley and everyone else who we haven't met in a previous episode.
You see, Byron, sometimes a little boldness is exactly what's called for.
The happy man behind Byron is Michael Grayson, and we remember him from Dagger of the Mind, The Most Dangerous Match, and Any Old Port in a Storm.
Mark, excuse me. Could I talk to you for a second?
What's the matter?
I'd like to see you for a second.
All right, be back in a minute.
They walk through the backgammon room with Mark asking, "What's wrong?" and Hugh saying, "Oh, nothing, I just need to talk to you."
Something wrong? No.
Well, there's Diane Travis, looking bored, waiting for her turn to play. Before today, we met her in Etude in Black, Requiem for a Falling Star, Lovely but Lethal, Candidate for Crime, Double Exposure, and Mind Over Mayhem. And back there on the right is Joe Pine from Blueprint for Murder, Dagger of the Mind, Publisher Parish, and Swan Song. They sit down in a less crowded area.
Are you sure she's dead?
Hugh says yes and explains they were fighting and screaming at each other because he was sure she was going to be seeing another man tonight.
She came at me, and I must have grabbed her by the throat. All right, take it easy. I didn't know what I was doing. When I realized what I was doing, I let her go, and she just fell. Calm down, calm down.
Hugh pleads with Mark to tell him what to do. Mark asks if Hugh called anyone, and he said, just your place, but I didn't say anything about it. Hugh wonders if he should just go to the police.
You can't afford to do that. Everyone knows the problems you and Janice were having.
Mark comes up with a little scheme to create an alibi for Hugh. He instructs him to go into the more crowded side of the bar and at 10:30 call his house.
I'll answer the phone. You pretend it's Janice. Make sure the bartender and anyone else in the bar overhears your conversation.
Hugh agrees and the scene changes. Rolling up to his own house is Mark in a 1973 Cadillac Fleetwood Eldorado. He puts on some gloves as he crosses the street to Hugh's house. This intersection is 4th Street and Muirfield Road in Los Angeles. The blurred house is Mark Halpern's house. If we zoom in, that same streetlight has remained, which is really cool. And then on our left is the brick wall, now covered in ivy. Mark goes up to the gate to jimmy the lock with a screwdriver, and this gate appears to still be the original gate from the episode. It's so fun to see that. Well, Mark breaks the lock to their sliding door with that screwdriver. He's really good at that. We see dead Janice on the floor looking like perfect Sleeping Beauty, even though she was violently strangled to death. Mark kneels down next to her and undresses her. He takes her clothes up the grand staircase. So much beautiful, heavy-looking wood. Mark tries to imagine how a woman would put her dress on a chair. Yeah, something like that. He puts her undergarments in the hamper and pulls back the blankets. The scene cuts to nervous, sick Hugh drinking at the bar. This bartender is Ben Fromer. We met him already once before in The Most Crucial Game as a photographer. Anyway, back to Mark setting up the perfect scene, trying to think as a woman, and what they do in the evening. He goes to the closet to pick out a fluffy, flowy, powder blue nightgown, and then breaks open Janice's jewelry box, taking her heavy jewelry. Checking on Hugh, he's got the phone in his hand. And I cannot ignore mentioning this man any longer. I haven't talked about him because I can't identify him, but he has already shown up 3 other times in Lady in Waiting, Dagger of the Mind, and Candidate for Crime. If anybody can help me, it would be much appreciated. Back to Mark, still lifting jewelry, and the phone rings.
Janice, is that you?
Why would he call his own house at 10:30 at night, asking his wife if she's the one answering? I guess he's nervous.
You in the bar?
Yes, that's right.
Mark says Janice is going to bed early and she's not going to wait up for you.
Yes, darling, of course you must be exhausted.
Mark responds with saying, get a good night's sleep and I'll see you in the morning.
Say it.
All right, you get a good night's sleep and I'll see you in the morning, huh?
Mark encourages him by saying he's doing fine and instructs him to stay there in the bar until the police contact him.
Yes, good night, darling. Oh, she's been out all day shopping. She's exhausted.
Yes, sir.
She's getting ready for bed now. Now I guess I want her to have another one.
So, that means she's preparing for sleep now because she's so exhausted from shopping all day.
Yes, sir.
Back to Mark finishing up the crime scene. He grabs the blue nightgown, and we can assume he has dressed Janice because now he's hustling back to his own house. And entering his garage, he puts the handkerchief full of jewelry into what I figure is a bowling ball bag. He enters into his house and heads upstairs. I like the crystal ball newel post cap. I'm not sure I've ever seen that before.
Hi.
Oh, you're home early tonight, Mark.
Yeah. I was a little tired.
Then we are given a little insight to their relationship, how they kind of poke at each other.
What's this? Another one of your bleeding heart friends get into print?
Did you win tonight, Mark, or is that a silly question?
Mark says yes, actually, he did win.
That means I won't have to write you a check this week. That'll be refreshing.
She shares that she'll be speaking at the Holcomb House tomorrow evening because she's been named Woman of the Year.
Really? How much is that going to cost you?
Oh, don't be crude.
He says, my, that's quite an honor.
Queen bee to a motley assortment of junkies, pushers, and losers. You know, I don't know how much money you've pumped into your assorted charities, Margaret, but it's a lot more than any $10 trophy they're going to hand you.
She asks him not to talk like that. He continues with a little sarcasm, saying if she's so embarrassed of her millions of dollars, he'd be happy to take it off her hands.
Money is a weapon, Mark. A tool to be used For good, if it's used properly.
Margaret is played by Rosemary Murphy, born January 13th, 1925, in Munich, Bavaria, Germany. She was in To Kill a Mockingbird, You'll Like My Mother, and Eleanor and Franklin in the White House years.
You met and married my son in less than a month's time, and you spent that last leave with him, the last 2 weeks of his life that he might have spent with me. You robbed me of what was the rest of his life, and I'll never forgive you for that.
That means handing it out like Halloween candy to a bunch of grifters who've never done a day's work in their life.
Because nobody has ever given them a chance. You know what it's like to be an ex-convict trying to find honest work?
Mark gets up, totally uninterested in talking about ex-cons because he knows everything there is to know about them. He walks over to their French doors and casually steps out onto the balcony. Looking across the street at a still shot of Hugh's house, he tells Margaret,
I just saw a man running from the Caldwell house.
What?
Yeah, all the lights are on over there. I don't like the looks of that.
I don't see anyone.
He heads over to his bedside phone and calls the police, but not in a way a normal person would. We learn something very interesting about him here.
Sergeant, this is Deputy Commissioner Halperin. I just saw a strange man, running from a house on Fairfax Drive. I want you to dispatch a unit over there immediately, will you?
Yes, of course I looked up that address. There is no Fairfax Drive in LA, but there is a 1278 Fairfax Avenue, and it seems to be an alleyway of graffiti. Halperin was sure taking a mighty risk doing this for Hugh. When he crosses the street to the Caldwell house, he could have been easily seen. No matter your economic status, if you have neighbors, they will always be nosy. And him hustling across the intersection through all the streetlights would catch anyone's eye, and he, bright as day in the night, looks like Mark Halperin out there. The scene changes to a group of police cars and an ambulance as another car pulls up to the site. A policeman opens the door to the car, and we are greeted with Columbo's backside. Turns out he dropped his cigar on the drive.
I don't want to burn up the commissioner's car.
The limousine driver, enjoying himself as he watches Columbo search for his cigar under the seat, is played by Jack Krupnick. He can be found in the background of a few movies like The Poseidon Adventure, The Killing of a Chinese Bookie, and The Amityville Horror.
Come here, you little rascal. Okay. That looks okay.
The policeman that opened the door is T.J. Castronovo, born July 14th, 1932 in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. He was in many episodes of Taxi. Columbo heads into the house with a cigar.
Columbo, it's about time you showed up. I want you to pick up every known burglar first thing in the morning. I don't care if you talked to him before, talk to him again. If you need any extra men, let me know.
The lieutenant that Mark Halperin is talking to is played by John Finnegan, who we are becoming familiar with because we've already met him in Blueprint for Murder, The Most Dangerous Match, and Lovely But Lethal. Mark refers to him as Lieutenant Duffy, but he is credited as Lieutenant Dreyer. Columbo apologizes about being late. The battery in his car went dead.
Tried to get my wife's car. She was at the sister-in-law's, so I called there. It's a boring story. Thank you very much for sending your car. I appreciate it.
Quite all right. Duffy here will fill you in on what's happened. It's the same man that's been hitting this area in the past few weeks.
Columbo says he's going to have a look around. Then this guy has the strangest comment he felt he needed to share with Columbo.
Good looking broad, except for the marks around her neck.
Yeah, if we could just cover up those marks from her being strangled to death, she would be perfect. What a weird thing to say about a dead woman. His name is Doyle, apparently, and he's played by Victor Campos, born 1935 in New York City. He was in almost every episode of Cades County, and some episodes of Kojak and Doctor's Hospital. He also shows up in Scarface and Juice. Columbo notices the huge ring on her finger. Entering the bedroom, there is a photographer played by Eldon Burke, born September 23rd, 1935 in Cuyahoga County, Ohio. He did more directing than acting, well, assistant directing. He worked on most of the Heart to Heart episodes and several episodes of Hotel and In the Heat of the Night. Columbo asks the fingerprint man if he found anything, and he says everything looks pretty clean. Columbo notices something under Janice's pillow. It's a pink nightgown. He then goes to the closet, having a little look at some of the clothes and thinking to himself. We don't know exactly what's going through his mind, which is actually kind of nice. We just get to see him work. He asks if the handles to the closet have been dusted.
Not yet, Lieutenant.
Well, let me know if you find anything.
I think you're wasting your time, Lieutenant.
Well, let's not be a negative Nelly here. He says he's been the one dusting all the houses that have been hit by the same guy, and he never leaves a print.
Well, let me know if you find anything.
Fingerprint Man is played by Ben Marino.
Marino Brothers.
born October 1st, 1925 in Avon, New York. He was in Capone, The Killing of a Chinese Bookie, and several episodes of Dynasty. Scene change to the outside of a building. This building still stands on Los Angeles Street, but has had quite a bit of changes happen to it and the area around it. Well, inside the building is Commissioner Mark Halperin giving a press conference. The photographer over here taking accidental pictures is Mickey Golden. He's the one in competition with Mike Lally for the most sightings. We've seen him in Suitable for Framing twice, Lady in Waiting, The Most Crucial Game, Requiem for a Falling Star, The Most Dangerous Match, Double Shock, Candidate for Crime, Double Exposure, and Mind Over Mayhem. And there's that unnamed bartender from earlier in the episode. And we haven't seen him for a while, but there's Murray Pollock from Ransom for a Dead Man, Suitable for Framing, Blueprint for Murder, Dagger of the Mind, and A Stitch in Crime.
The brutal murder last night of Janice Caldwell is a scathing indictment of the police department's failure to cope with
crime on the most fundamental levels. But the taxpayers of this great city are entitled to the safety of their homes.
Speaking of Mike Lally, here he is tending bar for the third time. The majority rules on the question of if I should be listing every single episode every single time. So, here we go. We first saw Mike Lally in Lady in Waiting, and then in Short Fuse, Blueprint for Murder, Etude in Black, Requiem for a Falling Star, A Stitch in Crime, Double Shock, Any Old Port in a Storm, Candidate for Crime, Double Exposure, Publisher Perish, Mind Over Mayhem, and Swan Song. We see there is a couple watching the broadcast, and the man hates it.
That guy gives me a pain.
All right, I'll turn it off.
So we were going shopping.
I told you I have to wait for somebody here.
And you know I hate this place.
But I like it.
The little jig playing on the radio is the same one playing at the beach party from Any Old Port in a Storm. She asks if he's bought the tickets for the roller derby tonight.
You're crazy. I'm not going to any roller derby.
In case you aren't sure what a roller derby is, it's 5 versus 5 roller skaters skating around an oval track. One skater per team is labeled as the jammer, and they try to make as many laps around the track as possible while the 4 other opposing team members try to block and stop them. So it's a very physical, pushing and shoving skating sport. I know that was a pretty poor explanation, but that's what Google's for on your side if you want more.
They go round and around and around the roller derby, where you find everyone having barrels of fun. Yes, you will. Round and around and around the roller derby.
Well, the lady continues to complain, and the man has had enough of it.
You think you're gonna hang around this place again with your old pals from prison? Guess again, Artie.
Hey, this is my place of business. You don't have to come in here, so don't come in here.
We've met the actor playing Artie. It's Val Avery, previously seen in Dead Weight and The Most Crucial Game. The unhappy woman is named Thelma in the credits, played by Eleanor Z., born February 18, 1931. She was in Husbands, What's Up Doc, and Opening Night. The embodiment of the 70s enters the bar, and he turns out to be the man Artie was waiting for. Artie says he's got the stuff at his joint from the other night. But this man says there's no way he's touching anything Artie has, not after he killed that woman last night.
That wasn't me. Come on. He's been hitting that neighborhood pretty good.
And Artie agrees that he has, but he never went to the house where the woman was killed. That wasn't him. But that doesn't change anything with the 70s man, because everyone knows Artie is the one who's been working that neighborhood.
I should have known better than deal with a punk like you. Johnny Romano, Harold Speller, they were men.
Yeah, but they're dead.
According to the credits, this man is named Sharky, played by James Christie. He didn't do a whole lot of acting, but he does show up in Capone, Raging Bull, and a few episodes of Matlock.
It's tougher on the outside now. You know, you spent so much time up in that prison, you don't know how it is anymore.
And Sharky leaves, cool as a cucumber. Thelma asks if he's done so they can go get their tickets for the roller derby.
Come on, let's go. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Come on, you can walk faster. Come on.
Will you shut up?
Back to the press meeting where Halpern explains that there will be a double shift on all squad cars in the Bel Air area, from sunset to sunrise, as well as helicopter patrol.
As a matter of fact, I plan to be in that chopper myself tonight to get a first-hand look at this operation.
He encourages everyone that they are going to get this man no matter what.
Now, last night he made his first mistake. My wife and I were in our bedroom when he ran from the Caldwell house. Well, he's going to make other mistakes. When he does, we'll get him.
Scene changes to Columbo flying through a stop sign and driving up to the Halpern household. Looks like he's got his car running again. Maybe he used the Mrs. car to jump his battery. He walked on in without any hesitation and out into the backyard.
Ma'am?
You startled me.
What happened?
On the cactus,
Oh, I'm sorry.
I know you don't, Ed.
Yes, ma'am, you do. I was afraid you'd remember it was at the chief inspector's dinner last year at the hotel. I was a little drunk.
I have a difficult time imagining Columbo drunk, but there's public record of Peter Falk being drunk with his two buddies, John Cassavetes and today's director, Ben Gazzara, on the Dick Cavett Show, where they are supposed to be promoting their latest film, Husbands, and they're all loaded.
Wait. No, don't get up. Don't get up. Don't get up.
Don't get up?
No.
Oh, my God!
Oh, really?
Well, that did about sum up the film Husbands for me. Bunch of big kids. That whole, quote, interview can be found on YouTube if you want to see how it all went. Anyway, where were we?
Several people have told me that she and her husband were, they were having problems.
I don't know about the statue. Looks like something Helen Stewart might have created. Columbo wants to know if she could give a few names of the other men Janice was seeing.
I'm sorry. I never pried into Janice's personal affairs. I did try talking to her. She became very defensive, almost violent.
Then she was seeing other men.
Yes.
Did any of you have a pair of glasses like these? They're a very bold frame. Before Columbo leaves, he wanted to know her description of the burglar she and her husband saw running from the Caldwell house last night.
Oh, I didn't see him.
By the time I got to the terrace, he'd gone.
Oh. Thank you, ma'am.
Well, Columbo leaves. His car starts right up, sounding kind of rough. He drives in reverse all the way to the Caldwell house. You're allowed to do that if you're a policeman, of course. Our view switches to a sad, sickly, pathetic-looking Hugh, the sunlight highlighting his eyebrow for us.
Excuse me, sir. A police officer to see you.
Oh, there's Alma Beltran. Remember, we barely got a glimpse of her during Double Exposure. Columbo introduces himself and gets right down to business.
I spoke to your maid, Mrs. Fernandez. She's a nice lady. I guess she worked very long hours yesterday.
Hugh says she worked till 8 o'clock, which is when they arrived home.
Mrs. Fernandez says she was wearing a red dress.
Yes, I believe it was.
And then you went out 9 o'clock.
Yes.
Was your wife still wearing the red dress?
Yes, Lieutenant.
He says Janice didn't get ready for bed till around 10:30 when he called from the club. Then he shares his guilty man knows everything performance.
Look, Janice apparently went upstairs to change. She put on her nightgown, heard a noise, came down and surprised this burglar. I should think the facts would speak for themselves.
Columbo says there's one thing that's very strange about all this. Mrs. Fernandez deep cleaned, dusted, waxed, polished the whole house, every room, including that bedroom.
Now, the fingerprint people, they checked the handle on the closet door. Your wife's prints weren't on it. How did she open the door and take out the nightgown without leaving any prints?
Hugh knows the answer to this without a moment of hesitation.
You see, my wife was in the habit of folding her nightgown every morning when she got up and putting it under her pillow.
Hugh's response really threw a curveball at Columbo. I believe up to this point, Columbo was sure Hugh killed his wife, even though he did kill his wife. But now, this pajama thing is messing with his conclusions.
I see, yes. That would explain it. Yes, it certainly would.
Columbo leaves with his mind full of questions as he walks to his car. But wouldn't you know it, the car doesn't want to start. Sounds like he needs a new alternator. He gets out, looks under the hood, and then gets back in the car and tries again. I guess, sometimes just opening the hood and slamming it shut could vibrate something into place well enough to start the car, but not today. So he runs off, leaving the door to his car wide open, yelling to the cars driving by.
Excuse me, sir!
The first guy just keeps driving. Then he yells to a lady in a 1974 Chevy Caprice estate wagon, who slows down, probably to have a look at him, and is like, "No way am I letting this scruffy-looking fella into my car." There's a 1974 Chevy Corvette Stingray back there. And the neighbor is working on opening his own water park, it looks like. Then another car comes along and Columbo gets him to stop.
Yeah, you got some jumpers for a battery? Listen, there's a gas station up there. Will you drive me over there?
The Good Samaritan lets Columbo get into his 1973 Oldsmobile Cutlass Supreme. The scene switches to Columbo entering Commissioner Halperin's office, who is acting very busy.
Columbo? Excuse me, sir. I didn't mean to barge in. I looked for your secretary. I guess she's powdering her nose or something.
Halperin asks Columbo to hurry up with whatever he needs to say because he needs to leave very soon.
I'm making real progress, sir, so I thought that...
Finish your report?
No, I haven't.
Well, finish the report and I'll read it.
Columbo wanted to double-check the description of the burglar.
It was hardly a description. I barely got a glimpse of him.
You did say dark sweater, dark pants...
And a dark cap.
Just dark.
It was night.
That's too bad. That's what your wife said.
Well, suddenly Halperin isn't in as big of a hurry. Did you notice the Archer statue back there? We first saw it in Death Lends a Hand, and then again in Candidate for Crime.
Spoke to my wife, did you?
I thought you left. On the basis of the news conference this morning, I thought that she also saw the burglar.
He was gone by the time she got to the terrace.
Yes, sir. Yes, that's what she said.
That's what she said. Now that Halperin knows what his wife said, he decides to go ahead and leave Columbo. Halperin arrives at his home and enters the master bathroom where his wife is bathing.
Please leave the room, darling. You know I like to bathe in private.
Halperin laughs and tells her not to be so coy. Margaret seems frustrated that he's not leaving and says, "Come on, Mark, I'll only be a minute."
Have I told you recently, darling, that our marriage has been a constant joy to me?
No, it hasn't.
Well, it has.
He does a little bit of light-hearted talking about her on the same topic of money as when we first heard them interacting with each other.
$4.5 million, given to hand it out to anybody who has a sad story and a rumpled suit.
My inheritance.
That's wrong, darling. My inheritance.
And she inhales all the bathwater she can in 5 seconds and dies. You know, with a bathtub that big, it seems she could have swam away once pushed under. Then the scene switches to what I learned is stock footage of the Villa Ephrussi de Rothschild built in 1912 by Baroness Beatrice de Rothschild and located on the French Riviera. We soon learn this building is supposed to be where Janice Caldwell's funeral is taking place. A bit extravagant. The music playing on the organ is Jesu, Joy of Man's Desiring, composed by Johann Sebastian Bach in the early 1700s. It is the 10th movement of his famous cantata. Get ready to help me with this, my German friends. Herz und Mund und Tat und Leben. I used to really like this composition, but that changed in the middle of a piano recital I did in college. I practiced and practiced this piece for days and hours of days and hours, and I had no problems with it until I was up on stage performing and suddenly I forgot how to play piano. Have you ever had an experience like that? Well, you know how scarring it can be, so I don't like this piece anymore. Anyway, Mark Halperin arrives at the funeral loaded with flowers from previous victims' funerals and kneels at the casket. Hugh pitifully walks over to kneel next to Mark and thanks him for coming.
Where's Margaret?
She's at home.
Mark, I don't know how to thank you. If it hadn't been for you last night,
You'd be facing a murder charge.
Last night? Man, funeral arrangements move fast in L.A.
if there's anything I can ever do for you.
There is, my friend.
Uh-oh.
If you gentlemen want to finish paying your respects to the loved one, we will be closing up until 8:30.
Do you recognize this man? Well, his character's name is Nathan Flowers. How lovely for a funeral director. But we remember him enjoying a hot dog with Columbo at Tale of the Pup in Murder by the Book. His name is Bernie Cuppy. Then Mark explains where Margaret is at home.
She's lying on the tiled floor near the front door. She's dead.
Good Lord, Mark.
Quiet.
How?
She drowned in the bathtub.
He says, but the police aren't going to know that. They're going to think it was the notorious Bel Air burglar that killed her.
Yeah, but I can't get involved.
You are involved, my friend. This is the quid quo pro.
Or more correctly, quid pro quo, which is Latin meaning something for something or this for that. And this storyline is when this episode is commonly compared to the 1951 Hitchcock film Strangers on a Train.
Each one has somebody that he'd like to get rid of. So they swap murders. Each fellow does the other fellow's murder. Then there's nothing to connect them. You do my murder, I do yours.
You know who that man was wanting to swap murders? Why, that was Robert Walker. Why does his face and his name seem so familiar? Because he is the father of Robert Walker Jr. The high-strung, odd little genius from Mind Over Mayhem. Just a fun connection.
You killed your wife and I protected you. You protect me or I'll see to it you go to jail for the rest of your life. Is that clear?
Yes, perfectly.
The scene switches to the blackest night with a loud helicopter shining a big spotlight down on the Bel Air neighborhood. The perfect environment for a burglar to decide to head out for an evening heist. This helicopter changes between two different models. It starts here as a Bell 206 and then surprises us as a Hughes 369 or 500, similar to the one in Ransom for a Dead Man. So they are patrolling around the neighborhood, shining this big light into people's homes, and suddenly Halpern sees something funny going on at his house.
I saw someone lurking near my wife's car. He just disappeared. Circle around here, Pete, will you? Yes, sir.
Pete, the police pilot played by Paul Sorensen, was born February 16th, 1926 in Kenosha, Wisconsin. His resume is very long, mostly in the background, sometimes credited, sometimes not. Search for him in Hang 'em High, Escape to Witch Mountain, and Smokey and the Bandit. They shine the spotlight down on the back door of Mark Halpern's house, and here comes Hugh, dressed in a dark sweater and dark pants.
And a dark cap.
Slim Hugh manages to run across the lawn carrying Margaret's limp body, and before he tosses her into the pool, we get a moment to see him with a stocking over his head, not a dark cap tonight. And he's looking a little more like Steven Seagal here. Must be the lighting. He drops her into the pool and takes time to look up at the helicopter for some reason, and then runs off like a big bulky man. It's strange how fear can change us physically. Anyway, Halpern instructs Pilot Pete to get as low to the pool as possible. This is quite a stunt, and there is no information about the stuntman or the stunt in general. This man swimming underwater is clearly not Richard Kiley, but they did manage a mustache on him, and the guy swimming her body to the edge of the pool does not have a mustache, so maybe it fell off in the water.
What are you waiting for? Get on an ambulance, for God's sake. Margaret, she's gone, sir. What do you mean? She's going to be all right. Get an ambulance!
Yeah, how do you know so quickly? I didn't see you checking her vitals. Well, he pretends to do some kind of strange mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, as the policemen don't get an ambulance. This man that immediately pronounced her dead is played by Richard Lancey, and this is his one and only acting credit, and his name is listed in the credits, Lucky Duck, although they spelled his name wrong, so that's too bad, I guess. Well, I learned a fun little backstory for the scene told by Richard Kiley himself. My favorite story that came out of that show is when there was a scene in which I pretend to rescue my wife, played by Rosemary Murphy, from a swimming pool. I had to run, dive in the pool, drag her out, and do mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Well, I threw myself into the scene, and I'm doing the mouth-to-mouth when I suddenly realize I have never met Rosemary before. So, while the cameras are still rolling, I looked down and said, "How do you do, Rosemary? We've never met before. I'm Richard Kiley." Moving on, Columbo enters the Halpern residence and finds Lieutenant Duffy Dreyer.
It's funny, though. It's very funny. What? Well, there's no sign that he forced his way into the house. As near as we can figure it, he was laying for her out and back by the car.
Columbo heads outside to ask what happened.
See for yourself, Columbo. She drowned.
Guy tossed her in the pool. Wonder why she didn't swim.
Probably couldn't swim.
This Doyle fella loves speaking ill of the dead.
He didn't hit her first, no marks, no struggle.
Oh, there might have been a struggle. She got a tear on her sleeve.
Columbo says no, that happened this afternoon. She tore it on the cactus bush. Then in the background, a fella shows up and is questioned.
Well, she's supposed to come to our meeting tonight. Get an award, that's all. The way things look around here, I'd like to get out of here, that's all. Bet you would.
What did you say, a meeting?
Man, this Doyle is a real jerk. Pardon my French. The man continues to explain that she was supposed to be at the Holcomb house for dinner at 8 o'clock. She was going to make a speech and pick up her trophy, but when she didn't show up, he called her house, and the line was busy, so he decided to come over.
Where were you at 7:30? I was at the place setting up.
Relax, huh? You're making me nervous. You can prove it, right?
Yeah, I can prove it. I bet you can.
This man that would like to get out of here, that's all, is played by Albert Popwell, born July 15th, 1926 in New York City. He was in Coogan's Bluff, the first 4 Dirty Harry movies, Cleopatra Jones and its sequel, The Casino of Gold, and the Buddy Holly story.
Is this car registered to you?
Oh, yes, sir. This is my car. You must be new. You know who I am?
I'll still have to see your license and registration, sir.
Columbo stops Doyle from being a butthead for the rest of the evening. Pardon my French.
All right, Doyle, take this gentleman's name and let him go.
The coroner suggests Mark take those pills he gave him.
Take the pills that I gave you.
I'll
take
the pills.
He's got the doctor bag from A Stitching Crime and The Most Dangerous Match. In the credits, his name is Dr. McMurray, played by Joshua Bryant, born July 2nd, 1940 in Norfolk, Virginia. He was in The Morning After, Salem's Lot, and a few episodes of The Rockford Files, MASH, and Barnaby Jones. Columbo's like, the man was clearly insane to come back here and do this, particularly after the news broadcast when you told them about the increased patrols.
You see, it was the news broadcast that killed her. Stupid slip of the tongue I made when I said that Margaret and I were in our bedroom and the man ran from the Caldwell house. He must have thought she could identify him.
Columbo's got that look. He's getting suspicious. Halpern is getting a little too sure of the details. He continues his little storyline by saying the burglar didn't come back to steal anything but to silence Margaret.
Yes, sir, that is a possibility.
Columbo goes to get a bottle of whiskey for Halpern. I'm still trying to identify the label.
I thought I saw something. It was kind of a gut feeling, I suppose. There he was. Same man holding Margaret in his arms.
You must have a lot of those, sir. Gut feelings.
Halpern doesn't know what he's talking about, and Columbo brings up the situation last night when he saw the man running from the Caldwell house.
The burglar had never harmed anybody before. When you called in, you asked for me. No, I was just trying to figure out how you knew that the woman was already dead.
I didn't.
So, Halpern specifically requested Columbo for this case? Does he not know Columbo's record? Does he not know that Columbo has solved some of the most complicated, intricate murders in L.A.? What a risky decision.
I've had that feeling many times. You know something is wrong. You just can't get a handle on it.
Columbo says he's going to have a look around the house in case the man got careless. Columbo enters the bathroom, up the tub stairs, and right into the tub. Look at this wallpaper and matching towels that camouflage into it. And this carpet for the bathroom. I don't think I'd want to step foot on it right out of the tub. Lieutenant Duffy Dreyer comes in to crack some jokes.
What's the matter, Columbo? You think he's hiding in the tub there?
Just checking. Clean and dry.
Columbo doesn't understand this burglar. He says he sneaks around in the dark, but if he hears something, he runs. Although I don't know why that's particularly strange. Duffy has an explanation.
Haven't you ever heard of future shock? The world's going to hell with itself, believe me, Columbo. Times have changed.
No, I've never heard of future shock, but now I have, and it's defined as a state of distress or disorientation due to rapid social or technological change. That is interesting. There was also a book published in 1970 called Future Shock, written by Alvin Toffler, and it is about this very subject of too much change in too short of time. Columbo talks to Duffy about Janice Caldwell and how he immediately noticed the giant diamond ring she was wearing.
What kind of burglar robs a house and leaves a ring like that on the victim's finger?
So that's what's been bugging you. It's a phony. Solid glass. A piece of garbage.
Glaze. How do you like that?
Columbo asks a specific request of the doctor when he performs the autopsy.
When you check a lungs, see if there's any evidence of chlorine.
There won't be. Chlorine dissipates almost immediately in the human body.
Well, check it anyway, would you?
The scene changes to Halpern, very relaxed at his work desk, playing with his beard as he reads a document. His secretary buzzes to let him know Columbo is here. So he quickly puts on his sad face as Columbo enters apologetically.
This is none of my business, sir. Stop me if I'm out of line, but...
Hey, there's that big fiddly fig plant that was in A Stitching Crime and Swan Song. It's in a different pot today. I need to get one of those plants for my house. They seem to survive many different environments.
But nobody expected you to be at your desk today.
I want to be here, Lieutenant. I want to keep working, keep my mind off.
Halpern says he's been reading Lieutenant Duffy's report, and there's no question about it. It's the Bel Air burglar. Then he says, speaking of reports, and Columbo says, well, that's what he's come to talk to him about.
Sir, I'm making terrific progress, but, you see, I don't think we should be looking for a burglar. I think we should be looking for someone who made it seem like a burglary.
What are you talking about, Columbo? Here, read Duffy's report.
This is the moment when I realized this fiddly fig is a real plant and not plastic because of the damaged leaves. Columbo compliments Duffy, saying he's sure this is a very good report, but there are things that just don't add up.
Like what?
Well, for one thing, the fingerprints.
Come on, Columbo. There were no fingerprints.
That's what I mean, sir.
Columbo re-explains the timeline. Hugh Caldwell left his house around 9 o'clock and called his wife around 10:30 from the bar at the club.
If Mrs. Caldwell spoke to her husband on the phone, why didn't she leave any fingerprints on the phone? Now, the phone in the upstairs bedroom, that's absolutely clean. The one downstairs has Mr. Caldwell's prints on it, but it doesn't have Mrs. Caldwell's prints.
Halpern responds with, "Did it ever occur to you that the burglar used the phone after and wiped it clean?"
Occurred to me that the burglar used the phone after and wiped the phone? Yeah. No, sir, because the burglar had to wear gloves. There were no prints of his anywhere in the house.
Columbo brings up another very strange observation, and that was her nightgown. He says she did not dress herself in that nightgown. He reminds us that she was wearing a pale blue nightgown that she got from her closet.
You know something? There were no prints on the handle of the closet door either.
Halpern says, "You're not suggesting Mr. Caldwell killed his wife and then faked the whole thing?" And Columbo says, "Oh, no, not at all." He explains a little more detail about that nightgown, that Mrs. Caldwell's habit was to fold up her nightgown and tuck it under her pillow every morning. Columbo reveals to Halpern that he saw a pink nightgown under her pillow. So, of course, we know that Mrs. Caldwell will not have put on the blue nightgown.
Mr. Caldwell, he knew about the nightgown under the pillow. So if he had dressed his wife's body, that would be the first place that he would have looked. We're looking for somebody who tried to make a murder look like a burglary.
Columbo says Mrs. Halpern confirmed that Mrs. Caldwell was seeing other men, and there's a possibility that it was one of them.
All right, now listen to me, Lieutenant. You're wasting your time and my time and the department's time, and it's going to stop.
Columbo can't believe what he's hearing. He took the time to share all this pretty crucial evidence, and Halpern scolds him for it. What's that all about? I think Columbo's facial expression for the rest of the scene lets us know what he might be starting to wonder.
But we are looking for a burglar, a man who killed one woman out of fear, who killed another woman to silence her. Now, you go on that basis, and we're going to solve this case. Is that clear?
You don't think that I have anything here?
Look for your burglar. There's the killer.
Columbo's really being thrown for a loop now after this interaction. How strange that Commissioner Halpern tossed all that substantial evidence he laid out, clear as day, into the trash. Well, since that interaction did not go well, let's go somewhere else. Here is Columbo traveling down Rodeo Drive in Beverly Hills, California. Matching up this scene with today, this building still remains. Who knows, maybe all the strip malls we'll be passing are the same, but just heavily remodeled. But at least this one kept its shape, so we know where in the world we are. And the black building in the background that we see in the episode is still there, it's just kind of hidden behind the green building. So here goes Columbo. None of these businesses are the same, and none of the buildings match up, so we'll just travel down the road too. All these fancy pants stores, not my cup of tea. At the corner, Columbo parks his car in front of Aquascutum, the London shop. I think that's how you say that. British Imports for Men. It's gone now, of course, and the building is now super modern and looks like every other white and gray boring building with windows. Well, Columbo doesn't want to go to the London shop. He crosses the street to Van Cleef & Arpels. Actually, it's Van Cleef & Arpels, Shauna. Arpels. It opened in 1969. A place to buy the most expensive jewelry. And surprise, that store is exactly the same today. Not visually, but it's still Van Cleef & Arpels jewelry. Van Cleef & Arpels, you mean? From the inside, it's interesting to see there is a doorman or something that allows you to enter the store through a gate. I'm surprised they didn't have him hesitate a little more for Columbo. The music playing in the background for this scene is called The End of a Love Affair by Edward Redding. We heard it a few episodes ago during Any Old Port in the Storm.
Good reading.
Columbo asks for Mr. Wexler, but he's currently busy with a client. While he waits, he asks this lady if they sell watch bands because his broke.
It's a very good watch, only 5 years old. Waterproof and shockproof. Do you have something for that?
7 jewels.
I did a little bit of research on 7-jeweled watches. First, I'll say I am far from any kind of a watch expert and encourage all watch enthusiasts out there to pitch in on watches and jewels in the comments. But it seems 7-jeweled watches are a lower quality or less reliable compared to watches with 15 or more jewels. The jewels we're talking about are not bedazzlings on the outside, but are instead inside the watch at pivot points and impact points that reduce friction and increase efficiency as opposed to using metal bushings, which wear out sooner. Many antique pocket watches are 7-jeweled.
We have a large selection, sir, starting at $25.
No, I don't want to watch, just the band.
That is for just the band.
That's around $160 today in 2025.
I think I'll do it some other time. Thanks a lot.
This lady is played by Arlene Martell. We've already met her and talked about her during the Greenhouse Jungle. Well, the man Columbo is waiting to speak to is now available.
It's about Miss Caldwell. I believe she shopped here in your store.
Mrs. Caldwell was a valued client, yes.
Columbo takes out Mrs. Caldwell's ring.
Yes?
It's glass.
So I can see that it's glass.
Columbo then takes out a receipt for this ring, appraised at $8,000, and he wanted to know what's that all about.
I arranged with a friend to have this copied for Mrs. Caldwell so that her husband wouldn't realize that she had sold the original back to me.
As a matter of fact, she sold a lot of jewelry back to you.
He says she needed money because her husband cut off her funds. Almost all the jewelry she owned was fake. Columbo casually mentions she had a lot of boyfriends.
Well, Mrs. Caldwell was beautiful and charming. For a woman of 36.
For a woman of 36. For a woman of 36.
36? What did the age of 36 mean in the 70s? 36 is still young, isn't it? Isn't it? Old Shallow Wexler is played by Eric Christmas, born March 19th, 1916, in London, England. He was in The Andromeda Strain, Johnny Got His Gun, Harold and Maude, and Mouse Hunt, and at least one appearance on all the TV shows between 1989 and 1997. Well, I'm done talking to this Wexler fella and all his opinions. Let's move on to a car lot. This is a Cadillac dealership located on Ventura Boulevard in Los Angeles. It's still here today. The building seems to be larger now, but there is still a sheltered drive-through entrance. Look at Columbo's poor windshield wiper. That's the one he was supposed to get fixed and candidate for crime.
Lieutenant, would you kindly turn on your windshield wipers?
We're working perfect yesterday. I must have lost one in a car wash.
Columbo parks and yanks the parking brake like he does.
Yes, indeed. It's a real honey. We don't get to see many of these around anymore, especially in this condition.
Oh, salesman.
I'm looking for a Mr. Shoup.
Charlie Shoup.
My name is Columbo.
He continues to try and butter up Columbo by complimenting his car.
How many miles you got on it, Mr. Columbo? 20,000? 30,000 tops.
Well, I got over 100,000 miles on this car.
Pretty hard to believe. Well, look, I don't care what the speedometer says. I'm going to make you an offer on a trade-in that you just won't be able to turn down.
I wonder if he used that same pickup line for old ancient Janice.
Well, look, I don't care what the speedometer says.
Also, he says speedometer when he surely meant odometer. The same mistake happens in Etude in Black.
And I looked at your car the morning after the crime, and the speedometer showed 9 miles more than when you brought it in.
Although in Mind Over Mayhem, he did say odometer.
All right, I'm going over this car here. I'm going to read the odometer. I'm going to be right back. Well, there's 3 more miles on the odometer than you got here in the log.
Columbo goes ahead and reveals he's with the police and is here to talk about Janice Caldwell.
Where were you Tuesday evening, Mr. Shoup, between 9 and midnight?
I was right here until 9:30. That's when we close up. Janice was supposed to pick me up.
He says he called her house when she didn't show, but nobody answered, so he figured she must have stood him up.
So I went out with a little bookkeeper we got here. Had a couple drinks across the street, went back to my place.
You can substantiate that?
Well, she's right inside, Lieutenant.
Charlie Shoup, car salesman, is played by John Calvin, born November 29th, 1947, in Staten Island, New York. He was in every episode of The Paul Lynde Show and Tales of the Gold Monkey, and shows up in The Cheap Detective and Norma Ray. Shoup reveals the offer he can't refuse.
Lieutenant, I'll give you $80 for it in a trade.
Next, we're at the Halpern house. Columbo is here to explain why he cannot start the report.
Janice Caldwell died between 10:30 and 11. Janice Caldwell had a boyfriend. She was supposed to meet him at 9:30. That's an hour before she was supposed to have died. She never showed up.
Columbo says the boyfriend tried to call and nobody answered, so why couldn't she answer the phone? He shares with Halpern what he wrote down.
Maybe she was dead already.
Or maybe she just didn't want to talk to the man.
But she answered the phone later when her husband called. But did she pick up the phone at 10:30? Because her fingerprints were not on the telephone.
Columbo is now figuring Mr. Caldwell had an accomplice.
The next thing, I suppose, that you're going to ask me to believe is this phantom accomplice comes back the next night to kill my wife. Is that right? This theory is a crock.
You think so, sir?
Halpern re-emphasizes that they are looking for a burglar who panicked and killed 2 women.
Now, that's the theory we're going to go on. Is that clear? That's an order.
Yes, sir.
All right. Little legwork, and we'll have this man in a week. I promise you.
As Columbo leaves the house troubled, we hear him being paged over the police radio in the car. He's borrowing this car, by the way, because his car is still acting up.
This is 194.
The call is from the medical examiner's office. He says there were no traces of chlorine in her lungs, but he did find something that might interest Columbo.
Trihydric alcohol glycerol and palmitic acid.
Say that again, Doc.
Soap, Lieutenant. Soap.
So, glycerol is a trihydric alcohol. And glycerol, or glycerin, is a liquid found mainly in coconut and olive oil, but is also in other fats and oils. And palmitic acid comes from many fats and oils, but most notable is palm oil. These things alone are obviously not soap, but they are absolutely necessary components of soap. Soap, after all, is made of a combination of fats and oils, water and lye. Next, Columbo is at the police station to have a talk with Lieutenant Duffy. And now the episode itself confirms his name is Paul Duffy. And all the credits guy knew was that it started with a D, so he made up a name. Columbo wanted to know who he had as the most likely suspect based on the robberies alone and forgetting about the murders.
Artie Jessup. Artie's always my first choice when he's out on the streets. We already talked to him. Artie has an alibi for both nights.
Well, Columbo figures Artie might have something valuable to share with Columbo, so he goes out to find him. And he's hanging out at his favorite bar, sitting alone, thinking and drinking.
Mr. Jessup?
I know you.
You got scotch?
Yes, sir.
You like scotch? Give me some scotch.
Columbo asks if he could help him, and then takes out Janice's ring. Artie takes out a jeweler's eye loupe to take a closer look.
Where'd you find the box of Cracker Jacks?
Come on, pal, what is this, some kind of hustle?
Columbo shows him his badge.
I'm from homicide. I'm investigating the killing of those 2 women in Bel Air.
You're not going to hang that one on me. No way!
Columbo tries to calm him by saying he knows he had nothing to do with it. And Artie's like, well, what are you here for then?
Sit down.
I don't want to sit down.
May I sit down? Go ahead.
Columbo says the robbery department can't identify the burglar that committed those 2 murders and wants to know if Artie has heard anything.
I can't help you.
Oh, look, Lieutenant, that guy who killed those women, he scares me. He gives guys like me a bad name. If I knew who that guy was, you think I wouldn't have called you guys a long time ago?
Right.
Columbo says he has a problem and Artie can help him. He says he thinks he knows who killed those 2 women, but he can't prove it.
You know who killed those women?
Next, Halpern and Hugh have a troubled discussion.
Who wants money?
The man, the burglar. The one who's been robbing all the houses around here. Mark, he's dead serious now. He says he's ready to go to the police if I don't pay him.
But how does he know you killed Janice?
I don't know.
Halpern asks how much he wants, and Hugh says he doesn't know. He'll find out later when he meets him at 4:30 at the bar on 5th and Wall. Halpern says, all right, well, you meet him, and I will be waiting nearby. Find out what he wants, and we'll decide how to deal with him.
All right. No violence.
Why, Hugh, I'm no more violent than you are.
All right, back at the bar, and in comes Hugh, blending in seamlessly with his surroundings. This fellow here at the bar is played by Max Wagner, born November 28, 1901, in Torreon, Coahuila, Mexico. Now here's a man that literally was in everything without exaggeration, starting his acting career in the 1920s and keeping steady background character work up through the 70s. He was in so many productions it's hard to pick one, so I'll just mention his biggest, which is appearing in over 100 episodes of Gunsmoke. Smooth Hugh strolls past another man looking down on his luck. This is Martin Strader, born September 2nd, 1909 in Los Angeles, California. Uncredited for all 77 productions he has been in, many of his roles when he was younger were townsman and villager or pedestrian, but it seems when he got older, he kept getting the roles of barfly and derelict. Poor fella. Anyway, let's continue to admire Hugh's choice and appearance. Another rough-looking man here is George Hickman, born October 16th, 1906, in Manhattan, New York. His career looks very similar to Martin Strader's in that his younger background acting roles were things like elevator operator or passenger, but as time passed, he kept ending up with barfly, bartender, and derelict. Hugh walks behind Artie and then turns around to sit at a booth. Artie gets up to have a discussion, getting right down to business.
I figure you killed your old lady and tried to pin it on me. Well, I got news for you, pal. Nobody makes Artie Jessup a patsy. You got it? It's gonna cost you.
A patsy is someone who is easy to manipulate and blame or victimize for something they didn't do. And Artie ain't no patsy. He says all he has to do is confess to the first 3 robberies and he goes back to the clink on a burglary rap, which he wouldn't mind in the least. All his friends are in there. And if he confesses to those, suddenly the cops are now taking an even closer look at the 2 burglaries where the 2 women were killed.
And what do you think? I think they got you. Oh, come on. What's it gonna be, pal? Do I go to the cops or we work something out?
All right. How much?
Good.
Michael Maguire, the actor for Hugh, does quite a good job trying not to look terrified while looking completely terrified. The scene switches to Hugh stepping out of the bar. And that is an interesting technique for carrying a box full of stuff. I really can't figure out the advantage, though. Would he have to sit in order to set it down? Here is this location today, located on East 5th Street. And Wall is just a little bit down the street. But Hugh gave us this location and it was correct, which is nice. When Hugh walks down the sidewalk and around the corner, he is turning here. These cheaper buildings didn't exist yet. And we can even line up that skyline, but we have to look past some buildings. This neighborhood in downtown Los Angeles is known as Skid Row, and unfortunately has one of the largest populations of homeless people in the entire United States. And if you do some research on the history of this neighborhood, it has kinda always been this way. There have been efforts to clean it up and help the people, but it has maintained its rough appearance and large homeless population. Well, Halpern was waiting around that corner in his Cadillac. Hugh gets in and shares what Artie wants.
It's $5,000 in small bills. Old money.
5,000, is that all? Man has no imagination. When do you meet him?
Tomorrow afternoon here.
Hugh again says the man is dead serious.
Marky's dead serious.
Marky's dead serious.
And says he knows there's no proof to charge him for the 2 murders.
He's not a stupid man.
All right, now I want you to get the money from the bank.
Mark, we can't start paying him. He's just gonna want more.
Just leave him to me. You keep your mouth shut and don't admit to anything. We're gonna be just fine.
Back at the police headquarters, Halpern walks into an office and seems surprised to see Columbo.
What are you doing here?
Lieutenant Duffy, he's out on call. I'm using his office.
Yes, this is Lieutenant Duffy's office, not Columbo's. The only time we'll ever see Columbo's office was during any old port in a storm, right?
What's the matter with your office?
These are the prime suspects in the robberies, and Duffy didn't want to let the folders out of his office.
Then Columbo begins to encourage Halpern, telling him he was right all along about this robbery aspect of the crime, and that he is searching through these files because he thinks the answer is definitely in there somewhere.
Good. I'll glance at these myself again. You get a very good look at that man the night he ran from the Caldwell house. Still, you never know, do you?
Then Halpern comes across Artie Jessup's file. We get to see his current address, his birthplace of New York, his social security number, and that he has a receding hairline with a blue jacket and black socks. Duffy has been doing a wonderful job with his report. But Halpern is particularly interested in the address. And that address, in real life, doesn't lead us anywhere significant to the episode, I checked.
Well, on the other hand, I've been through these a dozen times. I don't think they can help me any.
That's a good thought, too, sir. No sense wasting your time on a dead end.
Columbo is really putting Halpern at ease, making sure he doesn't see him as a threat any longer.
If you come up with anything, let me know.
Halpern goes to his house. All his garage doors are open for some reason, but he's here to get the oh-so-expensive glass jewelry that he stole the night of the Caldwell murder. Then he heads to the address he found in Artie's file. Walking up every other stair because he's in a hurry and wants to get off Skid Row, but also doesn't want to look like he's in a hurry, he stops at apartment 13. But I don't know how he knew it was apartment 13. We weren't shown that information in the address line, but he knew. Halpern takes out a card to open the deadbolt. Just so you know, you can't use a credit card or similar plastic card to unlock a deadbolt nowadays. You're going to have to get out your Mr. Brimmer lockpick set for that. But some older deadbolt locks, particularly in apartments, had the slanted deadbolt, like doorknobs do. Credit cards work for those and doorknob locks, as long as you're on the correct side. And just look at this old apartment. I don't know, a little paint, a few flowers, a couple of throw pillows. It could be very nice. Halpern decides to stash the jewelry under the mattress and heads out. Next scene, here comes cool, slick Hugh returning to the bar. He finds Artie playing pool, so he gets himself a pool cue from the rack. He pretends to join Artie so he can casually hand him the money in an envelope.
Easy, under the table.
This man saw the whole thing since Hugh so obviously doesn't belong here, and he's something to look at.
Gonna count it?
I trust you. If it's short, you can always make it up in the next payment.
The next payment? You said...
I said a lot of things, Mr. Caldwell. One thing I forgot to tell you was that I'm a chronic liar.
Now the scene changes to a cop car pulling up to the Lariat, which is our bar location on East 5th Street. Here we are again today. It's really difficult to tell that this is the same view. Not only are we now looking at a 3-story building where the club was, but that tall building in the background doesn't look anything like the one from the episode anymore. One thing does look the same though, and that's this building. Even though they felt the need to paint the brick baby blue, it's the same building. Now you can do your one-stop shopping for hookahs, tobacco, snacks, and kids' toys. And then you can step right outside and try out your purchase.
Sure they're in here, sir? Positive. Caldwell's meeting him on my instruction.
Behind them is the Hard Rock Cafe, which is just down the street from the bar and kitty corner to the Blue Kids Toys and Hookah Shop. It's not the Hard Rock Cafe anymore, and it looks terribly different, in a terrible sort of way. This corner Hard Rock Cafe was featured on the back cover of the 1970s The Doors album called Morrison Hotel. The address is 300 East 5th Street in LA. Now you're wondering, wait a minute. The Hard Rock Cafe's first store didn't open until 1971, and that was in London, England. So how can it be that the Doors' 1970 album has the Hard Rock Cafe on the back of it? Well, you would be right about that. This Hard Rock Cafe was just simply named that, and the Doors band got thirsty and paid a little visit. It was just a bar. Their photographer took a few pictures while they were there, and when the album Morrison Hotel released in 1970, Side 1 was called Hard Rock Cafe, because they liked the place. So, I guess the Hard Rock Cafe people named their restaurant Hard Rock Cafe after this album, which was named after this bar that has a cameo in this episode. Pretty cool. One more little piece of history attached to this once Hard Rock Cafe is there is a scene from the beginning of Michael Jackson's 1983 Beat It music video where some of the gang members leave this very bar. In fact, almost the entire music video is filmed right here on Skid Row. Well, Halpern and some other cops enter the bar, which triggers this undercover cop man to hop into action. Columbo is lagging behind, thinking about the fact that he's got to somehow arrest his boss today. The little undercop fella is played by Duke Fishman, born July 15, 1906, in Manila, Philippines. He was in quite a few movies, but always blended into the backgrounds. On television, he can mostly be found in Gunsmoke, wandering around as a townsman or hanging out in the bar for 71 episodes. Halpern delivers his verdict on Artie.
It's called blackmail, Jessup. First you robbed this man's house, you killed 2 women, then you've got the gall to try blackmail.
Get out of here. You don't have any proof.
We'll have it as soon as we search your apartment, which we're going to do right now.
Halpern is just so smart and tough. He orders Columbo and Duffy to ride with him, along with one other squad car.
Commissioner, I believe we're going to need a warrant before we can search that apartment.
We've already got one. You want to check it?
Yes, sir, that's fine. I think you're making a mistake.
Halpern smugly says, "I'll prove to you I'm not making a mistake." Everyone files out of the bar, and the scene changes to them pulling up in a 1974 Chevrolet Bel Air police cruiser to the apartment located on Vine Street in real life. I found this location based on the Belden Hotel in the background. That hotel was once a popular spot for film stars from the silent era to stay during the 1920s. The 2 big names I keep reading are Buster Keaton and Mae Murray stayed there. In the 80s, it was converted into a homeless shelter, and I believe that is still what it is today. And you want to know something else? Remember when Halpern originally showed up here, there was a sign on the brick wall reading California War Surplus Mart. Interestingly, that is still exactly what it is today. These double doors is where the entrance to the apartment is for the episode. Columbo tries to give Halpern a chance to be truthful.
I don't believe Jessup could have killed either of these women, particularly your wife.
Don't be ridiculous. I saw it, I tell you. He threw her in the pool.
Sir, I realize that your wife appeared to die in the pool. Actually, she died in the bathtub.
What are you talking about?
Then the landlord, I suppose he is, brings the master key to unlock the door. I can't identify him, but he was one of the security guards from Swan Song. They enter the apartment and Columbo explains the water in his wife's lungs.
The water in her lungs, there were traces of soap.
At this point, Halpern needs to get one of those guys to hurry up and find that jewelry he hid.
Duffy, check that bathroom. You get the kitchen.
Columbo says he knew something was wrong as soon as he saw what Mrs. Halpern was wearing when she was thrown in the pool. She still had on the outfit with the torn sleeve from the cactus plant.
Why does a woman go to an important testimonial dinner knowing that a sleeve is torn? Got a whole closet full of nice clothes. She must have been drowned earlier. Now I find out about the soap. That places it in the bathtub.
Halpern was like, well, so what if she was drowned in the bathtub?
So Jessup surprised her and killed her. He dressed the body and threw it in the pool to make it look accidental.
Now, if you think about it for only a few seconds, you'll realize that makes absolutely 100% no sense at all for him to suggest the burglar took all the time to dress her and throw her in the pool. Columbo says that's not possible for it to happen that way.
You know why? You see, the bathroom, the bathtub, the faucet itself, everything was bone dry, including the towels.
He says she had to have drowned before 5 or 6 o'clock, otherwise it wouldn't have been that dry. Long before Jessup would have gotten there.
As a matter of fact, just about the time that you came home for supper.
Halpern gets upset and walks away from Columbo to stare at the gray walls of the apartment as Columbo approaches him from behind.
I believe you killed your wife, and I believe you either killed Janice Caldwell or you're covering up for it.
You just lost your badge, my friend.
Columbo has no reaction to him saying that. In fact, he continues sharing evidence that points to Halpern.
At first I thought Mr. Caldwell was responsible, but that didn't work out because of the nightgown business. When your wife was killed and you had that terrific alibi, then it suddenly hit me. You were in it together and you're trying to blame Artie Jessup.
Columbo says Artie Jessup was nowhere near either house those 2 nights. Then Duffy finally lifts the mattress for Halpern to find the bundle of jewelry. Halpern takes the jewelry and asks, well, how do you explain this?
Janice Caldwell's jewels.
It seems like quite an assumption to so quickly say those are Janice's. How did he know that?
I can explain it. You took him from the Caldwell house, you hid him, and today you planted him here to incriminate Mr. Jessup.
Columbo doesn't show an ounce of hesitation or fear and remains very calm during this whole scene, and Halpern cannot understand his confidence.
You're crazy. You can't prove anything like that.
Columbo calls for Artie to be brought into the apartment.
Commissioner Halpern says he found those jewels under your mattress.
That's crazy. You're a liar.
Hey, I don't even live here.
What?
He doesn't live here. I live here. These are my shirts. That's my underwear. My brother-in-law. It's my nephew. My niece.
I like that the brother-in-law picture is really just a picture of the dog because you can't even see the man's face. And the niece and nephew seem like some happy children. Or they had a really funny photographer to get them to smile. Do you remember having to get your picture taken as a little kid? I was happy enough in most of them, but one year I was just not having it. Columbo says this apartment was vacant for 3 weeks and he just signed the lease.
You looked in the closet. Those were my pajamas and my bathrobe.
The file folder, the report on the desk.
Columbo says yes, he takes responsibility for that. He admits he is the one who persuaded Artie Jessup to contact Hugh Caldwell because he knew Caldwell was going to contact Halpern.
I was sure that once you knew the true identity of the burglar, you'd try and incriminate him. So this morning, just after I signed the lease, I made up a new file folder on Mr. Jessup. Everything was the same, except this address.
Hopefully you were listening there, those of you who are positive Mrs. Columbo doesn't exist and that Columbo is a bachelor, and you like to say, well, we see where he lives in A Friend Indeed, alone in a grungy apartment. Columbo had to take some extreme measures to trap his boss in this episode. Extreme enough to sign a lease for an apartment, long enough to sprinkle in some of his belongings, and then police witnesses to observe what is happening. And he only signed the lease this morning.
Only one person beside myself knew this address. That was you, sir. I think once your friend Mr. Caldwell understands the situation, he'll fill in some missing pieces.
Wow, what an ending. This gotcha is one of the best entrapments of a murderer in the series. It's in the same realm as Suitable for Framing and Candidate for Crime.
This is entrapment.
No bullet in the wall. Bullet's right here. It's in my handkerchief.
but most fans say this is their favorite one. The fact of it being Columbo's boss really shakes things up and brings extra satisfaction to the arrest, especially for how smug he is throughout the episode. Can you imagine being in Artie Jessup's shoes and getting to play a vital role in the arrest of the police commissioner? He's going to talk about this for the rest of his life. This is a pretty original episode, with really nice storytelling and plenty of little twists. The characters themselves are well drawn, giving us a good enough idea of their personalities. Every single actor did an exceptional job. There were no Mickey Spillanes in this episode. There was some really impressive stunt work. The jumping from the helicopter, the underwater camera footage, and what a variety of locations. We were going on field trips for days. Actually, I think it's just a couple days, isn't it? One of my favorite little twists is the lack of fingerprints being the clue rather than fingerprints being a clue. The musical score was a combination of recycled music from Publisher Parish and Candidate for Crime, as well as some original pieces were written for the episode. And that is why there are 2 credits for the music score, Billy Goldenberg and Dick DeBenedictis. Mark Halperin is quite a frightening villain with his indifferentness about covering up the first murder and his readiness to drown his wife less than 24 hours later. He really believed he was in complete control, knowing his authority and status will protect him from even being questioned. Here is another quote from Richard Kiley. "I loved the show, so I was quite pleased to appear on it. It was a wonderful experience. It was doubly enjoyable because Ben Gazzara directed the episode. He was an old friend of Peter's, so it was an enormously enjoyable and easygoing set. Peter really set the tone of quality. Speaking of Ben Gazzara being an old friend of Peter's, he was also very familiar with Peter Falk's reputation for multiple takes, which always led to slower production and upsetting big-budget britches Universal in the process. But Ben had fun with it. He says, Peter can exhaust you. He can go on forever. He's warming up on take 70. I enjoyed it. I'd beat him to it. I'd say, let's do it again. He'd say, yeah. And in the presence of onlooking Universal executives on set, Deadpan Gazzara would announce to the cast and crew, we're gonna do it until we get it right. And Peter responds, yeah, that's right. We're gonna do it until we get it right. Gazzara found this hilarious with the studio guys having an aneurysm on take 50, as Peter says, I'm just warming up, Ben, I'm just warming up. And we are now over halfway done with reviewing the original 70s run of Columbo. From now on, the seasons will get shorter because Peter Falk continues to try and pursue his Hollywood movie acting career. Continuing our record keeping of murderers' heights, Richard Kiley was 5 foot 11 inches. I could not find any record of Michael Maguire's height. I suppose you'd like to know my rating of this episode. I give it a strong 5 Columbo cigars out of 5. And this is another episode where Columbo never lights his cigar. It's always already lit. There's a few alternate titles to share from other countries. Finland was short on creativity and called it A Friend in Need. France called it In All Friendship. Italy called it A Friend to Save. West Germany called it My Dead, You're Dead. There we go, that's a good one. And Japan called it The Grave of Power. I like that one a lot. And this is the end of Season 3. We did it. Coming up next to kick off Season 4 is An Exercise in Fatality.
This is great. You know, it's incredible the sounds you get. Close your eyes, you think you're in a concert hall. A multi-valve 1.6-liter engine. Very nice. You know, you made my day with this buggy. Let me ask you, how much just for the radio?